What is going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. Today we're going to start up a new series here on the channel. We're going to build out a Rick and Morty app. If you're not familiar, Rick and Morty is a pretty popular show. Admittedly, I haven't actually seen a whole lot of it, but there is this really nifty API that's available where you can actually go ahead and get the characters from the show, locations, you can also get all the episodes, and it's pretty robust. So I wanted to make a series going through this. We're going to learn along the way a variety of concepts. We're going to look at both UIKit and SwiftUI before everyone complains in the comments. And today we're going to get started on it. I don't know how many videos it's going to be, but we're going to enjoy it together along the way. So before we jump into things, drop a like down below, comment for that algorithm. Let's go ahead and open up Xcode, and we're going to start by creating a new project. I want to say this is Xcode 14.1, and we're going to create a new project here and jump right in. So what we're going to stick with is a app template under iOS. I'm going to go ahead and call this Rick and Morty. Let's fix my caps there. And we're going to stick with Storyboard. We're going to do everything programmatic, either SwiftUI or UIKit, but we are going to stick with Storyboard to create the project. Let's go ahead and save it wherever you'd like. I'll toss it onto my desktop. And the first thing I'll do here is actually full screen Xcode, and we're going to give this a run in our 14 Pro simulator. Should see it pop up here momentarily. And thereafter, we'll actually jump into writing code. Don't know why this looks strange. There we go. And we'll jump into it. So once we see our app, which we do, plain empty app there, we're going to first start by thinking about what this app is going to look like and looking at this API very briefly. So this is yelling at me because I stopped the app over here, which is okay. So essentially what we want to do is we're going to have an app with 3 tabs at the bottom, one for characters, one for locations, and one for episodes. We're going to also build out unlimited scrolling, so infinite scroll if we have more data, which, spoiler, we will. We'll be able to click into characters, locations, and episodes and get more details about them. And we're also going to build in a search/filtering API. And maybe towards the end of this series, what we'll also look at is submitting this app to the App Store. No way Apple approves this, but we'll go through the motions of that to kind of learn along the way. So that all being said, in this first video, what I'm going to do is we're going to delete the storyboard here, and we are going to set up our application structure on the left-hand side to actually start building this in an organized way. So let me just go ahead and set a background color in here, just so we know we can see it, and then we'll start setting things up. I should also preface by saying that this is not a series for absolute beginners. You're more than welcome to follow along the way. I will do my best to explain things, but certainly having some working knowledge of iOS is helpful. I'm not going to say required, but it is helpful. So we're going to delete this main storyboard file here since we're going to do everything programmatically. But if you go ahead and build and run your app right now, it's going to crash. The reason it's going to crash is if we go to our main project here and the info tab up here, we're actually referencing that main storyboard file in 2 places. The first one is right here, which is literally main storyboard file base name. Go ahead and hit backspace and delete that. And then in application scene manifest, if you open this up all the way down, you'll see that there is a reference to main in here as well. Select it and delete it. And now when we run our app, we're not going to crash. Let's see if we crash. We shouldn't crash, but we won't see anything. And the reason we don't see anything is this view controller is kind of orphaned right now. It doesn't actually know that it needs to be shown, and we don't even have a window yet. So we're going to jump into the scene delegate file here, and we're going to implement this first function. And this is where we want to create a window and attach it to our primary view controller. So here we're going to say window scene. We're going to say that let window is going to be our window, and we're going to say create it with a window scene like so. We're going to want to retain this window at the bottom. We're going to say window make key and visible, and then we also want to tell the window what the root view controller is, and essentially what screen should I show at startup. Not the splash screen, but the actual main app screen. So we're going to call this a view controller, and we'll create it up here. So we'll say let VC will be the one and only view controller file we have here. If we command click into it and hit jump to definition, you'll see it comes back to this guy. So I'm going to hit pause and rerun our app, and you'll see that we now see what we had in the beginning with our red screen. So cool, it looks like we got rid of the storyboard and we're good to dive in. Now, what I'm going to do is do some organizational work. So we're going to set up some folders. We're going to need to build out an API client. We're going to build this in a way that we can also open source it by the end of this series. So you'll see the proper way to write a library app. Maybe we'll publish it as a Swift package as well as a CocoaPod. So let's go ahead and make all these folders here. So on the left-hand side, we're going to create some standard folders. We're going to try our best to use the MVVM design pattern, otherwise known as model view ViewModel. So to do that, we do need a couple of folders. So we're going to have our controllers. Every app needs some view controllers. We're going to have our data types, which will be otherwise known as models. We're going to want some views, and this will include both SwiftUI as well as UIKit. And let's see what I'm missing here. We're going to need ViewModels, which will basically be the glue between our model view as well as some business logic interaction for our controller. And what I like to do, and of course this is all subjective, is I like to have a managers folder. This is where we're going to stick our API client and maybe some other stuff. So let me actually call this, we'll call this API client. And let's actually create another folder called managers. This will be everything non-API related. And finally, we'll do a final folder called resources. So resources will basically include like anything that doesn't fall into those other folders. So things like maybe scene delegate and app delegate, one could go ahead and toss into resources, which I'll actually do right now. The asset catalog and launch image, they're kind of resources, so we'll pop them into here as well. And then the view controller, obviously controller, and I will leave the info plist as is. Let's go ahead and build and run, make sure moving stuff around didn't actually break anything. So cool, it did not, which is good sign. Let's now actually think about what files we'll need for the rest of our app. So we're not going to dive too deep into the API documentation today, but if we do click on docs, on the left, you'll see here that we do have some dedicated sections for the character endpoint, for the location endpoint, the episode endpoint, and then there are some libraries here as well. You'll actually see there's a Swift library as well, but that's no fun to use someone else's written code. We're going to learn all of this together. So this all being said, one thing that we can infer is we're going to want a data type for character, location, and episode. So while we're not going to write anything into these, what I'll go ahead and do is in our models here, I will go ahead and say that we have a new Swift file, and I'm going to say this is location. And one good practice in building out any type of app is prefixing your files with some abbreviation of your app. So for example, in the Twitter app, maybe all the classes are prefixed TW, or maybe in the, some other app like YouTube, everything is YT. So I'm actually going to call this RM location, Rick and Morty location, and we're going to try to keep this naming convention going throughout the application. So here we have the location. Now we know we also get characters back, so I'm going to create RM character, which is going to represent a single character, and we'll also go ahead and create a RM episode. Cool. Okay, so now that we've got this, let's take a look at our simulator here and let's rehash what I described earlier. We're going to have tabs at the bottom, one for characters, one for locations, one for episodes. Maybe we'll have a fourth tab as well for settings, so we know we want at least 4 controllers for that. On top of that, we're going to want the entire housing controller, which will be a tab bar controller. So let's actually go ahead and change all this stuff up. So we have this file here called view controller. I'm going to call it RM tab view controller, and I'm going to go ahead and change it here. We're going to say RM tab view controller, and instead of inheriting from UI view controller, we're going to inherit from UI tab bar controller. Let's go ahead and do that. UI, not table view, there should be a tab controller is what I'm looking for, tab bar controller. Okay. And we can still leave view did load since this does indeed exist for all the subclasses of a view controller. Now let's go ahead and create some more folders inside of here. So maybe I'll create a core subfolder, and this is going to contain the controller files for our particular core navigation, right? So once again, character, location, and episodes, and settings. So let's go ahead, and we already got that tab bar controller. Let's go ahead and create a new file. It's going to be a Cocoa Touch class, and it's going to inherit from UI view controller. And we're going to do RM character view controller. like so. We'll go ahead and create it. And we're gonna want 3 more of these. Let's do it again. RM location view controller, we'll save it. Once more, we're gonna do it again. We're gonna do RM episode view controller. All right, and then the final one, which I won't forget this time, will be a RM settings view controller. All right, good stuff. So we've got our 4 controllers here for our tabs and then our tab bar controller. Now, if you try to build, you should get an error. And the reason we're getting an error is because we renamed this from view controller to our RM tab view controller. And let me actually change this to just be tab bar controller, like so. And then I'll also change the file name for consistency's sake. So let's jump into our scene delegate, which I think I threw into resources. And let's actually change this to be the appropriate new name. All right, looking good. Let me go ahead and build and run, and let's see if our app is actually launching. So it is indeed launching. We have a red background. We also now have a tab bar at the bottom. The last thing we'll do in this video, very basic setup, will be to just attach all 4 of these controllers to our tab bar. And it's fairly simple to do that. We're gonna do it in our tab bar controller. I am also going to make each of these controllers a final class, implying that it cannot be subclassed. So if you're not familiar with inheritance, that's what we're doing here. We're going to make all of these final. And let's do this one here. And we'll do this one here. And then we also are not going to need this like commented out code. So let me just delete these from each of these. I kind of don't like the fact that the template gives this to you, but I guess it wouldn't be a template otherwise. So go figure. So we'll go ahead and jump into here. And what I'm going to do is we're going to create a function in here, and we're going to call it setup view controllers. We'll just say setup tabs to make it simpler. So we're just going to set up our tabs in here. We're also going to make this function private. So if you're not familiar, you can set things as private to this class, meaning that no other class can access it. You can make it public, or if you don't put anything, by default, it's just internal. So any other class across this module, in this case, just this app can access it. So we'll say setup tab here, and we'll keep that red background color, just call this function here. And inside of this, what we want to do is we want to basically create instances for all 4 of these controllers and just attach them to our tab bar controller. So we're going to say our character VC, aka character view controller, will be our RM character view controller. And what I'm going to do is just copy and paste this a total of 4 times. We'll change this next one here to be our locations. Next one to episode. I guess it should be plural, so we'll toss an S in there. And then finally to settings. And of course, don't forget to actually change the type here. So here we're going to have our location controller. This will be our episode controller. And this will be our settings controller. All right, looking good. So now we want to actually attach these on our tab bar view controller. So we're going to say set view controllers, which is a function available on the UI tab bar controller that we're inheriting from. And this takes a collection of view controllers. And we can also specify whether or not it should be animated. So we can specify all 4 of these directly, but what we also probably want is a nice title bar at the top, aka a navigation bar. And to get that functionality, we actually want to wrap each of these in a navigation controller. So what I'll do here is say nav1 will be UI navigation controller with a root controller, and this will be the character VC. We'll copy and paste this a total of 4 times. We'll go ahead and update this like so. And here we'll have location be the next one, episodes be the next one, and settings be the next one. We also want titles on all 4 of these. So let's go ahead and specify the title property, which is just a string. So we'll say characters. I will copy and paste this 3 more times, and just make sure you don't forget to update these. That's always the tricky thing with copy and pasting. Saves you time, and then you spend a bunch of time forgetting or thinking about what you forgot. So here, let's go ahead and update these locations. I'll also update this and be episodes. Make sure we spell that correctly. And settings. And then finally, in this array for set view controllers, we can do nav1, nav2, nav3, and nav4. So let's go ahead and give that a build and run. hit Command R on your keyboard if you're not familiar, and we should see our red background. We don't see the icons down here, but you can actually click it, and you can see we do have our 4 tabs. I am going to get rid of the red background color now because it's kind of annoying and not helping our case. And what I will actually do is, if we go into these controllers, we can actually move the title setup logic into there. So let me go ahead and we'll jump into here. And we'll do each of these one by one, and then I will wrap up the video so we don't get too long. So here we're gonna have characters, and I will actually copy and paste this. Let me just set a background color on it as well. We are going to support both light mode and dark mode, so we're saying system background here, which means, if the system's in light mode, show white, otherwise show black. One last thing I should call out, I keep saying last thing, but one more thing I'll call out is I'm going to debug everything along the way together in the videos. I'm not a fan of videos that just show everything scripted and put together. If I break something, if I need to fix something, we're going to do all of it together so you guys can actually see what it takes to build an app, as well as, solve a problem if you hit one. So we'll do locations there. And here we've got our episodes. So we'll do episodes. Alrighty. And finally, we have settings. And the reason I'm actually moving this logic is, if you run your app now, you'll see at the bottom that you should see, well, we don't actually see it yet, but you'll see that once we set up the tab bar items, these titles at the bottom will be here by default. So we're going to do 2 small tweaks and then wrap this video up. One, we're going to set up an icon for each of these tabs at the bottom, and we're going to make the title appear larger, which is kind of the more modern way of doing things. So what I'm going to do is, in an array, I'm just going to copy this. We're going to do a for nav in this collection. We're going to say nav.navigation bar. And there is an option on here for large title. So I think it is called prefers large titles. We're going to make that true. And the other thing we're going to go ahead and do is, if I'm not mistaken, each of these elements here, all of these base controllers, we need to say on the navigation item that the large title display mode will be either automatic. I think there's also an option for always. What we want is automatic. So let me go ahead and just copy and paste this. And we'll clean up all the code as we continue through this series, which I anticipate will actually be pretty long. So we'll go ahead and do that. Go ahead and give this a run, make sure our titles are large, which in fact they are. And finally, let's go ahead and do some nice images for our tabs. So what we want to do is, for each of these navigation controllers that I've got highlighted, we want to set a tab bar item, which is nothing more than a UI tab bar item that takes in a title, an image, and a tag. So the title's fairly straightforward. It's a string for that particular screen. The tag is just a number. And we'll do the image in a moment. The image is going to be an icon from Apple's built-in set of icons. But let me just copy and paste this a total of 4 times. Update this here. Update all these tags. We'll just do 2, 3, and 4. And let's just update the title. So we're going to say character. The next one is going to be locations. This should be plural. Next one will be episodes. And finally, this one here will be settings. If you go ahead and give this a run, you'll see once the app launches, we actually at the bottom have the tab bar labels showing instead of them being invisible from the beginning. Now we actually want to have icons. So there is a program called SF Symbols. It is available on Apple's websites. So I have the beta one here. This beta is actually kind of old, but if you just Google for SF Symbols, you'll find the latest one on Apple's website to download. So you can actually go ahead and search for images, and these are all baked into UIKit. So let's search for character and see what we get. So that's not exactly the character that we're looking for. We're kind of looking for like an alien or a person. I guess we can do this one for person. So what I'll go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and click this. I'm going to hit Command-Shift-C, which will copy the name of this person, of the icon, I should say, which is person in this case. And here we're going to say UI image, and we're going to use a system image with that particular name. And let me just go ahead and copy and paste this to all the images, and we will adjust them accordingly. So I happen to know that gear is one of the icons available. I want to say that a globe is also available, so we can use the globe for locations. So let's go ahead and change that one up here. And then episodes is kind of like a TV episode, so we can look up a TV. So let's see, TV. And we do in fact have a TV, so looking pretty good. I'll go ahead and toss that one here. And I think that's all the icons we're gonna need for the time being. So I'll come back to Xcode, stop our app, and just hit that play button to build and run again. And if you look at the bottom, we now have pretty nice looking icons. So that is where I'm gonna pause this series for this video. Basically, just to recap, we created a project. We set up some classes that we're going to need, particularly 3 models here. Organize the project a little bit on the left for our actual tree structure, our folders. And we also got tabs showing up. And if you missed how we did it, we got rid of the main storyboard. You can obviously rewind the video and kind of rewatch it and see if you found any issues along the way when you were implementing it. But that's all I've got for you guys today. So in the upcoming videos, we're going to look at the API, we're going to look at downloading images, caching, we might even go into testing and all that good stuff. So stay tuned for that. If you're new here and haven't liked the video yet, make sure to drop a like before hitting that subscribe button, hit the bell icon to stay up to date on new videos, and comment if you've got any questions, or if no questions, comment for that YouTube algorithm. So thanks again for watching. I'll see you in the next one. All right, guys, welcome back to part 2 of building the Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we did some basic project setup, and in this video, what I wanted to focus on was setting up a GitHub repository, aka source control, talking through it, as well as creating a few more files here. So before we jump into things, start by dropping a like down below, throw a comment down there for that YouTube algorithm, and let's jump right in. So this is exactly where we left off. One thing I want to call your attention to on the left-hand side, Xcode is actually by default configured with source control. It'll actually create your repo for you locally. And you might see that you've got this blue line here. And if I click it, you'll see that it'll not only select the stuff on the right, and there's 2 options here. We can show a change or discard changes. Now, this is actually referring to source control. So once we start saving our work by committing and pushing it, you'll see the changes show up here. We can actually revert stuff to prior state. So if you're not familiar with source control, think of it as a way to bookmark and save your code, and you can basically push it to the cloud and just get it on any machine as long as you're able to log into your account. So cool, so that all being said, we're gonna actually start by closing Xcode here. Go ahead and open up Terminal on your computer, and what we wanna do is we wanna go into the folder where our project resides, which in my case is on desktop, and then we just called it Rick and Morty, super creative, I know. And what Xcode has done, and it should have done it for you, is already initialized a Git repo. So if we go ahead and do git branch, you'll see that we're already on our main branch. If you don't see this and it's complaining, what you can go ahead and do is run a git init, and that'll create and initialize a Git repository in here. If you do an ls-a, one thing you'll notice is that we have this .ds store file, which is basically junk, and we're going to get rid of it momentarily. And then we also have the .git folder. So what we want to do is we're going to run git status, and we'll see a bunch of our files that we've added here, and we're going to add all the stuff we want to save. So we're going to say git add dot, which will stage everything. And if you do a status again, it'll make it green. And we're going to go ahead and commit and push this to our remote repository that I still need to create. Now, before we do that, one thing you'll notice, if I can find it, somewhere in this list, you'll see that we are actually also saving that ds-store file, and we don't want to do that. We're going to ignore it in a second. But let's first commit our initial code here from the previous video. We're going to create a commit, and I'm going to go ahead and call this created Rick and Morty project. We'll go ahead and do that. And if you jump back to Xcode, which I have conveniently closed, let me open that up again, you'll see that blue line is now gone next to the line numbers here. It's because all that work is committed. If I make a new line, you'll see that it pops up here, and this is showing our change. So let's discard this particular change, and it'll revert it like so. So if we try to go ahead and push this by doing a git push, it's going to yell at us. It's going to say, hey, where the heck are you trying to push this to? Because you don't have a remote repository set up yet. So that brings us to the browser. We're going to open up a tab and head on over to github.com. You can also use other providers like Bitbucket, but GitHub is by far the most popular. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is create a new repository. If you don't have an account here, you can create one for free. I'm already logged into mine. I'm going to hit this new button right here. We're going to pick an owner, the account that should own this repo. I'm going to use my personal. I've got one for my work, which is Facebook, and then one for iOS Academy. So I'll use my personal here, and I'm going to call this Rick and Morty iOS app, like so. Looks like that is available, which is cool. We'll add a description here. I'm going to say a Swift app for Rick and Morty. And we'll go ahead and make sure this is a public repository, looking good. We can leave all of this unchecked. We're not going to have a license or a git ignore. And we're going to create all this stuff manually. So let's leave that all as is. I'm going to go ahead and click create repository here. And it'll actually give you some instructions to type into your folder. So it's telling us to initialize a git repo, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm going to go ahead and do is just copy this, git remote add origin, and then the URL to this repo. We'll jump back to terminal, and I'm going to paste this, and we're going to try to push our code again. Except this time we get a different error. It's basically saying we should be using this, telling Git that, hey, push this main branch to the remote origin, which is upstream. So when we do that, we should see it successfully grab everything, create a new branch, and it's pushed it to our repo. If we come back here and refresh the page, we'll see that our code is in fact here. And if you actually navigate to this repo URL, which I'll stick in the description, you will actually see the code. Now, it would be pretty cool if we had a nice description here, aka what we call a README file, which is a markdown file. So what I'm going to go ahead and do in here is create a README file by saying touch readme.md, and I'm also going to say touch.gitignore. So the README file just lets you add basically a markdown description, so you can add any information in there about the project. And the gitignore is a special file that lets you tell Git what files to not keep track of and include in your commits and pushes. So we're going to first open up the README. You can open it up in Xcode or any other IDE. Atom is the one that I prefer. It's a free IDE you can find online. It's pretty great. So we'll go ahead and open this up, and I'm just going to add some markdown here. You can follow along. I'll call this the Swift Rick and Morty app, and this is a full-featured iOS app showcasing the Rick and Morty API. And we'll add some bullet points here, what we're building. So written in Swift, we're gonna unit test it. So unit tested, follow series on YouTube. And I'll just stop there for now. I'll fill this out later. And let's go ahead and close this file. Let's open up terminal again. And we're gonna open once again in Atom, the gitignore file. And the only file that we care to ignore is the .ds store file. Now this is basically just like junk file that macOS will by default dump in every folder. It's not of any value, so we're just gonna ignore it. So cool, so now that we've got that, once again, if you do a git status, you'll see those are two new files. So we're just gonna stage both of them like so. And we're gonna add a commit message here. We're gonna say, let's go ahead and say added readme and gitignore, and then we're also going to want to push it. So we're going to add a semicolon to add this command and just do a git push, and like that it should stage commit and push. So if we come back to GitHub and we refresh this, we should see our readme here as well as our gitignore file in here. So cool, let's see how we're doing on time. All right, we got through that pretty quickly. So let's actually jump into the project now and do some more setup stuff. What I'll call out here, whoops, looks like I went back here. What I will call out here is the fact that we will be committing and pushing our code at the end of every video, assuming I remember. So I will try my best to link this in the description so you can actually see what we wrote in real time as we write it out. So let's jump back to my first tab here, which is the Rick and Morty documentation. And let's talk about what we're going to need, what files we're going to need to actually build out the API calls. So you'll see here that at the top, under the introduction, there is a REST and a GraphQL variant for this API. We're going to be using REST, and we're not going to go into GraphQL. The TLDR is there are two different mechanisms for requesting data from a server. I encourage you to Google it if you're interested, but we'll stick with REST. The important thing that I want to draw your attention to is we have characters, locations, and episodes. And the way that this API works is we have this base URL here, which is https://rickandmortyapi.com/API. And let's say we want to go ahead and get all the characters from this service. If you click it, you'll see an example here, but essentially it's just changing the path here in our actual URL. So it adds an endpoint for character, such is the case for location as well, if I'm not mistaken. Such is also the case for episode. So one thing that we can go ahead and figure out is that we really only have one base URL, and what we really want to be changing whenever we make a request is the particular endpoint and perhaps some additional data. So for example, when we're going to want to eventually get the information for a single character, you'll see here that this is character, and there's some other ID that goes in front of it, presumably the character ID. So let's go ahead and create some files here in our project to model this. So we're going to keep things organized. We already have a API client here. So the first thing we're going to create is a file that will be called RM service. And this RM service, RM for Rick and Morty, will essentially be responsible for actually making API calls. Now, when we make an API call, instead of having to pass in the raw data, it'd be nice if we can define a native type to build out a request. So that brings us to the next file we'll create here, which will be a RMRequest. All right, looking pretty good. Now, what else will we need? So we're going to actually write some code today in both of these files. So what I'm going to create in here is going to be a final class, and this will be an RM service. And when we build out this application, I'm going to build this initially as a singleton, and then we're going to also briefly look at dependency injection once we kind of build this out and we want to clean up all of our code. So a singleton you can access from anywhere in the whole app, which makes your life easier in terms of development. So to do that, we're going to say static let shared. We're going to have a shared instance of this, and this is going to be an RM service. We're also going to privatize the initializer so everyone is forced to use this shared instance like so. Basically, we're going to have a single function on here from the top of my head that's going to say public func, and we're going to go ahead and execute a request. And what we want to go ahead and do here is also have some sort of callback, a completion handler, if you will, which will give us some data back. I haven't quite decided how I'm going to structure this, so for now, we're going to make it an escaping closure where we get no arguments back, returning void. Let's see why this is yelling at me here, because request needs a type. Now, we haven't created it yet, but we're going to have a RM request momentarily. So let's jump into this file, and we're going to create a final class called RM request. And this is going to represent a single request, right? So whatever request we send to this API, it should encapsulate all the data. Things along the lines of, what endpoint do we want? Do we have any additional path components for the URL, etc., etc.? So let's create one more file in here. And I'm going to go ahead and call this RM endpoint. And an endpoint, like we kind of saw in the documentation there, is basically the various paths we can go down to get data. So we have three. We have location, character, and episode. And let me just make sure that they are not, in fact, plural. So it looks like this is episode singular. We'll click on this one for location. This one is also singular. And I believe character should be singular as well. So it would be nice if we had a way to model these three endpoints instead of having to hardcode strings everywhere. So an enum is a really good candidate to handle this. We're going to say this is an RM endpoint. And we're going to have three cases in here. We're going to have the first one be character. We're going to have the next one be location. And the third one we're going to have is going to be episode. Now, we are going to want a way to represent this in a string when we build out our URL. So what we're going to say is that this has a raw value type of string. And for those of you that don't know, what that means is when we say rm_endpoint.character.rawValue, this will spit out a character as a string. I'm also going to prefix this with a frozen annotation. And in a later video, I'll go into what the heck this is and what it's doing. And that's enough in this particular file. So whenever we build a request, we're going to be using this in one way, shape, or form. So before we get further into the weeds of the actual API clients, what I wanted to do at the end of this video is I want to talk a little bit about documentation and how we're going to document things along the way. So I want this app to really be a really good open source example for folks that are interested in learning how to build apps and whatnot. So one really important thing to do is document all this stuff we write along the way. And it's pretty easy to do as you're building since you don't have the overhead to do it later on. So the best way to do this is when you define anything, you're going to hold on a Mac. Well, hopefully you're on a Mac because we are in Xcode. You're going to hold Command Option \, and this will automatically have Xcode pop in a autocomplete doc string for you. And we're going to try to do this for everything that we type so we have some documentation and we can always come back and improve it. So what is an RM service, right? Essentially, we're going to add some descriptions to all this stuff. I might run through it fast and not bore everybody, but I digress. Let's go ahead and just add some of these. So this will be our primary API service object to get Rick and Morty data. This guy here will be our shared singleton instance. This will be a privatized constructor. Here, we're going to want to eventually change this. So we're going to go ahead and say, send Rick and Morty API call. We're going to have a request instance, and this will be our callback with data or error. And let's jump into the next file. So here we're going to have a object that represents a single API call. We'll jump to the next one. Here we're going to have represents unique API endpoints. And I'll also do these cases. So endpoint to get character info. It's annoying to initially type out all the documentation, but I promise you, you'll thank yourself in the future, especially as you build your own stuff and you forget after a few months what the heck you built and how you built it. So it certainly does help. And unfortunately, I learned this lesson the hard way over the past several years. So definitely don't skip out on docs. So let's jump into the controllers here. And I'll only do the class here since these functions are kind of self-explanatory for now. So this will be controller to house tabs and root tab controllers. So here we have the character controller, controller to show and search for characters. Alrighty. And let me actually copy and paste this since it'll basically be the same for the other ones. And we'll say location, and here we'll say episodes, and then here we will say settings. So I'll change this here. This one is going to be for locations, and this one here is going to be for episodes. And then finally, this one here is going to be a controller to show various app options and settings. So let's go ahead and build. Command B, everything should be compiling hopefully, and that's where I'll probably pause this video. So just to recap, we went ahead and created a Git repo. We committed and staged and pushed our code from the last video. We set up some source files here by looking at what this API offers to us. And now, before we wrap it up, what we're going to do is we're going to run git status. We'll see that we have some new files here. We have some modified files. So I'm going to go ahead and do a git add dot, which will stage everything. I am going to add a commit, and this is going to be, let's see what the commit message should be. We'll say added doc strings and API related files. We'll want to push this like so. And everything is good to go. Let's come back here to our repo. Let me just refresh this and make sure that we do see a push, which we can see right here. So iOS Academy Dev pushed right here a commit, and this was done just now. And if I refresh this, it'll say in like a minute that it was pushed a minute ago. But I digress. So let's wrap up the video right there. So we've got us in a pretty good state, in a good spot. In the next video, what I'll start doing is we'll start building each of these out iteratively. So maybe we'll start by focusing on characters, and we'll build out the functionality. We're going to focus on keeping our views and everything nice and modular, so these view controllers don't become, huge multi-thousand line massive view controllers. So that is all I've got for you guys today. If you haven't dropped a like down below, make sure to do so before clicking away. Comment for the YouTube algorithm. If you're new here into iOS, hit that subscribe button to follow along. Share the video, share the series. Appreciate you guys watching. I will see you in the next one. Alright guys, welcome to part 3 of our Rick and Morty app series. We're going to pick up exactly where we left off. Before we jump into things, drop a like down below, throw a comment down there as well for the YouTube algorithm, and let's continue. So in the last video, we basically went ahead and set up some documentation strings. We also went ahead and talked about source control a little bit. In today's video, we're going to specifically focus on our models. And let me just take a note of the time so we can actually time box this video to something reasonable. So let's open up this models folder that we've previously created. And we have 3 files in here: a location, a character, and an episode. So for those of you not familiar, a model is basically a data type, an object that represents some data. It could be from an API, it could just be, some local object, it could be anything really. So what we really want to do here is fill out the data types for the location, character, and episode objects that we can get back from the API. So here on the API documentation, you'll see under each of these headings for the endpoints, we have something called a scheme. So we have character scheme, or schema, I should say, location schema, episode schema. We want to create an object that mimics this. So this is going to be a little tedious to do. So if you actually take a look inside of, well, let's take a step back. So if we click on character schema, we'll see here that it tells us each key. So every object has a bunch of properties, the type of that property, and then basically a description of like what the heck that thing is. So in this case, we have an ID, it'll be an integer, and it's the ID of the character. So we could copy and paste this into our code and manually, type all these in, but I'm going to show you guys how to cheat because we're engineers and we do things quickly and we're lazy. So if you come down here, we can see we have a request to get all characters, and it returns to us some JSON here. And if you're not familiar with JSON, it's basically this dictionary type structure which holds a bunch of information. And you'll see here that results is an array where each of these arrays has an object in it. So I'm going to assume that this represents a single character. So I'm going to copy that and let's see if it lets me paste. I think we were looking at characters. So I'm going to paste it right in here. And it looks like this is correct. If we double click that curly, it looks like it's good to go. And what I'm going to create here is a struct with the same name of the class, so RMCharacter. We're going to conform this to codable, which lets us decode data we get back from an API call to this object. So basically decode and deserialize JSON to this native object. And we want to have each of these things in here directly. So let's see how we can do this efficiently. So I'm going to show you guys a little trick here that we can use to cheat a little bit. And we're going to copy and paste this into here. And what you're going to go ahead and do is if you hold Option, you'll see you'll get this like cross looking thing. And you can do this thing where you can get multiple cursors. So I can click and drag. And we want each of these to be a let. So you can see that we can quick modify each of those pretty intelligently and pretty fast. Now we can also see that we want to do the same thing for here. So let's make this let. We're essentially just going to change each of these strings to a native thing. Looks like episode here is an array of strings. So I first want to go ahead and actually change this. So we're going to do a Command F and paste that, ignoring all these errors for a second. And let me go ahead and just get rid of this for the time being. I'll copy it. And we're going to replace the quotes with a colon with simply a colon. And we're going to hit all here. We'll paste in our JSON again. And we're essentially trying to quickly format all this good stuff. So this first thing up here will be an integer. Looks like this is a string. And we're going to copy and paste this over and over. This will be a string. This will be a string. And I'm kind of just guessing these as I go. And we're going to go back to the schema in a second and look at the types. So it's gender. And origin looks like an object because it's curly. So I'm going to ignore that for a second. Same thing for location. Image looks like a string, which is a URL in string format. So I'll grab that. This looks like an array of strings. So I'm going to guess that one as well. String, and this is a string as well that we are later on going to actually create as a date object. So what the heck is this? This looks like a character. I think I messed that one up. This one was a URL, so let's do that one again. So let me actually get rid of this starting quote. Do this one here as well. This will be a string. This will be a string. Get rid of those trailing commas. Let me also comment this out so it stops yelling at me about the random JSON I pasted in. And let's take care of these origin and location keys. So we're going to come to here. We'll look at the schema. And let me find them. So we've got type, gender. All right, origin is an object, and it's a name and link to the character's origin. So, okay, so it looks like we can call this an RM origin. So I'm going to call this an RM origin, and we're going to create a new file since that's a new data type in our models folder. So I'll create a new Swift file, RM origin. And I'll also say that you can stick all this stuff in one file if you want. It's just far cleaner to do it in separate files for not only readability, but organization as well as testability. So that's the only reason I'm creating multiple files here. So we'll go ahead and once again format this. So everything that I'm putting a let in front of is basically just a property, particularly a constant. So we'll just go ahead and do that. And once again, do the types. Let's jump back to character. And let's take a look at a location. So we should have a location here, if I can find it. So location, once again, is an object, the name and link to the character's last name, location. So we'll do RM origin. So this one was name and URL. And what we want, looks like this is yelling at me for some reason. Let's compile after I fix the location and make sure it's all okay. The location here, I'll copy this and make this an RM location. Once again, RM for Rick and Morty. And I'll create a new file here, Swift RM location. And why the heck is it yelling at me? It is yelling at me, because we already have a location. So let's call this RM single location. And the reason we're doing this is because we already have a RM location file, which represents the larger location object. Maybe we'll consolidate them if the types are similar. I have a feeling they will be different though. So there you guys have an example of if you do have colliding names of objects with similar naming conventions, just make the name a little more specific, right? So we know this is a single location with a name and a URL, so we can go ahead and do that. All right, cool. So we've got a couple models defined here. We have those errors that are gone. We have character here. Let's see. Is it going to yell at me? This is an RM single location. Go ahead and do Command B. And hopefully all of your errors go away. So cool, so that makes sense. Now let's go ahead and see if all of our types are appropriate. So we have int, string, 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 4 strings basically. So let's see if they're ordered. So we have an int and 4 strings. Let's see what gender is, presumably a string as well. So we have gender as a string, an object, another object, we just did those. Another string, this is an array of strings. Even though it's saying array of URLs, it's in string format, another string, and another string. One thing that I think would be nice to improve is if we go ahead and look at status, we can see the status of the character. It'll either be alive, dead, or unknown. So if you think about it, it is in fact a string, but we can actually represent this a little better, right? We can represent this as probably an enum. So this is for status, right? So let's go ahead and call this RM character status. And I'm going to create it down here. I'm going to delete all this since we're not really using it anymore. We're going to say struct RM, actually it's going to be an enum, RM character status. It's going to have a string raw value and be codable. And the types here are going to be alive, dead, and unknown, if I can spell that correctly. Now, it's important that you set the raw value to the string that actually gets returned by the API, because this is the string that it's going to match against to try and actually decode the response, the deserialization process. So if we go ahead and compile, you'll see that it's going to actually yell at me. And the reason it's yelling at me, well, it should yell at me, is this unknown here. We can actually go and put in backticks just in case. You can see the color here is different, and that's because unknown in some cases and versions of Swift can in fact be a keyword. So just to avoid any issues with that, you can certainly do that. And like I said earlier, we're going to be good citizens and organize all of our code. So I am going to go and create a new file for this, and it's going to be an RM character status. All right, looking pretty good. Let's come back here and let's see what else we can enumify, basically. So we have status. Can we do species? I guess not. It doesn't really tell us what the exhaustive options are. So type here, I guess it doesn't tell us either, but it does tell us gender. So we can certainly do an RM character gender. And I think that's the only one we can change further to a enum, if I'm looking at this correctly. So let's see how we're doing on time. So we're at about 10 minutes in. I guess we can knock through a couple more. So let's do this. We'll create a new file, and this is going to be a RM character gender. Once again, we're going to do enum. That is not how you spell enum. RM character gender. I will paste this on in. Once again, we want this to have a raw value of string. We want it to be codable so we can decode to it. And then we're going to create all of the cases here. So there are a total of 4. This will be genderless, and this last one will be unknown. And once again, we are going to add this. We can use multi-cursors again to be a little more efficient here. If I can get it to work, there we go. We can paste this on in, and we want to make sure that we match the strings so it can, in fact, decode appropriately. So genderless, and looks like unknown is lowercase, and that looks like it's good. Let me just check the other enum if I made the unknown lowercase. I in fact did, so we are looking good. And finally, we can replace the gender here to be a RM character gender. So let's compile. Looks like we're in good shape. Let me actually build and run, make sure our app is launching. Nothing weird is happening, no crashing. We're not really, doing much, so everything should be good. We should see our tabs at the bottom that we set up, I think, 2 videos ago. So bear with it here. While that runs, let's go ahead and quickly put together the other one. So we have RM location. I'm going to jump into the location schema here. Looks like it's a little smaller. We're going to do the exact same thing again. I will copy one of these. I'm going to create a RM location, and I'll call out that I'm using a struct here since it's a value type. You can certainly use a class as well. It's really up to you, but you'll just want to be cognizant of value types and reference types. And if you're not familiar with what that even means, just follow along and use a struct. Make your life easier. So we'll go ahead and fix this. I'm going to use multi-cursors again. So it looks like this thing here is actually going to be an array of strings. So I will do that from the get-go. And the rest of these actually look pretty simple. We should be able to do this pretty quick. So I'll make this a let. This will be an integer. And we do want to actually replace these. So let me get rid of this jazz down here. I'm going to go ahead and find and replace in this file with a colon. And I realize I'm going through this quickly, and that's because I don't want to bore you guys with something we just went into depth about for the character. We're doing the exact same thing again, but just for a different type. So that should be a location. Let's get rid of these commas. We don't need these. And if you compile, should be in good shape. Beautiful. And let's see the last one, and then we'll wrap this up. On a side note, if you guys heard the background noise, it's insanely windy out and raining, so excuse the annoying weather mood today. So that's what that is. So I'll go ahead into episode. I will copy all this, and let me make sure that is correct. We will paste this here. I'm going to create once more an RM episode, make it codable so we can decode to it. I will comment this good stuff out. Get rid of those curlies. Get rid of those curlies. By the way, if you highlight and hit Control-I, it'll fix all your indentation. That's what I did earlier as well that I forgot to call out. This will be an array of strings, and the rest of these I think are just strings. We are going to verify our schema so we don't run into weirdness later on. Let's go ahead and once again replace the quote and a colon with just a colon like that. Let's change all these trailing quotes with a let and a space. And let's do all of the types. So I'll change this here to a string. Let's change this guy to a string. I think that's a string. That looks like a string. String and string. Compile. Good to go. Let's verify these types. So we've got integer and everything else is a string with the exception of characters. But by looking at characters, it looks like it's an array of URLs in string format. And we also did location. So let me jump back here and just verify all of these. We've got ID, string, 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 array of string, string, string. So those are all of our model types. Now you might be wondering, well, why the heck did we even need to do all of this? Well, when we actually go and, via our RM service that we briefly wrote some code for in a previous video, and we say, go ahead and execute a request, our request may very well be, hey, give me a list of characters, right? So when we get a character back, we need a representation of it. And this here will be the representation of it. And very early on, I mentioned we might want to add some searching and filtration capabilities. So for example, let's say we have a list of characters and when we're now going to say, hey, give me all the alive characters or give me all the dead characters. So because we have these properties like character status on this model, we can go ahead and implement some logic in a view model perhaps to go and filter out an array or a collection of these characters. The other thing that I am going to do is, well, perhaps I'll do it on another video. Well, I was going to go into talking about hashable and using all of these in a dictionary, but I digress. I will jump into that in a later video. So hopefully that all made sense. We just put together all of our model types by looking at the schema here. Drop a like down below if you haven't done so already. Hit subscribe if you're new here and into iOS. Share the series, share the channel. Appreciate all y'all watching. I will see you in the next part. All right, fine people of YouTube. Welcome back to part 4, if I'm not mistaken, of the building a Rick and Morty app in iOS and Swift. In the last video, we set up the models for our project, i.e. all of these. One thing that I forgot to do, which I'm going to do right now, is stage and commit our work. So we're going to open up Terminal. We're going to cd into our project folder. We'll stage everything, and we are going to commit. And I'm going to go ahead and say add models. And we're going to also go ahead and push this. Now, before we jump into the meat of this video, make sure you drop a like down below, hit subscribe if you're new here, comment for that YouTube algorithm, and let's dive in. So what are we going to do today? So we are going to attempt, we'll see how long it takes, to set up our actual API, make some calls, and get some data back. So let's see how long this takes us. Maybe we'll split it into 2 videos. Let's start by jumping into our API request object, aka a RM request. So the way that we plan to do this is any call site that wants to make a request to the API should create one of these request objects, and via the request object we should just be able to pass it to the service and get basically our response back. So we could structure this in a variety of ways. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is as follows. So we are going to have this request object here, which we have already. If we think about it, what do we need to know on this request object? I'm just going to add some comments here. So we're going to want to know a base URL. We're going to want to know the endpoints that we're trying to reach. And let me actually copy one of these URLs here as an example. So this one here that I've got open, I'm going to jump into characters, and we're going to say maybe get a single character. And these are all get methods, if I'm not mistaken, which is the RESTful method type we're going to use. But let me just paste in this URL. So we can see here that we have our base URL, we have the endpoint, and in some cases we also have an additional path. So maybe we're going to have something called path components. And let's see what other API types exist. So there is an option to filter locations. And let's see, so it looks like we can go ahead and specify these parameters. And let's see, so if you want to know how to use queries, check here. So we're going to click into here, and it looks like this goes to character, and then we can also specify these get parameters. We say name is Rick, the status is alive, and this will specifically return to us the character that matches this filter. So these are basically what we call query parameters. So we're going to also have query parameters, and these are kind of going to be optional, right? So we might have them sometimes, and sometimes we might not. So let's go ahead and attempt to model this. Now there's one thing that we are actually missing, and what that is we need a way to tell our actual service when we get a response by executing the request. In the callback, in the completion handler, we're going to return a result, but what is the type of the object that we should actually return? So we're going to return an error if something fails and goes wrong, but in this case, I just stuck a string in here. How do we know what the type of this is going to be? And there is a variety of ways we can do this. We can use generics. We can use generics inside of this request object, or we can actually use the any keyword, which will drop type safety from this. So we're going to use generics. Now, I know it's a scary word and a lot of people get confused by them, so we're going to work through it together. But before we get ahead of ourselves, and by ourselves I mean myself, let's go ahead and actually build this out. So let's actually include all of this. So we already know what the base URL is. It's basically this thing here up until API. So we're going to create here a private struct called constants. And here I'm going to toss in a static let base URL. And if you can hear the background noise, it's just insanely windy outside, so ignore that. So we are also going to have a endpoint. Now, if you guys recall, we did create a RM endpoint enum, so that's pretty great. We can have the caller pass this in, so we can say the endpoint will be an RM endpoint. All right, pretty cool. So we can get rid of that. Path component is basically optional, and either we can go ahead and create this as a string, or we can actually define a collection of path components if we want to define them. So I'm going to actually define them, and we might have to read through the API to find all of them. So let's go ahead and do that. So we are going to, well, I digress actually. Instead of defining them, let's make our life easy. And I'm just going to make them an array of strings for now. And this way, if we have it, we can specify it. If not, we can always come back and clean it up. So there is our path, and then we have query parameters. And let's go ahead and say let query parameters, and I believe there's an object type called URL query item. And if we click into this from the standard library, we actually already have a name and a value. And this is very similar to what this is here. So name would be the name and the value would be Rick in this particular case. Now we have an error up here because we haven't specified a constructor for this class. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this comment, and let's create a constructor. So it'll be a public class, and actually the new Xcode 14 does a really good job of auto-completing everything for us here. So it'll go ahead and say endpoint. Looks like it actually missed some of them. Let's try that again. So we're going to say init, and it looks like it only is bringing in the endpoint here. So we'll stick in the other ones manually. So we do want to also bring in path components. And as you recall, I mentioned that these can in fact be just empty. So instead of making it nullable, I'll just default it to a empty array. Similar with query parameters here, we may or may not have them on the URL, so I will go ahead and do that here. And just like we have done for the endpoint, I'm going to assign the path components and the query items. So cool. So now that we've got this stuff inside of here, it'd be probably pretty nice if we can actually construct a API URL. In other words, like a fully qualified URL given all this information that we have. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is create a computed property for that, right? But I'm also going to privatize all this because we don't want to expose this to the outside world. Rather, what we want to do is via a public computed property, we're going to go ahead and create and return a optional URL. The reason it's going to be optional is because the URL constructor is indeed failable. So we do want to account for that. I'm going to publicize these. I'm going to start adding some comments here as well to keep our code nice and documented. So what we're going to do here is we are going to construct a string. And what I'll do here is say private var URL string. And inside of here, we're going to put together all the pieces and make the string. So we know that our string here will start off as the base URL. And after we've got the base URL, what we want to do is we're going to say string, go ahead and append a slash. What we're going to do after that is append the endpoint.raw value. So at this point, we have our raw value. We then want to return the string at the bottom here, and we want to take care of the path component and query parameters. But we do want to check if they are not empty. So if this isn't empty, we can go ahead and say so first of all, if they're not empty, to the end of the particular URL, the endpoint that we have thus far, we do want to add a slash. And then what we want to go ahead and do is say or we can actually just do path components dot for each. And in here, we're going to do the same thing more or less. We're going to say plus equals slash and then $0, which will represent the particular path component. And actually, we can drop this. So if our path component has, let's say, like 20 elements inside of it, it'll loop over all of them. It'll put a trailing slash, and that way we'll have a appropriately set up URL. Now, similarly, we can copy and paste this and say if we have query parameters, we are going to loop over them as well. And what we can go ahead and actually do is slightly different. So we want to say string plus equals. We're going to put a question mark here. Now, each of these query parameters actually has a value and a name. So what we want to look for here is, let's say we have a name equals value, then an and%, then name equals value, and then and over and over. So we want to do this in an intelligent way. So what we can actually do is first create a argument string. And what we're going to do here is we're going to say take these query parameters and compact map them. And compact map is going to basically change them. And what I want to go for here is I want to return a string where we have the $0s.name. So the $0 represents the current element in the iteration, and equals $0.value. And what I want to do is I want to say go ahead and join all of these. We want to join it with a delimiter or a separator here. And the separator I want to join them with is the and symbol. So now that we have this here, we can go ahead and say, let's see, make sure we don't have any issues here. It looks like string interpolation produces an error because it looks like the value here is an optional type. So we're going to want to unwrap it. So what I'll go ahead and do is unwrap it right up here. So I'm going to say guard let value equals $0.value. And now if we don't have a value, we're just going to skip it and return nil in the iteration. That way our error here should go away. And now that we've got this argument string, let's go ahead and actually append this to the end of our string, just like that, plus equals, and then we'll return the string. So hopefully not too complex here. Let me add a docstring comment. So we'll say this is the constructed URL for the API request in string format. Now to actually create a URL from this, we're going to go ahead and say return URL with the string type of URL string. So hopefully that wasn't too confusing. I definitely think we're going to want to split up this video since that took way longer than what I anticipated. Let's actually go ahead and test this out. The way I'm going to test this out is as follows. We're going to jump into one of our view controllers, particularly the character view controller, and let's actually create a request in here. So I'll say a request will be in RMRequest, and let's actually fill in all of this stuff. So what we want here is an endpoint of characters, and what I'll print out is the request.url. And let's go ahead and give this a build and run in our simulator, which I've got opened up here. And we should see a URL printed out. It is going to yell at me because it is optional. So we do get a appropriate URL. Let me throw this into my browser, make sure there is some JSON there. All right, beautiful. It actually is. Let's try to construct another URL. So what I want to do is maybe I want to include some path components. Maybe I want to stick a 1 at the end. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a run, and we'll come here and take a look. What we get printed out, we do in fact get a 1 at the end. So I will take this and toss it here. And looks like that also works. And let's try finally those query arguments, those query parameters. We have this example here already, so I'm just going to steal this from here. We're going to say for the path components, we don't really care, but we are going to specify some query parameters, which is a URL query item. Once again, with a name and value. So name here, in this case, will be name. Value will be Rick. And then again, this is an array. So we are going to say URL query item, where the name here is going to be, let me see what it was, status. And the value is alive. Make sure that's correct. And let's go ahead and give this a run. Make sure the spit out URL is appropriate. So I'm going to go ahead and take this. It looks correct to me. Let me take this and let me stick it in my browser, and we should get some JSON back, which in fact we do, which is awesome. So now that we've got all this working, let's see where I want to pause this video. So now we definitely have a way to create a request. Let's talk briefly about generics and how we can actually leverage them. So when we create a request, we're going to want to pass it to this RM service, and that part's pretty simple. We're going to pass in an RM request. But what we also want to do is we want to have an appropriate type returned to us here. We want the caller to be able to specify, hey, I want a list all characters response or some other model type, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to leverage a generic, which will be called T, where T is codable. In other words, whatever T is, it conforms to the codable protocol. And what I will go ahead and do here is we want to be able to specify T. So we're going to say, so let's see why this is yelling at me. So it's saying generic parameter T is not used in function. Yep, because we need to use it. So we're going to say, go ahead and execute this request. We want to be expecting a particular type. So we're going to say expecting type T.type. And the completion is going to return T to us, whatever the T is. In this case, it'll be, whatever type you specify, as the case for the success variant of the parameter. So let me go ahead and put a comma there. It looks like I line broke this at the incorrect spot, so let me fix that as well. And let's see why this is yelling at me. It looks like 1 and a comma. If we compile, everything's looking good. So what do we even do here? And let me actually fix this here to include the additional parameter. So this will be the type of object we expect to get back. So if I jump into my view controller, I want to showcase an example of this, right? So if I jump into the character view controller and we have said, let's see, where did I stick that request? Looks like I deleted it. Yes, in fact, I did delete it. So if I come back into here and I actually say RM service.shared, since it is a singleton, I want to execute this request. I expect to get back a string from this. And if we look at the completion handler, it'll actually tell us in the result case. So let's go ahead and say result, switch, results. And let's say in the success case, if you look at this, it knows that we're getting a string back. Now, if I go ahead and tweak this and say I expect to get perhaps a RM character back, one of the models we added, if you take a look now at the success case, if you look at the autocomplete, now it knows in the successful API case, we are going to get a character back. So that's the power in a very brief explanation of a generic. Now, I don't want to go too far and deep into the concept of generics since they can, in fact, get quite complex. But this is the bare bones of how we are going to get a different model back in the success case of an API call. Now, before we wrap up this video, one thing that I do want to talk about is when we create this request, this is not the actual request that we're going to send over the network, right? This is our own custom object. We are going to want to translate this to a URL request, right? A network request. We do have all the components here that we need for that request, which is basically our URL. If we want to pass some data, we can do that as well. One thing I'll include in here is a HTTP method. So what I am going to do here is add another public, what I'll call constant, I guess, instead of a computed property. I'll go ahead and say public let HTTP method. And if I'm not mistaken, all the HTTP methods for the Rick and Morty API are all GET requests. We're just getting some data. We're not deleting or posting or updating anything. So I will include that there. And two last things we're going to do before I wrap up this video. We're going to add some documentation as well as commit and push this. So I'll go ahead and say these are the API constants. And then if we come here, this is the desired endpoint. Here we're going to go ahead and say optional. Well, I'm not going to use the word optional because it's not nullable. So let's go ahead and say these are path components for API, if any. Similar here, these are query arguments for API, if any. And again, I don't want to use the optional terminology here because this is an actual optional, which makes this nullable. This isn't in fact nullable, but it is indeed a kind of figuratively an optional argument, right? We can specify an empty collection, which will yield us the same results. And then finally, we're going to have a few more. We're going to have the computed and constructed API URL. Here we'll have the desired HTTP method. And right now it's hard-coded to get. If we ever wanted to pass it in, we're in good shape to do that. Finally, we'll have construct request. This will be the target endpoint. This here will be the collection of path components. And then this one here will be a collection of query parameters. Now, one optimization we're going to actually make here is instead of having a collection of strings, because we don't want the user to specify the same path component over and over, as far as I'm aware at the moment, we're going to actually make this a set of strings. That way, each string does in fact need to be unique, and we're not going to run into any issues of, specifying the same exact path component over and over. Now, if we do come across a case where it is something along the lines of, character/1/info/1, in that case, we have two repeating path components. We'll adjust this as needed. So that's basically, I think, where we should wrap up this video. Let's go ahead and jump into terminal. I'm once again going to cd into my project folder here, and I'll go ahead and stage this. I'm going to commit and say create API request, and I will go ahead and say git push, and that will wrap up hopefully this particular video. And it is insanely windy out, and it continues to be super annoying while I record this video. Let me go ahead and see if I staged it. Looks like I had a typo somewhere in here, so we're going to say git add. Let me go ahead and spell add correctly, commit and push. Looks like my commit had a typo as well. Fix that as well. Bear with me here while the wind continues to distract me. And we'll go ahead and push, and we'll wrap it up. In the next video, we'll take a look at the service actually sending a request. We'll see how far we get. But thanks again for watching. If you stuck around through all the windy noisiness, I will see you in the next one. Alright guys, welcome back to the next part in our Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we went ahead and created our RMRequest object, which basically models a API request to the Rick and Morty API. So now that we've got that situated, we also went to the service and we talked very briefly about adding this expecting type thing here, which is a generic. We're going to actually now, in this video, attempt to get this request service thing working so we can actually start making API calls. So before jumping into things, drop a like down below, hit subscribe, you guys know the drill, and let's continue building. So the first thing that I'm going to go ahead and actually do here is we want to translate this request to a URL request. So let's actually create a function down here, and we're going to have some private utilities in here. So I'm going to add a mark here for private, and we're going to go ahead and say request from request. And what this is going to go ahead and do is take in a RM request and return to us a URL request. So it's pretty simple to create a URL request. We'll just go ahead and say, let's make this an RM request like so. We're going to go ahead and create a URL request, and you can create this with a URL. So we already know we can grab a URL off of here. So what I'll go ahead and do is I will say guard let URL is rmrequest.url. And if we don't have it for some reason, we're going to return nil, and we're going to make this function nullable like so. And now that we've got a URL, we can actually create this URL request, and we are going to want to return that request. Now in the middle here, we are going to want to go ahead and do a couple of things. And what those things are is say request dot the HTTP method will be RMRequest .http method. And actually that's the only thing we need to do. We actually did quite a bit of work inside the RM request itself, which allows us to circumvent some of that work. So if you recall, what we did in here is we already took care of the logic of adding URL query items, path components, and all of that good stuff that we want to do in here. So that all being said, one thing that I did forget to mention in the last video is let's actually convert this set back to an array, because we do want path components to be ordered. So we could optionally use a NS ordered set, but instead of getting kind of complex into all that jazz, what I'm going to do is just stick with using a array and not over optimizing as we get started with our application here. So now that we can actually translate a RM request from a, create a URL request from a RM request, we can actually start working with it now. So here we're going to say request. We're going to say URL request will be a self.request from request. Now this is going to give us a optional back, because that's what we actually specified this function to do. So we're going to say guard let URL request. Otherwise, we're going to return, and we want to make sure we handle this. So in this case, if we failed to create a URL request, we're going to pass back a failure, and we want perhaps some custom errors in here. And the way we can do that is by saying we have an enum in here, which is a RM service error, and it's going to extend error. We're going to have a couple cases in here. So we'll go ahead and say case. This error will actually go ahead and be failed to create request. And what we can actually do in here is pass this back. So we'll say failed to create request like that. Now, once we do have a request, we actually want to send it off. So we're going to create a task, and this will be off of URL session shared. And we're going to say data task with a particular request and a completion handler. So request we can pass on in and make sure this is URL request. And in our callback, we'll have data, a response, and a error. And actually, we don't really care about this response. So what we're going to do instead is say data underscore and a error like so. First and foremost, we're going to make sure that we have some data. So if we have data and our error is in fact nil, we can continue. Otherwise, we want to pass back, once again, a failure with an appropriate error. So we may or may not have an error here. So what we're going to go ahead and pass back is one of two things. So we're going to say failed to get data, which will be the new error type here. And we'll go ahead and say here rm service error.fail to get data. And we're only going to use this if the error that we have in the callback is in fact nil. So pass back the error that the URL session gave us, and if it's nil, pass this guy back. And we also forgot the else keyword there, so don't forget to toss that in as well. We have a warning that's telling us that, hey, we need to actually use this data thing. So the next thing we want to actually do in here is decode the response to a particular either object, a model, or just raw JSON. So we're going to start by decoding it to JSON just so we can print it in our console down here and actually see what we're getting back from the API. So the way I'm going to go ahead and do that is I'm going to say let JSON is try JSON serialization and try to go ahead and get a JSON object with this data, and we're going to pass in some options. We're going to say go ahead and let's see what options we have in here. So we're going to say fragments allowed, and actually we can actually omit options altogether, and I believe we should be good to go. And I want to say print string describing the JSON. If an error is thrown somewhere in here, hence the try keyword, we're going to catch it in here, and we are actually going to just bubble it up via the completion handler like so. And we're not going to call the success case here quite yet because we do actually need to decode this to the type that the caller is expecting that we pass in here. Right now, we're just decoding it to a string dictionary representation and just printing it out here so we can actually see a response. So now that we've got all of this good to go, don't forget to say task.resume, which actually kicks off this, this task here for our URL session. So let's jump into the character view controller and give this a go and see if it works. So we do have a request here already. We're going to omit this query parameter. Actually, we'll actually leave this here because I do recall we grabbed this directly from the API and it does work. So here we do want to say expecting something. I'm just going to leave that as is. And inside of the callback, I'm going to switch on the result we get. And if we get the success, I will ignore this and just break. And if we get a failure, I am going to print out a string describing that failure. The reason I'm breaking in the success case is because we really just care about seeing the print statement in the console down here. So that was a lot of talking. So let me pause this app that we've got running and just build and run it again. And we should see some JSON down here, which in fact we do. We get a whole lot of JSON down here. And this is particularly for this request here, it appears, where we pass in characters and we want to get a particular character back. And it looks like we get this whole monstrosity here. And it looks like we actually get a few different results. So I'm not going to go into the results themselves, but I am going to start cleaning up our API so we can, in fact, decode and deserialize the proper object. So let's jump back into our view controller, and I am going to delete the code here. So let's get rid of all this stuff, and we're going to jump to our service again. Now, instead of just serializing or decoding to a standard JSON object, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we will delete this. We're going to say try JSON decoder and decode a particular type. And this is going to be the type that we are expecting. So we have a type here. So we should be able to say type.self from the data. So essentially decode whatever the parameterized type was with the given input data. And once we have that, we can actually say completion success. And I'm going to go ahead and call this result. And we'll pass that result back. So it is up to the caller to pass back an appropriate model to which the response of an API request can actually be decoded. So let's go ahead and do one example so we can actually make sure that this whole thing is working. And the example that I am going to work with is basically getting a list of characters. So cool. So this is the API that we want to go ahead and hit, where basically we just have character as the endpoint. And one cool thing that I want to run by everyone is this notion of convenience, convenient creation of objects. So we would need to create this RMRequest and pass things in directly, but we can actually do something kind of cool. So in this RMRequest at the bottom here, I'm going to use extension here to go ahead and create some requests that we can use more simply in our code. So we're going to say static let, let's see, list characters, which will be a type of request. So list characters request, I guess is what I'll call it. And this will be an RMRequest where the endpoint is simply characters. And the beauty of this is that it improves readability. If we jump into our view controller, we can go ahead and say RM service shared execute this request, and we expect some type back. I'm just going to say string.self for the time being, and we have our callback here with our results. Once again, we're going to switch on the result, and actually Xcode gives you this nice autocomplete here. This will be whatever model we get back, and this will be our failure. I'm going to actually change it to an error, and we'll just print this out, and respectively, we'll print out the model here. So cool. So now that we've got this actually working and our code written out here, just ignore that it's yelling at me because I forgot to wrap this in a print. Like, so let me do that for this here. What we want to do is create a model that matches the response that we expect from here. So similar to what we did with our particular characters, I'm going to go ahead and simply copy and paste this whole thing, and we're going to create a model that will represent what this is. And not to worry, it looks kind of big, but we're going to be able to do it very quickly, and I'll show you in a moment why that is. So before I create a new file, we do have a few models going on now in the model folder. So let's start organizing this a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and create a folder and toss these all in there. So new group with folder, rather from selection, I should say. And these are going to be our types. So we'll call this data types. And we are going to create a new folder in here as well. And here we're going to say response types. I'll call this API response types to be more specific. And let's go ahead and create a new Swift file in here. And this is going to be get characters response. And again, we're going to prefix it RM. The reason I named it that is because this basically just says, you know, get all characters. Maybe I'll just call it get all characters response. So let's say get all characters response.swift, create it. And let's create a struct with the same name. Struct, can I autocomplete with it? Let's see if I can. Struct rm get all characters response. It'll be codable, and we want to toss in basically a structure that matches this. So let me go ahead and let's see what this looks like. So off the bat, we have this info thing here. So we're going to want info in here. It's going to be a object, which I'll go ahead and call a rm get all characters response info, like so. The other thing you can do is actually you can stick a struct directly in here as well. So we could actually say info is just info. It's a little subjective how you want to go ahead and design it. But I will go ahead and make sure that this is also codable. And let's put the stuff that we see down here on there. So this has things like count, which is an integer. This has pages. It also has a next URL, and this is for unlimited scrolling, aka pagination, which we'll talk about in a later video. And this also has a previous, so it has prev. And both of these are indeed nullable, is my guess, because eventually once we get to page 32, meaning we get to the last page of results, we're not going to have a next URL. So I'll briefly describe here. So the notion of paging is that the API will give us only 20 results back at a time. We can't get all, several hundred results. And by doing so, we can, load in more data as the user scrolls down in the app. So you can imagine if we have characters here and you start scrolling down, we want to start loading 20 more when they get to the bottom and then show them. And over, you can go ahead and play with it as you will. Once you get to the bottom, there's nothing more to load. So cool. So info is info. Now the other thing we have here is results. So if you look at results, it's an array, and I know that by the square bracket, and these things in here look awfully familiar. And the reason they look familiar is because this is nothing more than what we already created, which is a RM character. And that's actually all we need to do, unless I made a mistake somewhere here. So let's actually delete this and see if we can get this back. So we created this by looking at the response here in the API. We already have a convenience for the request. And let's kick this off. This is what we expect to get from a get all characters API call. So we'll jump into here. We're going to say we expect to get this type back. And down here, we should get the model, which represents the response that we see on the JSON in the browser. So I'll give it a build and run. and we get a huge dumped object here, which is awesome. We definitely do have our response here. We can see the info here, and here is a collection of results. So let's print out something a little more reasonable. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, let's print out a few things. We're gonna print out, let's print out the total, which will be model dot, and it has a info, and then on this info has a count. Let's also print out the results. So page result count will be model.results.count. And we'll go ahead and give this a run, and it's yelling at me because this thing here is an integer, so I will convert it to a string. Similarly, this thing here is also an integer, and we'll convert it to a string before we actually go ahead and give it a run. So we get 826 characters back, and we get 20 results in this result collection, meaning if you do a little quick math there, that's roughly 42 pages if I'm not mistaken. And actually, I even think it tells you how many pages it has. So there is, on the info, there is pages. So if I go ahead and give this a run, if my math was correct, we have 42 pages of results, meaning if we start scrolling down, we should see 42 different spinners at the bottom. Admittedly, we're going to build it so it loads things in quickly, but I digress. We're going to tackle unlimited scroll as well, because this is not 2010 and we don't want to have the user tap a load more button. So I will leave the video there. So congrats to you. You're finally loading data from this API. And of course, we're on our view controller at the moment, and we don't really want to do that. What we want to do is we want to move a lot of this logic to a view model and actually build a view, because our app is a little plain at the moment. And we're going to make sure that everything looks really nice in both light mode and dark mode. If you're not familiar, you can hit Command-Shift-A in the simulator and see light mode and dark mode. I actually prefer building in dark mode myself, but I digress. So drop a like down below if you haven't done so already. Hit subscribe if you're new here and into iOS. Leave a comment if you have any questions or ran into any trouble, or for the YouTube algorithm. Share the video, share the series. Appreciate y'all watching. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, folks. We are going to continue right where we left off in the last video. No idea what video number this is, but in this particular part, we are going to focus on actually building out the view to display a list of characters. So before we jump into things, drop a like down below, hit subscribe if you're new here, comment for that algorithm, and let's dive right in. So at the end of the last video, we were able to actually make an API call and get some results out in our character view controller. What I'm going to want to go ahead and do now is start thinking a little bit about what this view is going to look like, maybe start creating some view models, etc., etc. So that being said, let's actually talk through it, because I haven't scripted or planned any of these videos. So I probably want to see a nice spinner here as the request is in flight to start fetching the actual characters. And once we have actually gotten the characters back, what I want to go ahead and do is show perhaps a list I can scroll, or maybe a grid of characters. Instead of using a list, I think it'd be kind of cool if we had more prominent images. So I want something like a grid. So when dealing with having something like a grid, what we want essentially is a UI collection view. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is take this code we previously wrote to fetch a character, and we're going to move it, or a list of characters, I should say. We're going to move it into another object. Now, that other object is going to be a view model. So a view model essentially is the binding between a view, our controller, as well as any business logic between the view and the model. So let's open up this view model folder, and I'm going to create a new file in here. And we're going to go ahead and call this, we don't want to create a UI view. We want to create just a Swift file. So let me try that again. We're going to create a new file here, and this is going to be a character list view model. And notice the word view is duplicated. That is in fact intentional. So character list view model. Let's go ahead and create it. This is going to be a struct. So we're going to say character list view ViewModel, like so, and we can go ahead and create maybe a function in here that is something along the lines of fetch characters, and we can paste whatever we had in our controller directly in here. Now, the reason we're doing this is we want our controller to be as minimal as possible, and essentially, I'm going to do my best to create every view, create every view model, and all these objects with single responsibility separately, such that we can actually keep this nice and nimble in terms of our controller sizes. Now, like I mentioned, we want to have a spinner, and then we want to show a collection view. So doing that, we could do it directly inside of the controller, but it might get a little messy. So rather, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to create a dedicated view, which I'm going to call a character list view, which is why I prefixed it for our view model. And we're going to toss it into the views folder. So this is going to be a Cocoa Touch class. We're going to subclass from UI view, and this is going to be a character list view. And right off the bat, I'm going to finalize this class, meaning no one can subclass it. We'll get rid of all this junky template code, and I am going to add some comments on here. I'm going to say view that handles showing list of characters, loader, and I'll just do etc. for whatever else we end up tossing in here. So let's go ahead and actually override the initializer here. And in here, all I'm going to do is two things. So number one, we are going to say translates auto-resizing masks into constraints is false. We're going to want to also override the required NSCoder initializer and simply say unsupported in here. And I'm also going to change the background color of this to, I don't know, some random color. I'll stick with system blue, just so we have something. The next thing we're going to do is actually add this view in our character view controller. And the way we do that is by saying private let, and we'll call this a character list view, will be our character list view, like so. We are going to go ahead and say add this as a subview, and we want to actually have the instance of it, so make sure you copy and paste correctly. And for this guy, we can actually say character list view, we want to set up some constraints so we can actually see this view. So if you're not familiar with constraints, we're essentially going to say pin the view to the top of this controller, the left, the right, and the bottom. And this is going to help us make sure this looks really nice on all different phone sizes or even iPads, and we'll get into the iPad bit after several more videos. So we'll say top anchor is a constraint equal to view, safe area layout guide, not insets, safe area layout guide, top anchor. I'm going to copy and paste this a total of 4 times, and we're just going to adjust this to left, right, and bottom, and respectively, don't forget to change it over here. Now, if I go ahead and just do build and run, we should see a red screen here, or blue, I guess, which is what I made it. Now, the reason it's blue is because we have taken this view and we have actually tossed it and pinned it. So if I actually rotate this, you'll see everything still looks pretty nice. Nothing is cutting off, even though the title bar up here, the navigation bar, has adjusted. Now, this view is going to actually have all of our UI logic, right? Showing the spinner, it's going to hold on to an instance of our view model. This controller is going to serve very little purpose here. So let's go ahead and jump into this view, and let's start talking about what we'll actually need in here. So we are going to want our view model. So I'm going to go ahead and say private let view model will basically be the view model object we created earlier. So we'll just instantiate it like that. And one thing I'll also call out is you'll notice that I'm privatizing things as we go along. So a good rule of thumb is if you don't need it to be public, just make it private. So a lot of people will just make it internal, which is basically not having anything, but you're way better off just properly using the appropriate access control right out the gates. So let me actually get rid of the background color on here. And we're going to talk about what elements we need. So we are going to want a collection view, and we are going to want a spinner. So let's take a jab at the spinner first and foremost. So this is going to be a UI activity indicator view. We're going to create it with this block pattern, which we'll use very often in our project. It's called an anonymous closure. And I'm going to go ahead and create it like so. And the style we're going to go ahead and use is large. I'm simply going to return it, and the only thing we want to do on here is well, there's two things I should say. There is going to be hides when stopped, we'll say is true. And we are also going to say translates auto resizing mask into constraints, which we'll want on any view we want to use with auto layout. Now we do want to add this as a subview, so I'm going to go ahead and say add subview, and we actually don't need view because we are already in a view. And we're going to add a separate function here, which is going to say add constraints. And what we're going to do is add all of our constraints in here. So we'll say ns layout constraint. We're going to activate some constraints, and we'll go ahead and add a couple of constraints. Particularly, I want this to be 100 points wide and 100 points tall. And then we just want this to be centered in our view. So I'll go ahead and say center x anchor will be constraint equal to center x anchor of its parent, which is the current view. And then we'll do the same thing for the y anchor. And finally, we want to make sure we don't forget to call this function. We'll call it at the bottom of our initializer. And then I will also go ahead and say for the spinner, we're going to say start spinning. I think that's a function on here. There we go. Start animating is what I'm looking for, actually. So let's go ahead and give this a build-in run, and we expect to see a spinner in the middle of our screen, which in fact we do, which is awesome. So now that we actually do have our view set up here, in terms of our spinner, we want to actually kick off the request to go and get our data, which is our first set of characters. Now, if you recall, in this view model, we tossed in this function fetch characters. So I can simply go ahead and say here, view model, fetch characters. Now, once we have characters back, we expect to have the view, A, get rid of the spinner, and B, show some sort of grid of characters. So we first need to create a couple things here. We need to create the grid. We need to create a way to notify the view that, hey, something has changed here. We've got some data. And let me actually do that iteratively. So the first thing we'll create here is a collection view. Now, collection view helps you model a grid of views. It could be a equal sized grid where each box in the grid is an equal size. You can play with the layout, but we're going to try to keep things a little simple. So we're going to create a layout here, which will be a UI collection view flow layout is what I'm looking for. We are going to create and return a collection view here. So we'll say let collection view is going to be a UI collection view. And we'll create it with a frame of 0, a collection view layout of layout. And similar to the spinner up above, we're going to say translates auto resizing masks into constraints is false. And collection views are special. We want to register the particular cell that we want to show for each of the grid basically nodes, right? For each box, what do we want to show? For now, we're just going to register the base cell, and we're going to talk about custom cells in another video since it gets kind of long, and we'll give it an identifier of cell lowercase. So now that we've got this good to go, the other thing we want to do is we want this to be hidden by default since we're fetching data, and there's no reason to show some weird view if we're showing the spinner. Once the spinner goes away and we have some data, then and only then do we want to make this visible. Now, I'm also going to want to animate this in nicely, so I'm going to go ahead and set it to alpha to 0, which is its opacity. So let's go ahead and actually add this as a subview. So I'm going to first add the collection view and then the spinner, and I'll talk about why I'm doing that. Now, one thing you'll notice here is that this add subview takes a singular element, but I want a custom function which is add subviews, because it's kind of annoying to have to do add subview each time. So that brings us into an extensions file that I'm going to go ahead and create under resources. And inside of here, we're going to be able to extend the functionality of some of the base classes that Apple offers. So we're going to import UIKit, and we are going to write an extension on UI view. And this is going to be add sub views. And this is going to take either a collection of views, or in our case, we're going to use something called variadic parameters, where you can do UI view ... And we can simply say views for each. We just want to say self add sub view singular $0. And we actually don't even need self there. So now if we jump back to our view that we've created, you'll see that this is now a valid function. So if I try to build by doing Command B, it should say build succeeded. So let me go ahead and build and run and make sure nothing's crashing, nothing weird's going on, which is great. Nothing is. We see our spinner. And let's go ahead and start talking more about this collection view. Now, one thing we haven't done is we haven't actually set up its constraints. So let's go ahead and do so. It's actually going to have quite similar constraints to what we did in the character view controller with the character list view. So I'm going to be a little lazy and copy and paste it, and we'll adjust it. So cool. So we're going to put that there. We're going to change each of these to be the collection view, like so. And we want to pin this basically to the top left and bottom of the screen. So we don't actually need the safe area layout guide thing. We can get rid of that. We just want the collection view to be pinned to each side of its container, which is basically the entire screen. So once you do that, you should be in good shape. If you build, everything should look great. If you run, you're not going to see anything because it is in fact hidden. So the next thing we want to do is a collection view can take a delegate and a data source. The data source is kind of self-explanatory. It's how you provide data to your particular view, which is a collection view. The delegate is to handle events with the view. So in this case, tapping on a cell. So if we have a list of characters, when we tap on a character, we want to open up another screen to actually go and see details about said character. So what I want to do in this video is let's at least get our data source working so we can actually kind of understand what's going on here. So let's make sure we stay reasonable about function size. Let's create a new function and we're going to say set up collection view, and we're going to do this down here. We're going to say private func setup collection view. And we can go ahead and actually say here that the collection view is going to have a delegate, and the collection view is also going to have a data source. Now we can specify self here, or we can have our view model conform to these protocols and actually specify that, hey, I'll be the data source as well as the delegate for the particular collection view. So I'm going to come into here, and we are going to extend UI collection view data source. Let's try compiling and see what happens. Well, first and foremost, it can't find the type. It's because we need to import UIKit. The second thing is if we try to conform again, it says non-class type character view ViewModel can't conform. Okay, so it needs to be a class. So let's make a class, but it's still yelling at us. And the reason it's yelling at us is because it expects this class to inherit from NSObject. Okay, so we've gone ahead and done that, and it's still yelling at us because we don't actually conform to the protocol. So let me go ahead and conform to that protocol down here. I'm going to actually do it in an extension to keep our code nice and clean. Now, I will call out that it is a little subjective on design patterns if you should have the view model be the data source, if it should be the controller, who's responsible for actually supplying the data to the view. Could be the view model, could be the controller. In our app here, we are going to, in fact, be the view model. So we're going to say this extends the data source protocol, and we're going to implement the bare number of functions for now. We'll just return maybe, 20 to mimic what the API gives us. And we are also going to go ahead and say cell for item at index path. And this is where you need to dequeue and return a single cell. Now I do realize I'm glossing over a lot of details here just to get something in this video to show up, and then we're going to make sure we dive deeper along the way. So we're going to say collection view, dequeue a reusable cell with the identifier we registered for an index path. I'm also going to go ahead and say that we want to return the cell. And for now, let's just set a background color on it of perhaps system green. If you compile, shouldn't have any issues. Let's come back to our view, and pro tip, if you have a trackpad, you can two-swinger swipe back to the previous file. And here we can see the data source is our view model. And it won't actually complain because we do actually conform to that particular, the particular data source protocol that is needed. So we'll also come down here, and after perhaps a delay, we're just going to simulate And don't worry about this particular code. After a delay, we're going to say, go ahead and get rid of the spinner and show the collection view. So we're going to say maybe after 2 seconds, now plus 2 seconds, we're going to do a couple things. We're going to say spinner dot stop animating, which should automatically hide it as well. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to say self.collectionView.isHidden is false, and self.collectionView alpha is going to be 1. But we want to animate this in. We want it to be nicely fading in. So we're going to say UI view animate with duration is what I'm looking for here. And maybe we'll say 0.4. We don't really want to delay on here. And then our animation is going to be set the alpha, aka opacity, to 1. So let me go ahead and give this a build and run, and let's see what the heck this looks like. So there's our spinner. It goes away, and beautifully like so, our collection view loads in. Now, the last thing that I want to briefly touch on is the cells here are totally inappropriately sized. If we do this, right, the size of the characters will be super small. We probably only want 2 columns here. So how on earth do we fix that? So what we want to do is 2 things. I'm going to go ahead and assign the delegate to the view model for the collection view. We are also going to conform to that here. We're going to say UI collection view delegate. And I'm also going to go ahead and say UI collection view flow layout delegate, or delegate flow layout is what I should say. Now, by doing so, we get access to another function, which is, I believe, called size for item at index path. And we can actually specify a size. Now, there's a couple ways you can go about doing this. I'm going to do one kind of tricky or clever way is what I should call it. We want to specify a width and a height for this particular cell. And instead of using constants, because the width of every iPhone and iPad is different, we're going to get the size of the entire device. And the way we do that is by saying we want the bounds of the current screen, main, and we want the bounds of it. And what we can now do is we can perhaps say that we'll have a 10-point margin on the left and the right, and maybe 10 in the middle as well. So we can go ahead and say, take the bounds and subtract 30, and then divide that whole thing by 2. And we know that this should be the width, right? So we'll go ahead and actually call this width. Now we want this to be a card where the height is maybe width, and we're going to multiply this by, let's do 1.5, and let's see what that looks like. And we shouldn't have a problem here. Let's see what the problem is. This is saying can't convert this because we want bounds.width is what I'm looking for. And if we go ahead and give this a run, you'll now see that the cells should be way more appropriately sized. And we actually scroll up and down, things are looking good. The only thing that kind of looks strange right now is we don't really have margin on the left and right. We're actually flush up against the edges of the device. So let me add that margin, and then we'll call it a video. So let's jump back to our view. Let me close this models folder so we don't need it. What I'm going to do is we're going to specify that margin, which is called inset, on the layout. So the layout lets you control a couple things, such as scroll direction, which is vertical by default, but it also lets you control things like the section inset. So we're going to say UI edge insets. We're going to have a top, left, bottom, and right. Top and bottom, 0, left and right, we'll do 10, and let's see what we get. So we have characters here. We've got these really nice looking cards. No shadow or anything going on quite yet. We're going to talk about that in a later video, but we're in pretty good shape. We have these 20 cards here. Now, admittedly, we have actually hard-coded them, but the point being is that we can now have a view model that fetches data. We have a basic view, which has, a lot of stuff going on in it, but admittedly, it's very separate from our controller, and everything is nicely self-contained. Now, you can also go, pretty wild, and you can move this to its own function. We can say setup view, and I'll toss this down here. This will be another function called setup view. And essentially, that's, the extent of the controller. So we made it pretty far. That is all I'm going to do in this video. Appreciate y'all watching. Drop a like if you haven't done so yet. Hit subscribe if you're new here and into iOS. Comment for that algorithm and share the series with anyone who would be interested. I'll see you in the next part. Alright guys, welcome to, I believe, part 7 of the Rick and Morty app. We're going to pick up exactly where we left off, building out our character list screen. Specifically, we're going to focus on the cell and a little bit of code cleanup. So before diving in, drop a like, throw a comment down there for the algorithm, say hi if you haven't said hi yet. And let's jump right into things. So let me just go ahead and build and run to refresh everyone's memory of where we had left off. So let's go ahead and take a look. So we built out a view that encapsulates the spinner as well as a nice collection view for a grid of cells. And each of those is going to show basically our single character. And right now I just kind of hard-coded having a delay to show this particular grid, but we do want to actually show it when we basically get some data back. So let me go ahead and stop this application. Let's give it a run again so it's not attached here. Sometimes if your simulator gives you issues like mine is giving me right now, looks like I can't click on everything, so it just misbehaves. Go up to device in the toolbar and hit erase all data, and it'll just reset your simulator. It's kind of annoying, but I'll call it out since if I'm having the issue, I'm probably not the only one. So let's jump into, while that's going on, into our character list view. And inside of here, we had created this collection view and we had registered a base collection view cell to it with an ID of cell. Now, this is not exactly what we want because obviously the cell that we want to show for each of those grid elements, if it decides to show up, is basically something about a character. So we want like an image, maybe we'll show their name, maybe some other data as well. So before we start designing the cell, let's actually create a class. So in the view, I'm gonna go ahead and create a new file. It'll be a Cocoa Touch class, and we're gonna subclass the UI collection view cell. And I'm gonna go ahead and call this a RM character collection view cell, and it's going to be in Swift, no storyboard for that checkbox. And I just realized that I forgot to prefix this RM, so we're going to be good citizens and do that because we're going to try to keep everything named appropriately. So I'll prefix this and this view model here, and I'm going to make sure I prefix this here as well as here. And this is going to yell at me in a bunch of places because I need to update it. So let me update the view model name, which is right here. And I think the view is used in our controller, so I'll update this here as well. Let me do a Command B to make sure it is building. It is cool. And let's jump back into our new file. So this file is basically going to be the template of a single cell. And if you're not familiar with collection views or table views, the notion here is that we're going to reuse this same kind of template for the cell over and over. If you're coming from the world of Android, think of recycler views. And we're just going to configure it each time with different data, right? So if we show an image and just a character name, every time a new cell is used, we're going to say, okay, use this new URL for the image and use this new text for that particular character's name and assign it onto whatever label we put there. So that brings us to the notion of we got to actually register this cell to our collection view. So let's be good about this and add some documentation. So single cell for a character. And we're going to want to register this with a string. So what I like to do is create a static constant in here that we can use such that if we ever want to change it, we only have to change it in one spot and we don't have to, fumble around and look for a million strings. The other thing I'm going to do in here is do some setup work. So we're going to override the initializer. We're going to want to do some setup work inside of here. And for now, the only thing I'm going to do is just say content view background color is going to be secondary system background. Again, these colors are coming from the built-in semantic color palette. So it basically will adjust to light mode and dark mode. And these are colors provided by Apple. So you know that they're going to look really nice. We're also going to override this and just say unsupported since it is indeed required. We're going to be using constraint. So I'm going to go ahead and say add a constraint as a private function, which we'll use later on. We are also going to want to prepare this cell for reuse, which essentially means every time it's used, we want to reset it. So we'll need to override that. And just like any view, we're going to want to configure it with a view model. So I'm going to create a public function here, and it's going to be configure with a view model. And the type is going to be the name of the cell, and just suffix it with ViewModel. It's a good naming convention. Now it's yelling at me because we obviously have not created this yet. So let's go into our ViewModels folder, create a new Swift file. I'm just going to paste that on in. So recapping, we created that view, we did some base setup work, and we have this new ViewModel file here. And I'm going to stick in an actual ViewModel in here so it actually compiles when I do Command B, and it doesn't yell at me for this thing not existing. So now that we have this cell, let's actually go and register this in our collection view, which is inside of this view. So instead of the base class, we're going to say register our new cell, and the identifier will be this .cell identifier. Now, down here, where we have actually dequeued the cell, and I believe it was in the view model, we actually want to go and return it. So right now, we're dequeuing a single cell, and we want to pass the appropriate identifier to this cell. So we want it to be this .cell identifier. And let's get rid of the background color here. That's a view construct, and we've kind of put it inside the view itself. It's encapsulated to this view. Now, I know some folks are going to say, well, hey, we're in a view model. Why the heck is this a delegate and data source? So maybe what I'm going to do in a later video, or maybe this video, we're going to actually abstract this to the controller, since our controller is a little small right now. And like I mentioned earlier, it is subjective, but I do want to showcase both ways of doing it so you guys can make the choice on your own. So we're going to go ahead and give this a run, and you'll see we still do get these nice cells, except the background color is this really nice like secondary shade of whatever mode we're in, light mode or dark mode. And we want this cell to basically kind of look like this. Maybe we'll make it even lighter so it's more contrasty. But now we have a custom cell to work with, and we're going to figure out what the heck we want to put in there. So to do that, I'm going to do it on the fly. We're going to jump into our models folder, and the reason we're going to do that is I don't actually remember what character has on it in terms of properties. So it looks like we definitely have a name. We probably want to show that, it's important. And we also have a image, which presumably is a URL. I want to show that as well. And let's see, how big is this card? What else can we fit on here? Maybe we'll have a nice image up here. We'll show, the name, and then maybe we'll also show their status, right? Maybe gender and all that stuff we can show when the user taps into a card, but perhaps we want to show the actual status. And if I recall, I think this is like alive, dead, or unknown. So cool. So that all being said, let's actually build out that view. And to do that, we're going to obviously jump into that view. So let me close up all this jazz. We'll jump into this view, and let's start building some of this stuff out. So let's add some comments to be good citizens. By the way, if you're not familiar with these marks, it actually helps logically separate your code. You see a line in the editor. And what's cool about it is if you hit this drop down, Xcode will actually put a bookmark where you can jump to that in this file. The point of this is if you have really big files, you can logically separate it with these kind of like delimiters, if you will. So let's create our views. So the first thing we're going to want is an image view, and this is going to be our image view for the actual character, and we'll just create it again with the same anonymous closure pattern that we're using all throughout the application. We're going to want to configure and return it. Let's configure a little bit. We're going to say content mode, and my typos are all over the place today. We're going to say scales aspect fit, so we don't actually distort it and the whole image does in fact fit. And we're going to use constraints on it, so we need to set this property like any other property. And I guess that's good enough for now. We don't really want anything else in there. So let's go ahead and also create some labels, and let's see if we can be smart about this and copy and paste. So this is going to be the, let's call this the name label, and it'll be of type UI label, and I'll change this here to label, 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 and label. And maybe here we're going to set up some fonts. So we also do have some system fonts available to us, which is really nice. We'll give a size of 18, and we can adjust the weight of it, aka how bold it is. So maybe we'll go ahead and say this will be, let's do medium. I was going to go with semi-bold, but we'll see what this looks like and adjust as needed. Now, label by default has a text color of label, which essentially, again, is a semantic color. It'll be appropriately white or black based on the mode you're in, light mode or dark mode. And finally here, we're going to have a status label. And the only thing I'm going to do is just make this a secondary label. Maybe we'll make this regular, and maybe we'll decrease the size a little bit to 16. And let me actually put this back on the same line. It's not that long, doesn't need to be line broken. So cool, if you build, we should still be compiling. We now need to add all these subviews to the content view. Now you might be wondering, why don't we just add these subviews directly? And that's because these cell classes for table views and collection views give you this content view, And that actually takes care of some safe area for you. So you can in fact add it to the cell directly, but it's not actually correct in a conceptual sense. So we're going to say add subviews, which is that new function we had added as an extension. We're going to do the image view, the name label, and the status label. And if you think about it, when we reset this cell, let's implement this, we're going to want to basically just get rid of the image. Anything that's text in the name label, we'll get rid of it. And same thing for the actual status label as well. We're going to want to add some constraints, which means we'll want to call this function here. So we will do that. And respectively in here, we're going to want to add some constraints. We're going to activate a collection of constraints. I'll do this in a moment. And here we're going to want to actually do a few things. We will want to actually download the image and assign the response to the image view, as well as assign the name label and status label. So we're going to jump into the view model. And inside of here, we are going to actually figure this out. So I'm going to do a final class. We're going to add an initializer on here. And the initializer should basically take two things. Well, three things, I should say, more specifically. So we want this to take in a character name. We want it to take in a character status text. And we also want this to take in perhaps a character image URL, which will be a nullable URL. Respectively, we're going to want to actually create all of these as properties on here. So I'm going to copy and paste them. And we're going to use that cool trick to get multiple cursors and just create these here. Now, by default, I made them all private, but let's see what we'll actually want to expose. Do we want to expose this URL? Well, our view doesn't really need to know about it. Our view just wants to be able to download a particular image. So we don't really need to expose this. The character text I'm passing in directly, but do we really need this to be character text? Well, we do, but we don't actually have the text directly. So let's pass in the character status, which will be RM character status. And up here, I'm going to change this. And I'm also going to change this. Now that begs the question that this is another model type, but we only want to really expose the text. And to do so, what we can in fact do is use a computed property. So here we're going to say public var character status text, and this is going to return a text, and we can simply return a character status dot raw value. Let's do that one more time, character status dot raw value. And the reason we can do that, if you recall, this thing is an enum, and we really only just care about the text associated with it. So that's pretty cool. Let's talk about character name. We want this to not be private because we will assign it directly. And let's take care of filling out our constructor here so it stops yelling at me. And by the way, I interchangeably use the terms constructor and initializer. It's the same thing. It's called constructor in a variety of languages like Java and Kotlin, which is why it's interchangeably used. But if I've confused anybody, that's basically what that is. So cool. So we still need a function in here to create, rather fetch the image contents from a URL and return it. So I am going to create a function on here, and this is going to be public func. We're going to say fetch image, and it's simply going to have a callback, which is going to have our data, or actually I'll make it a result, and it's going to be data or an error. And we're going to have a void as well. And this whole thing is in fact escaping, which what that means is this closure, this callback can escape the context of another async job. So in here, we're going to go ahead and create a data task. Now we're going to want to fetch images in a variety of places, and this might be super redundant. So one thing that we can in fact do is we can write a utility function and actually use that, similar to what we did in our extensions for add subviews. So let me write out the function here once, the functionality, and then we're going to see if we can make it kind of more of a component to reuse. So I'm going to create a task, and this is going to be a URL session.dataTask with a URL, and this needs to be shared. We want to use the instance of it. Now we're going to do data task with a URL request. Now we're going to create this request in a second, and this is going to give us a completion handler. Now the way we're going to create this is up above. So let me create a request. Here I'm going to go ahead and get the completion handler. We just care about the data, frankly, and the error here. Alrighty, we're going to want to kick this task off. So we'll say task.resume. And to create the request, we're going to say that URL is our URL. So we'll say URL is character image URL because it is in fact optional. And once we've done that, we can actually say our request is a URL request where this is our URL. In this case, we want to pass back an error. So we are going to go ahead and say the error will be a URL request. And I believe this has an error type on it. Let's see if I can find it. There is a, let's see, Swift.error. And we don't want a decoding error. What we want is a URL error, which I know for a fact exists. Let's see if I can find it. So let's see where it is. Let's see. URL session, and there is an error that exists off of here. I'm gonna actually Google it so we can learn how to Google together. So we're gonna go to Google and we're gonna search for a Apple developer URL error. We're gonna search for documentation. And like I promised, we're gonna do all this stuff together. So there is in fact a URL error. It does exist and it's in Foundation. So let's go ahead and see if we can use it. So we are gonna pass back a URL error. Okay, it does exist, pretty cool. And the one that we're gonna pass back, you can hit the dot and you can see there's actually a bunch of errors built in, so we don't need to define our own error here. So we can actually, is there one for a URL? Yep, we can do bad URL. So if we don't have a URL, we're gonna pass back an error and say, hey, this was a bad URL. And this is yelling at me here because this returns this is an error code apparently. So let's go ahead and create a URL error. And this one here will be a bad URL, and that'll actually create and return this error if I'm not mistaken. Cool. So awesome. You guys have a little pointer here. You can always Google. No shame in Googling, no matter how experienced you are. So now that we've got this here, inside of here, we're gonna say guard let data equals data and error equals nil. And if we don't have data or there is an error, what we are gonna say is completion, once again, either pass back the error or URL error, and we're gonna pass back, in this case, a code, and this code here will be, I guess we can say, no data, if that exists. Let's see, does data exist? Data not found, data exceeds, cannot decode raw data, or maybe we can just do, I think bad request is one of them too, bad server response. So now that we have this data, we can actually pass it back to our completion handler in the success case. Alrighty, so we should have all our errors gone, and this is how we're going to download the contents of an image. It's basically a simple request. Now, this is a little ridiculous to write out over and over again, so we might want to abstract this, but let me actually take a step back and let's make sure our whole thing is even working before I start cleaning this up. So what I'm going to do for myself is I'm going to add a to-do comment. I'm going to say abstract to image manager. Now, when I say image manager here, not only do we want to not have to write this over and over, but we probably want to cache these images too. In other words, if I scroll down and everything loads up above, when I scroll back, I don't want it to disappear and reload. A, that's inefficient, and B, it's kind of a really bad user experience because the user has to wait and stare at it over and over. So let me jump back to our view, and before we do that, let's just build and run and make sure that this whole thing is even working and we're not crashing for any strange reason. So we in fact are not, which is awesome. So what I'll go ahead and do is let's actually create a single view model, and I'm going to do it manually just so we can illustrate how this whole thing is going to work. So in our view model here, we have this function which creates and returns the cell, and we're going to cast it directly as a cell that we want, and we're going to want to unwrap it because we optional cast. If we're not able to cast to, we're going to say unsupported cell. Now we can say cell.configure, and I'm just going to create a view model manually here. So I'll say view model is this view model. We're going to pass in a character name, so I'll use my name. We're going to say character status is definitely alive because that's a scary thought. And the URL we're going to want to grab. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is put a nil for now. And let's actually go ahead and set up the constraints in our view so we can have our image as well as our labels start showing up. So we want the image to be basically left to right, corner to corner, and maybe we're going to have the labels be, I don't know, 50 points tall. First we'll do the name, and then we'll do the status. So I'm going to start from the bottom. We're going to say status label. We're going to set up its height anchor. It's going to be a constant of 50. I'm also going to do this for the character name label. So let's do that again. I think I just called a name label. So we've got 2 sets of 50 there, which is awesome. The next thing we're going to do is going to be for the status label, we're going to say the left anchor is a constraint equal to the content view's left anchor. And I want a little bit of padding, so I'm going to say 5 as a constant. Now we're going to want to do the right anchor as well. So we're going to do -5 for padding on the right and just adjust this to be right anchor. Of course, we'll want the exact same padding on the name label so I can cheat and copy and paste. Now let's set up the vertical constraints. So we want the status label to be at the bottom. So we're going to say the bottom anchor of this is going to be the content view's bottom anchor, so flush with the bottom. And we're going to add a constraint and we want to move it up. So I'm going to say negative maybe 3. And then we can actually go ahead and paste this again, and this will be the name label. And we want the bottom of this to be flush to the top of the status label. So we're going to say top anchor, and then we're going to say -3. My constants might be incorrect here, but hopefully you guys will see in a moment what I'm going for. And let me actually illustrate it here. So what we want is, we basically want the image followed by the name below it, and then followed by the status below it. So that's kind of what I'm going for here. And these are basically a fixed height, and we've defined the left, right, and bottom. So these will get pinned there. And just to illustrate this, maybe you'll set a background color as well, since this is the first view we are in fact doing together. I'll change this one to maybe be orange. Let's build and run this, and let's just see if our labels are positioned appropriately. So cool, they in fact are. We've got appropriate padding, and the heights actually might be a little too high. So let me actually, or tall I should say, let's make these like 40, and let's see what that actually looks like. And before we run it again, let me actually do the image. So we're going to do the image view. We're going to say the top anchor is a constraint equal to content view top anchor. And I'm just going to copy and paste this a total of 4 times. Left, right, and we'll do the bottom in a second. This will be left, right. And the bottom of the image is basically going to be flush to the top of the name. So we'll say top anchor like that. And maybe I'll actually do a little bit of spacing. So let's do -3 there. And I'll also respectively do a color so y'all can see what this looks like. So I'll do system green and give it a run like so. All right, look at that. So we've got our cell, we've got everything showing up. We might need to add some padding with the image here since it is flush. I don't exactly remember what the images look like, but let's get something showing up. So let's fill out this configure function. We already wrote it, but essentially whenever someone calls this function, we probably want to do something. And what that something is just assign the contents of our view. So we're gonna say ViewModel, this will be character name. Now we're gonna do the status label. Its text will be ViewModel, and keep in mind we only exposed the character text. We haven't exposed the enum directly. And then finally we can actually go ahead and say ViewModel, and we want to get to the image, so we'll say fetch image, and we can go ahead and say that here we have our results. We are going to switch on the results, and I think this can actually autocomplete the whole switch for me. Beautiful. And this here will be data. This here will be an error. And in this case, I'll just break. We'll talk about error handling momentarily. But in this case, what I'm going to want to go ahead and do is create an image on the main thread, since we are now dealing with a UI updates. We're going to say image is a UI image with the data that we got back. And we do want to go ahead and assign this image to our image view. So hopefully that made sense here. This is just yelling at me that we have a error variable that we're not using. So I am going to go ahead and just print it out like so. And we also don't want to leak memory. So what does that even mean? Here we're saying we're referencing the image, which is owned by self, which is in the context of this cell here, right? But we're also in this other async job, right? This callback. So what we want to actually do is we want to say capture a pointer to self in a weak capacity, aka it can be broken by the reference. And we're going to say self optional here because we don't want to retain the cell bidirectionally. What that means is you don't want to have a pointer that's strong in both ways because neither side can be broken. And that way we cause a retain cycle, aka a memory leak. By making it optional, I'll use dashed lines. This, which is a closure, is now held by the cell in a strong capacity, but not vice versa. So this link can be broken. So if you're not familiar with memory leaks and retain cycles, I've got dedicated videos on that as well, so I encourage you to take a look. So let's go ahead and build and run, and we expect to see the text but not the image quite yet. So I've used my name as well as a status, and let me actually get rid of these background colors so we can actually start to see what the heck is going on. And all right, so we've got our name, we've got our status. Sizing is totally not looking great, but at least it's showing up. Let's do this image, and yeah, maybe we'll wrap up the video there, and then we'll continue in the next part. So I'm gonna steal a URL from the response that we get here. We already are actually printing out the total. So what I'm gonna print out is basically just a URL. So I'm gonna say example image URL, and I'm gonna print out from the model the first result and then the image. Otherwise, I'll just print out no image. So we should in fact see this down here. I'll go here, and we do in fact, we can ignore all of these prints here. Looks like we're getting a bunch of errors, obviously, because we're not able to download the image. But here's one example of an image URL from the API itself. So I'm gonna actually create this and pass this into this example view model that we've hard-coded for the time being. So I'm gonna go ahead and say URL with a string, and we're gonna just paste in that string like so. So let's come back here, and hopefully we'll see an image populated. Boom. So just like that, we have an image populated. So now if you scroll down, you'll see that the image will actually show up every single time. Now it is being downloaded over and over, and it looks like it's quite a small image, so it does download very, very fast. So you can't actually see the flashing here between the downloads that are being done over and over. But we're gonna talk about caching and all that good stuff in the next video. Thanks for watching. If you've made it this far, don't click away before dropping a like. Let me know in the comments if you had any issues. Appreciate all the support. I will see you in the next part. Welcome to part 8, if I'm not mistaken, of our building a Rick and Morty app in iOS. In the last part, we put together our cell and actually got some stuff showing up here. In this part, we're gonna actually continue with this and get real data instead of our hard-coded examples. So before we dig in, drop a like, throw a comment down there. You guys know the drill, and let's dig right in. So we actually hard-coded a view model by just creating it in this function where we dequeue a cell and return it. Now, instead of doing that, what we really want to do is we want to get the view models and derive them from our actual API response. That would be the smart thing to do and the actual thing to do. We also don't want to hard code how many cells we have. We want this to be dynamic as, you know, we get data, perhaps paginate and scroll down, so on and so forth. So let's actually do all that. So we already have this function here, which is fetch characters, and we actually call this, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to toss a public on it. We actually call this from our view controller, I believe. Let's go ahead and see where we call this from. Now we create this view model here, rather we create the view here, and let me see where this function is called from. All right, let's see if I toss it into the view. So I did in fact toss it into the view, and we're saying ViewModel.fetch characters. Now notice there's no completion handler, and the reason for that is actually intentional, and the reason is we don't really want a callback here. Maybe we can use something like a delegate pattern to actually inform our view, hey, you should reload the collection view, the data has changed. So let's actually do that. So we make the call here via our service, and once we have the models back, this is a collection of models. So I'm gonna say this is, actually it's a model, I take it back, because this response model actually has our results on it. So we're gonna say our results will be a response model dot results. Now this is the collection of results that we actually have, and we also have this notion of info, which is our response model dot info. And this info is important because it has an optional string, which is the URL to get more results, aka next. So we are going to want to retain both of these for the duration of, when the app runs. Let's ignore the info for the time being and just focus on results. So in this view model, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a private collection, and this is going to basically be characters, which will be a collection of RM character, a single character, and it's going to start off as a empty collection. So similar to what we did with weak self in the view with our view model, we want to also reference that character collection here. And I'm going to reference self in a weak capacity so we don't cause a retain cycle, aka a memory leak. So here I can say that for the characters, we want to assign this to the results. Now, once we've actually assigned this, we want to somehow tell our view, hey, refresh the data that you're putting into the collection view, aka reload your data source data. Now, before we do that, we want to adjust the data source. So here we're saying the number of cells to show should be 20. We want it to be based on the characters. Now, instead of the characters directly, what I can actually go ahead and do is we want another collection of view models, right? So either we can create this collection of view model every single time, or we can create them whenever characters is in fact updated. So I'm going to create another collection here. So I'm going to say private var, and this is going to be cell view models, and it's going to be a RM collection view cell view model, and this is going to start off as empty as well. Now we're going to use this technique where we're going to say whenever the value of characters is assigned, we want to do something. What we're going to do is we're going to say for character in characters, we're going to loop over all of them. We're going to create a view model. This is going to basically be let view model. Will be one of these guys, and we're going to fill in all of this stuff. So the character name here will be character.name. The status will be character.status, and the URL will be a URL, and this is going to be character.image. And I believe this is non-optional, which is awesome, so we don't need to unwrap anything. Now we're going to say cell view models, and we will append our particular view model into this. So let's go ahead and say append this view model. So whenever this character is assigned to, we'll actually implicitly create and hang on to these view models. Now the reason we want to hang on to them is we don't want to create these every single time we get more data, right? So later on we're going to be paginating and loading in data iteratively. And for example, if you scroll down, let's say, I don't know, 3 or 4 times, we're going to have a total of 60 characters. It's kind of silly to recompute those view models over and over, and it's expensive, that being said, right? We don't want to do it. It's kind of a waste of compute power on the device. So now that we have these cell view models, we want to actually use this to return how many cells we show. So we'll say cell view models.count. And instead of creating a view model here when we dequeue a cell, we can actually just read it at the given position in our existing collection. And index path here is an inbound argument to this method, and it has both a row and section property. So we're going to focus on row, which is basically what we want since we only have one section of data. You can logically separate these into multiple sections. If you have any, we don't, so we're going to ignore that. And if you want to shorthand this even more, you can just toss this directly into there like so. So awesome, looking good. The final thing we want to do is actually tell our collection view to reload once that data has been updated. But let me actually go ahead and give it a run and show you what I mean by that, right? So it looks like in this particular case, everything is working out fine because we are actually calling fetch, and this data source here just so happens to be ready by the time that we go and load the view and set everything up. But more specifically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a protocol, and we're going to actually tell our collection view explicitly go ahead and reload your data. So let's see how on earth we're going to do that, right? So we have this character list view here, and we can in fact notify it via something that we can actually update. And the way we're going to do that is by saying view model. Before we actually say to fetch characters, we'll say view model, its delegate will be self. And we don't actually have that created yet, so let's jump into that view model. And I'm going to create a protocol up here, and it's going to be the name of the class suffixed by delegate. And we're going to create a single function in here and say did load initial characters. And we are also going to have a reference to a public weak var of the name delegate and of the type of this protocol optional. And we want it to be weak because we don't want to have it retain a cyclical memory pointer and leak memory. And this is yelling at me because this does need to be class bound so we can actually capture it in a weak capacity. And now, once we actually have this here, we want to go ahead and say, hey, let me tell my delegate that we just loaded the initial characters. And we're going to want to do this on the main queue, the main thread, because this is going to trigger a update of a view. So we're going to say dispatch queue, main, async, and toss that in there. So now on the receiving side, which is our actual view here, this is yelling at us because it's saying, hey, you don't conform to this protocol, which makes sense because we in fact do not. So let me come down here and I'm going to do it in an extension so it's nice and clean. We're going to say rm character list view. Let's see if I can find it. Character list view. We're going to conform to the ViewModels delegate, and there is a single function we've implemented. And when this is called, we are simply going to say for our collection view, go ahead and reload your data. And just like that, we can guarantee, even if the async jobs affects the characters takes a significant amount of time, we're never going to end up in a case where, you know, the view showed up before we actually went ahead and got the data. Now, it just dawned on me that we need to still remove this hard-coded thing that we did here, which is to reload or set this to not hidden and reload everything. So I'm going to get rid of this stuff. We had added this to kind of test this out, and you'll notice if I give this a run now, we actually never get rid of the spinner, and we actually never show the collection view because we want to do that in this function here, right? So we're going to say we want to stop animating the spinner, and we don't need all of these selves. We want to also unhide the collection view, and we want it to fade in, which I've already got there, and we want to reload the data. Now, we're only going to reload for the initial fetch of characters. As we build out pagination, which is unlimited scroll, we don't want to reload the whole view every time the user gets, more characters and pop them to the top, right? If you think of, any app out there like Twitter, when you get to the bottom, it just shows more data. It's kind of unlimited. So we're going to make sure we appropriately add more cells as we get them. So let's go ahead and give this a build and run. And it's actually incredibly fast, so you guys probably missed a spinner. So we'll see a spinner and it just basically loads in immediately. And as we scroll down, you'll see these characters pop in. And as we scroll up, you'll see the characters there as well. But we are in fact loading them over and over. So it looks like we are in pretty good shape. One thing that I think we can do is we can in fact go ahead and improve how this layout looks. And I'll do this in this video since we're doing good on time. So we'll jump into the cell and let me go ahead and decrease the height of each of these labels. And perhaps we'll also give it a little bit of more padding here. So I am going to say from the left and right, we're going to do maybe we'll do 7, 7, and let's see what this one is here, 7. And this will give us a little more room from the left and right of the labels. And we can probably move it even a little more down. So for the name labels bottom anchor, maybe we don't want a margin. We can get rid of this constant here. So the name label will be closer to that status. Okay, looking pretty good. And by just looking at it, we don't really know. So we know this is alive, right? But when we come down here and there's characters with unknown statuses, so I just saw a couple down here, it doesn't really know, as a user, I don't know what the heck this means, right? So maybe we want to prefix it with the word status. And the other thing I noticed here is that the first letter for alive and dead actually in our enum was in fact capitalized, but unknown is not. So what I'm going to do is we're going to jump into the view model and we're going to do two things in here. Well, one thing in here. For our computed property, we're going to go ahead and do this as status, and then we're going to stick in what we were returning before. And the other thing I'm going to do is we're going to jump into this enum, and instead of just using the raw value, what I'm going to do is create a computed property and say text, and we are going to switch on self, and what we're going to do is for alive and dead, we can simply return the raw value, but for unknown, we're going to return unknown with a capital U. Now keep in mind, we can't just update it here because these keys are actually linked directly to the schema we get back from our JSON, and if we change it to capital, it'll actually break stuff. So back in our view model here, instead of using raw value, we can use text. So let's go ahead and give it a build and run, and everything should be looking much better. So we see status here, we've got the name, awesome looking character images. Now unknown is actually also capitalized, which is awesome. And the very last thing I'm gonna do in here, because I like rounded corners, is we're gonna round these cards on their corners. And to do that, we can basically adjust the layer on the content view. So let's go ahead and do that here. I'm gonna say content view dot layer. I'm gonna say corner radius, and we're gonna set it to perhaps 8 and take a look at what that looks like. So we now have these nice rounded corners. You can also play with the shadow. There is a way to also do that. I believe, if memory serves, there is a layer dot shadow, and there are a couple of things. There's offset, radius, opacity, and color. So for the color, let's go ahead and just do secondary, let's do label and see what that looks like. It's the opposite of the background color, so it should look pretty nice. We'll also go ahead and do maybe the radius here, which is a single floating point. We'll do maybe 4, and then we'll also go ahead and do what else we need, which is opacity. I'll go ahead and do 0.4, and let's see if we actually see what that looks like. So this needs to be a core graphics color, so we're gonna do the label color.cg color, and all that means is that we're using a type that is more comfortable to the GPU, which handles expensive operations like actually creating shadows. So now we have a nice shadow. It looks like it's showing it at the top of the card. Perhaps we want it at the bottom. Let me actually go ahead and change the offset here. So there is a corner radius offset. Let's see what I'm looking for. Shadow offset, I believe is what it's called. And this is a CG size, so we can specify a width and a height. So I'll say -4 and -4. And if I'm being honest, I'm kind of playing with these numbers because I can never remember what the heck they mean. It looks like it looks pretty good, and let me try it in light mode. And we'll also make it a little less dark, a little more opaque perhaps, because it is a little prominent. So I will go ahead and say maybe for the color, we're going to use a secondary label, and for the opacity, maybe I'll use 0.3. Let's see if that looks any better. Okay, looking a little better. I think it's a little hard to actually see if I'm not mistaken here. So it looks like it is in fact there. I want it to look a little further down. So let me change the offset here to be 4, and let's try that one more time. We're kind of guessing and checking as we go. All right, so that looks pretty good. The image is not flush to the top. So the last thing I'll do in here, even though I keep saying that over and over, is I'm going to change the content mode for the image to not only be aspect fit, but to fill basically the frame. That way we'll get this all the way to the top. You can see it's overflowing its bounds actually. So what we also need to now tell this image view is, hey, clip the image to your bounds. So don't, overflow. And that way we get these nicer, fuller cards. We actually have this shadow. One less problem we'll fix, and this will actually be the last thing, is when we change light mode and dark mode. If you look really closely, the shadow is actually not changing. And that's because we need to handle trait collection updates. In other words, we're going to handle the light mode, dark mode changing. I'm going to abstract this to its own function here, so it's organized. Alrighty, so now that we've done that, let's go ahead and just override that one function, which is going to be, I can delete this here, which is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, trait collection did change. We'll call the super of this, which is the superclass's implementation. And we're simply going to say setup layer. So it'll just set up the layer again whenever it changes. So if I go into dark mode, it's very, very difficult to see because it is in fact so subtle, the color that I've chosen here for the layer. Let me actually change it to be a darker color. So there we can see the shadow is more prominent, and we can certainly see it in light mode more appropriately as well as dark mode. So that is where we'll wrap this up. We're actually showing real characters, and you know, I might be biased, but it wasn't that much work to get here. It was a lot of explanation along the way, but if you've gotten this far, like, this is pretty awesome. This is like 80% of apps out there. So give a huge round of applause to yourself. Drop a like before clicking away. Subscribe if you're new. Share what you've built on LinkedIn. You can tag me. Feel free to @ me on Twitter. Follow on Instagram, all the socials. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next part. Welcome to the next part of the Building a Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we put together these nice looking cells, particularly we polished up the shadow and whatnot, as well as got actual characters being shown. We're going to continue from where we left off. Before we jump into things, drop a like down below, hit subscribe if you're new here, and let's dive right in. So two things we're going to handle today are, when we tap on a cell, we want to notify the controller that, hey, we should open up a detail page for a particular character. The other thing that I'm going to start to talk about is how we're going to know that we need to show a spinner at the bottom here if we need to load in more characters, and then how do we actually make that call. And one thing I just noticed actually while scrolling is the shadow at the bottom of this collection view, if you look really closely, it actually gets cut off by the tab bar. So let's actually first and foremost fix that. The reason it's getting cut off, if we go to our character list view, if we go to the collection view inside, you'll see we had added a section inset with a top, left, bottom, and right margin. We're just going to add a bottom margin of 10 and give that a build and run. And we should see at the bottom we have a little bit more space now, and the entirety of the shadow should in fact be showing in both light mode as well as dark mode. So cool, so that out of the way, let's talk about handling a tap on a cell. Well, it turns out that our collection view delegate is where we'll do that, and we have extended our view model here to conform to the delegate protocol. So these are all data source functions here particularly. Now we are going to say did select, and you'll get the autocomplete here, and the function is CollectionView did select item at index path. So the first thing we want to do is unhighlight that item, aka deselect it with an animation. So we have done that, which is awesome. Now we want to know, what object did the user actually select on, aka which character. So I'm going to say character will be from our characters collection, the element that was tapped at. This index path is an inbound argument to this function, so we'll actually be able to get what we tapped on. And now we want to notify the character view controller. So how do we go about doing that? Well, we're going to use a pattern that we have already seen, which is the delegate pattern. So we're going to go back to our view model here, and at the very top, if you recall, we had added this function. And what I'm going to do is add in a new function right here in this protocol. So we're going to say let's do did select character, and this is going to take in a character, which will be a RM character, just like this, just like so. So now that we've got that set up, this error should go away. Awesome. And then down here, we can simply go ahead and say delegate did select, and this should be a question mark, did select character, and we can pass in character. Now, if you recall, our view is conforming to this delegate. So if we come down here, we should now have a build error if we try to build, and that's correct because we need to add in the implementation for this new function we have added. Now we're in the view, we need to get this out to the controller. So how do we do that? We can, somehow communicate it back. And actually we're going to continue to use this protocol or this pattern that we've introduced, a delegate pattern. So I'm going to create now a delegate interface, aka protocol, for this view. So once again, we're going to take the name of the object and just suffix it with delegate. It's going to have any object here, so we can hang on to it in a weak capacity. So here I'm going to say public weak var delegate, which will be our protocol here. And we're going to have a single function in here, for now at least, and that's going to be called rm character list view. And we'll say character list view, which will be the type of the view. And this is just a common naming convention. And then we're going to have the actual remainder of the function name, which is going to be did select character. And then we can go ahead and pass in the character like so. And this is a RM character, not just character. And we can now call this function when we come down here. So we can say delegate, and again, this is the delegate of the view. We can say rm character list view, which is self, did select character, which is an inbound argument to this function. So we can just pass it up the actual call stack. Now back in our controller where this view is actually held onto, we're going to go ahead and say in setup view, we'll say that, hey, this view's delegate will be me, aka self. So now we can actually come in here and we can conform to this delegate, and it'll force us to obviously implement this particular function. So I'm going to put a mark here and say this is the delegate implementation. Now that we have the character here, we can actually go ahead and say open detail controller for that character. So we don't actually have a controller created for this yet. I'm just going to create an empty one so we can actually show opening it when we click on something, or rather tap on something. So bear with me while I create a folder here. We're going to create a folder, and I'm going to call this other under controllers. And we're going to want a view controller that we can push. And if you're not familiar with pushing, I'll describe that momentarily. So I'm going to go ahead and call this RM character detail view controller, since we're going to be basically showing a bunch of details about a particular character. So go ahead and create this, just like so. We're going to finalize this, add some documentation. So let's see, controller to show info about single character. Let's spell character correctly. We'll get rid of all of this jazz in here. And we are going to go ahead and just do some basic setup. So I'm going to say the background color of this will be system background. And we're going to have this taken a initializer. So rather override and have a custom initializer and take in a view model is what I should say. So let's just go ahead and create that for a quick second here. And I will explain this in a moment. We're going to call the super initializer. And we will also override the one with the coder since it is required. I'm going to add some comments here. These are lifecycle functions. Now, what we actually want to pass in here is a view model with a view model that is appropriate for a RM character detail view. Now, we haven't actually created this yet. We are eventually going to want to create this. So let me actually go ahead and create this view. I'm not going to fill anything into it since we are going down a rabbit hole at this point, but I'll create it for the time being. So we have this detail view here. We're going to want to eventually do something in here. And respectively, we're going to have a view model. So I'm going to create another file. It'll be a Swift file, and this one will be a RM character detail view model. So you can kind of begin to see this pattern between each of our views. It has a respective view model, and the controller is going to hang on to it. It's very duplicitous once you kind of get the hang of things and understand how things work. So this controller here, if I can find it, under other, is going to take in one of these. And the important thing here is we want to know which character are we showing the detail screen for. So this view model needs to actually pass in the character, right? So this is going to create a character with an RM character. So we're going to hang on to this character here, and just to exemplify this, what I will go ahead and do is just do one property in here, and that is going to be private var, public var, and this will be title, which will be a string, and we are going to return character.name, and we're going to uppercase this by saying .uppercase. So back here in our character controller, when we click on this, we can now create that view controller and push it. So we're going to say let detail view controller, I'll abbreviate it, will be RM character detail view controller. We're going to go ahead and instantiate it, and I want a view model, which makes sense. So I'm going to create the view model. Maybe I'll create it up above just to keep things nice and organized. Now this is particularly simpler, so we're going to say view model will be RM character detail view model. And this gets created, like I mentioned, with the character, which we're getting as an argument from this function, aka a parameter that's inbound. Now that we've created this, we can actually go ahead and say navigation controller, push a view controller, we'll say detail VC animated true. Now, what is this navigation controller nonsense? Because it looks confusing to me. So what it essentially is if you recall, in our tab controller, let's jump into there, we had created these 4 navigation controllers for each of our tabs, and we had set their root controllers to the character VC, location, episode, and settings. Now, what I mentioned originally was that navigation controller gives us this nice title bar at the top, but what I glossed over is that it gives us much more than that. It gives us this ability where you can have apps that kind of slide one screen onto another. And I'm going to show you an example from one of Apple's apps. So if you open up settings, this is a table view, right? A list of cells. You don't need to really know the specifics of it, but when we select something, you can see it like really slickly slid in this other screen. And we also are able to swipe back. Let's see if the simulator lets me do it. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. Looks like it won't let me do it, but you can tap back. To get that functionality, navigation controller gives it to us out of the box. And that's the notion of pushing and popping controllers. You're basically saying push one onto the stack. So this is a character screen. When you push a new screen onto it, it'll slide in from this way. And this being like a z-axis, you're looking at the frontmost controller. So that's enough conceptual theory. Let's actually run it and click on its character and see what it looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Rick here. And just like that, we have opened up this other screen. There's obviously nothing there, but let's at least get the title to show up. So we can go ahead and here we can say that the title will be ViewModel.title, which means we do need to hang on to this ViewModel here that we pass into the initializer. So we're going to assign it like any other initializer, and we can say ViewModel.title. Alrighty, cool. So if you look at that, we now have this pretty obnoxiously large title showing up here. Now, perhaps we don't want it to be that large, which I particularly don't. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is I'm going to say detail VC.navigation item, and then there's an option, large title display mode, and we're going to say never. For that particular view controller, that screen, we don't want it to ever show a large title. This looks a lot more appropriate. I've purposely capitalized the name of the character here, but we can click on any of these, and basically what we're going for is we're going to want to be able to show kind of like a profile for a character, all their information, all the episodes they've been in, all the locations that are relevant to them, and then we should be able to click further down. Let's say we want to find information about, episode 47 that Rick appeared in, or Morty appeared in, or, agency director appeared in. We're going to be able to do all that. So I know I mentioned talking about, unlimited scroll. I'll briefly start talking about it, and then we'll cut over to a new video since this has taken a little longer than what I anticipated. So now in our character list view, when we scroll down, we need to do 2 things. A, we need to know once the user has scrolled to the bottom. And B, what we want to know is, okay, if you're at the bottom, do we even have more characters to load? In other words, like, should we show a spinner? Should we even bother trying to make an API call? And we're going to add all of that business logic to our character list view model here. So I'm going to come into here and say that this is, first of all, let me add a comment here, view model to handle character list view logic. And we'll add some more documentation later on, but essentially, I'll add a mark here. So these will be CollectionView implementation below here. Essentially what we want in here are 2 things. A, and these will be public, we're going to say var should show, should show load more indicator, which will be a Boolean. I'll return false for now. We'll implement this in a second. And if we know that we should show this, we also probably want a function which is going to be to fetch additional characters. So we have fetch characters here. So I'm going to go ahead and say, add a function here, or a documentation string for this function. And I'll go ahead and say, fetch initial set of characters. And I'm going to put in quotes or parentheses 20 here because that's how many we get. And here I'm going to add another function, and this is going to be public func fetch additional characters. And this is kind of self-explanatory. So paginate if additional characters are needed. So once the user, scrolls to the bottom, we want to first do two things. We want to, fetch new characters, but on the view side, we want to know if we even should show a particular spinner at the bottom. We're going to leverage a footer to show the spinner. So let me just briefly add some of the functions that we're going to end up using. So to get the scroll position, what we can do is actually use a scroll view delegate. So what that actually means is if we jump over to the character list view, and if you click into jump to definition of a collection view, it actually inherits from UI scroll view. And UI scroll view has a nice delegate on it, which lets us basically get a bunch of information about the scroll position of that scrolling view. So we're going to go ahead and conform to that protocol, just how we've done here with an extension for the collection view. I'm going to say mark. This will be for the scroll view. And let's go ahead and say UI scroll view delegate. And the function we care about is scroll view did scroll. And we'll want to do some math in here to figure out, if we're at the bottom. And what we'll also want to go ahead and do is we're going to say guard. And this is going to be should show load more indicator, right? So if we know that we should show this, then it's worth even doing, the math to see if we're at the bottom. Otherwise, it's kind of silly, right? We have nothing more to load. And in terms of knowing if we need to load more stuff, the way we're going to figure that out is with the info that we originally had gotten back from the API that I ignored earlier. So the info we're going to say is the response model dot info, just like that. And if you recall, this info that we had added has 4 things on it. So there's pages, count, next, and previous. So we can essentially just say, hey, do we have a next URL? If we do, go ahead and load it. And if we don't, you don't have to load it. We can optionally do the math and figure out like if we have in our models like 20 things and we have a total count of, let's say, 100, we know that there are going to be 5 pages. But doing all that, it's a little verbose and it's not really necessary. So what I want to do is in our view model, we are going to hang on to not only the characters and the view models, but we are going to hang on to the info. So we can go ahead and say API info will be of type this .info, and by default it's going to be nil, and it is going to be a mutable var, so it's not a constant. And what we're going to do in here is we are simply just going to say self.api info is info, and this way we can just check for that next URL. So down here, what we want to do is we're going to say if API info.next doesn't equal nil, right? If this doesn't equal nil, we have another URL. This next URL will actually give us the results of the next page of characters. The API returns that for us, and if you're wondering how the heck I know that, if you actually come back to the API documentation and go to this, you'll see an example right here actually. Next will give us this Rick and Morty .com API characters, and then it gives you like page 2. So if I copy and paste this into a tab, here is the second page, and just like that, we have another URL here for page 3, etc., etc. So that's how that is going to work, and we need to fetch characters here. That's how that's going to work, and let's see, I'll cut the video here. We actually went through quite a bit. Drop a like before clicking away. Hit subscribe if you're new here and haven't subscribed and into iOS. Share on all the socials. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Welcome back to part 10, if I'm not mistaken, of building the Rick and Morty iOS app. We left off talking a little bit about pagination. We also started to hook up another screen. It's empty at the moment for character details. We're going to pick up right where we left off and dive into pagination for this character collection view here. So drop a like down below, subscribe, say hello in the comments for the YouTube algorithm, and let's dig in. So where we left off was basically talking about how we're going to set up our view model to know if we even need to go and fetch more characters. So before we start some fetching, let's get that spinner to show up at the bottom, because at the moment it's not showing up. So to do that, what I'm going to do is we're going to create another view, and that view is going to inherit from UI collection view, and I think it's something called a reusable view. Yep, a collection reusable view, and this is going to be a RM, let's call this an RM footer loading collection reusable view. Kind of a long name, but you know, descriptive is better than abbreviation 99% of the time. So let's go ahead and create this. It is very similar to a cell such that we need to register and dequeue it. So we are going to create a identifier static constant on here. I'm also going to override the initializer. Respectively, we also need to override the required initializer and just toss unsupported in here. I wish Xcode would just automatically, you know, do this for me, even though it does 80% of the job. We're going to add a constraint function. So we're going to say add constraints. We're going to use this in a moment. And I guess for now that's good enough. So let's actually go to our collection view and let's actually register this and talk about how the heck we're going to use it. Before I do that, let me actually just toss a color in here. So one thing you'll notice is that this does not have a content view, which is by design. Let me make this blue because we want to actually see it when it shows up. And let's go back to our view model for the character list view. And we're going to register this to the collection view. And actually, we need to go to the character list view where the collection view resides. So we are going to register this in the collection view. And we're going to say register. And when you type out register, you'll see you get another function here called view class. We want to register a RM footer loading collection reusable view.self. And this is going to have an identifier, which will be the identifier we added. And this thing here is important. This is the supplementary view of kind. So this is going to be the UI collection view, and we want element kind section footer. So basically what we're saying is we're registering a footer that we can, you know, show up at the bottom. If we wanted to, we can dequeue it, but we need to actually inform the collection view of this. Now, we need to actually implement the data source functionality, whether or not this should show up. And now that actually resides in the view model, which is what I was thinking of earlier. So to do that, we need two things. We need to specify the size of the footer as well as the function which will dequeue the footer itself. So we are going to say collection view, and there is a function in here that we want, which is view for supplementary element of kind at. Now, we don't care about the index path, but what we do care about is the fact that we can return a UI collection reusable view, but it has to be something. It can't just be nil, which is a little strange, right? So what we want to do is we're going to say guard that the kind is going to be a UI collection view element kind footer. Otherwise, we're just going to return, I'll just do it, I guess. We're just going to return a base view. So we'll just say UI collection reusable view. We'll just create it like so. Otherwise, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we want to dequeue that particular footer that we created. So we'll say footer will be collection view. And this is just like the cell that we did before. We're going to say dequeue a reusable supplementary view of kind will be kind. Identifier is an identifier we passed in. I'm going to line break this so it's a little more readable. And the index path will just be the index path that we're getting from this parameter of this function. And then we can just return the footer like so. Now, before we go ahead and give this a run, we also need to specify the size for this footer. So there's another function, which is collection view. And what we're looking for is, let's see if I can find it. So there is reference size for footer, and there should be another function. Let's see if I can find it because there's literally tons and tons of these. So we don't want any of these display ones. We don't want the editing ones. Let's see if I can find it. So there's select, layout, okay, layout reference size. Perhaps it is a reference size one. I could have swore it was something else. So there's collection view, target index path. Nope. We want collection view. Now let's do footer. I guess it is reference size. Okay, so maybe I misremembered. So here what we can actually specify is the size for this particular footer. So the function is collection view layout. We pass that in here as well, and it's a reference size for footer in section. So what I'll go ahead and do is I will say return CG size, and the width here will be the width of the collection view. So we can say collection view dot frame dot width, and the height I'm going to hard code to be 100. So let's go ahead and give this a build and run, and let's see if we see a blue view at the bottom when we scroll down. Cool, so we in fact do see a blue view. Now, we only want to see this if we have something to show. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say if the kind is an element footer and we have should show load indicator, right? Because if we shouldn't show this, then it's kind of silly. So let me change this should show load indicator property, if I can find where I put it. Let's just return false here. Now, we're still gonna, I believe, see the blue view. Actually, we're just gonna see empty space if I'm not mistaken, or crash, I guess, in that case. So let's see why this is actually crashing. We're gonna debug this together like I promised at the beginning of the video. So it's saying you're trying to dequeue a view of kind. Let's see, elements at index path, where elements calling kind, UI collection view kind section. The view returned from this was not retrieved by calling. Okay, so it's basically yelling at us that we didn't actually properly dequeue a view. We kind of instantiated it, which is actually exactly what we did. So let me explain what that means. So what it's not happy about is the fact that, you know, we did correctly come into the else of this guard. However, what it's not happy about is the fact that we are instantiating this instead of returning it appropriately. So we're going to do something a little clever here. We're just going to fail error and say unsupported. And instead of putting the check here, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to say guard here. And if we shouldn't show this and we come into the else here, meaning we shouldn't show this loading thing at the bottom, the footer, what we're going to do is we're just going to make the size of the footer 0, and effectively that'll just hide it, right? So we're always going to have it, but we're not going to ever, crash and return, just any other view. So let's go ahead and give this a build and run. And we shouldn't crash now. We should just not see any space down there. So the footer is actually still being returned, but we just don't see it because we're saying, okay, the size of view is 0, because the computed property up here, we're just hard coding this to false for should show the load more indicator. If we get rid of that, now we have this blue view. So the blue view looks great, not really that cool. Let's put a spinner in there. We already saw how to create a spinner. It is a UI activity indicator view. So I will get rid of that. Let me actually just make it the proper color, which will be system background. And there's going to be basically 2 functions on here. And what that is going to be is, well, I'll just do one perhaps. We're going to say public func start animating. And start animating more or less is just going to start animating our spinner, which I have yet to add. So let me go ahead and add that. We'll say private let. And actually, let's be smart about this. We can copy and paste it from our character list view. So I'm literally going to take it from in here. I'm going to paste it in here, make sure everything is looking good. We will go ahead and add this as a subview. And we also want to set up its constraints. So I'll just call this add constraints function I already put into here. And I want to say I can steal the constraints from this prior view as well. So let's see. Let's go ahead and grab these constraints, and we'll adjust them as needed. So let's see, the width anchor, height anchor, we made these 100, 100. I think that looks good. And then center X and Y are still center of its container. So this should be good to go. And we're gonna say spinner, start animating. And I guess that's all we kind of really need to do. And the other thing that I will mention is, once we load in more stuff, this footer will kind of get pushed to the bottom. We probably should stop its animation, but we'll get into that optimization later on. So let me just pause this or stop the application and give it a run again. And let's come down here and see if we see a spinner. All right, so we totally do not see a spinner. So let's see what the heck happened with our spinner. So let's go ahead and see. Well, actually, I do know what happened. Memory serves, we just added this start animating function and we never actually called it. So let's go back into our view model where we dequeue the footer and see if I can find where it's dequeued. We need to cast this footer to a RM, shoot this guy right here. And now we can say footer, and we can say start animating. Now, we can't return an optional here, so if you go ahead and try to compile, it'll yell at you if you try to build. So we are going to force it via a guard let statement. So we'll go ahead and do that. And in this case, we'll once again do unsupported like so. And I guess the intelligent thing would be to just combine these two guard statements into one. And I'll fix that indentation by highlighting and doing a Control-I. And I think we should be good to go. We want to actually move the start animating call below the typecast. Let's go ahead and fix this one more time. And let's see what I screwed up. We don't need this optional anymore. And let's see if we see that spinner. All right, looking pretty good. Look at that. We've got a spinner at the bottom. Unfortunately, it's not really doing anything at the moment, but it's a spinner nonetheless. Let's talk about doing something. So maybe this is the last thing we'll cover in this video. So we previously brought in this scrollView_did_scroll function, and if we just go ahead and print out two things, you'll very easily figure out how we're going to calculate if we're at the bottom. So we are going to get the offset in the vertical direction, which is the scrollView.content, content offset.y, right, the y-axis. We're going to get the total height of the content inset. So we're going to say scrollView content size.height. And what I'll also go ahead and do is get the scrollView's actual frame height. So let's call this total content height, because the content is inside of the scroll view. It's larger than the actual visual that you see, right? So we only see from here where it says the title to this kind of third row, but we actually have a total of 10 rows. So we're going to get total scroll view height. This is, I guess, the fixed height, and this is going to be the scroll view.frame.size.height. So let me go ahead and print each of these. So we are going to print here, and this will be offset, and I guess we can just interpolate here, which is basically sticking a string inside of a string, or I digress, a number or some other variable inside of a string. So let me go ahead and just copy and paste these, and then we'll also make sure we go ahead and change these on the right-hand side. And let's see what we get when we run this and start scrolling down. So I'm going to hit Command-K in the console just to clear it. And I'll scroll a very tiny amount, and I'll come back here and we get a bunch of prints. So let's take a look. So you'll notice a couple of things. The offset increases as we go down, which makes sense. The total height of the content does not change. Neither does the height of the fixed height. Well, I guess this one actually did change. So the total scroll view fixed height, now this is actually an interesting learning example. Why did this change? If you actually look at this visually, you'll see that this navigation controller's navigation bar by default gives us this cool functionality where it shrinks. So if I go ahead and clear this and scroll it a teensy tiny bit more, you'll see that now the fixed height won't actually move. It's 671.3 repeating. And the content size height won't change as well. The only variable here is the offset. So let's scroll to the bottom and let's see where our offset lands. So our offset basically now is 221 or 2251, and the total height is 2922. And if you subtract 671, that's basically where we're at. So let's do a little bit of basic math here and figure out how we know if we're at the bottom. So we're going to say that we want to check if the particular offset is greater than or equal to the scroll view's content size subtracting the height here. And if it's, if it's greater than or equal to that, we can say should start fetching more, right? Because we already guarded against the state that we do have more stuff to load. And if we get here, we should start fetching more. So let's go ahead and get rid of these prints, and let's try scrolling down and see what happens. So by default, when we scroll, right, a few rows, nothing should happen. We should only hit that once we're all the way at the bottom. Let's see, nothing should happen still. Awesome. We're going to continue down. Should be getting close to the bottom. Let's get a little bit more. Hopefully that's the last row. And at this point, we see our spinner. We should see a print now, but actually, we need to go all the way to the bottom for it to start printing. And the reason for that is the height of that footer where the spinner sits, that itself is 100 points tall. So the intelligent thing here to do would be that if the offset is greater than the total height minus the total fixed height, minus another 100, and then I'll do minus another 20, aka 120, as a nice little buffer. So we'll go ahead and also put a breakpoint here, and if you're not familiar, our code, once it gets in here, it'll snap to Xcode by default, and it'll tell us that we came inside of here. So we can just scroll down, and boom, at that point, we have reached here, and this is roughly right above the last row. I can hit this little play button towards the bottom, and this is where it's gonna start loading more content. Now I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this breakpoint so I can continue scrolling down. And so essentially around here, it'll start to load more, which is exactly what I want. And the beauty of this is as we load in more content, this content offset and height, right, the size property, will be dynamically updated and managed by the scroll view, aka the collection view. Now, one other very last thing that I want to touch on is a edge case here that I hope/assume some of you have seen, right? When we come down here, this print gets printed a bunch of times, probably hundreds of times, as we continue to scroll. The loading operation to load more characters is going to take maybe a second, but we don't want to accidentally call that request, n times to load more characters while we're waiting. So we do want to do one more thing, and that one more thing is we want to introduce a private variable in here, and this is going to be called is loading more characters, and by default it'll be false. And down here what we're going to say is we're going to make sure that not only should we show the load more indicator, meaning we should actually care about what goes on in here, but we're going to make sure that we're not currently loading more characters such that this only prints once. So I'm going to go in here and do true, and now you'll see something pretty interesting happen. And that is, if we scroll all the way down, we'll see this guy printed only once. So it should start fetching more, it gets printed, and that's it. So that's basically it. What we can actually do in here now is we have this function defined. We will probably implement it in the next video, but we can say fetch additional characters. That's essentially what I'm going to do in here. And I'm going to actually move this this assignment of true into this function, and then we can actually build this out. So that's where we will wrap it up. We did quite a lot here. We got this footer showing. We actually added a bunch of business logic. So drop a like before clicking away. Subscribe if you're into iOS. Tweet the video. @ me on LinkedIn. Love interacting with y'all. Say hello in the comments, or if you had any issues, happy to help as much as I can. I will see you in the next part. Welcome to part 11 of the Building the Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we started talking a little bit about pagination. We added this cool spinner at the bottom. And in this video, we're going to actually attempt to load in more characters and actually populate our grid here, aka collection view. So start by dropping a like as per usual, say hello in the comments for the algorithm, and let's jump right in. So what we already have set up is we're already actually calling this function right here, right? So we're already saying, go ahead and start fetching additional characters. So one thing that we're going to modify is we need to get the URL to actually fetch, right? But our service, right, if we start writing RM service shared, we need to actually turn that URL into a RMRequest, right? And we also want to provide the expecting type and a completion handler. So let's amend this function to take in a URL. And what I'll do inside of here is not only am I going to be checking these conditions, but I'm going to say that the next URL string will be API info.next. That'll be the next URL string. And then we're going to also use this to create a URL. So we're going to say this will be URL with a string next URL string. Let me just line break this as well. And let's go ahead and fix all this indentation with Control I. Now we can actually specify here URL, right? And we'll jump into this function here, and now we have a URL in here. So how do we translate a URL to a RM request? So we're going to jump to RMRequest, and the way I'm going to do that is by hitting Command-Shift-O. If you're not familiar, it's an easy way to search for any file in your project. Once we have a bunch of files, it's way faster than actually looking for it in the left navigation. So if you see this pop up, that's what I'm doing. So in RMRequest, we have a single initializer. We have to pass in the endpoint, and that's a little inconvenient. It would be cool if we added another convenience initializer, which will be optional. In other words, it may or may not succeed in initialization. And this is going to take in the URL. We're going to parse this URL and attempt to get back the initialized RM request. So parsing the URL is something that we're going to actually unit test later as well, and it's rather simpler than how it sounds. So we're going to first get the URL string by just saying, give me the absolute string of this. And I'm going to go ahead and say, if string contains constants.base URL, we're good to go. So we're going to say, if it doesn't contain at least the base URL, we're in trouble because that's the bare minimum that we need. And as a refresher, that's basically rickandmortyapi.com/API. So if it doesn't include that, we're probably not in good shape. So just, exit early. I'm also going to now just trim the string with saying string, and we are going to say replacing occurrences of, and we are going to replace the base URL plus a slash with basically nothing. And we're going to start parsing this trimmed URL. So the first thing I'm going to do is say, if trimmed contains a slash, we want to do something. The other thing I'll do is if trimmed doesn't contain that, but it does contain a question mark if we want to do something. Otherwise, something went wrong, we're just going to return nil. So in this case, if we have base URL.com/character, we want to get, we're trimming this out in the replace up above, and let's say there's another slash here. We want to get the first thing by splitting the string, the trimmed string, by the slash. So we'll say components is going to be trimmed, and we're going to split it by the slash. And what I'm going to go ahead and do here is say, if the components isn't empty, we can actually get the first element, which will be the endpoint string, spell that correctly, endpoint string, which will be the 0th, aka first element. And now we can actually create a RM endpoint via a string. And the reason we can do that is this enum has a raw value type of string. So I can actually go ahead and say that this is going to be a, let RM endpoint, and this is going to be RM endpoint with a raw value of the string that we have parsed out. Now this thing in its own right is going to be a optional, so we do need to unwrap it. And if we successfully have gotten it, we are just going to pass this RM endpoint here and just return, so we stop the execution of this function. So it looks complex, but it's basically just manipulating a string. And let's do the exact same thing here. We're going to literally copy and paste this, and later on we're going to fix this code smell since we're reducing, making code redundant. So we're going to check if there's a question mark in this case. If there is, we're going to split by it, right? So let's see, in this case we have a question mark. We're checking if we have it. We're going to replace by it. And once we've separated it, the first element we expect to be our endpoint. Once again, we're going to create an endpoint and try to initialize with it. So now that we've got this thing here, let's jump back to where our ViewModel code was. And here we're going to try to create a request. So I'm going to say guard-let request is going to be a RM request, and we're going to create it with the URL. And we need a guard-let because this initializer can actually return nil in case we pass in, like apple.com or something. Once we have a request, we're going to attempt to execute it. And I'm just going to guess that the response we get is going to be very similar to the response that we got previously, the RM get all characters response that we've previously built out. And then of course we get our result. I'm going to switch on the results, and let's just start by printing out whatever the heck that we get back in the success case, as well as in the failure case. And one thing to note is that we do want to reset this to false if we do fail to create a request. I'm also going to print out failed to create request. And I'll also print here that we are fetching, spell that correctly, fetching more characters. Let's go ahead and build and run. I know we did a lot. And okay, so first things first, something weird is going on. We already see a bunch of prints here. So looks like it's already fetching more characters as soon as the app opens, which is strange, right? We don't want to do that. We only want to fetch more as soon as we go to the bottom. So what I'm going to do is, if you recall, we have this cell view model thing up here, which is a collection of the view models for what we've loaded already. We're going to come down here and do two things. We're going to add a new check. And let me do it up here. And I'm going to make sure that the cell view models isn't empty, right? So if this is empty, there's no reason to check if we're at the bottom, right? Because we're still loading the initial batch of data. The other thing that I'll do, which is a common practice with, when a user is typing or doing something, you want to basically delay an action. We're just going to add a small action here, delay action. We're going to say timer, schedule with an interval, say 2.2 of a second. We don't want to repeat, and we're going to have a block here where we'll toss all of our code. We're going to capture self in a weak capacity, since we definitely don't want to leak memory. And we're just going to tell the timer to invalidate itself. In other words, like, just clean yourself up. And what this will do is once it gets to this block of code, it's going to wait 0.2 seconds before it tries to execute it. And the reason that that will fix the problem is when it then calculates the offset, it'll realize that we're at the top since we have all these grid cards loaded. So we'll go ahead and build and run. We don't see any prints, which is awesome. We'll come down here and now we get all of our jazz printed out here. So it looks like, let me scroll up. We got fetching more characters, and it looks like this was called multiple times. So something weird is definitely going on with that. So we don't want to be seeing this multiple times. So let's see why that is actually happening. So we get our response here. It looks like our response was indeed correct. And let's see why that is. We only want to see this being printed once. Let me go ahead and comment out the actual API call. And let's see what's going on here. We're going to debug together, live and in action. All right, we just got a bunch of prints, so that is not good. So let's come back here and let's see what's going on. So inside of this check, I think what's happening is because we're queuing this with a timer, we're actually queuing multiple of these. So inside of here, since we are setting this to true, I am going to add another guard and make sure this thing is false, right? If it's false, we can continue. Otherwise, if we've already called that function once, we certainly don't want to redundantly fetch something. So it'll come down and we now have a single print despite the fact that maybe the caller is calling it a few times. Okay, cool. So now that we have actually set this up and we are appropriately able to, make a request, what do we want to do? So once we get our response here, we want to capture self, similar to when we did our initial fetch in a weak capacity. And we want to overwrite the API info that we held on this view model because now the next URL must have changed. So essentially, I am going to actually take what we've done in the initial fetch, and I'm going to move it down here. Let's rename this to response model. We have our new results. So I'm going to say new results, or I'll say more results, more accurate probably. So we're going to update this API info, makes sense. We don't want to overwrite characters. What we actually want to do is we want to append the contents of more results since, it's additive. And then instead of telling our delegate that we've loaded the initial set of characters, what we actually want to do is we want to tell the collection view that, okay, you need to update the fact that there are now new characters. So let's add a new delegate function for that. And before I actually forget to do so, let's also now come down here and say that isLoading is going to now be false. And I'm going to actually do it after we inform the delegate. And we also want to do it over here in the failure case. You might be wondering why we didn't just put it up here, and I'm doing that in case we inadvertently start another fetch for more data again. We're gonna wait for our grid of characters up here to in fact be updated. So let's actually come to the delegate up here and let's add a new function. So we have this initial load one. I'm gonna add it right below it. I'm gonna say func did load more characters, let's say with count maybe. And let's see what we actually want to do here, because we want to know how many cells that we want to go ahead and insert. So I guess we'll pass it an integer of the total cells that we do have. So let's go ahead and call this function down here. And I'll refresh your memory. Whenever we assign to characters, we actually do create new view models. So I'm going to say creating view models. And this part is already additive. We're appending, we're not actually overwriting the view models. So let's come down here again, and here we're gonna say, on the delegates, we added a new function. So I'm gonna say did load more characters, and the new count of characters that we have is going to be our self.characters.count, and it is nullable, so I will coalesce it to 0. It should never, in fact, be 0. If I try to compile, let's see why this is yelling at me. It looks like we don't conform to that protocol since we did add that new function. So I am going to go ahead and bring in that new function, did load more characters with count. And this is the fun stuff. If we go ahead and build and run, we should see that there's no problem here, right? No problem at all whatsoever. And we do see the fact that creating view models is called a variety of times. So let me get rid of that print. It's a little noisy. And what we want to do here is we want to tell the collection view to add more cells. And the way we can do that is by saying perform, and we want to perform batch updates. So we're going to say batch updates, perform batch updates, and we have a closure here, and we also have a completion handler that you can implement, which is optional. You don't need to, you can know when the job is completed. But inside of here, we're going to say collection view, and let's see if I remember how to do this. We'll say self.collectionView. We want to insert items, and we want to insert them at a particular index path. So let's see how on earth we're going to insert them. So we should probably specify that via the arguments. We want to create a collection of index paths. So how do we do that? So what I'm going to do is we're going to change this function. So did load more characters with new index paths, and this is going to be a collection of index path, and we're just going to simply pass this into here. And I want to say there is a function on here along the lines of begin updates. Let's see if that actually does exist. Yep, so there is begin. Nope, there's not. I take it back. That's something else. So we actually don't need that. That might be a table view construct that I'm thinking of, but we are going to go back to our view model for our character list, and I'm going to change this to be what we had updated. And we now need to derive the new set of index paths that we are updating with. So we're going to go ahead and have to calculate that here. So we know the initial set of characters and how many we had, right? So here we have our more results. So what I'm going to do is we're going to say that the original count is going to be self, and this will basically be our characters.count. Now all these optionals is going to start to get super annoying, so we are going to unwrap it. I'll go ahead and say strong self is self. This is a very common technique that you'll see across iOS apps. We're going to change all of these self optionals to strong self so we can avoid the nullability. So here we have our original count. Our new count is more or less just going to be our more results.count. And we kind of just want to subtract these and find the new indices to add. So the total is the original plus the new, makes sense. So let's say this is 20, this will be 40. What we want to actually do is we want to say that the starting index of the insert operation that we're going to do will be the total subtracting the new count. Now, I believe we actually want to subtract one more because we enumerate this from 0, right? The first index starts at 0, so this will be 0 to 19 for 20 elements. This will be 20 to 39, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. And then total will be a total of 40. So when we do 40 minus 20, we actually get 20, but we want to start off at 19 if my math is correct. We'll adjust as needed. So now what we can do is we're going to go ahead and say, create an array. So what we're going to do is we're going to say index paths to add is going to be an array of index path objects. And we're going to create an array from the starting index through starting index plus the new count. And we're going to go ahead and say compact map this, in other words, iterate over this, and return an index path where the row is the number and the section is 0. We have only one section, aka section 0. Let's see why this is yelling at me, and we will figure it out. It's saying we're not using this, which makes sense. For now, I'm just going to go ahead and print this and see what we actually get. So let's build and run and make sure nothing is breaking. Let's open up our console, which has no prints yet. We're going to come down here, and we do see a couple things being printed. We see this, so we see index path 0 and then 19, 20, and this should go all the way. It looks like the 38 is where it's going. So I actually don't know if 19 is correct. We might actually not need to subtract 1 because 19 is already in use, because 20 elements will get to index 19. So instead of just printing it now, let's actually just pass this in, and we should see the collection view batch update and add some cells. So let's see it in action. So I'll scroll down. We'll keep scrolling, and we should see some more cells. And if you look at that, we do in fact see more cells, but I see a problem. The problem that I see is that it looks like we're repeating elements. So it appears that page 2 here has just repeated the same element. So let's see why the heck that's happening. So it looks like at least we are, things are working and not crashing, but they're not working correctly. So we're going to debug this together before ending this video. So let's see how we do. So I'm going to print out the more results .count. So let's actually see what we're getting in here. And I'm also going to print out the first element's name inside of here and see what we actually get. So we can see here we start off with Rick and Morty. Super shocker that those are the first 2 characters. And as we scroll down here, we should get to the spinner, and we should see more stuff. So it looks like we're printing out 20 more elements, and we're getting Rick again. And that seems like it's an API error, actually. So let's see why that, in fact, is indeed happening. So let's see. So first of all, where is this print coming from? We're going to try to find it. So let's get rid of these. So let's actually leave these here. We're getting Rick again. And it looks like we're calling this delegate function. So let's go to where it's implemented, because it is in fact, so actually I think the reason, I'm just looking at the console here, it says performing reload data as a fallback because it was invalid update. Invalid number of items in section 0. The number of items contains an existing section of the update, 60, must be equal to the number of items contained in the section before the update, 20, plus or minus the change. Okay, so somehow we're getting 60 elements. That is not good. So let me print out the count of indices to add that we created. That should not be higher than 20. And I think I know what's happening here. So it looks like we are indeed adding 20, but it's for some reason we're saying to the collection view, hey, you should have 60 cells now, which is totally not correct. And I want to say this function is being called twice. So let's see why in fact that is. So I'm going to add a print here, fetching more data. And my hunch is if we actually get rid of assigning this to false, we'll see an appropriate update, and we'll need to just delay that is loading indicator to false so we don't have an issue. So let's go down. All right, we're loading more data, and now we actually it looks like we still have the same data. So let's see what the heck is going on. So it looks like we're still getting 60, which is definitely not correct. So we're saying did load more characters. Okay, so let's see what's going on in here. I'm going to command click into this, and instead of the definition, we're going to move to the actual view where this is implemented. And here we're basically saying insert items, and we have new index paths. So let's see what's going on. So I'm going to read the wording down here. It's actually pretty helpful to just read the warnings. So 20 were inserted, 20 were deleted, plus or minus the number of items moved into or out of that section. 20 moved in, 20 moved out. It's a collection view. It gives you a reference to that collection view, which is not relevant. So let's see, before the update, there were 20, and it's saying that there are 60 elements after the update. So something super weird is going on. So I am going to print out what is going on. We might be duplicating the view models if I'm, if I have to guess what's actually going on here. So let me print out pre-update. The count is going to be self, it'll be strong self, dot ViewModels dot count. And then I'm going to do post update, which I guess I will print out down here, which is going to be, which should be, I should say, 40. So let's go ahead and give this a run. We have nothing here at the moment, which is great. We'll come down here. We should now see printed out 20, and then for the post update, we should have 40. So I suspected correctly, we're actually duplicating the view model creation, right? We have 60 view models, and that's totally not correct. So let's see why that's happening. So we're adding to characters, and what we're doing is for each character, we're looping and creating a view model again. So that's a pretty obvious mistake. We are redundantly creating these. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to say loop over the characters where this this particular view model collection, the cell view models, doesn't contain a view model where the character's naming is already there. So let me actually write that out and I'll reverbalize it. So where cell view models contains where $0.name, character name, equals character. Let me actually close this left panel so we have a little more room here. So we're going to say only loop over the characters where the view model doesn't contain a thing with the character's name already. In other words, if a view model already exists with the current character's name that we're about to loop over, don't loop over it. Now, this is on a big assumption that every character has a unique name, but that's a bet I'm willing to make. So let's go ahead and build and run again. And we're going to open up our console here. We're going to scroll down here and let's see what actually happens. So now we're crashing. So that's not good, but at least it's progress. We're saying that we initially pre-update had 20, and it looks like we're not actually getting to the post update. So let's see why we're crashing. I'll fix it together. It's saying that attempt to insert item 20 in section, but there are only 20 items. Okay, so let's see what's going on. I'm going to scroll down here where we wrote all of our logic out, and we're actually going to see what's going on here. So we appended these. Alrighty, let's go ahead and comment this out. So we're going to see what we have post update. I suspect my index paths to add are now incorrect. So no crash. So pre-update, we have 20, and post-update, we also have 20. So that is not good. We should have a total of 40 view models. So let's see what's going on. So it looks like we are actually getting Rick Sanchez back again for this particular API call. So let's see why that actually is, because what's happening here is indeed correct, such that we're getting the same character over and over. So maybe the API actually doesn't return different characters. And this will be news to me as well. So let's go over here. We're going to go to character. We'll copy and paste it. And it looks like this first character here is in fact Rick Sanchez. I'm going to click on the next link. And it looks like now we get the first character, which is the Aqua Morty. So it looks like it is in fact different. So let's see what's going on. So this should be page 2. And let's see what's happening. I think I know what's happening. A critical mistake actually we made, which I just realized, is when we actually created the RMRequest, one thing that we're omitting here is the fact that we're splitting off the get parameters, the query parameters, and we're not including them. So the URL that is actually being triggered by the RM service is actually just getting the initial set of characters over and over. So a really good way that we can actually debug this, and I can actually prove that that's the problem, is we can say, give me the URL's absolute string that we are making a call to. So I'm going to go ahead and say API call, and we're going to stick inside of here the API endpoint that we're making a call to. All right, that makes sense. We go to the bottom, we should see page 2, and we don't see that, which is the exact problem, because we are simply getting rid of that information when we parse this out. So let me go ahead and include that info, and then we should hopefully see everything working. So now that we have broken out the components from the question mark, what we can actually go ahead and do is we can say we want to get the components after the question mark. So we'll say query items. And this query item is essentially going to be everything in components at position 1. We're going to also be safe and say make sure the components count is greater than or equal to 2 before we access one of these indices. And the way the query parameters generally look is along the lines of value equals name, and then value equals name, so on and so forth. So what we can actually now do is say that the query items is going to be the query item string, and we're going to separate this component. So we're going to say components separated by the and symbol. And now we can just actually create these URL query items. So I can actually go ahead and say compact map this collection, this array, and return a URL query item. And this gets created with a name and a value. So let's actually do that. So each of these elements, when we split it by the and, we should have a string with an equal in it. So I'm going to go ahead and call this name and value, and we're going to create it up here. So we're going to say guard that the current element contains an equal sign. If it doesn't, then we can just return nil. That's not a valid query item. Otherwise, what we can go ahead and do is say, we can say parts is going to be $0 components separated by, so let's do that again, components, and we want separated by, and we're going to separate this by the equal. All right, looking good. And then the name will be the first part of this parts collection, and this will be the second part. And if we go ahead and try to compile, hopefully we don't have any issues. Let's see what's going on. Looks like this is yelling at me. So it's saying generic parameter element of results could not be inferred. Basically, it's saying like, what is this thing going to be? This is going to be a URL query item array, like so. And now that we actually have these, if you recall, the RMRequest does in fact take in query items. So we can pass in query parameters like so. Go ahead and give this a build and run, and now we expect to see the appropriate URL down below when we paginate. So now we get page equals 2, and we can try to update the correct actual size of elements. It looks like we started off initially with 20 elements, and now we're actually at 38 elements. So it's not exactly 40, so we don't want to make that assumption. So let's jump back to our view model. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to calculate things correctly. So in this case, we're going to say how many new elements do we have, because what we have hard-coded here is not correct. And the other thing I'll call out is we now have a brand new name that we're printing. We're printing out Aqua Morty. So we'll get rid of that, looking good. We've updated the API info. We have our print up there. So we have our original count, which is the characters.count. We have our new count, we have our total. Starting index will be the total minus new count. And we're deriving all of these. So let's see, index paths to add.count, it's actually adding presumably 20. Let's see where that print is coming from. So let me go ahead and actually just print this out. And let's see the index paths that it is in fact generating for us. All right, we should get a collection down here. All right, so it looks like we get 0 and 20, 0 and 21, and it goes all the way to 0 and 39. And it doesn't look like we actually hard-coded 20 anywhere in here. So let's actually try to get this batch update, and let's see what happens. So I'm going to uncomment all this jazz down here. We are going to remove these print statements. And if we get a weird crash, we'll still debug it together. So let's come down here. All right, let's see what happens. Looks like we are still crashing, and let's see why that is. So it's saying reason, attempt to insert item 38 into section 0, but there are only 38 items in section 0 after the update. So it's basically saying you're trying to add more elements than what actually exists. So let's see why that is. So we have a new count. So original count, we're actually using the models here, right? So we should actually have a total of 40, but it does appear that the way that we're filtering out of characters is not really correct. And the reason I assume this is happening is because we have some character objects with the same name. So instead of doing it like this, before we actually fix it, I am going to verify this by printing out what we threw into characters. Rather, how many elements are inside of here. This is going to yell at me because it wants me to wrap it in a string. And let's see, we also need to say strong self. And let's see if that in fact is 40 as I suspect it to be. All right, looks like we got our prints. Let's ignore this crash. It is in fact 40, which leads me to believe there are character objects with the exact same name, which basically has me infer that we need a more intelligent way to filter out whether something exists in here. So let's actually do that. So we are creating character view model, and we want a way to uniquely create a hash for it. So luckily, there's something called hashable. So we're going to say hashable, and the way that we can uniquely figure out the hash of something is we are going to say hasher. We're going to say hash into, and we're going to say hasher.combine the character's name, hasher.combine the character status, and also combine the image URL. And essentially what we're doing here, let's get rid of this. What we're doing here is we are basically telling the view model, whenever it's created, what the unique hash value for it is. And by doing so, we can actually go and check more intelligently if it exists in our array. Now, this is also a part of adding hashable. It actually also forces you to conform to the protocol of equatable, which basically allows the equation of this object, whether two things are equal to one another. And the way I'm going to go ahead and do this is I'm going to say return LHS.hashValue equals RHS.hashValue. So L being left, R being right. If you go ahead and compile, we should be good to go. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say that this doesn't contain, and let's see, this doesn't contain an existing view model. So we don't want to actually do it like this. We're going to do it like this. We're going to say if this view model collection doesn't contain the new view model we have attempted to create, then and only then should you insert it. So let's see if this is correct, how many view models we actually get. Let me come down here and look at my print. This video has gotten way longer than what I planned for, but that's okay. We can figure it out together. So it looks like we're printing out the characters. Let me actually print out the view model count instead. I will prefix this ViewModels, and let's see how we actually do. And actually what I'll probably do is let's trim the video here since it's gotten way longer than what I would have liked and what I'm trying to keep this video under. And then the next video, we'll actually get the UI updating. So drop a like down below if you haven't done so already, hit subscribe, and I'll see y'all in the next part. Alright guys, welcome to part 12 of building the Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we started digging into pagination, basically unlimited scroll to load more data in our grid of characters here, and we've been running into some issues. It does look like we have fixed them. I actually paused the video or ended it towards the end previously, and I didn't actually run the app, but we're gonna dig into pagination, make sure it's working appropriately, and if it is, what we'll do is we will continue polishing this stuff. So drop a like down below, give a like and subscribe, and let's continue. So we're gonna build and run all of our changes. The last thing that we actually did is we added hashable and equatable to our view model for the character cell. So let's jump into that. And by doing this, we created a more intelligent way. I'm going to move it down here. We created a more intelligent way to go ahead and check if our collection of view models actually contains this, right? So we don't want to redundantly create the same view model. We want to make sure that we are keeping all of them without, overriding or duplicating any of them. Then in all of this logic down here, what we're doing is we get our basic new data and info. We hang on to the API info. We check out the original count, new count, and total. We do some math to get the difference, so total minus new count, that's the starting index. We convert that to basically however many index path objects we want. And then finally, we append to our characters new results. And by doing that, that'll trigger the new self view models to be created. And here you can see on line number 32, we are in fact making sure that the view model array doesn't already create or include what we just created. And then finally, we say to our dispatch queue main on the main queue, via the delegate, we're going to pass in these elements, so load more characters, and actually you just saw it work here. If we scroll down, we see the spinner, and then we should see some more characters load in like so. And the nice thing about this batch update business and this whole thing is the fact that we retain the spot we are at in the collection view. So we expect more elements to load in, but the reason they are not is because we want to also go ahead and uncomment this line, loading more characters to false. And let's go ahead and give a build and run, and let's go ahead and see how many pages of characters we can load. So let's continue down, so far so good. And actually this is looking really nice. There are literally tons and tons of characters. So it does appear that we were able to go ahead and actually build out pagination in the extent of the prior video. So I'm just kind of curious to know like how many more pages there are. I think there's like 30 or 40, so I'm not going to waste everyone's time. Let's get more creative and build out some more functionality. So right now, one thing that we are doing is every single time that we scroll down and we come across a new cell, we are actually fetching some new image data for each image. And I had mentioned a while ago, and let's actually clean up some of these prints because we don't actually need them. So one thing I mentioned a while ago is that it would be nice, just going to see where else I've got prints in here. It would be nice if we had a dedicated image loader, some type of object. I'm going to also get rid of in the RM service, the print that I added here previously. But it would be nice if we had an image loader that would handle maybe in-memory caching of images. So let's actually build that out. So if you recall, in our view model for our collection view cell, we had built out a function to fetch the image contents, and I actually wrote a to-do for myself here to abstract this to its own function as well as add some caching. So we're going to open up this managers folder, and we're going to create our very first manager. It's going to be a Swift file, and this is going to be image manager. You can also call it image loader. You can call it whatever you really want, but just give it a name that's descriptive. So we're going to create a file class. It's going to be a image loader. We're going to access it via a singleton. All right, image loader like so, and we're going to privatize the initializer. This should all look really familiar. This is how the RM service is set up, and it just dawned on me that I forgot to prefix this with RM, so let me do that, RM for Rick and Morty. Alrighty. So what I'm going to do is I am going to, let me actually update this here as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move this functionality here for fetching the contents of a URL, getting the image from it and returning it. I'm going to toss it onto the image loader, and you'll see why in a moment. So obviously reusability is a big benefit here, but we're going to also introduce some caching. So we're going to say download image. We're going to have a URL. We'll just literally copy and paste everything inside of here. And in the completion, what we're going to do is we're going to have the exact same completion here. We'll say escaping. Result will give us data or an error in the failure case, otherwise void. And those errors should in fact go away. So this is pretty great. So we now have this reusable function. So let's go here and let's actually use this instead. So what I'll go ahead and do here is I will be able to say, go ahead on the shared instance of this, go ahead and fetch, what did I call it? Download an image with a URL, which will be URL, and completion will actually just be this completion handler. We'll just basically pass the whole thing in. So this already dramatically simplifies the code we have to write in multiple places to fetch images. Now let's talk about an even cooler thing. So if we continuously get a request for a given URL, go ahead and get me the data, it's a little silly if we have to get the data over and over, especially in a given app run. So one question that you might be thinking is, well, why would we need to fetch the image again? And the answer is we don't. It looks like we just crashed there. We'll want to fix that later on, but we don't. But the idea of a collection view is if I scroll down, those cells up above have been dequeued. So when I scroll back up, it actually will need to go ahead and re-download the image with the current way we've built it and assign it. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to use something called an NS cache. Now, admittedly, I haven't used an NS cache in literally forever, so I'm going to go ahead and call this image data cache. And what's nice about a NS cache is it intelligently actually handles getting rid of caches in your session, in your memory, in your app session, in case memory is getting low. So we're going to create a NS cache, and you actually need to specify what you want to be saving in here. So if we actually jump into this, you'll see that NS cache does take a key type and an object type that we are saving. So I'm going to go ahead and save in here the key type as a maybe we'll do a NS string, and the object that we're going to go ahead and save is data. So go ahead and compile, and let's see if this is going to yell at me. So it looks like it does yell at me. So NS cache does require data to be a class type, so we can go ahead and make this NS data. So the constructs of Swift and Objective-C get a little tricky here, but we just are going to need the Objective-C variant of string, so NS string, as well as NS data. So what we can actually do in here now is we can cache the data that we get back with the key being the string of the URL. So we're going to say the key here is going to be URL.absolute string as NS string. So that'll give you a key, and then the data here, I'll go ahead and call it value, will be data as NS data, and I think you can cast it directly. And we are going to say self.image cache, and there should be, let's see if I can find it. We want to do, image data cache. We should be able to do key here equals value. And if you go ahead and build and run, it looks like we do have an error there. So let's see how we actually do this. So it's not actually a dictionary. What we want to do is set object for key, if I'm not mistaken. So let's set up the value for the key. And that actually looks like is what it was looking for. I'm going to click in here and just make sure that that is the correct function that I was looking for. So we have object for key, set object for key, and remove object for key. So essentially we are caching in something that's very similar to a dictionary, the data for a given URL. I'm also going to say weak self in here so we don't cause a memory cycle from this cache and this closure. And now what we can do is whenever a request comes in, what we can do is we can say if let, and we can say data inside of here is going to be from our image data cache, and we want to get an object for a particular key, and this is going to be URL. And let me actually move this key thing up here so we don't have to type it again. We're going to say try to get an object for this key. And if we're able to get it, we actually have already succeeded, and we can just stop, we can return, and we can just call the completion handler. We can do success and pass the data. Now, one thing you'll notice is this is going to yell at you because this is NS data. And let's see if we can cast backwards to data. So one important note is NS data is basically the exact same thing as data. Similarly, NS string is the same thing as string. There's some complexity in how those types are bridged between Swift and Objective-C that isn't really valuable to dig into, but I did want to at least call that out. So let's go ahead and add some documentation. So we're going to say get image content with URL, and we'll say source URL, callback. Awesome, looking good. So we're going to scroll down, we're going to scroll up. Everything should be basically identical, but behind the scenes, you're not actually fetching images again. So if I hit this and come up, you'll know that it's reading from the cache. And the way we can verify that is we can say reading from cache, and we can toss in the key. Now you can use the key, you can use any element as the key, but it is subjective. So here we can actually see reading from cache already, which is pretty great. So let's come down here and we are going to continue, and we'll continue. And let me now hit the status bar where it's gonna quickly scroll up, and we have a bunch of these cells and they came back into view, but instead of having to actually fetch them again, we're reading from the cache. And that's kind of the virtue of NSCache. You can also write the entire image to disk, but beware that there are drawbacks of that, of reading and writing from disk is expensive. And when I say expensive, it's heavy performance-wise. So let's scroll down, and I saw a weird crash. So let's see if I can duplicate that crash again and figure out why that was happening. So it looks like we scroll down, and then maybe if I scroll up, a weird crash did occur, and I do want to find it and fix it if we can get it to repro. So let me scroll all the way up. It looks like we are not actually hitting that again, but in case I do hit it somewhere along the way, we are going to want to fix it. But if anyone else hits it, feel free to shout out in the comments, and we can in fact debug it together. And maybe that's a good stopping point for this video. We basically covered the image performance caching. So in the upcoming videos, what we're going to do is not only work on this detail screen, but we're going to also add a little filter icon here. Maybe we can add like a search bar or something. Haven't quite decided yet. We still need to build out these tabs in their entirety, so lots to do. Stay tuned, drop a like if you haven't done so yet, comment for that algorithm, subscribe, share the channel, link me on, or rather at me on LinkedIn, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back, guys, to the next part in the Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we went ahead and talked briefly about caching images for performance via our image loader. In this part, we're going to start building out and actually discussing the character detail screen, basically what we see when we tap on a single character. Drop a like, subscribe, throw a comment down there before we get into things, and let's dig in. So one thing that I keep forgetting to do, and I keep reminding myself, is we are going to commit and push our changes. So once again, we'll CD into our folder. We're going to stage everything. We're going to say more updates as the commit message, and we will give this a git push as well. And just like that, we're good to go. Let's talk about what we want to show for a single character. Now, if you recall, we have actually created a controller for this. We have in the controllers folder a folder called other, and it is our RM character detail view controller. And essentially what we want to do is whenever we have a single character, we can get information for a single character, right? So let's actually on the left on our API docs, click on get a single character, and you'll notice that you get a bunch of things back. Not only do you get, the name, the status, like the basic stuff, but you also get things like their location. You also get things along the lines of which episodes have they appeared in, which are actually pointers to other information about the episode. So this is another endpoint where we can get information about episode 1. So we can actually show quite a bit of information about a particular character. So let's actually think about how we want to build this UI out and what things we want to accomplish. So what would be cool is if we had a, nice big image of the character at the top, and then followed by maybe their name, a bunch of pieces of information like their status, their location, etc., etc. But then what I also want to show, which looks like it gives us a collection of elements for this, is which episodes did they appear in, right? And instead of having a list of that, maybe we want a horizontal carousel is what I'm going to call it, where we can swipe through, n number of episodes, right? So if we look at the example that is given to us here, let me go ahead and open this up. We'll see that there's actually a ridiculous number of characters in here, or rather episodes that this character appears in. Well, not ridiculous, but it is certainly more than like a handful. And it'd be nice to have a horizontal carousel, and it'll also give us obviously an example of how to build a carousel. So let's start piecing all of this together. Now, a view that would be dynamically configurable to handle all of this is either a table view or collection view. So we are going to actually leverage a collection view again, but we're going to use a compositional layout, which is something I feel isn't covered very broadly within the iOS community. So let's actually go ahead and build this out. So we have our controller here. We could build it out directly inside of here, but we're going to be good citizens and abstract everything. So let's close all this jazz up. We're going to open up views, and I'm going to create a new view in here. We'll subclass a base UI view, and I will call this I think actually we have a view for this already, if I'm not mistaken. We have a RM character detail view. So actually we already have this in here. So this is a view for single character info. We're actually going to override the initializer. And let me just stick a background color here. We'll do system purple. Perhaps I'll also override the required initializer and toss a fatal error in there with unsupported. And let's see what else we want to do. We're going to want to use constraints here. So we are going to say translates auto-resizing masks into constraints is false. And let's go ahead and stick this view into our controller, which I don't think we've done yet. We have not done that yet. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to say our detail view is simply going to be this. I'm going to toss a mark comment here for our initializer. And let's set up this view by saying view, add subview, the detail view, and let's go ahead and say add constraints. And we're going to create this function down here. And we'll say ns layout constraint activates, and if I'm not mistaken, I can steal this from the other controller we already wrote out, because more or less it'll be identical. We just want to pin this detail view to every single corner of the safe area layout guide. So I'll change this to be our detail view. So let's go ahead and build and run. And we should hopefully see our purple view show up when we click on this. So cool, we in fact do see it. That is awesome. So perhaps one thing that we want to do is we also want to have a nice little share button at the top right here. Maybe we can share out via text message or some other mechanism information about whatever character we're looking at. So to do that, we're going to add a navigation item right button. So we're going to say add a right bar button. And this is going to be a UI bar button item. We can go ahead and create it with a typical style, and I'm going to use the action item. The target is going to be self, and the selector is which function should I call when you tap on this. So I'm going to go ahead and say did tap share. And we want to go ahead and add this down below. It needs to be an Objective-C selector. So make sure you do annotate this at objc. And we're gonna go ahead and implement this later on. So share character info. And let's start bringing in that collection view that we have previously mentioned. Let's at least start building out some simple UI pieces. One thing I'll draw your attention to is we currently do have this view model here that we've created already where we passed in the character for which we want to get information. Now on the character, there is actually a URL, and this URL actually does give us the URL endpoint for that character. So if I actually come here and say public var request URL, I can go ahead and actually return a URL, and I can actually do character.url, which is a string. So let's go back to our controller. Actually, before even setting up that collection view, one thing that we can do is as soon as viewDidLoad is called here, we can go and say, go ahead and fetch the information for this character. So I can actually say fetch character info. And previously I stuck the fetch function inside of the view model, but in this case, I'm going to stick it here. And what we'll do is we'll abstract this eventually to the view model. So and actually, instead of even doing that, that's redundant work. We're going to be intelligent, and I'm actually going to just call it directly from in here. So let's put this here. We'll say view model. We're going to say fetch character info. We'll say data. Maybe it's a better term. And we'll come into here and actually create this function. And let's see, that is the view. That's not what we want. We want the view model here. And inside of here, we're going to have public func to fetch this. We can privatize the request URL, and we're going to attempt to create a request, an RM request from this URL. So we'll say RM request with a URL. And if you recall, we had set up this function previously to actually paginate. So we're going to leverage it again. We also need to unwrap the URL. So we'll say URL is the request URL. And here we'll have the URL. And I am also going to just print out, and I'll print it out perhaps up here. I'm going to print out character.url. I think we'll want to actually tweak this a little bit because we aren't handling multiple path components, but let's see. So we certainly do have this. We'll split this out, and then we have character/1. And if I actually come in here and add a print failed to create, we should actually see that printed out because we currently are not handling multiple path components. Well, actually, it looks like we are not failing to create. So let's see what request URL we are actually getting back, because I have a hunch that it is not correct. So we're getting /character. We're actually not adding the 1 here, which is important because this will actually give us information about character with ID 1. So let's jump into this initializer for RMRequest and let's actually handle this. So let's find that initializer here. I'm going to add a comment on it. So I'm going to say creates, or let's see, attempt to create request URL to parse. And essentially what we want to do is when we split this by the slash, what we want to do is we're going to say if the components isn't empty, this is the endpoints that we're using. That's awesome. But what we actually also want to do is create path components. So we are going to go ahead and say path components, and this needs to be an array. And what we'll do here is we are going to say if components.count is greater than 1, meaning we don't have only the endpoint, we have something in addition to that. What we can do is we can say, let me create path components here. Will be basically this, and what we can do is we can simply say path components is the components, and we also want to say path components drop first. Essentially, we're just assigning all the components, and let's say this is the endpoint, which it in fact is. We don't want to duplicate having that. So here it's saying we're not using the results of this, so I think we also have a remove first as well. We're just going to say remove first, and we'll just ignore the results. And let's see why this is yelling at me here. Extra argument path components in call. We actually don't need this here. I actually put this in the wrong place. This is the endpoint. We actually want to put this here. We want to say path components, and this will be path components. Let's see why else it's yelling at me, and we will adjust accordingly. So empty literal here for the array just wants to know what should go inside of it. So I'm going to say it's an array of strings. And let's go ahead and actually see what URL we get printed out now. So I'm going to open my console. I'll click onto this, and now we get API character/1, which in fact is correct. It's the correct string that we expect to see. So when we dispatch a API request, an API call, we'll get the appropriate thing. So let's go back to our view model. Let's see if I can find it. So let me open up our view model folder, and it is the detail view model. We no longer want to print it. Rather, what we want to do is we just want to make a request. So we're going to say rmservice.shared, and we'll go ahead and say execute this request. The response that we expect to get, I don't actually know at the moment, so I'm going to stick a string in here. And completion will just be, once again, a result. This should look very familiar since we've done it a few times. And I'm just going to print out a string describing whatever we get back in both the success case as well as the failure case. Now, before jumping into things, let me go ahead and take a look at what we actually get back. It looks like we get a single character back. So let me jump to RM character and let's see what that looks like. We have episodes on here, image, URL created. Let's see what this looks like. So this does in fact look correct. So we're going to say we expect to get back from this API call a RM character. So try to decode the response to that. So let's actually go ahead and give this a run. I'm just going to close all these files I have open. You can use Command W to do so. It actually makes Xcode a little snappier. So let's build and run that. Let's open up our console. And when I click on a character, we should expect to see the response. All right, so there's a response for clicking on, I think Rick is what I clicked on. So let's go back and see. Yep, clicking on Rick Sanchez, we actually get the information about Rick. So awesome. So now that we've got all this stuff in here, we probably want to hang on to the response in our view model here. And if you actually think about it, do we even need to make this call? Because we already have a character in here. So what we're doing is actually a little redundant. So this is actually what I wanted to point out by writing all this out. We don't actually even need any of this. By going and getting the characters, it's not returning a trimmed down version of the model, it's actually returning the entire character model. So there's actually absolutely no point of even building this. But as a virtue of doing that, we did in fact extend our RMRequest. So let's jump into our controller. Let's get rid of the ViewModel fetch here. We don't need it anymore. And we can jump into the RM detail view and start putting together our collection view. So we're gonna very briefly just put it together, and then in the next video, we're gonna dive into the specifics of compositional layouts because they are a little complicated, but we're gonna stub a bunch of stuff out. So we're gonna say add constraints. We are also going to say private func. We're gonna say here, let's see, we'll call it create collection view, and it's going to create and return a collection view, and you'll see in a moment why I'm doing it like this. Up here, we're gonna have some properties. So first and foremost, we are going to want a collection view, and by default, it's actually going to be nils, aka optional. And similar to our character list view, we're going to want a spinner. So the easiest way to do that is copy and paste it directly from in here, which is what I'm going to do. So we'll grab that and we're going to go into the detail view, and I shall paste it right there. And we're going to go ahead and just add some comments here. So we're going to want to certainly add constraints. All right, looking good. We are also going to say guard let collection view. And actually, we don't need this to be nullable in this function here, which it's not. So we're just going to say let collection view equals, and we're going to call that function. We're going to say create collection view. We're going to hang on to it here. And then we can go ahead and say view add sub views, and we're going to add this collection view as well as add the spinner. We're going to add some constraints to it here. We're going to say NS layout constraints activate. We'll want some stuff for the spinner as well as the collection view. So once again, what are we going to do? We're going to copy and paste. So that's actually the exact same setup we have in here, which is really nice. We can actually use it verbatim. Whenever you copy and paste, good rule of thumb, just look at what you're pasting. Sometimes I see people write things that they don't even look at, and to be fair, I'm guilty of it myself, but just take a look at it. So here we do need to unwrap the collection view since it is nullable in the global scope. And let's see why this is yelling at me here. So it looks like it's yelling at me, cannot find view in scope because we want to add subview directly. We're already in a UI view subclass, so we can do that. And let's see, we need to just create a collection view here and return it. So that's pretty simple, easy enough. We're going to instantiate a collection view with a frame of 0 and a layout, which I'm going to create up above since it gets a little verbose. We are going to return said collection view. We are also going to register a base cell like we initially did, so I can illustrate how compositional layouts work in the next video. And let me see what else we are going to do. So we are also going to want to create that layout. So compositional layouts basically let you create a layout where every single element, section, and group might have a different dynamic size. So this is pretty simple where everything is vertically scrolling, everything is the exact same size, but compositional layouts is actually what Apple uses to build really nice carousels, dynamic grids with sizes. If you've ever used like the Pinterest app, things like that, that's what compositional layouts are used for, and they're really, really cool. So we're going to say UI collection compositional layout, and let's go ahead and find it. And the one that we're going to use here is with the section provider. Now, if you just hit enter, it'll autocomplete with this closure. Here we get the section index. The next thing is a environment for the particular collection layout. We're not going to care about that. But what we expect to return here is a NS collection layout section. And this section expects a group. So for now, I'm not going to dive too far into this, but what I will do is we are going to write our own function for this instead of doing it in that closure, because it does get a little intense. So what I'll do here is I'm going to say self create section for, and then we're just going to pass in the section index and we'll return it. And then down here, we're going to say create section for section index int, and this expects us to return a particular section. So if you compile, you'll see we have an error down here, which makes sense because we haven't actually implemented this yet. But I digress. I shall pause here, and in the next video, we're going to go into depth about how this works, how we're going to actually lay out the screen, and all the other interesting tidbits that we need to care about in terms of how to set this up. So thanks for watching. Drop a like down below. Appreciate a comment and a subscribe, and I'll see you in the next part. Welcome back to the next part of building the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue building out the character detail view, particularly focusing on compositional collection view layouts. Do me a favor and drop a like down below before we jump into things. Share the series on LinkedIn, Twitter, any social you want to toss it onto. It means a lot. Let's continue with our code. So where we left off previously, we had a build error, which makes sense because we were not creating and returning this NS collection layout section thing. So we're going to actually do that today. And what I found is the easiest way to exemplify what the heck this collection layout section thing is by showing an example. So I'm going to go ahead and create one of these sections, these layout sections, and we're going to talk about it once we actually see something on screen. So we're going to say this needs to be created with a group, and this is of type NS collection layout group. So let's create a group. We're going to create it up above. We'll say a group is NS collection layout group, and we're going to say we want a vertical group. So we're going to have a vertical group with a layout size and sub items. Okay, makes sense. Now for the sub item, looks like this takes a collection of a NS collection layout item. So I'm going to create an item up above, and bear with me for this layout size thing in a moment. I'm going to actually just delete it for the time being. This item will be a NS collection layout item, and this thing takes a layout size and or a supplementary items collection. I'm going to ignore that. We can just do the one with the layout size. Now this thing here is a NS collection layout size, and this is where things get interesting. You can specify a width and a height dimension. So this is actually an enum. There's 4 options here: estimated, absolute, fractional, width, and height. Now this is interesting. We can specify a fixed width and height with absolute. You can specify a percentile based on the width of its container. This item goes inside of a group. Or you can do it with the height. So for example, if you want 100% of the screen's heights, you're going to have to make your group the entire height of the screen, and each item inside it will be the exact same height as well. So I know it's confusing, so what I'm going to do is just do an example here. So this will be fractional width, this one will be fractional height, and we're going to do 1.0 for both of those. And respectively, we'll take this whole thing, and I'm going to stick it into this group, and what we're going to say is that the width will be 100%, and the height of each group is going to be, I don't know, let's do like 150. And then of course at the bottom, we want to actually return the section, and everything will be compiling now. So one thing that we still haven't done is if you give it a build and run, you'll see if you click into this, nothing is going to show up because we haven't actually ignoring all of these warnings, we haven't actually gone ahead and done 2 things. One, we forgot to add the translates auto resizing mask into constraints on here, onto our collection view, which we need to do. And 2, we haven't assigned the data source or delegate for the collection view. So I remember in the previous video, or previous parts I should say, I showed how to make your ViewModel the delegate and or data source. And for this screen, I want to show how to make the controller the delegate and or data source. Both approaches are theoretically correct, but I do want to at least paint a picture here so you guys have more variety at your disposal. So we are going to extend the controller here. And what I'll go ahead and actually do is we're going to make this a UI collection view delegate, a UI collection view data source. Respectively, we want the minimum functions, which is, let's do number of items. Let's go ahead and return 20. We'll do a hard-coded example here. And cell for item. We're going to say let cell is going to be our collection view. DQ a reusable cell with the identifier of cell, which is what we've registered for our example. I'm going to set this guy's background color. We'll say system. Let's just do system, maybe, let's do, I don't know, system pink. Got to keep it fresh with the colors. Okay, and we're just going to return the cell down there. Let me go ahead and add a comment here as well for collection view. Now, we've conformed here, but how do we tell our view who the delegate and data source is? Well, I'm going to expose two properties on here. And what we are going to do is we are going to say weak var collection view. Well, we can do it this way. What I'm going to actually do is perhaps a little simpler. I can actually go ahead and just publicize this collection view here, and I can assign it directly onto this. So let me actually do that. So we'll actually make this public. And let's just get this working, and then later we can always clean up the API design. Now in our, whoops, this is not the correct view. We want to go into the view controller. Over here in view to load, towards the bottom here, we can actually say that the detail view's collection view, its delegate will be self, and its data source will be self. And now if you give a build and run, let's see what actually happens. And one thing I want to actually do before I go to that screen is let me get rid of the obnoxious purple color we're using here. And let's make it our system background color. All right, we're going to click into it, and we see this gigantic, just like pink block. So how do we know we have 20 cells? Well, we definitely have 20 cells. And the reason I know that is because, well, I've done this before, but B, we're just seeing each cell basically go left to right, and top to bottom, it's 120, and I don't actually see a cell separator. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is for each of these sections, I'm going to go ahead and add some insets. So let's see how to add an inset. I believe it is a content inset, and you can set up ns direction edge insets. And let me go ahead and create this with a top, leading, bottom, and trailing. We'll do maybe, I don't know, we'll do 0 from the top, 0 on the left, 10 on the bottom, and 10 on the right, rather 0 on the right, which is trailing. And now you're going to start to see some separation between this. So let's see why we actually don't see it. Let me actually add this on the item. All right, let me go over here. I'll add item, and we're adding its insets. And let's see. All right, so now we see it. Okay, so here's the first cell, second cell, third, fourth, fifth, all the way down to 20. So this is a collection view, but for those of you who have done a little bit of iOS, you might be wondering, well, this looks like a table view. This is a list of cells. And herein lies the power of compositional layouts, right? You can basically bend these layouts in so many different crazy ways that it is absolutely like bonkers. So what I want to do is I want to have one section at the top here, which will have, you know, the character's image. And then perhaps we want to have a, collection, another section of cells, which will show some important information about that user. And then maybe I want a horizontal scrolling carousel of like cell looking cards, which will be the episodes. So that's exactly what we're going to build. The beauty of this is we can specify a different section layout based on the index, right? So let's say we have 3 different sections of data that we want to visually show. The first one can have one layout, the second one can have a second layout, so on and so forth. Now, we don't want to be just using the integer because that's going to get absolutely insane. So what we're going to do is we're going to start to create some objects that will help us represent the various different types of sections. So we're going to go into the detail view model, and I'm going to stick an enum in here, and we're going to have section types. The first section type is going to be the photo section. The second one is going to be information. And the third one is going to be episodes. And based on whatever sections that we have in here, we're going to want to go ahead and do a different layout. So how do we actually get this into our view where we're actually creating those layouts? Well, it's particularly simple. I'm going to make this case iterable, and we're going to create on here a public constant called sections, and this is going to be our section type dot all cases. And make sure you use that lowercase all cases, which is the one that we actually want, even though I used the wrong one again. And let's see if I can find it. So we want to do all cases, beautiful, like so. I'm going to put a comment here. And we're going to use these section types in our view. So let's jump back to the view. And what we want to do is we are going to say our sections, let's call it section types, is going to be our view model. And do we have a view model in here? Looks like we don't even have our view model in here. So what we want to do is we need to pass the view model to our view. And what I'll do to do that is add a public function. We're going to say configure with our view model. And that's going to be a RM character detail view model. It was smart enough to pick it up, which is awesome. And we'll go ahead and actually just create this view model up here. By default, we are going to want it to be optional because we want to assign to it whatever we pass in. You can also pass it in via the initializer, but I'm going to do it this way. It's a little more common. And we'll do self.viewModel is viewModel. And here, what we can actually go ahead and do is we know that we'll have a view model at this point, presumably. Well, we actually don't know that. So if I take it back, we actually don't know if we have a view model at this point because we immediately create the collection view and it's going to want this. So let's actually tweak this. We're going to do this all live and in action so you guys get me totally unfiltered. So here we're going to make this a constant and we're actually going to change this initializer, which is going to take in a frame as well as a view model. And what we'll do here is we'll say self.viewModel will be viewModel. And let's see, we're passing in the frame. Now what we want to do back in our controller is we want to create this view with the appropriate view model. So we can't actually instantiate it like this. What we want to do is we want to create this in the constructor. So what I'll do here is I'll say self.detailView will be our view with the frame, will be 0 by default, and we'll pass in that view model. The reason we need that view model there, if we jump back here, is because we need to read off of the view model in the view the particular section. So we're going to say this will be all the sections. And now we can switch on section types given the particular section index. So if we go in here, we're going to have a section for the photo, we're going to have a section for the information, and we're going to have a section for episodes. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is further decompose this function because it's getting a little wild. And we're going to say private func create photo section layout. We'll paste that in here. And I'm just going to copy and paste this a total of 3 more times, and perhaps later we'll move all this logic actually to the view model because this view is getting a little large and this is kind of businessy logic, right? It is view related, but we don't really need this in here. So let me go ahead and say create info section layout and finally episode section layout. All right, it's yelling at me because we need to call those here. So we'll say create photo section layout, create info section layout, and create episode section layout. And let's see what the problem now here is. Looks like we need a colon here that I am missing. Let's go ahead and bring that in. And it looks like we are in good shape, but one thing that I do want to do is in the controller, we are going to go ahead and say for number of sections, return ViewModels, return ViewModel.sections.count. And each of these is going to have 10 cells in them. And the reason I'm doing this is because I want to visually just have some data to work with. I'm also going to change the color based on the section. So we're going to say if the index path section is 0, do something. If it is 1, do something, else do something else. And I'm just going to change the color here just to illustrate what these different layouts will look like. And we're going to go through it a little quickly for time, but we're going to explain everything along the way. All right, let's build and run. We should get a total of 30 cells where the colors vary whenever the section changes. So we've got blue here, we've got pink here, and what the heck am I missing? I am missing green because I forgot to change the section index. All right, pink, green, and blue. Let's go ahead and create these layouts. What we'll actually do is we'll start creating them in the next video. Since we got a bunch of setup stuff out of the way, we can just focus on the layouts. So drop a like before clicking to the next video, hit subscribe, share the series if you're into it and made it this far. Much appreciated. I'll see you in the next part. Welcome to part 14 of building the Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we set up a lot of base functionality for this collection view layout thing. And in this video, we're going to actually build out different layouts and talk about how we're going to actually get the data into these cells to configure them and, actually use custom cells. So start by dropping a like down below. You guys know the drill, and let's jump into things. So the first thing, like I promised we will do, is actually build out the unique layouts for each of the different sections. At the moment, those 3 functions reside inside of the detail view. So we'll build them out here and then we'll abstract them to our view model. So for the very first section, what we actually just want is 1 cell. So I'm going to just hard code it so we can see it for now. And then later this will be driven by ViewModels. So what we'll do here is we'll say switch on section. And if the section is 1, so this is collection view number of items in sections. So we'll say case 1, return 1. Case 2, this should actually be 1 since we're enumerating by 0. Perhaps we'll return, I don't know, maybe 8. And then for section 2, we can go ahead and return maybe like 20. And the other thing that we want to do is for at unknown, or I guess we can do default. We can say return 1. And the error will go away. If you build and run now, you'll see in section 1, we'll just have 1 cell, a few in the second, and several in the third. And this is more reminiscent of how our data is actually formatted. So we'll come into here and let's build these out. So for the very first section, we want kind of a large cell. Since we want to show the character's image, we want it to go left to right, and maybe we want it to be 50% of the height of some other larger container. So let's see how we want to do this. So we have the item as 1-to-1 ratio of the group. We still want the group to be vertical. Its size, we want it to have a fixed, width of, 1.0. We can now also do here a fractional height, and the height that I'm going to go ahead and do is maybe 0.5. And let's actually take a look at this and let me see what happens. All right, we're going to click it. And if you look at that, it actually looks exactly how we want it to look. So we can not only control the item percentile sizes, but we can control the group itself. So if I make the height 1.0, what I expect to see is this entire section, this group for this first section, actually takes up the entirety of our collection view's bound height. So we'll make it 0.5. And that's essentially all we need to do for the first one here. And let me also fix up the indentation since it's a little screwed up. For the second section here, so it looks like I actually messed up the naming here. It should be info section. And let me fix this one here. This is episode section. So the info one is a little typo. Just fix that right there. For the second one, what we want to do is we want to have a perhaps grid. So 2 columns where each cell is basically a piece of information about the character. So what I'm going to want to do is we'll make this, 1.0 and 1.0 for the item. And let me keep the content inset here temporarily. But the group, we actually want the group to be horizontal. And Sub items, we're going to want two items next to each other and it'll be the same item. The width of this group will be the entirety and the height will be 150. So let's go ahead and give this a build and run and let's see what it actually looks like. All right, so we came down here and it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of these particular green cells. Let me make sure I counted that correctly, but it doesn't really look correct. Something kind of looks off. So let's see what is actually off. Let's make the item 0.5 for the width for its group, and let's see if that looks any better. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And actually, one thing I just realized that I'm screwing up is we're actually in the episode section. So let me undo all of this. And this one I'll actually not undo. Let's leave that as is. Let's jump up here to the info section because this one here is the info section, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to make this horizontal. We're going to have two items in here, and we'll leave this as is. Go ahead and give that a run, and let's see if that looks any better. All right, doesn't look any better quite yet. Let's go ahead and make this 50% once again for the info section. And for the width actually is what I want to do. And let's see if this looks any better. All right, still doesn't look any better, but actually we did fix what we wanted to fix. We now have the cells side by side, aka two of these rows. The reason you can't really visually see it is because the cells are flush up against each other. So let's actually fix that. Let's actually add a bit of spacing here. So we're gonna say for the leading of each item, we'll have 2. The bottom will make 0, and for the trailing, we'll have 2 as well. And let's see if we start to see any space between these items. Okay, we in fact do start to see some space. Let's add some margin back for the trailing, rather top and bottom, I should say. And let's see if these are looking a little better. All right, so we definitely have our 4 rows and our 2 columns here. Things are looking pretty good. So we're gonna have some data in here about the character. And as you scroll down, if these are going to be all the episodes, this is going to get a little wild, right? Like there's going to be n number of episodes. We don't want it to be this unlimited scrolling thing. You certainly could have it be like that, but we can do better. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to adjust our layout. So the item here will have a fractional width of 1, a height of 1, and what I'm going to actually do here is a little different from the other 2 sections. We're going to want this to be horizontal for the group, and this is going to be a little unique. We are going to want our width dimension to be fixed, or it could be, I guess it could be fractional as well. Let's say 0.3. The height, we're going to actually go ahead and stick with 150. And on this section, we're going to say this has a orthogonal scrolling behavior. And we can either do continuous group leading. Let's just do continuous to see what the heck this even means. And then we're going to adjust as needed. And this is really cool. This is one of the coolest things about compositional layouts. So if you look at this, we can actually scroll horizontal now. And this actually made a carousel for us. Now our insets are a little messed up. So let me actually fix this so we can actually see each of these individually. I'll add 10 to each of these. And this is the part where compositional layouts really shine. So here we have each of these cells as 1/3 the width of the entire screen, the group in this case, and we can continuously scroll them like this. Now, in some cases, you want to be able to page, like I don't want to be able to stop the scroll right there, and we want the sizes to be much more appropriate. So let's actually fix all of that right now. So we're going to want the behavior here to be paging, and you can do it by group or you can keep it centered. I'm just going to do a group paging. We want each of the groups here to be 0. Let's try 0.8 and see what that looks like. Give that a build and run. And scroll down here. And I think this looks a lot better. If I page, it'll actually snap to the next card instead of, just like being able to stop like right here, which would be a little strange. So obviously we're going to need to play a little bit with the, the padding. Looks like this one's way more than like what we've got up here. We'll probably also want to have nice section titles perhaps, but I digress. We're in pretty good shape with our layout. Before we wrap up this video, let's take each of these functions and we're going to move them into our view model. So I'm going to literally cut and paste. So I'll cut those, Command X. We'll jump into the detail view model. And down here, what I'm going to go ahead and do is say mark layouts. I'm going to paste these back in our view. We're going to prefix these calls with ViewModel, ViewModel, and ViewModel. If you go ahead and build, it's going to yell at you and say it can't find any of this stuff because all the stuff exists within UIKit. And we're just going to create it like so. Let's see what the errors we have here. And it looks like it's yelling because these are all privatized. So we want to actually publicize these functions that we copy and pasted into our view model. Go ahead and Command A, Control I everything, which will fix all the indentations. And let's jump back to our view and make sure it's nice and small because we really don't want all that logic in here. So this should be as small as possible. This I think is fair to leave in here, actually creation of the layout. We're getting that layout from our view model. And let's see if we can further consolidate this copy and pasted code, because I think we should be able to do that, right? So it looks like this item is identical between two of these. So we can go ahead and consolidate that perhaps to some function. It also looks like the padding here is the same as well. So later on, we'll consolidate that as well. But for now, I think we're in pretty good shape. Let's just build and run and make sure our layouts are looking good. So we're in light mode. Let's try dark mode here. So cool, it looks pretty good. Same as before. We've got our nice layout. We should have our picture up here. 8 pieces of information about the character. We might need to, change this number and adjust as needed, but we've just hard-coded all these counts to illustrate the layout. And here we have all of the horizontal carousel cards that are going to house the actual episodes. So one thing I'm going to go ahead and do is make the leading on here 5, and I'm going to make the trailing on here 8, since the gap between the carousel cells looks like a little much. And I think we're in better shape, still a little high for my liking, but I digress. That's where we'll pause for this video. In the next part, we're going to start to actually model out the data, as well as, we'll need to build the cells and actually hook all this stuff up. So thanks for watching. Drop a like before clicking away. Comment any questions. If you have any problems, happy to help. Share the video, Twitter, LinkedIn. You can definitely tag me, my personal LinkedIn. I'll link it down below. Always love interacting with you guys. I'll see you in the next part. All right, welcome back to the next part in building the Rick and Morty Swift iOS app. In the last part, we talked about compositional layout, and we actually put together the layout for the character detail screen. In this video, we're going to continue and talk about some of the data structures that we're going to use and how we're going to organize all that good stuff. Before we jump into things, as per usual, drop a like. It really helps out video reach, as well as YouTube being happy with the video. Drop a comment, subscribe if you're new here and not subscribed yet, and let's continue. So I'm just going to stop the application, build and run, so I can remember myself exactly where we left off. All right, so this is basically the screen we're going to continue. And if memory serves, we had created an enum which represents the 3 sections here. Now, respectively, we're going to want 3 different kinds of cells to fulfill these 3 different sections, right? We're going to need a image cell up here, maybe a character info cell, and then we're also going to need a character episode cell. With each of those cells, we're going to want a view model, and herein lies our data situation. So let's actually create some of the objects that I'm rambling about, and I think that'll actually help illustrate some of this stuff. So under views, I am going to create a new folder called character details, and this will just help us keep things a smidge more organized. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And let's go ahead and also call this one here. I'll call this one here character, both of these, since they are character specific. So I will go ahead and call that character. So cool. So under the character details, let's create 3 new classes. They're going to all be UI CollectionView cells. And the first one will be RM character photo CollectionView cell. All right, looking pretty good. We're going to create one more. We're going to do this one as the RM character info CollectionView cell. And then the third one is going to be a RM character episode CollectionView cell. So cool, so we have now got 3 of these here. They are all cells. Respectively, we're going to want to register them with our collection view, but more importantly, we're going to want view models for them. So let's open up our view model folder, and similar to the views folder, let's create a character detail subfolder so we can keep things organized. Otherwise, this is going to get ridiculously out of hand very quickly, and let's start creating some of these view models. So what I like to do is just create 3 files, and we can just paste the name of the view and just suffix it yourself with the word view model. It's frankly the easiest and quickest way to do this without having to type a whole bunch of stuff out. So we'll go ahead and do view model like so. And then finally, we'll do the 3rd one here. Bear with me. So I'll paste this and we will do view model. So in each of these, we're going to actually want to create a data structure, aka a struct or a class that matches what we have actually specified here. So we're going to say this one is the CollectionView cell view model for the character info. We'll toss an initializer in there. We'll do this next one here. I think I skipped the first one accidentally. Let's go ahead and spell that correctly. Let's go back to this first one. And for some reason, it won't let me actually click and copy it. Luckily, I have the name up here, so I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And I'll go and do that. And we'll toss in this initializer. Awesome. So we now have a view model object that we're going to be leveraging. Whoops, let's find our simulator for each of these cells. And we've also created these cells here. So how are we going to actually store in our detail view model here these specific cell view models, right? We want to do it in a bit more intelligent of a way. So the way we're going to actually do this is we're going to use something called associated values with these enum cases, right? So each of these is going to have an associated value of 1 or more view models. Now for the photo section, this one's pretty simple, right? We're only going to have 1 of these cells. So what we already know is we already have a single view model here. So we can actually hard code it accordingly. We can say this is a RM character photo cell collection view cell view model. It's a bit of a mouthful of that name, but anyways, it is fairly descriptive. So we're going to have n number of view models for the information. So respectively, this one is going to be view models, plural. This will be a character info cell view model array. And finally, similarly for episodes, this one is going to be for episodes. I'm just going to copy and paste and just change it there. Now, because we're using these associated types, one thing becomes interesting. And that thing is the fact that we can't really do case iterable now because we need to actually create these sub-associated values and create this collection of sections manually. So I'm going to go ahead and say that this is going to be an array of the section type, and it's going to start off as empty. And in our initializer, we are going to go ahead and actually set this up. So we're going to say set up sections, and we're going to create this right below. So right here, we're going to create a function, and it'll be set up sections. And we're going to say sections is as follows. So we're going to say, first and foremost, we have the photo in here. Let's instantiate the respective view model. Next, we're going to have the information with a collection of these view models. So I'm just going to create a few of these just to illustrate my point. Maybe we'll do 4. And then finally, we're going to also have the, what's the last one? The episode one, which is going to, once again, I guess episodes plural, maybe we'll do 4 of these. And now that we have this stuff, down where our data source is implemented, which is actually, in this case, it happens to be in the controller, we don't want to be hard coding values in here, right? So we currently have hard coded number of sections is correct, but we've hard coded how many items we put in each section. So instead, what we want to actually do is we want to get the current section type, which is going to be the view model sections at the sectionth index. Now keep in mind the naming is a little confusing here. Section is an integer that is in fact coming into this function. And then we can switch on this guy instead of switching on, a random integer. So let's do switch on section type. And we have these, right? So in the photo case, we can actually delete this and we know we only have 1 cell. And in this case, we're going to return ViewModels.count, and same thing here. So let's make sure that this goes away. Let's try to build, and it looks like we are successfully building here. And accordingly, right now we want to dequeue the appropriate cell. We're just doing, the standard one that we have registered, but let's actually go and see if our view actually is according to what we passed in. So we passed in 1 view model for this photo cell, looks good, 4 for this info section, and 4 for this episode section. So cool, it looks like the view models that we are actually creating and hanging on to is how our collection view is behaving, which is exactly what we want. Our data will drive our view. So let's actually register these cells that we've created. So before I do that, what I'm going to want to do is add that cell identifier on each of these, and I'm going to finalize each of these classes. Just good practice, and it also informs us that these cells are not meant to be subclass. So we'll go ahead and create a cell identifier in each of these. And by the way, you can use anything for the cell identifier. I just happen to prefer to use the name of the class for which it is an identifier. It's just helpful for debugging in case it crashes, and that way I don't actually have to use mental energy to figure out what the heck it should be. So let's go back to our character detail view. And wherever we create the collection view, we're going to want to register those cells. So let's do that. It's right here. We're going to say RM character photo collection view cell. And the identifier will be that dot cell identifier. And we can copy and paste this a total of 3 times. And let's see if I can change this without having a million typos. This one here will be info, and this last one here will be episode singular, and we'll do this here as well. But if we build and run right now, our app is actually going to crash. And the reason it's going to crash is because we're dequeuing a cell in our collection, our controller here with an identifier of cell. And that's not what we want to do. We want to dynamically dequeue a type of cell based on the type of data we have. So that being said, we want to actually get the current section for which we're trying to dequeue. And we've actually done this up above already. We can actually copy and paste it. So I'm going to copy and paste this entire switch. And let me line break for some readability. And keep in mind, this has a single view model. I just got rid of it up here since we can hard code return 1. But now we know in each of these which type of cell that we need to dequeue. And what we can actually do, in fact, is I'm actually going to keep this if-else here, so we still have colors. But for each of these, we can go ahead and actually dequeue an appropriate cell as well as cast it. So this one is going to be a RM character photo collection view cell. And just go ahead and ignore all the warnings for a quick second. And we are going to return this cell here. Now we are eventually going to also, so let's see what the problem is, collection view cell, and this should be .identifier. Eventually we are going to want to configure the cell with one of the view models here, but for now let's just create these, get this out of the way. All right. Now we're going to want to update these. So this one here is for info. Let's update that. Let's update that. And be very careful when you copy and paste this stuff because it's really easy to mess it up. So let's make sure I did that correct. And it looks like I already messed it up. So let's see what the heck I did wrong. There is no section here. We need to get that off of the index path. And it's still yelling at me. Let's see what I did wrong here. And it is basically yelling about the fact that we don't have any cell there. We need to set those colors inside of here. So let's play with the colors a little bit. So the episode will be orange. The info will be, let's do red. And then for the photo, we're going to go ahead and maybe we'll make this a system yellow. And let's see, we still got some errors, and it's actually yelling at me here. We don't need that returned cell because we don't have a cell down there. So we'll click this, and once again, we should see the exact same thing, obviously different colors, but now these cells are the appropriate subclasses that we've created. We just now need to actually build out those cells and populate the content for those cells and actually show the appropriate information in there. So let me just do one other thing for each of these cells, and then we'll wrap up this video. So we know that we are going to want to configure each of these cells with the respective view model. So I am going to create a function in each of these called configure with view model. It'll basically be the name of the class with view model suffixed onto it. And I'm also gonna, for the sake of just making our lives easier, just do some base setup here that I'll copy and paste as well to all of the other classes, since we're going to want it, and it's no point in just typing it over and over. So we're gonna want a function in here to set up constraints. We're also gonna want to override prepare for reuse, so prepare for reuse. And I guess that's good enough for now. So let's go ahead and copy all this stuff. So we'll take this, paste it on in here, and make sure you just line break things appropriately for readability. And don't forget to change the type of the view model here. So that'll be view model. And then this one in here will be for this class. And we're going to do this one, dot view model. Now back in our controller, we can actually now call that function and say cell configure view model. For the photo, remember we only have one view model. For this one here, for info, we can say configure, and we have a collection of view models. So we're going to say the nth element, but this will be indexPath.row, and same exact thing for the episode. So go ahead and build and run. You should see absolutely no change, but there shouldn't be any crashing either, which is what we care about. So we're in pretty good shape. It looks like we've got our data binding set up. We're going to want to actually create these sections appropriately. At the moment, if we jump into the view model for this character detail view, we kind of just created some dummy stuff in here, but we have the backing model here, which is a character, and we'll set this up appropriately momentarily. So that is all I've got for this video. Appreciate you following along. Drop a like before clicking away. Drop a comment if you have any questions or just want to say hello. Subscribe if you are new here. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next part. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the next part in our Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we went ahead and set up the view models for our character detail screen. We're going to continue on our path today by attempting to populate appropriate view models as well as building out our cells. As per usual, start by hitting that like button down below, say hello in the comments, and let's continue. So let's see. So what we actually want to go ahead and do here is, from the model that we have held in our view model for character detail, let me actually go ahead and open that up. So let's open up the appropriate file. We created these kind of dummy view models for our cells, but more specifically, what we want to do is we want to think about what each of these need, right? So for the character photo cell view model, we probably just want the URL in here for the actual image. So I'm going to go ahead and say image URL should probably be a URL, respectively, like that. And let's actually just pass this in. We'll say image URL is like that, self image URL, image URL. So let's see what we're gonna want inside of here. So for the info cell, what I was thinking is maybe we'll have a sub label, which will be, what does this field show? So maybe if we want to show, their species, we can have the word species down here and actually have the, like whatever species the character is, human, alien, etc., up above. So the way I would model that is as follows. So I would have basically two constants that we're going to define and assign via the initializer. So this will be the value, and maybe this will be the title. And via this initializer, we are actually going to just pass both of these in like so. So value, and this one here is title. And we're just going to say self.value is value, self.title is title. Let's continue along. And then here we have a episode. So this one is going to be much trickier because what we actually get for the information of episodes, if we come to the browser here, is we actually get a URL to another API endpoint, which gives us information about a particular episode. So for each of those cells, we're going to actually need to fetch additional data, and we'll have an opportunity to learn about some networking and doing a lot of parallel async work. We're going to send out a bunch of API calls and we're going to hang on to the responses. So we're going to go ahead and say episode data URL will basically be this, and this is what we want to hang on to. This is actually the only piece of information that we have. So we're going to pass that in here and just assign it respectively. Now, if you jump into the character detail view model and try to compile Command B, we're going to get a whole lot of errors. And that's okay because we expect them at the moment, but let's take care of this, right? So this photo one is pretty simple. This takes in a image URL. So let's actually fix this here. We're going to do .init image URL, and this will be character.image like so. And the next one here will be information, which we're going to want to figure out what information do we want to show. So let's jump into here and let's see. We can show their status, species, type, gender, origin, maybe their location as well. And maybe we'll also show number of episodes. So let me actually, and created. So let me actually take all of this and I'm just going to toss it into a comment here just so we can look at it for a quick second while we make our decisions. So do we want to show their status? Sure, why not? So we're going to say, we're going to create a couple of these here. So we're going to create these by hand. We'll say init. And here, let's go ahead and do that again. Let's do .init. And the value is going to be something. We'll figure that out in a moment. And the title here will be their status. And let's see what else we want. We're going to want their species, type, gender, origin, location, and episode count. That gives us a total of 7. It might look a little strange with an odd number, so let's actually get rid of one of them. So let's go ahead and do gender, type, and then we also have species. Let me make sure I spelt that correctly. Species. Let's get rid of gender. Let's get rid of type, species, and status. We don't want the image. We're not going to do this or the URL. And we'll have created, I guess, as well. Created is when this record was created in the database, but we also do have origin and location. So let's do origin, location, and I guess we can do 2 more. We'll still have an even number. So that's 4, 6, 8. So I guess we will include episode count. And maybe we'll do total episodes. And the last one we're going to do up here is, which one did I forget? It is created. So we're going to want to actually fill in some data for all of these. And we might actually take some time to do that. So we'll see how far we get in this video. Now down here for episodes, this one's a little more interesting. We don't want to hard code this because this is going to be dynamic based on every character. So what we're going to do is say character.episodes, go ahead and map this to the appropriate view model. And specifically, we are going to return a RM character episode collection view cell view model. And we're going to pass in a URL with a string, and this is going to be $0. And let me make sure that this is correct here. So it looks like this is episode, which is a collection of strings. And we are actually not going to map it. We're going to compact map it so we can get rid of that. And let me make sure that this all looks correct. So it looks like this is returning the appropriate element here, but sometimes it needs a little bit of help since it does indeed struggle. So let's fix this here. So this is going to be a parenthesis, and then let's fix this here as well. And I believe that is actually the problem. It actually was fine. I just had some syntax error. So let's go ahead and fill the stuff in. So for the status, we can actually fill in character.status.raw value. I think it also has a text that we added. For gender, we can do character.gender.raw value. And let's see what type is. I believe type is already a string. We can do character.species, which is a string. This is going to be character.origin.name. This is going to be character.location.name. Created is actually going to be a formatted date. So we have this date thing here, but we're going to take a look at making it nicer later on. And here, what we're going to want to show is essentially character.episodes.count. How many episodes did this character appear in? So go ahead and do Command B and try to run it. We shouldn't have any issues or crashing. Obviously, we won't see anything in here yet, but we will have the appropriate number of cells created at this point because we have actually gone ahead. I actually don't even know how many episodes this is, but we have actually gone ahead and put in the appropriate data to our view models that drive the views. So cool. So that all being said, let's jump into our cells and let's start briefly discussing how we're gonna build these out. So let's do the photo cell perhaps in this video since it'll be rather simple, but this will just be a single image view. So let's go ahead and create this. I'm also gonna start to get rid of these obnoxious colors that we use to actually model out these cells. So back in our controller, let's go ahead and get rid of this. If you did want to color, you could actually do it just in the cell. It's not really good to move around all this view logic in weird places. So in our view, we're going to go ahead and set this up. So I'll close ViewModel and let's set up the image view. Inside of here, we're going to have a single image view, and let's actually be smart, and I can probably just copy and paste it from the prior collection view cell that I created. I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it actually directly in here like so. And what we can do here is we're going to say content view, add subview. We're going to add this. We're going to say setup constraints. I realized in the other files I called it add constraints, but you know, name it whatever you want. Consistency generally is better, but I'm going to be a rebel engineer today. So we're going to say top anchor is constraint equal to content view top anchor. Let's copy and paste this a total of 4 times. And bottom anchor, and just copy and paste this on the left-hand side as well. Essentially, what we're doing again here is we're pinning this to each side of the content view. And I think that really should just be good enough. So we're never going to reuse this cell, but let's go ahead and just reset its image here. And the most important thing is inside of this view model, we want to provide a mechanism to actually fetch the image. So we're going to say public func download image. Maybe we'll do fetch image, and it's going to have a completion handler. And this should look familiar because we have actually already done this elsewhere. This is going to return to us a result with some data, an error. And the beauty of this now is when we actually try to fetch the image, because we already have it loaded here from the thing we clicked on, it's actually never going to fetch. It's going to read it from our cache. So what I'm going to do in here is say image loader, and we're going to get the shared instance. We'll say download with a given URL, which will simply be our image URL from up above. If we don't have it, we're going to basically just break. So we do want to unwrap it here. We'll say image URL is going to be image URL. And if we don't have an image URL for any unusual case, we're just going to return a failure, and this will be URL error, bad request, or maybe we'll do bad URL is what I should do. And if I'm not mistaken, that's all we basically need to do. And actually this we need to create with a code, and this will be bad URL. And if I go ahead and compile this, shouldn't have any issues. We just want to set up this image view to fetch. So we'll say ViewModel, go ahead and fetch the image. We'll have a result here. We're going to switch on said results. And in this case, we'll have the data back. So we can say self.image view.image is UI image with data, which is our data. In this case, we're just going to ignore the failure. We're going to introduce nice failure handling much later on in the series. Let's capture self in a weak capacity so we don't leak any memory. And let's go ahead and just bump this up to the main queue, i.e. the main thread, where we should do all of our data operations. So cool, let's go ahead and select Morty Smith. And just like that, we have Morty's pretty excited looking face popping up directly on our collection view here. And we do actually have all the other cells here as well. You just can't see them because there's no background color. So if I actually go and say content view background color here is, maybe we'll go ahead and say tertiary system background. And I can also go ahead and say content view layer. Corner radius is what I'm looking for. I can make this 8. And then we're going to need to build out all our other cells in the upcoming videos. So we're looking pretty darn good already. We have our unlimited scrollable character grid here. We can load in more data. It handles it very nicely. We've kept all of our code separate. And actually, here's that crash that I saw previously. So let me actually take a look since I've caught it. So this is actually saying attempt to insert item 40 into section 0, but there are only 40 items. So this is a little strange here. I guess what's going on is the ViewModel is trying to opportunistically add more elements than what actually exist. So we're going to want to debug this later on. I won't touch it at the moment and go down a rabbit hole, but that is all I've got for this part. We've got our first cell put together. We've got all of our view models hooked up. We'll need to build out the info cell and the episode cell. So drop a like before clicking away, subscribe, say hello in the comments, and I'll see you in the next part. Welcome to part 18 of building the Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we started to put together these cells for the character detail screen. We're going to continue with this, particularly focusing on the info cells down here. So drop a like before we continue on, say hello in the comments, and let's continue. So essentially what we're going to do is twofold, right? Two things. We're going to build out the view as well as tweak the view model to make it a little more type safe and a little more useful to us. So what do we want in each of these cells for this info section? Well, I think it'd be nice if we had kind of like a title here at the bottom showing like what this card is for, and then maybe like the value here, and then next to the value, maybe we even have like an image, and that image will be dynamic based on the view model as well as have a variable tint color. So what I'll do first is I'll actually build out the view, and then we're going to use our view model to configure it. So we have character details here under view already. So I am going to just open up the info collection view cell, and we are going to build out what we need in here. So right off the bat, I mentioned we are going to want the title and value labels. So I will first go and create those. We'll say private let. I'll call this a value label to make it a little more descriptive in terms of what it is. Go ahead and create it in this anonymous closure pattern. We're basically just creating a label like we've done before. We're going to be using constraints, so just make sure you go ahead and assign this property. And let me just actually go ahead and just copy and paste this. Here we're going to have a title label, and I'll copy and paste it once more and change this to a icon image view, and I'm going to call this icon image view, just like that and just like that. So let's add some starter text to each of these so we can see something. So here we're going to say the value is going to be Earth, and maybe here the title is going to be location. And then here for the icon, I think Earth is one of the icons. So I'm going to go and say the UI image, what are the system icons? And it might be Earth or globe. Let's actually open up SF symbols and let's see if we can find it. So we're going to say SF sim, SF, let's see if I can spell it correctly. There we go. SF symbols should get this opened up. And I'm going to search for Earth in here, and we're going to see if it does in fact exist. So yep, it looks like we do have a globe, and then we also do have globe.americas. So it's not really Earth, but let's actually use globe.americas here. So then we want to actually add these to our content view. So I'm going to go ahead and say add sub views, plural. We're going to add the title label, the value label, as well as the icon image view. We're going to want to set up these constraints. So I'll call this function right here. And that's where we're going to actually apply our constraints. So we're going to say layout constraints activates. We're going to assign those in here. And then when we reuse the cell, we're going to want to just reset everything. So the text of our value label will be nil. The label, let's see, what's the other one called? The title label's text is also going to be nil. The icon image view's image is going to be nil, and then here we'll want to configure. For now, I'm going to comment this out so we don't actually nil out the text. One thing that I do want to call out here is it'd be nice if we had two shades of colors. So for example, maybe we had like the bottom, like maybe 30% a darker color so we can signify like a difference in like a container. So I am going to actually do that here. So here we're using tertiary background. Let's change this back to secondary and take a look at what this looks like. All right, so these are obviously way darker. We have our labels and stuff showing up. We haven't laid them out yet, but let's go ahead and actually add another view in here. I'm gonna call it the title container view. So this is just gonna be basically a UI view. Let me just create it by copy and pasting. This will be the title container view, and we'll just create it in here. Just make sure it's a UI view, and just change your declarations here to be named appropriately. You could in theory leave it icon, but that's totally misleading, so don't do that. And instead of adding the title directly, we're gonna add the title container view here. And this title container view is going to actually add a subview, which will be the title label. And this container view is actually going to have its own background color. And maybe here we'll do tertiary system background. And you guys will see momentarily why I'm doing this in here. So let me go ahead and set up the title container view. So we're gonna say title container views, leading anchor, I'll say left anchor. It's a little more descriptive in terms of what it is. And this is gonna be a constraint is what I'm looking for. This is going to be a constraint equal to the content views left anchor. And let me go ahead and copy and paste this here for the right anchor as well as the bottom anchor. And sometimes autocomplete really doesn't like to cooperate, so if you ever see me quickly undoing, that's basically what that is. Now the height of this is going to be something a little more interesting. We're going to say this has a height anchor, and this is going to be a constraint equal to something with a multiplier. So we're going to say this will be the same as a content view's height. And let's say we only want this to be maybe like 33%, so like 1/3 of the height. We're going to say times 0.33, like so. And let's go ahead and give this a run and let's see what the color looks like, if it even shows up. So cool, so we have this lower third now, and we can flip-flop these colors if we'd like. I think it'd be nicer if the bottom color was the darker one and the larger part of the card was the lighter one. So we'll change this here to be secondary system background, and this one will be tertiary system background. There's also quaternary if you're curious. And I think this looks pretty cool. Let's go ahead and add some constraints to all this stuff. So let's come back to this function here to set up constraints. Let's take care of this. So title label is going to have, let's try that again. We're going to say left anchor is going to be a constraint equal to its parent. We're going to say title container left anchor. And actually, I'm just going to pin this on all four sides to make our life easy. So we'll say right anchor, top anchor. We'll do bottom anchor here, and respectively, just go ahead and update these. Right anchor. And the difference with this label is we're gonna go ahead and just center its content. So we're gonna say text alignment will be centered. And I'm also gonna go and set a font on this. So we'll say it'll be a system font of maybe size 20, and we're gonna have a medium weight. And it's complaining because I presumably forgot a comma. Yep, I did in fact forget a comma, so let's add that there and give it a run. All right, so cool, we've got this here. It looks pretty cool. We just need to lay out the other two labels, rather the other label and the icon up there. So let's go ahead and do that. And I guess I'm gonna try to get away with copy and pasting this. We're gonna change all of these here to be value label. And then we also wanna do the icon. So let me just go ahead and copy and paste this. And this is called, I believe, icon image view is what I called it. So we'll say icon image view like so, and let's go ahead and adjust all the constraints because these are totally not correct. So for the icon, we're gonna have actually a fixed width and height, and I'm gonna have it be a square, and maybe we'll go ahead and actually do something like 60 by 60. So here we're gonna say height anchor, and this is going to be a constraint equal to a constant. Let's do 70, and let's see what that looks like. And respectively, what we want to go ahead and do is actually copy and paste this. And here we're going to have a width anchor. So now we have it as 70 by 70, looking good. And we want this to be maybe from the left, we want it to be like 20. And then from the top, we also want it to be 20. So let's go ahead and figure out how to do the top. So we don't care about the right at the moment. We care about the top. So for this, from the top, we want this to be equal to the content view's top anchor, and maybe we'll add a constant of like 20, and we'll play with this and see what it looks like. Similarly here, we're going to want this to be content view right anchor, and we're going to add a constant of 20 again. And then for the bottom anchor, this one's going to be a little different. This is going to be from the top of the title container with a constant of maybe -10. So again, the bottom container is this dark rectangle we see down here. And it actually looks like we want to clip the edges of the cell because the bottom of this is not pointy, whereas the top of the cell is rounded. We'll do that in a second. But let me not get off track here. Now let's focus on the value label. So the left anchor of this is basically just going to be the icon image view left anchor. And we're going to add maybe a margin of 10 points. The top anchor is going to be the same thing that we did up above. So content views top anchor with a constant of maybe 20. The right anchor we'll do momentarily as well. So let's go do that now. Actually, we'll just do this is going to be the content views right anchor with a constant of maybe -10. And then we'll go ahead and do the bottom one, which I guess we'll do the same thing that we did here. This is going to be to the title containers top anchor with a constant of -10. So let's give this a build and run. We did a lot of copy and pasting and editing, and let's see if I screwed this up. Okay, so I totally screwed this up. Let's figure out why our icon is A, obnoxiously big, and B, positioned really incorrectly. So let me comment out this stuff for a moment. Now let's focus on the icon. So we did a height and width, makes sense. We did 70. Let's make this 50. We want it to be a little bit smaller. The top anchor is the constraint for the content view's top with a constant of 20, makes sense. This here should be the left anchor. The left of our icon should be from the left of the content view with a constant of 20. And I think bottom is actually looking pretty good. So let me go ahead and give this a build and run. And we should see this here. It looks like it's distorting our image. So we certainly want to come up here and take care of that by specifying a content mode on here. So we're going to say the content mode is scale aspect fit such that we don't actually distort the image. And then on our entire cell's content view layer, we're also going to say masks to bounds is going to be true. And this will make sure that everything stays inside the rounded corners like so. So cool, so this icon looks pretty good. It's still a smidge large, I would say. So let's go ahead and maybe do like, we're gonna have to play with these numbers. Let's try 30 and 30. And from the top, I think 20 might be a little much actually. So what we'll go ahead and actually do is I'm just gonna say from the top, make this perhaps like maybe 15. And we don't probably actually need a bottom anchor, right? Because it'll just calculate where it should go relative to the top and left. Okay, so now we got rid of the bottom and it's too high up. So let me go ahead and actually change this now to be, let's do 25 and see what that looks like. And unfortunately, it is a little bit of trial and error when you're kind of doing this yourself manually. You don't have like a design to go off of, which is fine. I think it's half the enjoyment of building something. So cool, looks like 35 is actually appropriate. So I'm gonna uncomment this. The left of our value label should be from the right of our icon, plus a margin, so we're saying 10. Now, the right of the label should be from the right of our content view, -10 as margin. The top of our value label should be from the top of the container, but we're gonna have the exact same margin, so 35. And then the bottom, I guess we don't necessarily need this, but I guess I'll leave it here. So we'll say this will be to the top anchor, -10. So let's go ahead and give this a build and run, and let's see if that value is appropriately positioned. So much better, but I think what's going on here is the fact that because this label is being stretched, let me go ahead and set a background color on it. Because it's being stretched vertically, the text is vertically centered in here, which is why it looks kind of off, which is not quite what we want. So instead of actually having a bottom anchor here, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to give it a fixed height. And by doing so, we don't need to specify that bottom anchor because we know exactly where the end of this label is going to be. So I made it 30 there. Let's see what that looks like. All right, I think that looks pretty good. If we get rid of the color, maybe we can actually move it like a smidge down and to the left. And we probably want to increase the font size there as well. So let me get rid of the color here. And I'm going to move this like maybe 1 or 2 points down. So we'll do maybe like 36 for my OCD. And then I'll come up here and for the value label, if I can find where I threw it, I think it's up here, we're going to set a font on it as well. We'll say font is going to be system font with a size of maybe we'll do 18 here. And here we're going to go ahead and do light for the font weight. All right, I think it looks pretty good. We could actually probably even make it a bit bigger. So let's try like 22 and see what that looks like. We just want to be mindful of line wrapping since this will truncate the text. So I think that looks better. But as we add in obviously different data, we'll have to see like what we need to do to adjust it. So let's see how we're doing on time. We're at about 15 minutes. So I guess we've now designed the cell. In the next video, what we'll go ahead and do is we'll actually adjust our view model to pass in the appropriate stuff. So thanks for watching. Drop a like before clicking away. I'll see you in part 19. Alright guys, welcome back to the next part in our Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we put together the basic view for our character info cell here where we have Earth and location. We're going to actually get the real data in here and leverage our view model a little bit in this video. So drop a like down below, say hello in the comments, and let's continue. It dawned on me that I'm not also committing and pushing like I promised in the beginning of the series, so we've already broken that rule so many times that we're just going to keep going. So cool, so in this particular cell that we put together, we don't want to start off with any text because this is kind of just dummy data. Similarly for the image here, and we do want to uncomment what we commented out and prepare for reuse, and we're going to leverage our view model. So here we're going to go ahead and say our title label.text, it's going to equal the viewModel.title. And similarly, the value label is going to be viewModel.value. Let's go ahead and give this a build and run. I don't remember if we're actually calling this configure function, but it does look like we actually are. So it looks like we do have our data coming in here. Now, we need an image, and one thing that's a little kind of strange here is, well, two things. One, we need an image. Number two, things are getting cut off and truncated. And number three, actually, this date is not formatted, which is kind of just strange, and we want to handle all of that. So if the string also here is empty like the type is, we want to show something. We don't want this to be empty because that's just weird. So we're going to actually jump into the view model and we're going to do some modifications in here. So we already know what type of view models we actually are creating because we are creating them directly in our view controller, if I'm not mistaken. Particularly, we're creating them, let's see if I can find them. I think we're actually creating them in our character detail view model. Let me find the view model folder. And here we have character detail. And then inside of here, we're creating all these different info cell view models. So I'm going to actually copy this and I'm going to jump back into this info cell view model. And because we know what the types are, what we can do is I'm going to introduce an enum in here. And this is going to be called type. Now, type is a keyword, so you can put backticks around it. So these are not quotes. This is the key next to the 1 on your keyboard. And we're going to create a physical, well, not physical, but a concrete declaration for each of these. So here we're going to have, status. We're also going to have gender, type, species. Let me just get through these quickly. There's going to be type, species. What else do we have in here? We have origin, location, created, and episode count. So origin, created, location, and episode count. And we should have an even number. I think we have 8 in here. Looking great. So instead of this view model taking in directly the value and title, we can actually derive the title from this enum. We can actually only pass in an enum and then the associated value. And we can also pass in some other stuff as well. So let's go ahead and actually update this, right? So instead of passing in the title, I'm going to pass in the type, which is going to be the type. We'll leave the value as is, and we are going to want to somehow compute an image here. And we'll do that momentarily after we update all of this to actually work. So we'll still want to have a title in here, but instead of it being an assigned property like this, it's actually going to now be computed based on the type that we actually pass in. So we're going to say private let type will be of type, and I realize I named type kind of confusing here. So just bear with me here. So here we're going to go ahead and now say type is going to be the inbound type argument right here. I'll just highlight to make sure everyone is following along. And the title here, we can go ahead and say self.type.display title. Now we need to actually add a display title computed property on here. And this is just going to switch on self. And if we can actually get this working, let's go ahead and just do a Command B. And if we do switch on self, I want the autocomplete to fill it out for me. Looks like it's not going to do that. What we can do is actually we can handle each of these. So we can say in the gender case, return something, etc., etc. I'm going to actually just copy and paste these for the sake of simplicity. And here we are just going to use multi-cursors again to return something. And here we're just going to add a dot before each of these case delimiters, which is proper syntax here. And we're abstracting all this logic in from the call site, right? So now we actually have this display title thing. All of these errors should go away. And we can actually delete this stuff. And if we try to compile, we're still going to get a compile error. And the reason for that is we need to update the instantiation of these view models back in our character detail view model. So here we're going to pass in type, and I'll actually batch update these with multi-cursors. And this is actually value here. So actually let me undo that. And it looks like I actually flipped these. So let's see what I can go ahead and do. Let me actually just delete these as fast as I can, I guess. All right, I'll delete that. Delete that one. Delete that one. And you can obviously just type it out again if you want to, but I'm going to be lazy and do it the lazy way. So we'll delete this, and then we're going to batch add the types as the first argument here. So this is going to be a type, colon, one of the types, and then a comma. So the first one up here is going to be the status. So it goes status, gender, type, species. So status, gender, type, species. Let's see what the next four are. Origin, location, created. So origin, location, created, and then we have episode count. So cool, if we compile now, hopefully no errors. If you give it a build and run, everything should look identical from before, but now we have actually abstracted that text thing inside of the cells view model. What we can go ahead and here and do now is something interesting. So now what I'll go ahead and do is I will say for the display title, we have this already, right? But for the actual value, maybe we want to have something computed a little differently, and you guys will understand why momentarily. So we're going to privatize this, and we're going to go ahead and say that the display value will basically be just return value. But the beauty of doing it this way is we can say if value is empty, which it is for the type, we can just return something instead of having an empty string. So we can return none. We can also go ahead and start doing some more cool stuff in here now by saying, let's say we have an icon for each of these. So we can say icon image, which is going to be a UI image optional. Make sure you come up here and import UIKit. And if you're wondering why it's optional, the UI image system name initializer is optional, which is why we did that. And we can actually copy this entire switch, and we're going to create an image for each of these. So I'm going to say UI image, system named, and we're going to go ahead and just use maybe the bell icon temporarily while I copy and paste and adjust. So we'll go ahead and change all of these here. Alrighty. And now we can introduce another public computed property, which is going to be the icon image of type UI image optional. And you guessed it, what we're going to return in here is going to be type.iconImage. And finally, we're going to do one more computed property here, and that is going to be the color. So we are going to say tint color. This will be of type UI color, non-optional. And let's go ahead and return some colors. So here we're going to say system blue maybe, and I'm literally just going to make these up as I go. Here we'll say system red. And for those of you who don't know the system prefix here, just make sure it looks really nice in both light mode and dark mode. Apple went ahead and created this palette for us, which is really awesome. So we don't actually have to go and mess around with RGB. You certainly can if you want to, but we aren't going to do that today. So let's see what color I missed here. Let's think of the rainbow. Blue, red, green, purple, pink, orange. Did I do yellow? I don't think I did. We have yellow, and then I also think there's a color called mint or something. System mint. Cool. All right, let's give it a build. We are not compiling because we changed this to be display value. I'm also going to go ahead and now do the image here. We'll say the image is ViewModel.iconImage. And we're also going to change the colors up. So here we're going to say tint color is going to be ViewModel dot type.tint color. It looks like is what it's looking for, but type should be private. Let me make sure it is. It is private. We need to actually expose this here. So we're going to go ahead and say tint color is a UI color, return type.tint color. If we try to compile this, it should yell at us because this is private, which is appropriate. We don't want to expose the underlying type. And maybe I'll even change the text color of the title label, and we'll make that the tint color as well. So here we're going to say tint color, and here we want to also go ahead and reset the tint color here that we are changing. So I'll go ahead and just make this the appropriate color, which will be label, and here this will be label. So go ahead and build and run. Let's make sure this is looking better now. We'll click this, and if you look at that, it looks so much nicer. We have different colors. Maybe we'll want to move around the blue, and I guess this is purple. So there's a little bit more variety in how we have set these up. But I digress. It's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and continue with this. I want to format. Well, actually, we're seeing something down here. Why are we seeing something? So we should be seeing the appropriate title. Okay, it's because I forgot to actually update this. So here, let's go ahead and update this. So this will be status. This is going to be gender. This is going to be type. This is going to be species. And one thing you might notice is we're basically just returning the raw value. So instead of actually returning the raw value, or doing it manually, what we can actually do is we can say that this type has a raw value type of string, and here we can just return raw value. So the reason we're going to still want this switch, I will show momentarily, but we are still going to want it. So I'm going to say raw value dot uppercase is what we're going to do here. And we're just going to comma separate and just include all of these here. Let's see if I can fix that indentation. Doesn't want to cooperate. So let me get rid of this here and let me fix all of these. So we'll go do that, hit enter, do it again, hit enter. And we just want to combine all of these because in all of these cases, we want to return the raw value. But there is one case where we do not want to return the raw value. And that's actually the one at the bottom there, because we don't want to return episode count as one thing. We want to actually return episode count like so. So go ahead and compile and give it a build and run. Instead of seeing the word something there, you should actually see the appropriate title, which is great. And let's go ahead and format this date now that we have down here. So it looks like this created thing has a date, right? So for the display value, what I'm going to go ahead in here and do is we're going to say, we still want to handle this, the empty case, but we're going to say if the type is created, we want to format the date and return it. So I'm just going to, for now, just print out the value. And we're going to take a look at what it looks like, and we'll talk about date formatters. So let's open up our console at the bottom here. Let's go to this screen. Make sure I click it. Cool. And let's actually scroll down so the cell is dequeued, and there is the date. So this is in what we call ISO 8601 format. So what we can actually do is we can create a static date formatter to format this appropriately. So let me create it here, and then we'll move it to a better spot. Now we're going to create it as a static, so we don't have to create it over and over, because initializing date formatters is incredibly expensive in terms of performance overhead. So this is why you'll commonly see this created in a static capacity. Cool, so that is the format. I believe it's already 8601, so there is actually a formatter for that built in. It's called, let's see, ISO 8601 date formatter. We can go ahead and create it. We're going to return it here, and then we're just going to set the locale on it, or the time zone is actually what I'm looking for. We'll set the time zone on it to current, and I believe this format, looks like I got rid of it. Let me just copy and paste it here again. I believe this format is already in ISO 8601 format. If it's not, we can go ahead and actually create a manual format. So to actually spit out a string for this, what we want to first do is go and say, we want to create a date. So we're going to say create a date object by using this formatter. So self with a capital S for static. We're going to go ahead and say, give me a date from a particular string, which will be value. And now that we have this, let's go ahead and actually print this. And this is in fact going to be optional in case what we pass in is not a valid formatted string. And if we have this, let's go attempt to print out the date. And let's see why this is yelling at me. It's yelling at me because this is a date formatter. And let's see why it's yelling at me. So it's saying cannot convert expression of type at ISO 8601 date formatter to return type of date formatter. I could have swore this inherits from date formatter, but I guess not. It inherits from something called formatter. So let's actually go ahead and change that and give it a build and run. And I'm going to open up my console like I did before. I'm going to just expand it up here. We'll go to the details screen and scroll down. And we are not actually getting a date. That's actually not good. So let's create our own date formatter in that case. So we're going to create a date formatter again, and then here we can say formatter.format, and we can actually specify a string with the appropriate format. So it looks like this is a year, and it looks like this is the month, and then the day, and then a T, and then I think that's the hour, which I believe is capital H, minutes, and then we have seconds, and then we also want the this to respect fractional dates. So let's see, there is a way to do that as well. Let me go ahead and give this a build and run. And if my format is wrong, there's actually a really good reference online that we're going to look up and figure this out together. So I'll scroll down. Once again, we don't see this date. So that leads me to believe that this format is indeed incorrect. So there is in Google, let me open up Google here. We can look up NS date formatter, and there's actually a really good website called nsdateformatter.com that shows you the format on the right-hand side and then what you get on the left-hand side. So our format kind of looks like this. So we're going to go ahead and copy this. I believe this is ISO 8601, but maybe I'm wrong. So we'll copy and paste this here. And let's see, on the right-hand side, this is what we actually end up getting, which looks very similar to our particular format. And let's see what the problem here is. I forgot the trailing quote there. We'll go ahead and give this a build and run. Come into here and come down here, and we still don't see our date. So let's see what's going on. We're going to manually use maybe this string here and see what's going on. I think the problem is we are using fractional seconds, which is why it's yelling at me. But let's make sure that this one is indeed even working. Okay, so this one is totally working. I'm going to print out our value again here, and we're going to take a look at what it looks like. So we're going to say if type is created, we'll print out the value so we can see what it looks like and why it differs from what we get in our documentation on that website. All right, let's come down here. We'll take this and let me paste it and let's compare. All right, so the first part is definitely the same. This is totally the same as well. It looks like this one is a +000, but it looks like in this case we have fractional seconds. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is go back to Google and do Swift date formatter fractional seconds. I recall it's a property that we need to assign on the particular formatter. Okay, so it's called date formatter. It looks like we can specify .sss, capital 4 S's. I've actually never seen that before. I could have sworn that it was a fractional second, but it looks like we do need to change it. So let's actually go ahead and change it to be that. And let's give it a build and run, and let's see if we're able to convert the string to our format. So I'm going to scroll down. Okay, cool. Now it looks like it is indeed working. We come into here and it is printing. So we wanted to handle the fractional seconds like I thought. So cool. So now we have a date that we are creating from the string. We can get rid of this print here. And now we want to convert this string to a more appropriate format. So I'm going to get rid of this here as well. For the formatter, we're going to go ahead and say, let's actually say, okay, so this is the date formatter. Let's create another formatter, and I'm going to call this the short date formatter. And the reason I'm going to call it this is we're going to go ahead and say the date style here will be medium, and the time style is going to be short. And from this guy, I'm going to go ahead and say that we want a string. So return the short date formatter, create a string from this date and return it. And now you're going to see something pretty cool. So if we scroll down, you'll see now that we get, we actually don't get it. So what the heck is happening here? So let's see. It looks like we should be returning this. So let me see. Let results equals, and let's actually print out the date, and let me also print out the results, and let's make sure we were printing out the appropriate thing, or maybe the print I removed before I confused for our formatter actually working. All right, so we're actually not even coming into here, so let me take a step back, and like I promised, we're not gonna cut out any parts of the video, we're gonna figure this out together. I'm gonna say if type is created, let's print that value out, say format, and I'll stick the value in here. And what we're doing let's do here, we're gonna actually say string describing dates. And here I'm just gonna append on results, give it a build and run. We just need to make sure our format here is correct, which is obviously not correct because something's not working. So we have a build error here because we deleted this. Doesn't exist anymore. Go ahead and give it a build and run. And let's come down here and let's see what's going on. So the format is basically this. We've got the year, the month, the day, a T, hour, minutes, and then second. And then we also have a Z at the end. Okay, so we have fractional seconds, but I do recall seeing the Z here, and it looks like we still need to include the Z at the end, which is a shift on the time zone. So let me go ahead and do that. And take a look at this. We will scroll down. Okay, now we're getting the actual results. Beautiful. So we were missing the Z up there. So let's now get rid of the format here. And now what we can do is we have this date object in here. We want to convert it to a nice printed string. So here I'm going to call this short date formatter. Here we're going to say formatter date style once again is medium. Formatter time style once again is short. And we're going to say inside of here, return from this formatter a particular string with this date. And we should see a nice string now in our cell, which in fact we do. So we see November 4th, 18, but it is getting cut off. So there's two ways we can handle this. We can actually use a short date style, or what I'm going to go ahead and do in the cell here, under views, we're actually going to allow line wrapping. So we'll come to the value label if I can find where I put it. And here I'm going to say number of lines is going to be 0, which will actually be n number of lines, aka unlimited, based on how much content there is. So let's see, it looks like that actually did not work. Let's see why that is. So this is the value label. And let me see what's going on here. Looks like it is getting cut off. Let's actually go ahead and say 2 lines in particular. We will scroll down here, and it looks like we're still getting cut off, which is strange. So I'm going to go ahead and just hide this, make sure I'm adjusting the proper label. Is hidden is going to be true. This is in fact the info cell. We're in the correct file. Okay, so totally the correct cell here. And let's see why we're not seeing it. Kind of strange. We're going to debug it together again. Some days when you build this stuff day in, day out, you start to do some weird things. So let's go ahead and see. So we are totally truncating here. I know why, because the height of our actual label here in itself is not appropriately sized. So we want this to be 0, which is correct, but we're going to have to adjust the constraints here for the particular value label. So I'm going to get rid of the margin for the top anchor, and I'm also going to change the bottom anchor, the height anchor here. I'm going to change it to be a bottom anchor, and it's going to be flush against the title container's top anchor. So go ahead and give that a build and run, and now we still have the appropriate positioning. Maybe we'll move it down a smidge, but we should see two lines here like that. And this created is basically when this record was created in the API backing database. So that's basically where we will cut this video. So let's go ahead and give it a run. It looks like this was getting cut off as well, Citadel of Ricks for the location. but we're looking pretty good. We've got nice different colors. We're respecting ViewModels, responsibility of handling all this configuration, and we're making great progress. In the next part, we're gonna look at the episode cells down here, but particularly getting the data for the episodes, because at the moment, when you go and try to actually get the data for a character, what you'll see is episodes actually points to, if I can copy and paste this, episodes actually points to an endpoint to get episode information. And it looks like here this is yelling at me because I have a quote. And this episode will actually tell me, the air date, the name, but we don't have this info. We need to actually get it somehow. So that's what we'll tackle in the next video. Make sure you hit that like button before clicking away. If not for the video, definitely for me needing a drink of water. Comment hello, helps with YouTube reach and the algorithm and all that good stuff. I'll see you in the next part. Alright guys, welcome to the next part in the Building a Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue where we had left off, specifically taking a look at how we're going to get the data for these episode cells at the bottom here. So before we dig in, drop a like down below, comment hello for the YouTube algorithm, and let's continue. So let me actually move my Xcode over here so we're next to the simulator. And let me go ahead and just build and run, make sure we haven't changed or broken anything since we've last met, and let's come down here. So we actually do have the appropriate number of cells, but we're just not seeing them because we don't actually have a color set to it. So let me go ahead in here and let's actually set a color on the content view here. I'm gonna actually go ahead and make it system blue. The other thing I'm gonna go ahead and do is add a corner radius of perhaps 8. And that's good enough for now, so we'll go ahead and build and run, and we should see the cards down here. And just FYI, I'm calling these cells a card, so if that confuses you, that's what the heck I'm talking about. So cool, we need to get the data for each of these, and I had briefly mentioned if we go to the view model for each of these episodes, we actually only have a URL. So what the heck gives? Well, it turns out that the way the API is structured, it doesn't actually return to us information about the API, although if I was to be building this API, I would at least return the title, but rather it returns to us a URL that points to another endpoint that has the information for a given episode. So it actually has ID, name, air date, episode, all of this jazz. And if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna actually want a model for this, and I don't recall if we created one already. So let's come into here, and under data types, we have an RM episode, and this is basically what we saw over there. So we have, characters, URL, airtime, episode, all that stuff. So how are we gonna actually populate a view here without data? Well, we actually need to fetch the data. So we have n number of episodes. So in this video, particularly, we're going to focus on dispatch groups as well as caching the data, or briefly discussing it at least. So cool. So let's go to this view model where we have passed in the episode data URL, and we want to go ahead and write a single function in here, and that is going to be public func. And what we can go ahead and do here is we want to say fetch episode, and we're going to want to refactor this momentarily because we don't want to actually pass the episode back to the view. When we say fetch episode, what we want to do is we want to first start by creating a RMRequest from the URL. So to do that, we're going to first unwrap the URL, say URL is the episode URL here. And respectively, we also want to create a RMRequest. And this is actually why we spent all that time building that failable initializer where we can pass in a URL. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And if we're able to create this request, we want to actually go ahead and send it. So I'm going to say created here. And we'll go ahead and actually make sure that it is being printed out. So we'll come down here and we should see created printout. And it looks like we don't in fact see it. So let's actually go ahead and see why that is. Let's come up here and print out this URL. And we are going to be doing several optimizations here, so just bear with me. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to come into here. We will scroll down and we should see a URL printed out, but in fact we do not. So let's see why that is. So I should be creating this view model somewhere in the character detail view model. Let's go ahead and find it. So let's see, we have our view model here for the single episode, and then we have our character detail view model. All right, and here we actually map, and what we do is we say create a URL with this particular string, and we should get a appropriate view model. So let me go ahead and let's see what's going on. Because down here we dequeue the cells. Let's see where that cell is. It should be basically in the view. So let's open this up. We're gonna go to the detail view, and let's see where we actually return the cell. We should be returning it appropriately. All right, so here we actually register it, and the data source, I guess, is the controller. So let me come over here into the controllers folder and other, and in here we are in fact returning the appropriate cell and printing out configuring it with the view model. So I'm going to say view model, and let's just go ahead and just print out view model here. So we're going to be printing out a single view model here. So I'm going to move this up. So we'll say that's a view model. That's a view model, and we're just going to print it for the time being and make sure that we are in fact seeing our print statement here. So let me open up my console, and when I scroll down, I should see some prints. So cool, we do in fact see prints, and what we more specifically want to see is when this configure function is called, we want to actually print out the URL. So let's come into here. And inside of here, we are going to go ahead and say ViewModel.fetch episode. So we actually never called fetch episode, hence we never actually got that print here. So let's go ahead and give this a run once more. And come down here, and we actually do successfully create the RMRequest. So actually it was not an issue. I can get rid of this here. And I can actually also go ahead and just fix the indentation on this. And now that we've got a request, what we can actually go and do is say RM service shared. We want to execute this request, and I'm actually going to rename it to just be request. So we'll go ahead and call it a request here. And what we expect to get back is basically an RM episode, and then we have our callback here. Now, there is an interesting problem with this design, and before I get into it, we need to understand a little bit about how cells work, right, for collection views or table views. Essentially, that configure function is going to be called every single time that the cell is dequeued, right? So we certainly don't want to be fetching the data every single time. So this gives us an interesting choice. We can either have a flag in the view model that says, hey, have we fetched the data for that episode? And if we haven't, we can go fetch. Or if we're already fetching, we know we don't want to redundantly fetch. The other option that we do have at our disposal is we can actually preemptively dispatch a request for all the episodes up front, and they're going to be kind of behind the scenes. They're going to be background fetches. So you can actually have all the data ready by the time that these cells are actually shown on screen. So let's go ahead and let's set this up in a way where, if we haven't actually started the fetch, we'll start it, and then we're going to do the optimization I just described, and hopefully that made sense. But let me come into here and say private var is fetching is going to be false. And we're going to verify here that is fetching is false. And if it is false, we can continue. And here we're going to say is fetching is true, just like that. And in the callback here, what I'll go ahead and do is, for now, I'm just going to switch on the results. And what we basically do in all of our API calls to just make sure everything is working, we're just going to print out success.maybe_ID. And that should be the ID of the actual episode that we get back. And otherwise, we are going to print out a string describing the failure. So when we go ahead and build and run, we should come down here and see two IDs. So we get 1 and 2, which is awesome. We're getting the data back. And as I scroll, we should start seeing more prints there appropriately, going up to 8. But when I scroll back, we shouldn't see the prints again because we should not be sending the request out again. So we certainly don't, and that is awesome. So let's actually build it this way. And then later when we talk about caching, we're gonna go into dispatch groups. So once we have the data in here for the particular episode, what we can go ahead and do is say private var episode is an RM episode, which will be nullable, right? By default, we don't have it. And in the success case, we're gonna go ahead and say we wanna assign it. So we're going to say self.episode. Episode will be our model here. Now we don't wanna leak memory, don't wanna retain cycles, so we're gonna capture self in a weak capacity. And what we essentially want to do is now that we actually have this episode, what we can actually do is we need to tell our view that, hey, we now have the model, so you can go ahead and refresh yourself, try to configure yourself. So how do we do that? We can do it in a couple different ways. We can either use a delegate pattern, but I want to introduce a new pattern so we continue our learning. So what I'll do in here is I will say did set for this model. We've seen did set before. Basically, this will get kicked off as soon as something is assigned to this. And I am going to unwrap it. I'll say our model is this episode. And what we are going to do is we are going to have another public function on here. And this is what's known as kind of the publisher and subscriber pattern. So we're going to have a function on here, and this is going to be register for data. And this is going to take a block. You can call it block, or I was going to call it completion there, but maybe block is a better term. And we want to get something back, returning void. And what do we actually want to get back? Well, if we think about it, let's look at what properties the actual episode has on it, right? What do we want to show in each of these blue cards? Well, maybe we'll show the name, maybe we'll show the air date as well as the episode. Let's come over here and see what it is. So it looks like we have a name, the date, and then the episode. So maybe that's what we want to show. So essentially, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we are going to create a protocol here. And this protocol is going to represent a episode rendering. So I'm going to call it RM episode data render. And essentially, this protocol is going to define the signature of what data we need. So we are going to want the episode, which will be of type string, and we will be able to get it. We're also going to want the name. Let me actually move name up here. And we're also going to want air date. Now, when you're looking at this, it's pretty apparent that this is a subset of the properties in RMRequest, and we can actually extend this to conform to this particular protocol. And now what I can actually do is I can say when we register for data, what we want to get back is that protocol instead of the model directly. This way we can hide all of the other stuff inside of the model, right? Now that we have this here, we want to call this block. So to call the block, we want to hang on to the block in the global scope, right? So here we are going to create another private variable, and this is going to be data block, and its type is going to be a block, same signature, and it's going to be optional since by default it is nil. And here I'll say self.block, data block will be our block. And once we actually assign to this episode, I can go ahead and say self.datablock, and I can actually pass in the model. So let's go ahead and build and let's see if it yells at me. So it does indeed yell at me because we don't need this here. We can actually probably get rid of this here if I'm not mistaken. Yep, we can get rid of that. The reason we need the question mark here for nullability is this data block is indeed optional, aka nullable. The other thing that I'll call your attention to is we're calling this on the background queue because we're in our async operation. So as a result of this, we'll want to go and actually update our UI. So we do want to go ahead and bump this onto the main queue. Now I'm going to jump back into my view file here for the episode collection view cell. And before I go ahead and say fetch episode, I am going to register for a block. And here what we're going to get is the data, and I will just print out string describing data. And this way, what should happen is every time that fetch episode is called, we'll come into here And what we'll want to do is we'll hit this callback. Now, if we don't hit this callback, in this case, we're not doing anything, but there is an unhandled edge case here. And that edge case is, well, what if we've already fetched the data and the user brings the cell back into view? Well, what we'll do here is we'll just go ahead and say if let model is our episode. If we actually have our episode, we'll manually call the data block and pass in the model. All right, let's go ahead and give it a build and run, and let's see if we get our prints out appropriately. So let me go to the info screen, let me open up the console, and let me scroll down here. We should see two models printed out, which is an RM episode, which is beautiful. We actually do see it printed out. Now, why do we actually see the whole model? Because we did this protocol thing, didn't we? Well, that's actually kind of the trick here, right? While we're only going to have these three properties available to us, the backing object we're actually passing in is indeed the entire model, which is by design. So let's go into our view again. And instead of printing out a string describing this, what I can actually print out is on this, we can do the name of the episode. We can print out the air date as well as what else is on here, as well as the episode itself, which will be like the season and episode number. So go ahead and give it a build and run again. Comes down here and we get our data. And if you just want to see what else is available, if you just do data dot, you'll see that nothing else actually is in fact exposed. And that's how we can actually control kind of masking other properties. So that's where I'll pause this video, or end this video, I should say. In the next video, we're going to talk about actually building out the cell. We'll build it out. And we want to be able to click into these episodes, because what you did see earlier here is that episodes themselves have a bunch of information on them, like characters, and we want to show all of that stuff as well. And don't forget, we actually have a dedicated episodes tab down here. Now, I will briefly touch on this since I promised. When we go to the episodes tab, if we've already fetched all these episodes, why on earth will we want to fetch them again? And the answer is, if you're clever enough, you guessed it, we don't, right? We're going to want to add some sort of either session caching mechanism or, writing this to disk or core data or in your database somewhere on device, because it's unnecessary duplicated work. So that's all I've got. Drop a like before clicking to the next part. I'll see you there. Welcome to part 21 of our Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we took a look at how we would actually get the underlying data for an episode when we're on the character info screen. In this video, we'll actually build out this cell and more or less finish up this character detail screen. So drop a like down below, say hello in the comments, and let's push onwards. So what we essentially have in our cell here, or what we configured our view model to give back to us, is three pieces of information. The name of the episode, the air date, as well as the kind of season and episode number. Now, what we want to do is we want to have three labels and just kind of show these on this cell. We also want that cell to be tappable to get some more information about a single episode. So we'll talk about that as well. So let's get to it. So we have definitely already created labels before. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to steal them from here. So let's find a cell where we've created labels, and I'll literally copy and paste them, and we'll tweak them. So we'll have 1, 2, and a total of 3. So first we are going to have let's call this the season label. We'll call the next one the name label, and the final one will be air date label. Like so. Number of lines, I guess we can go ahead and do 1 for all of these. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete that since we don't need it. We are going to want to change the fonts. So for this season, this is going to be the most prominent label at the top, followed by name, and then followed by air date. So this one, I guess I'll leave as 20. And here we can go ahead and say semi-bold. The name, I guess I'll leave 22 and make this regular for the weight. And then finally for the air date, this is important but not as important, so I'll make it 18, and maybe we'll go ahead and make this light for the font weight. So cool, so now that we have this, let's talk about what the cell is going to look like. The first thing I'm going to do is get rid of this kind of obnoxious blue color. Now we do want a little bit of color because I personally think it makes things look nicer. So I am going to add a border. Let's do 2 and see what that looks like, as well as a border color, and this is going to be UI color.systemblue.cg color. And let's go ahead and add into our content view our subviews. So we're going to have season, name, as well as, what's the last one? Season, name, and air date. Down here in prepare for reuse, we just want to reset all of these. I like doing this up front so I don't forget for the views that I'm adding. So here we'll nil these out, as well as the last one that I keep forgetting, which is air date. Once we have our data here, what we can actually go ahead and do is just assign it. So we are going to say week self, and at this point, we are actually already on the main queue, if you recall, because this block is actually called on the main queue. And the reason I know that is because that's how we built it. So this is already on the queue that it was invoked on, which is main, and here we're actually bumping up to the main queue, so we can directly configure our views in here. So we'll say self.nameLabel.text is name. I will copy and paste this a total of 3 times. Here we will have the season, and then the air date, season. Well, actually there is no name. What we want is data.name, data.episode is what it's called, and then data.airdate. And I actually am going to prefix some of this stuff. So let me go ahead and get rid of data here. For the name of the episode, I think that's fine. We can just leave the name. Here, what we're going to go ahead and do is say episode, colon, or maybe we don't need the colon, we'll just add a space. And for the air date, I'll actually go ahead and say that this is aired on, add a space like that. And I think it'll look pretty nice. So let's go ahead and see why this is yelling at me. It looks like air date for some reason is yelling at me because I don't have a plus, obvious mistake. Finally, we want to actually add constraints and give this a build and run. So I'm going to call this function we previously had written out. And we are going to activate some constraints. So we're going to go ahead and say NSLayout constraint. We want activate here. And before I put all these constraints together, let's give this a build and run and see what our cell is looking like. Okay, cool. So we have this nice blue outline. It's kind of a rounded card looking thing. We probably need a background color still. And then we have all these labels smushed on top of each other. So let's actually give this a background color. For the content view, I want this to be something a little more prominent. So I'm going to use quaternary system background, but it actually looks like that doesn't exist. So what I'll actually do here is use tertiary system background. Don't want to use the system fill there. So let's see what that looks like. Okay, that looks pretty nice actually. So let's go ahead and add our labels. So let's go ahead and do up here the season label dot top anchor constraint is going to equal, let's try that again, our content views top anchor. And I'm going to copy and paste this a total of 3 times and just do the left anchor, the right anchor, left anchor, right anchor, and then now we want to give this a fixed height. So let me actually go ahead and do a height anchor here, and we are going to say this is going to be our content views heights with a multiplier, and we are going to say 0.3 perhaps, and it looks like multiplier. Looks like we've got a typo there that's yelling at me. Oh, this is a constant, that's why. Let's try that again. So we want a constraint with this one here, content view heights, and we're gonna say 0.3. And let me actually go ahead and just copy and paste this for our other labels. And I like to split it up like this just so you can visually separate. This one here will be the name label, and just don't forget to uppercase that L. And this one here will be the air date label. And the only thing that's going to vary for the name and air date is the top. So this is going to be from the bottom of the season label, bottom anchor, and this one is going to be from the name labels, bottom anchor. So let's go ahead and give this a build and run. Let's see if things are overlapping. We'll probably need to adjust, and we'll adjust as needed. So cool, it actually isn't too bad. So let's add some left and right margin, because we certainly do want that. And I actually think it looks pretty nice. Maybe we don't really need to adjust it too much. So for the left anchor and right anchor, what I'm going to do is we're going to do a find and replace. So we have a total of 6 of these for left and right and combined. We're going to say left anchor, And I'm gonna say replace this with a comma, constant, and maybe we'll replace it with 10. So if we do all, hopefully that compiles and isn't an issue. You can intelligently use this find and replace for a bunch of things, and it saves a whole lot of time. So pro tip from the peanut gallery over here. So we'll go ahead and do right anchor constant, and we want this constant to be -10. And this is because we're moving from right to left. And on iOS, X0 being is on the left. So we'll scroll down here, and I actually think it looks pretty nice. It would be nice if we had like a line under this like first label here, but we don't, and I think that's okay. So as we scroll, you'll see that it does actually load the data opportunistically just in time, where if we scroll fast enough, you don't actually see like any lag. And if we scroll back, we shouldn't be fetching the data again. We should just read from the actual data that we have previously fetched. So everything looks like it's working, and we're in pretty good shape. Before we wrap it up, let's actually handle clicking on or tapping on one of these cells, because we're not handling that at the moment. To do that, we're going to jump to our controller, and what we specifically want to do is we want to implement the didSelect function in our collection view, and we want to basically validate what thing was selected on. So we're going to actually copy this entire switch that we previously wrote, and the only thing we want to allow selection for is the episode. So I am just going to delete all of this, put a comma there. We don't care about this either. So if the photo and or information is selected, it will just break. But if an episode is selected, what I particularly care to do is get a episode, its view model, and then we want to actually go and push on a screen, a controller that will help render an episode. So how do we go about doing that? Well, this episode already, or this view model already, I should say, will give us the particular information that we need, right? So we have all this is fetch stuff on here. We're holding the URL. But if you think about it, do we really want to pass in that view model? Probably not. So instead, what we can do is we can actually take the episodes, the URLs for those episodes directly off of the view model that we passed in here, right? Because what we actually end up getting in this function is an index path. So we already know at which index path row we want to get the information, so we can just get the URL directly. So we'll say episode URL will be self.ViewModel, singular. On that we want episodes. So let's see, there should be episodes on here somewhere. So let's see what this view model is. I might be mistaken. So this view model is a character detail view model. Alrighty. So this has a character on it, and what I'm going to expose on here is perhaps its episodes. So I'll actually go ahead and say episodes, and I'll actually go ahead and expose this as character, return character.episode, and this thing is an array of strings. And now what we can do down here is actually get those episodes. So I'm going to say, give me the episodes. And from the episodes, we want the selection, which is going to be, I guess we can call this episodes, plural. We want to get the thing at indexPath.row. So the reason we actually went about doing all that, going through that trouble, is we can pass this model directly into another controller. And to wrap up, we're going to create that controller. So similar to how we have a RM character detail view controller here, we are going to have a, you guessed it, a RM episode detail view controller. Let me make sure I spelled that correctly. Looks like I did. And in here, what we'll go ahead and do is we are going to say title is episode, and we are going to update the initializer to take in a URL. Self.url will be URL. We haven't created that property yet. We'll call the super initializer, as well as bring in the NSCoder required initializer. Let's go ahead and toss in the URL property here. Shouldn't have any build errors, hopefully. Looks like I actually do, because this here should be a URL. I will actually make it optional. We'll finalize this class, and let's come back here, and we're just going to push this controller once the user taps on a episode. So we're going to say VC is our episode detail controller. We're going to create this with the selection here, and it looks like the selection is of type string, which is perfect. And then we can say navigation controller dot push view controller VC animated true. And it's actually giving me a warning here that we're not using this associated type, so we don't need it. So cool, we actually went through that kind of fast, so I'll recap. Let's make sure it works. We can tap on an episode, and we get this other screen. It kind of lagged for a quick second there, and the reason it did that is because we actually have not set a background color here. We'll say system green. Even though it does look like it's the correct color, it was a clear, empty, nil color. So now you'll see this green screen gets pushed on pretty fluidly. So let's just recap a little bit. We use the delegate function of did select item here. We get the position of the selected view model. We get the section first rather, and we want to verify that we're in the episode section. Then from the position in that section specifically, we get the episode by exposing the episode's collection on the view model for the character detail screen in its entirety. And then we created this new controller and just passed in the URL. Now, one thing you might be thinking is, well, won't we need to redundantly fetch the actual contents of that episode? And that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier of with the current setup, we will, but we don't want to actually have to do that, right? At the moment, we have the model for the particular episode held inside of here. Well, this is a view, not inside of here, held inside of here, the info view model, right? We actually hang on to it in here episode, but it's kind of not good practice to then expose this out of the view model. So we want to wait at a caching layer such that if we request the information again for an episode, we'll have it stored somewhere to return immediately and not actually make a network call. So that's what we're going to dig into in the next video. Before I end this one here, we'll add some doc strings. So this will be a VC to show details about single episode, like so. Beautiful. Here we have some life cycle functions. So we're going to say life cycle. And most importantly, since I haven't done it at all for the past like 10 videos, we are going to stage and commit everything. So we are going to add everything. I'm going to commit and say build out character detail screen like so, and then do a git push. And by the way, to clear out the output, you can do Command K, which is a nice way to just see everything that's going on. You can also do a git log and see the history of all of your commits. So, yep, that is basically all I've got for this video. Appreciate you watching. Drop a like before clicking away. It helps out so much. Can't stress it enough. Tweet the series out, share it on Instagram, LinkedIn. Every single person that, shares helps a lot. I'll see you in the next part. All right, guys, welcome back to the next part in our Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we went ahead and put together this empty episode detail view controller. We obviously got these cells showing up. And in this part, what we're going to actually focus on is what I keep alluding to, and that is actually caching the prior API response in case we need to reuse it. So before we get into the weeds of things, drop a like down below, say hello in the comments, and let's pick up where we left off. So just to recap, what do I mean by caching a prior response, right? So for example, if I click on Rick here, we aren't actually making another call because we have all the info already, but we are actually making redundant calls for the data down here, right? So maybe we want to save it to core data, or maybe we want to write it to disk in SQL or something. So instead of doing that, which is a little heavy, the bare minimum that we could do is let's at least hold it in an in-memory cache, right? So every time we click on Rick, it's a little absurd that we need to load the details for episodes every time. Now, that's a small example, but the larger example here is when we go over to the episodes tab, we're going to want to load in episodes, and it's a little redundant, and actually it's completely redundant to have to load in this data all over again. So we are going to leverage a new object that I'm going to create in the managers. I'm going to call this RMRequest. API cache manager. So we're going to create a new Swift file. This is going to be RM API cache manager. And essentially, this is going to be a class RM API cache manager, and it's basically going to do what the name alludes to, which is manages in memory session scoped API caches. Now, what on earth does that mean? So what that really means is all we really want to go ahead and do is we want to have a way where we can hold a NSCache object in here and check if something is in cache before making an API call. If it is, we can just return the cached object. If it's not, we don't need to go ahead and return that object. So rather, if it's not, we need to go ahead and not return that and make the API call, just to be crystal clear. So we have this execute function here in our API service, and what I'm going to go ahead and do in here is create a instance of that cache manager. We're going to say cache manager is going to be an RM API service cache manager. We'll just instantiate it. We already have a singleton here for our service shared instance. We don't need another one for this. But what we are going to do in here now is jump into this and think about how to go ahead and create some caches. So we're going to create caches pretty simply. So we're going to have a single function, and what we're going to cache by is basically the API URL that we're hitting, and then the data that's returned from that URL. So we're going to create a cache. We're going to say private var, and this is going to be a cache, and it's going to be of type NSCache, and we've used this somewhere else before. It's going to be NSString, and the value will be NSData. And essentially, we can just toss everything inside of this cache. Now, if you wanted to be a little more intelligent about this, for example, let's say we wanted to have separate caches for episodes, characters, and locations, we could do that. And you might be wondering, well, why would I want to add that complexity here? We can just use one cache. And the reason we want to do that is because NSCache automatically handles vacating cache on low memory warning. If you have multiple NSCache instances, you can actually reduce the amount of stuff that's purged from the cache, right, conceptually. Versus if you only have one cache, it's kind of a black box in terms of what is purged from the cache. So what I'm going to actually do here is we're going to create different caches based on the endpoints, and we're going to hang on to it in an interesting way. Let's see if I can actually do it this way. What I want to do is in our initializer here, we want to loop over all of our endpoints and create a pointer from the endpoint to a NSCache. So I'm going to create an array here, or a dictionary rather, and I'm going to go ahead and say this is our cache dictionary, and it's going to point to a dictionary where this is a string and this is the value that it points to. And by default, it's going to be empty because we don't have anything inside of here, but we do want to go ahead and instantiate a few caches based on each of the RM endpoints. And instead of making this a string, we can actually make this an RM endpoint by just going to this enum and also making it hashable. That way we can actually use it as the key in a dictionary. So now what we're going to do is let's go back to the endpoints. We are also going to add onto here case iterable so we can loop over all three of these endpoints. And what I'll go ahead and do here is I'm going to say this is going to be RM endpoints, all cases, and I'm going to go ahead and compact map this. So basically loop over each of the cases and create and return a element that can go inside of here. So we're going to do that, but let me actually do it in a simpler way so it's easier to read. We'll get rid of this cache. In the constructor here, I'm just going to say setup cache, and we'll be simpler about this instead of trying to be fancy with our compact maps. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is we are going to loop over each of these. I'll go ahead and say for each, and this is going to be endpoint in. And in our dictionary here, we can now go ahead and just say that in our dictionary, toss in the endpoint, and we're just going to instantiate a brand new cache object. Cool. So makes sense. Now this is how our setup is going to work. Notice this is a private function. Now respectively, we also want functions on here to be able to actually check if something is available in the cache. And the way we're going to do that is we are going to say public func, and we are going to say cached response. And what we want to do is for endpoint, and this endpoint is basically going to be an RM endpoint, and then we're also going to say the URL, which will be our URL here, and we're going to return data, which will be optional, like so. So now what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to say that the target cache will be in our cache dictionary where that endpoint exists. Now we do need to unwrap this because we could in fact have, nothing returned from the dictionary. Let's spell guard correctly. And once we have the target cache, we want to go ahead and say from the target cache, get the object with a particular key. So this target cache here should be an NS cache. So target cache, and I want to go ahead and get a particular key. So let's jump into here, and you'll notice, let's refresh my own memory as well. You'll notice there's an object for key, and then there's a set object for key. So what I want to actually do is say, give me an object for a particular key where the key is a NS string. So we do want to go ahead and convert the URL here to a non-optional. We need to unwrap it. URL is URL. And the way we can get the key is basically by saying the key is URL, the absolute string as NS string. We do need to cast it to a class-bound object, a underlying NS string. So we'll go ahead here and say key. And finally, we are going to just return it. So let's compile. Let's see if we have any issues and what the problem is. The problem we have is this return to NS data. So we're going to say do it as data. Let's go ahead and see what the problem is now. It looks like NS data is optional. So we are going to go ahead and just put a question mark there because we may or may not have this in our cache, which totally makes sense. All right, cool. So now that we actually do have this written out, we also want a way to add something to the cache. And I'm literally going to copy and paste this. And I'm going to go ahead and say set cache. And this is going to be for an endpoint. Once again, a URL. It's not going to return anything. We are going to do the exact same thing, except this time, instead of returning, here we'll go ahead and say set object. And the object that we want to go ahead and set is data. And this is going to be for a key. So we have a key here already. So I'll say key. And the data we want to set, we should pass in. So we have set cache for endpoint URL, and then we want the data itself. And data will be of non-optional type data. Here we can say data as NS data. So let's go ahead and build. Let's see what happens. We need to get rid of this return nil. And cool, we now have these two APIs in this pretty small object called RM API Cache Manager. Let's actually use it. So back in our service, now what we're going to do is two things. We want to use both the get cache and set cache. So here we try to create a URL request from the RM request that is passed in. And if we go into this RM request, this actually already encapsulates the endpoint. We have initially privatized it, but I'm going to go ahead and drop private. And we already have the URL on there as well. So what I'll go ahead and here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if let cached data is going to be our cache manager. And we're going to say, go ahead and get me cache data for request.endpoint. And this can be request.url. Then what we want to do is we just want to decode this data that we just got back from this this function here to the appropriate expecting type and just stop the execution. That means we don't need to go ahead and make the API call. And we've already actually done this decoding stuff. We do it actually right down here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste it. This is going to basically try to decode the type from the data. And I'll actually use cached data here. And finally, we return it. So we should see that error go away. Let's see if it actually does go away. Looks like this try can actually throw. So what we want to do is we do want to put this in a do catch block. And if we do fail here, we can just say completion failure with whatever error gets thrown. And respectively, we'll just return here. We'll just stop the execution if something goes wrong. So that looks pretty good. Now let's not forget, we do want to set the cache as well. So let's come down here, and in this block, we're going to capture self in a weak capacity. And I am going to go ahead and right up this completion handler, or maybe even before it, I'll say cache manager, and we want to set cache for our request.endpoint, request.url, and the data that we actually got. Alrighty, looking pretty good. And that's actually all we need to do. So to make sure the cache is working, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a print here and say using cached API response. And we're going to actually see this in action. And this is actually going to not only decrease our network usage and bandwidth, but it'll actually make our app faster because we don't need to rely on the internet to load stuff over and over again. So no prints yet, makes sense. We are going to click into here and come down here. We shouldn't see anything yet. And I'll move on over in these cells and we shouldn't see anything yet either. But if I go back and then I come into here again, then scroll down, we should see prints. It's to say using cached API response because whatever these view models get triggered, this cell comes into view, it actually goes and says, hey, okay, fetch the content for episodes, right? And we don't want to do that. What we want to actually do is we just want to get that particular episode. So if you recall, when you click on one of these episodes, it'll actually open up the episode details, and we're passing in the URL to get an episode detail. Now we are going to simulate basically fetching that URL again in our API, RM API service, but if it's cached, it'll go ahead and get handled. And if it's not cached, it'll also go ahead and make the request. So we have a single API in this RM service that'll handle doing both things for us. And we don't need to spread all this business logic of like, if we have a cache, do this, else do that. So I'm going to exemplify that very briefly in the episode detail view controller. So inside of here, we passed in the URL, and I'm going to actually go ahead and create a view model out of this. So we hold the URL directly. Instead, what I'm going to do is we're going to eventually want a character detail view model. And I say eventually, but I might as well just create it now. So let me open up the view model here, and we're going to create a new file. It can be, I guess we can just do a class here. So we don't want to inherit from anything, but we are going to say RM episode detail view model, just like that, and that'll go ahead and create the class for us. We'll inherit from NS object. We're not going to actually want that. I'll just delete it, but it actually does stub out the class for us, which is really, really nice. Now this particularly will take in the URL. We'll say self.url is URL, and here we'll just create that URL. This is going to be the endpoint URL. Let me actually name it something more appropriate so I actually know what URL this is. Get into a habit of naming things as best as you can because it will come and bite you in the butt later on. So let's go ahead and do that. And respectively, we'll want a view that this view model will be configuring. So we're going to subclass UI view. This is going to be a episode detail view, just like our character view. Let's go ahead and create it. Let's go ahead and finalize this here. And we're going to want a couple base things in here, like overriding the two initializers. Let's go ahead and say unsupported in here. We'll override the other initializers since we're going to do some setup work in here. And I guess we can leave that alone for now, so we're not really focusing on it. And back in our episode detail, instead of holding on to this here, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to say ViewModel is going to be our detail view model, like so. And we'll just go ahead and actually create it down here. We're going to say this is going to be a new view model, passing in that URL. And once this view model gets created, what I can actually go ahead and do is I can just kick off a fetch of the episode data. So we're going to say fetch episode data. And the whole reason I'm going through this, well, A, we're going to need it, but more importantly, what I'm going to want to exemplify is the fact that even though that we are dispatching another request with the URL that we are passing in here, we aren't actually hitting the network again. We're going to be actually using our cache. So we'll go ahead and say RM service shared execute this request. We expect to get a episode back. So let me go ahead and do that. RM episode dot self is what I'm looking for. Here we have our callback, and inside of here we need to handle it. So particularly switching on the results, I'll print out a string describing the model, and in this case, we'll just break. So let's see what I screwed up. Certainly screwed up something here. So this thing here is in fact nullable, it looks like. So we are going to unwrap it. And respectively, let's go ahead and give this a run. So when we come into the character detail screen, we have loaded the episode for the first time, the episode data in this cell. Now when I click on it, it's going to make that call again, but you'll see here that now it's actually using the cached response. So for the duration that your app is running, you're not going to make duplicated outbound API calls. If you want to get even more performant, because we know this data doesn't actually change, as far as I'm aware, at least I should say, we could write it to core data, but we're not going to go that crazy. So let me hit this again. And again, you'll see a print that we are using our cached API response. So that is all I've got for this video. We've actually made a dramatic improvement to how our API service works. In the next part, what I'm going to actually do is we're going to take a step out of here and we're going to start working on the episode tab over here. And it's actually going to be rather quick because we're going to reuse the episode cell that we already created, and we're going to reuse this grid-like layout for our collection view. So thanks for watching. Drop a like before clicking away. Leave a comment, say hello. Let me know if there's any questions or any issues you had, and I'll see you in the next part. Welcome back to the next part in our Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we set up the API service caching layer, and in this part, we're going to start building out the episode tab. For one, we need to build it out, and for second, I'm kind of tired of working in this tab. So without further ado, drop a like down below, say hello in the comments, and let's dig right in. So what I mentioned briefly towards the end of the last video is I'm going to try to reuse this cell. My plan is to use a table view for locations here and just reuse this existing collection view cell that we've created for episodes. So let's go ahead and see how much of this we can get away with copy and pasting. So we had already created a character, we have character list view, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in here. We have a character list view and then a character list collection view cell. So we're going to want a episode list view very, very similar to this. So I'm going to literally cheat and copy every single thing inside of here. And instead of writing this up, again, we're going to go and edit it. So let's create a new folder, and we are going to stay organized. That's the last thing I do. Let's create an episode folder, and I'm going to create a new file in here. It's going to be a Swift file. We're going to call it a RM episode list view, like so. Alrighty, and now in here, let's just actually paste this, and we're going to see what we need and what we can get rid of. So first and foremost, we are going to want to rename like 55%, if not 95% of stuff in here. So let's start doing that. Let's start at the class. So this is going to be a RM episode list view. This is a view that handles showing a list of episodes, the loader, etc., which makes sense. It looks like we created a protocol here to notify that we selected a character. We're going to want to use this, but for the episode. So did select episode. Let's go ahead and make this a RM episode, and this should also be the respective view, the RM episode list view. And let's go ahead and change this to episode. This one here to episode as well. And I'm purposely doing it manually instead of a find and replace, so we can make sure that everything in here is actually what we need and not anything more. And let's take a look at what else we need to do in here. So it looks like we have our view model in here already. Now, we don't have that at the moment. So for our episode tab, let's see what we actually have in there, because frankly, I don't remember. So our episode tab here is actually empty, so that's actually perfect. We can jump into this character tab, and let's see if I can steal like everything inside of here. And one thing that I really like that we did already is we made our view controllers super duper tiny. No worries here about massive view controllers, which is awesome. So cool, so we're gonna change this character list view to a episode list view. We're going to have to change the type here as well. So let's go ahead and do that. The episode list view like so. We want this to be episodes. We have a setup view function, and we want to rename all of this since we changed it. And let's see, we want to add our subview. Let's batch rename all of this stuff here. And let's see, we also want to conform to the RM episode delegate that we have now, since we did in fact rename it, which is what we are getting an error about on this line here. And let's continue down. Let's see what's going on. So here we want to redeclare this function because it did change. We're going to say RM episode and we'll paste in the contents. Alrighty, I'm going to change this here. And let's actually comment out everything inside of here. So we do want to open a detail controller. And actually, we don't actually need to comment it out. So let's actually write it out because it's actually pretty simple. So we're going to say episode. What we want to do is get the view model for this. We're going to want to create a RM episode detail view model, and we already have this. And if I'm not mistaken, this gets created with a endpoint URL. So we can go ahead and get the endpoint URL by saying episode.url, which is a string, and we can URLify it by just passing it in like so. We want to go ahead and open up the appropriate controller. So this will be the episode detail controller, and then we can push it. So we should see these errors go away, hopefully. Looks like we are not seeing them go away, and let's see why that is. So it looks like this gets created with the URL. So let's see, this is the optional URL. So let me actually go ahead and pass this in directly here. And now we should be in good shape. Let's do a Command B. We're going to have no errors here, but we will have several errors in our view. So let's jump back there. That's the RM episode list view. And let's adjust things in here. So no issues with this yet. We do have a view model here. We're going to want to change this to be a RM episode list view model. And this is going to super yell at me because, well, let's actually leave that for the time being because we'll need to copy and paste that as well. But let's actually fix up the stuff in here. So here we're going to add this extension to the new view that we've renamed a million times. Alrighty, and this is going to be RM episode list view model delegate, and that doesn't actually exist yet. So let's go ahead and create that as well. And let's see how we're doing on time. We could probably fumble our way through this in this video. So let's actually make an attempt to do that. So we have our list view model here, and it's actually rather long. So let's see if I can get away with copy and pasting and just bulk renaming everything. So I'm going to create a new file here, and this is going to be a Swift file. We're going to do RM episode list view model. And let's go ahead and paste it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename everything that's RM character in here. And we're going to rename it to RM episode. And one thing that's important is we do want to make sure this is case sensitive. So we're going to go ahead and say, I could have sworn there was a way to do that. So we want this to be a case sensitive. I think we can click this if this is the appropriate thing. Let's hover over and see. Yep, this is for case matching, if I read that correctly. Yep, case sensitive. So we're going to replace this, which is the capital version of it, with this capital version of it. So let's go ahead and replace all. And let's actually read through this and make sure it's all correct. So did load initial characters will now change to did load initial episodes. Did load more characters is going to change to did load more episodes. And I don't know why I keep naming this super incorrectly. Did select character will change to did select episode, passing in the appropriate episode, which we already got with the find and replace. This is going to be a view model for the episode list view logic. Beautiful. Let's see what else is a problem in here. So we have the view model delegate. Here we have our characters, which is going to be episodes, RM episode. This is going to be for episode in episodes. We are going to want to create a collection view cell view model here, but for now I'm just going to leave this as is. Let's comment out everything we can get away with commenting out to compile. And here we're going to have a collection of strings. Well, I guess we can create this. We will eventually need it here. We just don't have it yet. Because we're going to be reusing the same episode cell, that we have down here, we want to use that view model in here. So the way that we're going to do that is by just leveraging the view model right here. And this view model is called a character episode collection view cell view model. Super long name, but hopefully that makes sense. So let's jump back here and just change this type. Alrighty. And we have a API info. So this isn't quite correct. We are actually not going to, actually we might need this. I don't actually know what the list episode API response gives us. So let me actually go and take a look. So if we go to get all, this is get all characters, we want get all episodes. It looks like we actually do have count pages next and previous, and the results is slightly different. So this is going to be a new model that we need. But I'm going to go ahead and do it in a moment. Let's see what else we can fix here before we can actually build. So let's go ahead and compile and let's fix all the errors one by one. And actually, since we've gotten so far into the weeds of this, I'll probably stop the video here. We did a lot of copy and pasting from the character list stuff since it's basically identical. And in the next part, I'm going to actually focus on cleaning up this view model and creating the object, since I feel like this video has gotten a little confusing already. So drop a like down below, subscribe if you're new here. I'll see you in the next part where we clean this up and hopefully get it compiling. So I'll see you guys there. Welcome back to the next part in the building the Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we basically went wild and copy and pasted basically all the stuff we have written for the character list, view, and controller for the episode tab. And because of that, we're not actually compiling at the moment. We can't build our project. We're gonna fix all this hopefully in this video. So start by hitting that like button as per usual, and let's continue onward. So we have a bunch of errors here in our copy and pasted episode list view model. What I'm gonna go ahead and do here is we're just gonna go basically down the list of all the code in here and fix everything, because this is a little absurd if I don't say so myself. So here we are creating a episode collection view cell view model. That is actually not the correct type here. We have a view model for the cell that we used for episodes earlier. We want to actually create that. So I'm going to go ahead and say that this is the proper view model, and we want to create it with a episode data URL. And we can do that by saying episode.url, which is the string, and we want to get the URL variant of that. So we can do that. Here we're checking if the array of cell view models contains that particular view model, and it's yelling at us because this view model does not in fact conform to hashable and or equatable. And if you guys recall, we had added both of those to the character view model so we can do that check. So let's actually make this hashable and equatable, and I'm going to do it down here. So we're going to say hash into. That's not what we want. We want hash into, and this is going to yell at me to autocomplete in the equatable function, which is the equal function. And I'm going to move that down here as well. And we're basically just going to say hasher.combine, and this will be the self.episode URL absolute string, otherwise just an empty string. This should absolutely never be nil, so we should never hit this empty string case. And here we're going to say return lhs.hashValue equals the right RHS.hashValue. And if we come back to this view model now, and if you try to compile, you'll notice that, let's see, are we in the right thing? Yep, episode list view model, that the error on this check here on line 30 has gone away. So we're not remotely done to or close to being done yet. What we want to do is we want to now update this. So we have currently a response in this file for, rather a model for the response that we get for this API call. We want to create a response that we get for the episode list API call. So let's open up our models. And let's see where I put it. I think I put it in the response types. Makes sense. Let's create a new Swift file in here. And this is going to be get all episodes response. Let's go ahead and create it. And I'm just going to see if I can actually copy and paste it because it should be fairly similar. So this is actually the response that we get back. We have info with count, pages, next, and previous. Very similar. We have info, count, pages, next, and previous. Let's make sure we just don't forget to rename this with our copy and paste episodes. And down here, our info is info, and our results is not an array of characters, it's an array of episode objects. So cool, so let's go back to the RM episode list view model. Once again, Command-Shift-O to open up this search box thing, and let's change the type here. Alrighty, so here we have fetch characters. This is actually not what we want. We want to fetch the episode, so I'm going to Command F and replace this. We're going to change this to fetch episodes. It's extremely important that you name things appropriately because it gets wildly confusing later on. And here we want to say return the rm get all episodes response. That's the type that we want back. And we should see this error down here go away. We're going to say self.episodes is our results. That error should go away. And at the moment, we're doing the list characters requests. Let's go ahead and change this to be a list episode request. Episodes request. And I realize this shouldn't be plural up here. We'll fix that later on. So this will be an RM request where the endpoint is going to be for episodes. So this is going to be list episode request like that. And down here, we actually did change the name of the function. So we want to go ahead and just change the name of the function call as well. We'll get that error to go away. Let's also change the documentation string, the doc string here, while we are at it so we don't forget to do so. So here we have fetch additional characters. I am going to find and replace this as well to fetch additional episodes because we want to support pagination here as well, or pagination, depending on how you say it. And inside of here, let's actually change the documentation as well. Inside of here, we don't actually need to do much. We're creating a request. It's actually identical, which leads me to believe that, well, this is different, I guess. RM get all episode, the response type. But because a lot of this is duplicated, this does lead me to believe that we can probably reuse this code if we put it in a shared spot. So let me update this. This should be episodes. And we're creating the index paths. This should be episodes as well. And this is did load more episodes, just like that. And we are in pretty good shape. No errors there anymore. Let's continue down here. We are returning the proper set of ViewModel count, which is correct. Here, what we want to do is we want to actually use a RM character episode CollectionView cell. And this thing has a cell identifier on it. We want to cast it to the appropriate cell. And then we also want to configure with the appropriate view model, which is good to go. Over here, we have a collection view, and it can't find the type because we want to import UIKit. All right, and actually a bunch of these errors should go away because we didn't have UIKit before. We're going to use the exact same footer for the spinner when the user scrolls down. This will be the same for now. We're going to use the same size for the cell. And actually, maybe we'll go ahead and change for the footer. We'll change the height here of the cell. Maybe we'll go ahead and say times 0.8 for the height. And let's see what else is going on here. So this is did select episode. All right, this is episodes. And this is selection is what I'll call it. And we'll pass in the selection like so. And let's see, so I think we don't have any more errors. So let's try to build. And it looks like we still do have some errors, and I think they're going to be in our view. So let's jump into the view and let's take care of these. So we are assigning the delegate to self. Let's see if we are conforming to that delegate. Looks like we are not. And the reason we're not is we need to rename all of this jazz. So did select episode, where, and actually the smarter thing to do would just be to have it autocomplete. So we're going to say did select episode. I'll paste this in and comment it out. And here we are going to say did load initial episodes, did load more episodes. Go ahead and compile, and it looks like we still have an issue. Did load more episodes, and let's see why that is. Looks like we have a error here, and it's saying that we cannot assign it to self for some reason. So let's find out why the heck that is. I do think we are appropriately conforming here, but let me, just in case, have Xcode fix it for me in case I did screw something up. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll hit the error, and I'm going to hit fix. And we still have the error here because of these, so we'll copy and paste the implementations. So this one is did select, I'll move that there. This one is did load initial. This is when the initial episodes will load in. And this one is where we want to paginate and bring in more content. All right, let's try to compile. We still have an error. Something is fishy. So let's see what's going on. So let's see what view we're extending here. So this is extending the RM episode list view, which is in fact correct. And it's saying that we need to, what do we need to do? So this is the RM episode list view delegate. That's what this delegate here is. And the type of this ViewModels delegate, let's see what that is. That is the RM character list view. I think the ViewModel we forgot to actually update. So inside the RM episode list view, this should now be the episode specific variant of this ViewModel. Looks like we still have an error, so let's see what the heck is going on. Okay, there's no fetch characters, there's fetch episodes, makes sense. All right, we're compiling, which is awesome. Now, before we give it a run, we do want to change the cell that's registered here. It is a RM character episode collection view cell. So just don't forget to update that appropriately. And then this thing has a cell ID on it. And let's actually run it and see if this actually works or if it just crashes. I will be really happy if it works. So we'll go to episodes, and so look at that. It actually does work, which is awesome. So I actually see a couple issues here. One is the fact that the way this layout is done, things are getting cut off and it doesn't really look the nicest. But let's see if we're able to paginate. And in fact, we are able to paginate. So one takeaway here is because we did so much copy and pasting, and let me actually see what this warning here is about. It's about this error that we're not handling. Because we did so much copy and pasting, this leads me to believe that we can have a base view and make it configurable. So maybe we'll clean this up later on. But before I end this video, one thing I do want to do is for did select episode, let's at least call our delegate function that we have written out and just pass up our selection. And let's see if we can select an episode. So this was probably the hackiest video in this series, but we can in fact select it. And we built out this whole view by more or less just stealing all the code and characters, which is pretty awesome. So let's end the video here and just do a brief recap. We essentially just copy and pasted all of the elements for the character list, the view model, the list, the controller, and we just renamed everything. The most important bit here is the business logic going on in the RM episode list view model, particularly the logic around fetching the initial set of episodes as well as fetching additional episodes. So in here we have all of this logic to basically figure out, how many more cells to add. I would actually move this into a shared place since the exact same code is being used for characters or anything else we want to paginate. So I will pause there, drop a like before clicking away. Let me know in the comments if you had any issues. If you are hitting weird crashes, like quadruple check your copy and paste and renaming, because I'm certainly guilty of absolutely screwing that up. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next part. Welcome back to part 25 of building the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue working on the episode tab, particularly making this look nicer because it's a little ugly at the moment. So before we jump into things, drop a like down below, subscribe to the channel. Something like 80% of viewers actively watch every video but don't subscribe for some odd reason. So definitely hit subscribe, it means a lot, and let's continue. So We had put together this episode list view in the previous 2 videos, basically, where we copy and pasted it from the character list view. Now, we have this 2-column grid, and it's kind of ugly for a variety of reasons. A, it just kind of looks like we slapped it together, and B, the text is all cut off. So what we're going to do in this video is we are going to change the layout, and in this particular case, the episodes list views view model is actually responsible for laying this out. If we come into here and look for the function CollectionView size for item, we're going to change this. So I'm going to say this is going to be, instead of bounds.width divided by 2, we'll just go ahead and say bounds.width divided by 20, since we'll have 10 points on each side, and I want this cell to go all the way across the screen. Now I want the height of each of these maybe to be fixed. So let's try, instead of multiplying this by 80% of the width, let's try a fixed height of maybe 100. And let's go ahead, and before we run it, we have specified section insets in the actual view itself. So let me jump over here, and on this collection views layout, let's make the left inset 10 and the right 10 as well. It looks like they already are. So now let's give it a run and see if it looks any better. All right, so I don't know what the heck I did here, but this looks obnoxious. So let's see what I screwed up here, because something is totally not correct. So let's come back to the view model here, and what I'm looking for is the episode list view model actually. And I think I just changed it in here. Yep, I did in fact change it in here. We want this to be the bounds width minus 20. So the bounds is the entire screen's bounds. And let's actually make this the collection views bound, since we do have that as an inbound argument. We don't want these parentheses here. Oh, it's because I'm multiplying this by 100. I just want it to be a fixed point size, so 100 points tall. We'll come back here, and now we're actually starting to look a little better. Maybe we also want like variable colors here, right? So perhaps we also want the ability for our view model to specify a different border color. So let's jump into that cell where we have actually created that episode cell. I think I put it into character details. And if we jump into this episode collection view cell, you'll see that we have a assignment here of the layers border color. Now the first thing I'm going to go ahead and do is I am going to abstract this into its own function down here, and we're going to say set up layer, and we'll toss this in here since this function is getting a little wild. We'll call setup layer up here, and by default we're actually just saying system blue, right, for the border color. But what we probably want to do is we probably want to actually get that color from the view model, or at least have a default color in there. So let's actually change this. I'm going to actually take this out, and we're going to stick it into the configure function down here, and instead of assigning blue directly, we are going to say this is ViewModel dot border color, and let's come into our view model, and we do need to create that border color inside of here. Now we wanted to have a fixed color, a default color if you will, when we start. So we're going to say border color we can actually go ahead and pass in. But what I'm going to go ahead and do and say this is a UI color where the default will be system blue. And of course we want to actually retain this as a global public constant. So I'll say public let border color will be of type UI color, and just validate that you are importing UIKit here. Otherwise it's going to yell at you. And if we actually compile Command B to build, we shouldn't have any issues because everything should be good to go. So now that we've actually done this, this opens up the flexibility now for our view models that are provided by the episode view model itself. So let's jump into there, the episode list view model. And if you take a look at where we dequeue the cell, we're actually going ahead and saying configure with this cell view model. So let's find where those cell view models are created. They are actually created over here. in the did set of the episodes collection, which is our backing model. And we should now have an option in here to pass in a border color. So let's actually figure out how we are going to pass in this border color. And what I'll actually do is I'll actually just grab a random color. So I'm going to create a collection of colors on here. So we're going to say border colors, and this is going to be, we're going to attempt to spell things correctly. This is going to be a collection of UI color, and I want some variety in here so it looks nice. So I'm just going to toss a couple in here. We'll do system blue, we'll do orange, we'll do pink, and this is in no particular order since we are going to pick out a random one from this. Just be careful that you don't duplicate any of them, because that'll just make things more likely to be that color, because math. So let's see, we've got 7 in here. Let's do one more. Let's do, I think system mint is another cool one. Oh, there's indigo too. Let's do mint now. Okay, we'll do mint, and we've got 9. That should be good enough. Now what we can do down here is we can say from the border colors, get a random element, but you'll notice this will return a collection, rather a color optional with the question mark here. And the reason it does that is because that's what this random element function returns. So if we get an optional, which we absolutely never should, we're going to go ahead and just return system blue. If you're not familiar, I've used these in a few places in the project already, but these 2 question marks, this concept of if the left is nil, use this as a default, is known as coalescing. So if you ever hear someone say coalescing, it's a super fancy word of just use this if this is nil. So yeah, let's go ahead and give this a build and run, and let's see if it looks any better. Alrighty, character's looking good. And cool, look at that. It actually is starting to look a little more unique. So one thing you'll notice is that when we scroll up and down, the colors won't actually change. And what I mean by that is this first one here is, I guess that's pink or red. And if we scroll up and down, it won't actually change. But if you go ahead and stop and rerun your application, because we don't have any backing, direct logic, every time you rerun the app, the colors will be kind of redistributed and randomized. In this case, it looks like it just went crazy with the blue and purple everywhere, but I digress. This is how this works. So cool, looks like we have that crash again with the range issue that we are going to fix later on, I promise that. So cool, so now that we have this screen looking good, let's talk about what else we want to do, because we have this, we have put together our character list, we don't have a location yet screen, and we don't have settings. We also have yet to build out search functionality as well as the episode detail screen. So let me at least jump into this episode detail screen and let's get rid of that obnoxious green color. So that's being done, I believe, in the episode detail view controller. We have a view that we put on here. Rather, we have a view model. And I don't think we actually have a view yet. We don't actually have a view in here yet. So we should create a view for this. Let's go ahead and do that. Let me open up the view folder here, and let's say we have the episode detail view. Actually, it looks like we do have this already. Okay, cool. So I am going to say background color is system background. Let me actually make it red. It's always helpful to have an obnoxious color when you want to make sure that it is indeed showing up. We are going to use constraints once again, so we are going to assign this to be false. And then finally, let's jump back into the episode detail view and just add this view here. We can go ahead and say private, we'll call this detail view, will be our view like so. We'll want to go ahead and add this as a subview, so we'll say add this subview, and we're also going to lay it out with constraints. I'll just do it directly in this function, and we'll clean everything up and abstract it later on. So that's a running theme you're going to hear me say. Whenever you're building something, sometimes it's just more fun to just build the thing and not worry about all like the niceties of documenting everything and abstracting functions. Like at the end of the day, the most enjoyable part for me at least is just building it. So let's actually build it, and we'll come back and clean everything up. Hopefully, we'll see. We will, I promise. So let's go ahead and do these anchors here. I'm not going to redundantly talk through them because we've done them a million times already. And let's come into here and just make sure we have that red screen. We in fact do. Beautiful. Now, one thing that I wanted to add also is we mentioned a few times that we want to go ahead and be able to filter as well as search for characters, episodes, our API allows us to do this. I haven't really decided how I want to enable this functionality. One thing that did come to mind is perhaps we can add like a search icon to the top right of each of these screens. And I already added the share icon here, and it doesn't really do anything at the moment. So let's go ahead and add some search icons. I'm going to add one to the top right of each of these view controllers. And we are also going to add that share icon to the top right of the episode detail screen. So let's move this. We'll say add constraints. And let's go ahead, even though I just said we're not going to abstract it right now, but I lied, I guess. We'll do this, add constraints, and I'll put that in there. And let's go ahead and add that bar button item. So we'll say navigation item, right bar button item will be a UI bar button item. And we're just going to do it with one of the system items, and it's called action. There's actually a few in here. Search is also in here. You can also use a custom image, but having the system ones that actually suit your needs is actually pretty nice because you then don't have to go looking for a SF symbol or a custom image to use. So here we're going to say did share, which is it did tap share. And we are going to create that function down here because it is a selector. In other words, a function that's going to be called by virtue of a tap. We do need to annotate it with @objc for Objective-C. So that will handle that. And let's see, why is this yelling at me? Let me go ahead and build. Okay, the error went away. Now let me go into my other controllers, and we are going to add for the character, location, and episode, a search button. So let's create a single function. I'm just going to say add search button. And we are going to say did it tap search. We'll create this selector right below it. Alrighty, and then this here, the actual type of the item will be search. And now what we can actually do is just copy and paste this to all the other controllers. Don't forget to just call add search button at the bottom of view did load. And what I figured we'll do to actually build this out is we're going to have a global search controller, and we're going to be able to configure it on creation of what we're actually searching. Are we searching characters? Are we searching locations? Are we searching episodes? And the entire assumption that I'm making here is that we can actually filter all of them. So it looks like we can filter locations. Let's just look at an example. Let's see, do they have an example? Maybe not. So it looks like we can apply these here. So if we go ahead and say Rick and Morty API location, this is how you get a range of locations. But let's see if we can actually filter these. So I'm going to copy this, and it looks like we can specify a type by a given type. So let's see what types of location exists. So this is a space station, and there's also a name we can filter, and then there's dimension as well. So let's see if this actually works. We're going to go ahead and say type equals space station. That's not how you spell space station. Let's try that again. Space station. Okay, cool. So we actually do get 7 elements back, and we get 1 page of elements. There's no next or previous, so it does in fact work. So that's awesome. So we got that. We can get episodes, we can filter those, and we can also filter characters. So now that we've got this set up, let's see. Let me actually do one last thing, and then we'll wrap up this video. We're going to create another controller in here, and this is going to be a subclass of a UI view controller. And this will be called a RM search view controller. And this is going to be the single controller that I just mentioned, where we're going to provide a configuration for actually searching. So what I'll go ahead and do inside of here is we're going to create a struct right in here, and this is going to be a RM config. And I guess we're already in here, so maybe we don't need the prefix. But what we want to go ahead and do is we want to figure out what type of configuration is this. So I'm going to go ahead and specify an enum in here called type, and we can specify that we can search for either characters, a episode, or location. And then this is simply just going to be that type. And yes, you can put enums and structs inside of classes. Gets a little wild, but it is totally allowed. So let's go ahead and give this a title. We'll call it search. And we will go ahead and just create a custom initializer here with a config, which will be a config defined right up above. We are going to hang on to that config, and I will do that right here. And we are going to want the required initializer with NSCoder. I'll just say it is unsupported, and I didn't really mention it. When you hit this line, which we never should, it'll actually crash the app, and in the debugger, the console down below, it'll just show unsupported. And then here it's just yelling at me because it wants me to call the super class initializer. So now that we actually have this here, we can, let me just add some comments. We'll say configurable controller to search. And I'll just stick this in one of the controllers so you guys can see an example before we focus on this later on. But when we click on the search icon, what I'm going to do is we are going to instantiate this controller with a config, which is going to be a config with a type. I think it takes a type. Let's see what I call this. This will be the type, so I'll just do this, and this is going to be character. And the reason type wasn't showing up there is because it's a nested, config wasn't showing up, so we can't just do config. We have to let it know where that config resides. It's kind of like a namespace if you're familiar with other languages. So now that we have this, we can just say navigation controller, and we are going to push this, animated true, and once again I don't want a large title, so I'm going to say navigation item, large title display mode is going to be never. So go ahead and give that a build and run, and let me just make sure I have a color in here so it's not going to give me a jittered animation. I'm going to make this the system background, and that is totally not how you spell background. Go ahead and build and run. We're going to hit search, and it opens up a new screen for search. So awesome. Now that I think about it though, one thing that we might also want to do, and I'm kind of making this up as I go, we kind of might want just a search icon or a search bar up here. So we'll see, but we do also have those different ways to filter out results. So the reason that I initially didn't have a search bar up here, kind of like other apps like the App Store, if you will, is because maybe here we want a search bar, but in addition to that, we also want maybe, some way to filter out like types or gender or, et cetera, et cetera. So I digress. That's enough for this video. If you haven't dropped a like, drop a like down below before clicking away. Say hello in the comments. Let me know if you haven't had any issues. Happy to help, and I'll see you in the next part. Welcome to part 26, if I'm not mistaken, of building the Rick and Morty app series. We are basically going to pick up exactly where we left off, specifically focusing on episode details. Before getting into it, smash that like button down below. It helps out a lot. Drop a comment and say hello. If you're new here, hopefully you've subscribed already, but if not, hit subscribe and let's continue. So our episode detail screen particularly is when we click into a episode, be it from the episode tab or be it from the episodes down here in character info or character detail, I should say. We want to show some details, obviously, about a episode. So to do that, let's refresh our memory and take a look at what a single episode model will actually give us from the API. So it'll give us information about that episode, the name, the air date, the episode number, but the most interesting thing that it will give us is the characters list here. So which characters appeared in that episode. Once again, you'll notice you don't actually get for each of these entries, details about a character. You get the endpoint to character info, and we are going to once again build this in a way such that we can actually get all the details about a single character. I am going to introduce a new concept of dispatch groups that I've mentioned before, but we went a different route for getting episode data, and let's get to it. So when we actually click on the episode screen, what we're going into is the RM episode detail view controller. And respectively, we do have a view model here. And what I want to do is, as soon as this is created, we fetch episode data, right? So once we've fetched episode data, we're just printing it out at the moment. So instead of printing it out at the moment, we want to do another thing. And that thing that we want to do is we want to hang on to that episode data And we also want to fetch information about all the characters that appeared in that episode. So let's actually build this out. So I'm going to start by adding some comments, and let's go ahead and say fetch backing episode model. And let's create another function here. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to say private func fetch, let's see, fetch related characters is maybe what I'll call it. And this takes in a episode. It'll be a RM episode like so. And we want to build out something on this. So we're going to actually call this from here by saying self fetch related characters, passing in the model, which is our success here. And once again, we don't want to leak any memory, so we are going to capture self in a weak capacity. And inside of here, what I'm going to do is we're going to get the endpoints for the characters. So we're going to say the character URLs will be episode.characters, and we're going to go ahead and compact map these to URL objects. So in here we can say return a URL where the string is $0, and this is going to give us a collection of URL objects, if I'm not mistaken. So we have a warning that we haven't used it, but that's fine and expected. So now that we have these character URLs, we want to actually convert these to requests. So we might have n number of characters, right? So we want to basically kick off a request for each of these characters. So prior, what we had done in the character screen, so if we go to the character or detail screen, what we had done here is we were only getting the info once the user actually scrolled the relevant cell onto screen. So you can debate that this is more efficient, but in some cases, you might want to batch get all the data up front. So that's what we're going to do primarily, so you guys are aware that that's a way to, to set this up as well. So now that we've got URLs, we're going to attempt to create requests. And this is going to be a collection of RM requests. And all I'm going to do is I am going to say for these character URLs, compact map, which we're basically just looping, and we're going to say try to create a RM request with the given URL. Now we do know this is nullable, so if it does result in nil being returned, we are just going to basically ignore it and it won't be added to this. Now you can shorthand this even more if you'd like. What you can do is you can actually put this here, and we'll see if the compiler lets me do this. We can actually compact map this once more. So what this is doing in kind of fancy speak, this is now requests, it'll first create a collection of URLs from the strings, and then it's going to loop over those and attempt to create a collection of requests from those URLs. And now that we have this, we're going to leverage a dispatch group. So a dispatch group in concept, what it lets you do is it lets you kick off, let's say like 10 or actually any number of parallel requests, and then we get notified once all done. So it's not like we do API call 1 and then wait for it, then do number 2, then do number 3. What we do is we send out all those requests at the same time, and we don't really know the order they're going to come back to us, right? So what we do is we basically say, hey, dispatch group, notify us when all the requests in your group have completed. So let's actually set that up. So I'll leave these comments here as maybe an explainer for later on. But here we're going to say that we have a group, and this is going to be dispatch group. And we can basically just go ahead and instantiate this, takes in no arguments. And we are going to loop over our request. So say for request, in requests, what we want to go ahead and do is say group.enter, meaning something has started, and we are going to say rm service shared. We're going to execute the given request, the single request that we are looping over. We expect to get a character back, and we have our completion handler here. Once again, this should kind of be known at this point. We're going to loop over the result, and let me actually see if that can give us better autocompletes. And in this case, we have our model. In the actual failure case, what we'll go ahead and do is ignore this, and we'll just continue to the next iteration of our for loop here. This will be our model. Now we expect to get a collection of characters back. So I'm going to go ahead and say characters is a collection of RM characters starting off as empty. And in here, I can go ahead and say characters, just go ahead and append the model that you got back. The order of this is not really relevant. So let's see, what else do we want? This is yelling at me because I guess we can't continue in there, so we'll just break out of the switch. And the other thing we're going to go ahead and do here is we're in a defer block, we're going to say group.leave. And defer just means that this is the last thing that's going to run before the execution of our program exits the scope of this callback, of this closure. So first, all of this jazz will run, and the very last thing it's going to run, it's going to tell our group that, hey, whatever thing we kicked off and started, we left that. So the way this works under the hood is this will increment our operation by 1 every time. So let's say we looped over this 20 times. This will end up being 20, and then this is going to decrement it. So once we get to minus 20, where group is now at 0, it'll know that, hey, we have nothing left to do. And once we have nothing left to do, we just want to be notified that, hey, everything is done. And we want to be notified on the main queue. And we can specify a closure here, a callback, if you will, of what should I do once I'm done. And what we're going to do is pretty simple, actually. We are going to create a global variable here, and this is going to be called, and let me actually call it let's call it data tuple or tuple, and this is going to be of type parens, and the first thing that's going to be in here is an RM episode, and this is going to be a collection of RM characters, and by default it's going to be optional. So these are the two pieces of elements that we are going to want in the global space. It'll be private because we'll expose it with a better, public API, but this is essentially what we want here. And what I'm going to do in here is on the main queue, I'm going to say self.data tuple will be a tuple, parentheses, and here we're going to pass in the episode, which we're getting from the parameter that we passed in. And we also now have the collection of characters. And similar to what we did in other parts of our application, we're going to then notify our view that it needs an update with a did set. And that's how we will notify it. Now, to actually do the notification, one thing I am going to do here is we're going to introduce a delegate. And we are going to say that the detail view ViewModel delegates any object, and we are going to create a single function in here, and we're going to say did fetch episode details. And what we can actually do is we can hang on to this as a weak delegate variable, and then here I'll just say delegate did fetch this, and this will notify our delegate, which will be the view in this case, that hey, you can now start reading data off of this view model. So let me actually move some of this stuff around. Both of these things are private. Our delegate here is public. We have this here as well. Let me put this here as private, and then we're also going to have a bunch of public things. So let's see how we actually want to go ahead and do this. So we're going to jump back into the controller for the, not core, for the RM episode detail view. We are passing in the view model, and we're also going ahead and passing in, or creating rather, I should say, a detail view. So what I'll go ahead and do here is we want to assign the delegate onto the view being our view model before we start fetching, right? Because there is an edge case here of what happens if the fetch is super duper fast and the data comes back before this delegate property is assigned. So what I'll actually do is I'm going to delete the call to that here, and we're going to make this public. And what we can do by virtue of doing that is we can not only set this up, so we can say our detail views delegate, rather our view model delegate, I should say, is going to be our detail view. And optionally, what you could actually do here is, and this is yelling because we aren't conforming in there, what you could also actually do is you could make self the delegate here. So let me actually do that since it's a different model versus what we've done previously. And here I can say this is RM episode If I just do delegate, we should find it. There is a RM episode, detail view, RM episode, let's see if I type this correct, detail view, view model delegate. And the only function in here that we have is did fetch episode data. And now we can say detail view, go ahead and we can configure with the view model that we have, right? And now we haven't added any of this jazz onto our actual view yet, so bear with me. We're gonna jump into that episode detail view, and we basically don't have like anything in here yet, so let's create some functions. So we're gonna say add constraints. We are going to want to set up some views in here. We are also going to say public func configure with a view model, and this is going to be a RM episode detail view model, this one right here. And yeah, let's see what else we want to do. We probably want to hang on to this in the global scope of this view so we can reference it in places. So we'll go ahead and do that. And here I'll say self.viewModel is ViewModel. And once again, keep in mind the way that this pattern works is we need to say on our ViewModel that we should start fetching information. So once we come here, we do want to say, let's see, did I do it or did I forget to do it? I'm going to say ViewModels delegate is going to be self. Let's go ahead and build. Shouldn't yell at me since we are conforming to it down here. I'll just add a comment for myself so I can remember that I am implementing delegate functions. And once we actually go ahead and do that, let me actually move it down here. I can say view model, go ahead and fetch episode data. Once I fetch the episode data and this is called, we're gonna pass the view model to our view, right? While it's doing that, our view should be showing like a spinner or something to that nature. So yeah, let's jump to our view. And I guess what's left to do is figure out what our view is going to actually look like. And we'll probably do that in another video, but let's at least briefly clean some of the stuff in here. So let's add some comments. We're gonna want to add some constraints. And the other thing that I'm gonna want to go ahead and do here is we want to show, let's see, where's my view? We want to show the information that is shown here. So we want probably a name cell, an air cell, episode, and then we somehow want to show these characters as well. So one good way to model this, once again, is a collection view. So instead of copy and pasting, because I realized when I did that before, it got a little messy, we're going to actually build it out by hand again. So the only view that I care to have in here is a collection view, and we are once again going to use a compositional layout. So let me at least create an optional property here, and let's go ahead and call this collection view of type UI collection view optional. We are going to go ahead and say self.collectionView is create collection view, which obviously we haven't created yet. I'm gonna mark this as public to visually separate all this jazz. This is going to create and return our collection view to us. We're not gonna do it yet. We are gonna want to add some constraints to it. So we'll go ahead and call that here. And here we're going to say NS layout constraints. We're going to activate some constraints. And then of course, we are also going to want to show a spinner in here. So we're going to say private let spinner is a UI activity indicator view. And we'll create and return it here. And I'm going to do my best to cut the video off after this before I get excited and continue onwards. We are going to say translates auto resizing masks into constraints is false. So cool, in the next video, we are going to fix this build error. It's yelling at me because we're not returning a collection view. We're going to build out this view and we'll see how far we get. There's no pagination. There's no, additional data loading for episode details. So we'll hopefully be able to build out the view at least, and then maybe we'll progress to the view models. So make sure you hit that like button before continuing, comment, say hello. Let me know if you're excited to continue. Let me know if you're a subscriber. Stay tuned. I'll see you in the next part. Welcome to the next part of the Rick and Morty app series in Swift. We are going to pick up where we left off, and that is building out the episode detail view. Hit that like button before we get into things. Share out the series if you're enjoying it, and let's continue. So basically, we are not compiling at the moment. We're not able to build because it's yelling at me that we haven't created a collection view here. I had briefly mentioned as a refresher, we're going to use a collection view here with a compositional layout, and we're going to show a different looking layout from what we had used over here. And let me actually go ahead and rerun our app. Let me pause that. But we're going to use a different layout from what we had used over here, though we are going to use similar constructs. So let's create this collection view here, and let's not have it yell at me so we can actually build and run. So we'll create a collection view of type collection view. It's going to take a frame and a layout. This layout I'll create up above in a moment. We're going to return said collection view. Don't forget that we want to use constraints, so we do need to assign this property to false. And let's go ahead and create that compositional layout up here. We'll go ahead and say this is a UI compositional layout, which is a UI collection view compositional layout. We're going to use the section provider again. This will be our index. We're going to totally ignore that. And inside of here, we want to go ahead and actually return a layout. So we're going to say layout for, and we'll go ahead and actually change this index to be section. And we're going to create these functions down here. So let me put an extension onto this view just to visually separate our code. It's a good practice, and it also helps with my sanity. So I'm going to go ahead and say private func layout for section, and this is going to return a NS collection or a NS collection layout section is what I'm looking for. So let me see where that is. Here it is. All right, if you try to build, it's going to yell at me down here now. And let's see why it's yelling up here. Is it because it's private? Cannot find value of non-function type. Let's see. Let's go ahead and drop the private on that, and it actually still can't find it. Let's see why that is. Did I name it incorrectly? Layout for section. And did I add the extension on the proper thing? I believe I did here. So let's see what the error is. Cannot call value of non-function type. This totally is a function here. So let me just return something. And let's see why this is yelling at me. We'll say, oh, it's because I think it's referencing this layout up here. So Xcode being Xcode. So we are going to do that again, a layout for section. And it's going to yell at me now that this thing returns an integer where we want it to actually return a layout. Alrighty. So we're going to return a NS layout section, a NS collection layout section. I can never remember what it's actually called. And let me just create a dummy one in here. So we are going to want a item first and foremost, so it doesn't yell at me. This will be a item with a layout size. We'll create this layout sized with a fractional width. We'll do 1. This will be a fractional height of 1. Next up, we want a group, and I'm just basically sticking something in here. We are going to have a few different sections, but I'm just sticking something in here so it at least compiles. Here we're going to have a group. We're going to do a vertical group. We're going to have a layout size. And here we'll do fractional width, which will be 1. The height, I'll go ahead and do absolute, which will be 100. The sub items that we are going to use is the only item we've created up above. Next up, we're going to have our section itself, which will be a NS collection layout section, and we're going to create it with our group and just return that section. So cool. So it's actually building now, which is great. Let's go ahead and add our spinner and collection view as a subview here. So here we do create this collection view. It returns as non-optional, so I will do this so we can actually assign it. We're going to say view add, actually we're already in a view, so we'll say add subviews, the collection view, as well as the spinner. And we do have a spinner up here. And let's go ahead and also on this say hide when stopped, which will be true. And by default, we want this to just start and show the spinner. So I'm going to say spinner.start animating, And we also want this collection view to be hidden by default. So we'll say is hidden is true, and alpha we're gonna make 0, aka it's gonna be totally opaque, and we're gonna fade it in like we did before with a animation, so it looks a little more nice. All right, so let's see what else we want to do. Let's do some constraints here. We're gonna say this has a height anchor, which will be a constraint with a constant. We'll go ahead and do that again for the width anchor, and let's actually pin this to the middle of our view. So we'll say here the center x, so the x-axis, will be equal to the center x of the container, which is our detail view. Same for the y. And then we'll go ahead and do some stuff for our collection view. Now, our collection view is indeed optional, so I am going to unwrap it here. We'll say collection view equals our collection view. Otherwise, we'll return. And then here we can add some constraints. So we're going to say top anchor is going to basically be top anchor. This is going to be pinned to all 4 sides. So we'll say top, left, right, and bottom. And it's not lost on me that I'm going through this a little quickly because it's a little redundant at this point, but I will do my best to explain things if they do differ. So let's go into here and click on one of these. We see a spinner in the middle now, but we also see this obnoxious red color. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. Now, the other thing that I want to go ahead and do is as follows. So this collection view, we currently have not set a delegate data source or registered any cells. So I am going to assign both of those to self. The view will not only serve as the delegate, but it'll also serve as the data source. So let's go ahead and do that here. And I'm purposely showing you guys how you can make the ViewModel controller or the view the delegate in the data source. And the design is a little subjective, but this way, at least you have all the different variants in your tool belt. So we're gonna have number of sections. We'll just do 1 for now. Number of items, we'll do 1 for now. We're gonna want cell for item, so we can return a cell. And we are also gonna have a did select, so we can actually go ahead and select a character, right? Because we are gonna show characters that appeared in a given episode. And this line here basically just deselects it, aka it unhighlights it. So let's register a base cell here, just so we can actually have something to test with. We're gonna say UI collection view cell.self with an ID of cell, like so. And let's just DQ and return it here so it doesn't actually yell at me and we can actually build. We'll say cell is going to be, let's do that again. Let's cell is our collection view. We're going to DQ a cell with that ID. Don't forget to return it. And I'm going to say its background color, not view, background color is going to be yellow. We'll go ahead and maybe make this 10 cells. And once we assign this view model, what I want to do is twofold. So we are going to say did set. We want to stop the spinner. So we are going to say spinner.stop animating. And then we want to say self.collectionView is no longer hidden once we have our view model stuff, our data basically. And then we also want to fade it in. So we're going to use a animate with duration 0.3. We don't want to delay. And the animation that we want is basically change the alpha of our collection view to be 1. And let's go ahead and give this a run. I think we're already fetching our data, so we should see a collection view load in with our bright yellow cells. So cool, we definitely do see it. It loads in pretty nicely, but instead of actually showing a yellow cell, we do want to actually show the appropriate information. The reason it looks like a gigantic blob and not nice cells is because we need to add margin for each of the particular cells, and at the moment the way our layout looks is it's not conducive to show the separators. So I think it's called content insets, and these are going to be UI edge insets if I'm not mistaken. Let me see what the type of this is. So these are actually NS directional insets. So we'll do NS directional insets here, edge insets. And we're gonna say maybe 10, 10, 10, and 10. I just wanna make sure we're actually seeing the individual cells here. Okay, beautiful, we are, and in that case, actually it loaded super duper quick, so you couldn't even see the fade, which I guess is not a bad thing. So now that we've got all of this, let's actually talk about what do we want to show. So we basically want two types of sections. One section, we're going to have a horizontal cell that's going to show the core data, such as name, air dates, and episode. And then we want another section where we're basically going to show cells like these, right? These are our character cells, if you recall, and we want to show a particular character for that cell. So what I'll go ahead and do is I'll at least stub out in our view model how this is going to look. What we're going to have is we are going to have section types in here. So let's create a enum called section type. And the first section type is essentially going to be information. The second section type is going to be characters. We're going to use associated types again. And for characters, I think we already have a character collection view cell view model, which is what we're going to reuse. And for information, we're going to use a collection of view models as well. And this is going to be a RM episode info collection view cell view model. So we are going to create this since that doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and create this, a related view, and then we'll wrap up the video there. And then we're going to start putting those views and view models together in the upcoming video. So in episode, I'm going to actually go ahead and let me actually also move this into episode. Well, I guess this is character detail. So let me create, or episode detail. Let me create a new folder called episode details. We'll move this into here. And I'm going to create a new file, which will be a new view. It's going to be a UI collection view cell, RM episode info collection view cell, dropping the view model. Go ahead and create that. I feel like I've said go ahead a million times. Let me open up view models here, and similar to what we have done for the character detail, I will create a folder called episode detail. I'll move the episode detail file into here, and I'll create a view model Swift file. And this is basically going to be the class that drives that. We can probably get away with making it a struct. And if you think about it, all we're going to want to show is maybe we'll have like a title of like air date and then the value right below it. So we kind of just want two strings in here. I'm going to go ahead and say public let title, which will be a string, and public let value, which will just be a string. If you go ahead and try to build, everything should hopefully be compiling. We have our section types defined in here now. What I'm going to specifically want to do now is we're going to create a public collection, and it's going to be a variable, and it's going to be sections, and it's going to be a collection of section type. Now, we want this to be public, but we don't want the public world to be able to set to this, aka like delete the sections or modify it. So we are going to say private set. So you might not have seen this before, but this lets, this property be public, but not for writing to it, only for reading to it. So this is public read, but privately we can only assign to it inside of this particular file. So that's where I'll cut this video. We're in pretty good shape to actually construct these view models in the next video and then start designing that info cell. And we already got that character cell. So wrapping up this screen should be rather quick. So thanks for watching. Drop a like before clicking away. You guys know the drill at this point. Hopefully, I will see you in the next part. Let's continue building the Rick and Morty app series. Before diving in, make sure you hit that like button down below, comment hello for the algorithm, and let's continue. So in the last video, we started talking about and building out the collection view layout for the episode detail screen. And I had mentioned how we're going to have two different section types for info and characters. In this video, what we're going to do is we're going to build those view models for those respective sections. So that is going to happen in our view models folder for the view model here. And here we have the section type enum that we defined. So information, we had created a new struct here, which has basically a title and value. And then for characters, we're just going to use the prior existing RM character, CollectionView cell, view model. So once we actually have set up our data tuple, we have all the information we need to create the view models. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is say create view models, and let me actually go ahead and call this create cell view models to be more specific. And what I'll go ahead and do is on this function here, and we're going to put it in private. On this function here, we're going to go ahead and say, let me delete this public for now. We'll add it back if we need it. We'll say we actually want to take this data tuple and construct these sections, a thing that we made private set here accordingly. So let's actually do that. So sections is going to be an array where the first section will be information. And for this, we want to create a few different view models. Now we'll just do .init, so we get the constructor here. And let's actually take a look at what we want to do. Well, we want to get the characters and episodes out of our data tuple. So I'll say episode here will be our data tuple dot, and you can do .1 or .0 here. Now, if you want to make it, a little better name, we can actually go ahead and do the following. We can go ahead and say this is the episode here. These are the characters here. And if you try to compile, you're going to see we actually have some issues. Well, these issues here, well, it makes sense. Let's just toss in a string so it doesn't yell at me here. But more interesting is we don't want to say .1 now. We want to say this is .episode. Data tuple is in fact nullable. So what I will go ahead and do here is that we will unwrap it. We're going to say this is data tuple. And if we actually come down to where we use the dispatch group to assign the data tuple here, we can actually go ahead, and if I'm not mistaken, we can actually say episode is episode and characters is characters. And I believe it lets me do that. It's just yelling at me because I no longer need the question mark here, since we did in fact unwrap this. And looks like I've got an else typo here. Let me go ahead and fix that, and we are in good shape. So now what we can do is on this episode, I can actually start pulling data out. So for example, if I want to get for the episode's name, we can say that the title is, let me just call it episode name, and we can create a few of these. So let me go ahead, and I think there's 3 that I want. The next one I want is air date, and here we want the episode dot, let's see what else is on here. We don't want the URL. Maybe we do want the .episode, and this will be something like, season 0, episode 1. And here we'll just call this episode, and here this will be air date, and maybe we'll have a 4th one in here, and that one will be created. And this date is basically when this record was inserted into the database that is, backing the API. Now the next thing we want to do is particularly simple. So we already know we have the characters here, so we can actually go ahead and say that this is data tuple.characters. And I'm going to go ahead and create another section here. It's going to be characters, and we can actually go ahead and map our character models to these view models. So we're going to say characters, and let's go ahead and say compact map. We are going to return a RM character collection view cell view model, and this gets created with a character name, a character status, as well as a character image URL here. So let's actually go ahead and do that. We can say $0.name. We can go ahead and say $0.status. And this is going to be a URL with $0.image. Now this $0 is just character. So if you want it to be a little more expressive, we can actually say character in. And we can go ahead and do that. I'm also going to just line break all of this so we have improved readability. And if I'm not mistaken, we should be good to go. Those errors should go away. And we now have our view models. Now that we have our view models here, and actually we've assigned it to sections, let me actually rename this to cell view models. Go ahead and do that, cell view models. Alrighty, and then down here, we want to actually, rather up here, we want to actually say via the delegate that we finally actually did fetch the episode details. So now our view knows, which in this case is our actual delegate and data source for this collection view. And now we can actually go ahead and say that, hey, we want you to reload your data. So in this function, we've actually told the detail view, go ahead and configure yourself with the view model. We come into here and we are assigning this view model. And once we do that, we say, okay, the collection view, we want to unhide it. We also want to animate it in. But the other thing we're going to go ahead and do is say reload data. And when we say reload data, what will happen is we want all of these functions to be re-triggered, right? So let's actually implement these instead of these hard-coded values that we previously had used. So for number of sections, we're going to say view model. And if I'm not mistaken, this is in fact nullable. Is it nullable? Yes, it is indeed nullable. So here I can go ahead and actually say cell view model dot count. Otherwise we have 0. Respectively, what we want to go ahead and do is in the number of items per section, I'm going to unwrap it so it makes our life a little easier. If we don't have the view model, we'll just return 0. But in this case, we are going to switch on the view model here, and there are two types of sections. There is information. Let's go ahead and find it. So there is, let's see, we have view model here. What we want to actually switch on is the cell view models. So let's go ahead and say cell view models, and this will actually give us the section type. And the way, let's actually make this sections. And the way we get the section type is by saying at the nth position. So this argument takes in this function takes in a section integer argument, and we're going to actually switch on the section type. And by doing so, we know that we have this information section, and we have inbound view models in here. So what we'll return here is ViewModels.count, and respectively, we also have the section for characters. Now let's see why this is yelling at me. So we have view models, should not be yelling at me about this. Let's see why that is. I think I've got a typo somewhere in here perhaps. I'll just return 0 for the time being. Let's see, let's get this built out. So this will be characters. And let's go ahead and see. So we want this to be let view models as well. And we're just going to return 0 here. Let's go ahead and build, make sure it's not yelling at me. So it is yelling at me because we want to actually return this. We're going to return this.count and this.count as well. And it looks like for some reason the autocomplete is kind of freaking out here. So sometimes the Xcode needs a relaunch. So let me actually close Xcode here, and we're going to open it up again because it's not giving me syntax highlight, and I've had Xcode open for like weeks now. So if you ever have any weird issues like that, chances are Xcode is just being Xcode. So just try to reopen it and it should solve your problems. Let's jump back to the episode detail view. We'll compile here, and it looks like it's still not cooperating, but I digress. It is indeed working. At least the autocomplete is working now. So what we are doing is we're getting the sections off the view model. We're unwrapping them because the view model is optional. We get the section type, and based on the type, we're going to return how many items should be in that section. So I think it's looking pretty good in here. Now we did go ahead and talk about which cells we're going to use. So let's actually register the appropriate cells. So one of them is an RM episode info collection view cell. And let's see if we added an identifier on here. We did not. So we are going to add a cell identifier, and this is what we're going to register the cell with. We'll also go ahead and override the initializer here and just set a background color so we can temporarily at least see it when it's dequeued. We're also going to say init with coder. We're going to want to do prepare for reuse, and we're also going to want a way to configure this with the respective view model, which is RM episode info collection view cell view model, like so. So let's swipe back and let's use the proper identifier here. All right, so that one there is registered. Let me go ahead and copy and paste it. And the other cell we're gonna work with is the RM character collection view cell. So let's make sure I find the proper one there. And this one already we've used, so it should have a cell identifier on it, which it in fact does. And now what we're gonna actually go ahead and do is the following. I'm gonna actually steal all of this jazz in here, including the switch. And in the cell for index path or cell for item, what we are gonna do in here is just paste that. If we don't have a view model, something is like super duper screwed up. So what I'll go ahead and do is just fatal error. So no view model. We should not be coming into here because if we don't have a view model, we're gonna say there's 0 cells and then there's also 0 sections. So this should never get hit. And if it does, we'll take care of it accordingly. And now that we have this, we need to say that give me the section at the index path.section, which is an integer. And once we have that, we can dequeue and return the appropriate cell. So let me do the first one here. We have these view models here, so we want to get the cell view model. So the cell view model will be the nth element in this collection, and that nth element is notated as indexPath.row like that. And let's go ahead and dequeue the appropriate cell. So for the information cell, we had created this new one here. This is going to be a RM episode info collection view cell .cell identifier. We also want to cast it as the appropriate type because that's how we'll be able to access its API. And once we've done that, we can actually say cell.configure with cell view model. And you can actually cheat and copy and paste all of this. And the only thing that's going to change is the type. So this is going to be a character collection view cell now. And we should actually be good to go. So let's go ahead and give this a build and run. And once we have some data, we should see something. It might not look correct, but we should in fact see something. And let's see, it looks like our app is launching super duper slow. Let's see why that is. Okay, there it is. I'm gonna come over here, nothing on the console. We'll click this, and it looks like we've got 4 cells up here for the info section, and then we have really distorted character cells down here. And the reason these are super duper distorted is because we need to create appropriate layouts for both of these sections. And right now we're just returning the layout for the information cell. So what we'll actually end up doing in here is we are going to say that for the section type, we will return the appropriate layout. So this will be, let's say, the default layout. So we'll say there's a function create info layout, and this will return this here. And what I'll go ahead and do is I'll say once again, guard let sections will be our view model dot cell view models. And if we don't have it, we're just going to default to this one here. But if we do have it, we are going to go ahead and switch based on the index. And in the information case, we will return this. And in the characters case, it might be character singular, we're going to create a new function that's going to be create character layout. And I'll actually do it right now since we can just copy and paste and tweak as needed. So here this will be create character layout. The width and height will be the same here. The group that we are going to create, let me actually go ahead and make this a horizontal group, meaning we're going to put 2 things side by side like so. The width is going to be 0.5, and the height here, I guess we can go ahead and hard code it. Let's try something like 240 and let's see what that looks like. Section is perfectly fine for now. Eventually we'll want some margin. Let's see why this is yelling at me because character doesn't exist. All right, so I did in fact call it characters. So let's come into here and see what that looks like. So cool, it looks like we have this looking good. This card is looking better now as well, but we want 2 columns. So what gives here? Something is strange. So let's see what is actually strange. Let me see. The width of this item, we're saying fractional width. We actually want this to be 50%. We want our group to be 100%. And let's actually make this vertical. And truth be told, I always forget how these layouts work, so you got to play with it a little bit. But let's see what this looks like. So this is also not correct. So let me see why that is. What I'm going to actually do is let's jump into the character detail view model, and let's take a look at what the heck we did here. For the character detail view model, specifically what we care about is the info section. Looks like we did 0.5 and 1 here, which is correct. We did 1 here, 150, which is also correct. So this actually looks very similar to what we actually just built out in our episode detail view. So let me actually copy and paste this layout from over there. Let's go ahead and build and run, and let's see what this looks like. And we might need to adjust accordingly. Okay, so we definitely have 2 columns now. And let's see why this looks super off. So we have some insets defined, which I think look kind of small. So we'll probably want to increase this a smidge. The width of an item is 50%. The height is 100% of its underlying group. This is a fractional width 100%. Maybe the height of this, we want this to be like 270 or 260. We have 2 items in here. Let's go ahead and do 10 on the left. We'll do 10 on the right. And we also want to do maybe 5 on the bottom and 5 on the top. So let's go ahead and give this a run. Those will be the kind of margin insets for each item. And cool, look at that. It looks actually looking a whole lot better now. So we've got our cells here. We have not designed this red cell up here, but essentially we're going to want, maybe a label at the top and a label below it, or maybe we'll do the title on the left here and the results, kind of the value on the right. But that cell actually is already created. We have tossed it into our views here. We're going to jump into here. And it's actually this one right here where we're setting an obnoxious, background color. So let's at least change the background color here. And let me do set up layer. We're going to create a function and just round the corners so everything looks nice. So we'll say private func setup layer. Layer.corner radius is what I'm looking for. We'll make it 8, and layer.masks to bounds, we'll make it true. And maybe we'll even give it like a border width. I'll make it 1, and we'll give it a border color. And we're gonna say UI color secondary label, which is kind of like a light label color. So label in dark mode would be white, and in light mode would be black. So this just gives you a lighter variant of that. So let's go ahead and give this a build and run, and let's see what that cell looks like. And then in the next video, we'll actually design that cell. So let's go ahead and take a look at our episode. All right, looks pretty cool. So we have this cell here, got some nice rounded corners. We've got all the characters here in this particular episode, and these should actually vary between episodes. So let me scroll down here and pick some random episode. I imagine Rick and Morty will be in all of them because the show is called Rick and Morty. But cool, it looks like in this case we have an odd number, and the cells are actually still looking pretty nice. So we are definitely rendering this appropriately. And yeah, in the next video, we'll go ahead and build out these cells and wrap up the screen. So drop a like before clicking to the next one. Subscribe if you haven't done so and you've been enjoying this series. And I'll see you in the next part. Welcome to part 29 of building the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to pick up where we left off, specifically building out the episode info cell. Before we get into things, drop a like down below, hit subscribe if you're new here, say hello in the comments for the YouTube algorithm, and let's continue. So we had briefly discussed how this layout's going to work here. We've got characters showing up, which looks awesome. We're going to do 2 things. We're going to build out the cell, and we're also going to hook up tapping on a character and opening up further character details. So let's get to it. We're actually already in the appropriate file here. It's the RM episode info collection view cell. We have 2 pieces of information, a title and value. Respectively, we are going to want just 2 labels, and we're just going to configure that with said data that's going to come in. So we're going to have a title label. Let me actually call it, I guess title label is a good word, or a good name I should say for it. We're going to go ahead and create it with the anonymous closure pattern. We'll go ahead and return it here, and we want to set up some constraints on it. So we're going to assign this to false. Also set up the font on it. So we'll go ahead and say it is a system font of size 20 and a width of medium. Let me go ahead and copy and paste this. And then here we'll go ahead and change this to be value label. I'm going to also change the size of this. Maybe we'll make this regular. And I'm also going to right align the value label text, and you guys will see momentarily why that is. And the property I think is called text alignment. We're looking for right. So cool, let's also make this multiple lines. So we'll say a number of lines is 0, which means that the text will line wrap accordingly. So now that we've got both of these labels here, we can go ahead and say content view add subviews plural, which is the extension we added, and we're going to say title label, value label, and we want to add some constraints. So let's go ahead and say add constraints. And did we create this function already? Looks like we have not, so let's go ahead and create it right here. It's going to be a private function, and just like all of our other views so far, we're going to say ns layout constraints dot activate, and we're going to pass in a collection of constraints. Let me just set up these two other functions here. So whenever we want to prepare this cell for reuse, we're going to say title labels text. Go ahead and nil that out, aka reset it for the value label as well. And the last thing, when we configure it with the view model, we are just going to set it to the text that we're getting from said view model. So as a refresher, I'll click into this. We've got simply two properties in here, constant strings. So let me set up these constraints. So essentially what I want is I want the title label to be the left 50% of the cell and the value label to be the right 50%. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to say title label, its top anchor is going to be equal to the content view's top anchor. And maybe we'll add a constant here of maybe like 4 to have a little bit of space. And let me go ahead and just copy and paste this here. So we'll say that the left anchor, and we are also going to do bottom anchor, are going to be left anchor, bottom anchor. We want to make this -4. And let me just copy and paste this, and we're going to fix the alignment by highlighting and doing Control-I. And we'll just change this label here to be now the value label. Top anchor will be the same thing, bottom anchor will be the same thing, but in this case we want this to be the right anchor, and this will be from the right anchor, -4, so basically move the margin inwards by 4, and we want to give both the title and value a 50% width of its container. So we're going to say the width anchor is going to be a constraint equal to content view width anchor, and we'll do multiply by 0.5, and we'll copy and paste it and just change it as well here for the value label. And since we did add the 4-point margin on the left and right, let's actually say times 0.47. This way it'll be basically 47% and account for the margin. So to make sure it looks appropriate and it's being laid out appropriately, as you have probably seen me do already, I like adding background colors to stuff just because it's easier to visualize it and make sure what we're doing actually makes sense. So cool, let's go ahead and build and run. We'll click into this, and just like that, we have our labels showing up, and it actually looks pretty cool. So one thing that I'll call out is perhaps we don't want the height of the cell to be so much. So we can go ahead and decrease it. So let's go into where we created the layout here for the info section. And we can change the 100 here to maybe be like 80 for the group height. So let's go ahead and see if that looks a little better. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. We can see 2 lines, 1 line. If there's going to be a 3rd line, it'll just get truncated. But I think that is okay. Let's go ahead and get rid of the colors here. And one other thing that I noticed, which looks a little strange, is we are showing the created date here as a date string. We probably want to format it. So if I'm not mistaken, we already have a date formatter somewhere. So let me see what I did with that thing. All right, date formatter exists in the character info collection view cell. And let's see how we actually use this. We'll just end up reusing it. I think what I did is I created the date from the string, and then from that I went ahead and formatted it. So let's actually come back here and let's find where we're creating the, rather passing in the text for the view model for each of those info cells. I want to say it's in the view model folder. Under episode detail, we're going to be creating this cell. So let's see where this is created. I think it's in here. All right, cool. It is in fact in here. And for created, what I'm going to do is we are going to say created string, and I'm going to compute that created string here. So let's actually go ahead and do that. So we're going to say that the created string will be empty to start off with. The first thing we want to do is create a date. So we'll say created date will be off of this. We want to get the date formatter, and we're going to say go ahead and create a date from episode.created, that's string. And this is going to actually give us an optional back, so we are going to want to unwrap it. And once we've unwrapped it, we can go and do the following. We're going to say that the created string will now actually equal, once again, this, and then the static formatter off of it, since we don't need to recreate it. And we're going to say create a string from a date that we give you. I'll actually just call this date to shorthand it a little bit. And this also will give me a nullable back, so I will just go ahead and coalesce it to, maybe we'll coalesce it to episode.created, and also start this off as episode.created as well. Go ahead and give this a build and run. It looks like it's yelling at me that it isn't actually optional, so in this case, we can get rid of that and hit run, and let's see what it looks like. Okay, cool. So we actually have a formatted date now. We also have a more appropriate size here. Perhaps we want to add a little bit of margin on the left and right because it's slightly close and kind of looks a little off. So I will actually do that. So let's open up this episode details. We'll come into this cell, and maybe instead of 4 on the left here, the top I'll just ignore. Maybe we'll go and do 10 here, and just for the right one here, do -10 so it doesn't look super duper close. Build and run. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so that definitely looks better. So cool, the screen is actually starting to look pretty nice. The last thing I want to do is we already have a character detail screen. It would be cool if we're able to tap on one of these characters instead of having to come back to this tab and tap a character to see their information. So we can handle this pretty easily. Now, what we want to do is leverage a delegate to get the selection out of our view. So I'm going to jump into the character episode detail view. This is where we already have our CollectionView delegate implemented somewhere in here. So we do have this did select item at index path. We need a delegate for our cell here. So I'm going to create an interface for that, which is going to be a protocol. It's going to have any object, so we can actually handle this being a weak reference. We'll say public weak var, the delegate will be of this type, and I'll add a single function in here, and that's going to be basically start off with the name of this view. So we'll have RM episode details view. We'll say detail view, just common naming convention. You always pass in a reference of the view that is, triggering the call. Did select character, and here this will be an RM character, like so. And now here, when we do the did select in the collection view, in this function here, we can actually see what selection we have. So the way we do that, the way we get the actual selection is we need to switch just like we did here. So let's actually do the following. Let's grab this entire switch, and I'm just going to copy and paste it into here. If we end up here, if we don't have a view model, we'll basically fatal error out. In the information case, we don't want to be able to select anything, so I'm just going to put a break here and ignore this. And in the case of a character, when it's selected, we do want to get the character model out. So let's see if we actually even have a character model inside of here. Something tells me that we do not. So let's actually find out if in fact we do. So let's see where I held that view model. I believe we held it somewhere on here. Let's go ahead and see. I'm gonna jump to here, the cell view models. Okay, cool, we've got sections in here. And then we have a RM character collection view cell view model. Okay, so it looks like we don't actually hold a character on here. Okay, so that's a problem. So what I want to go ahead and do is get a particular character at a position. So let's see how I can go about doing that. So instead of using the view models here, I already know the index path. So I can check on the detail views view model that we actually have a character at that position. So I know that sounds a little confusing right now, so bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and say that the view model is the view model. We're going to first and foremost unwrap this. Then we know we can get the sections, so we can go ahead and delete this. And let me delete this else here, no longer need this. Fix that typo there. Okay, so we have this view model thing now. This is the view model for the entire detail screen. And this view model, we have cell view models. Okay, that looks perfect. Now, what I want to do is I want to get the character. So the way I'm going to get the character here is by saying character equals this view model, character at, and I want to pass in basically a position. And we haven't created this function yet. We will momentarily. And once we have gone and done that, we can actually pass it back to our delegate by saying delegate. And then here we're going to say this view did select this character. So the next thing we want to do is create a function that can actually resolve a character for us. And this is going to be in the RM episode detail view model. Let's see if I could find it. Detail view model. Because we already hold the characters in here on the data tuple. So now what we can actually do is create a single function. And this function will be character at. And I'll go ahead and do character at index int, and all we're going to return is we're going to say guard let data tuple will be data tuple, since it is in fact nullable. If we don't have the tuple for some reason, we are going to return optional, and this function here returns a optional character. But if we do have a data tuple, all we're going to return is data tuple.characters at the index that we've passed in. So let me jump back to the episode detail view, and I realize this video might have gotten a little confusing, but bear with me here. This character is now going to be optional because that function returns optional, so we will unwrap it. And if you try to build, everything should be compiling now. But when we actually build and click on one of these characters in the episode detail screen, nothing's going to happen. And the reason nothing's going to happen is we haven't actually assigned a delegate to this particular property. We can do that in one of the controllers, particularly the episode detail view controller. So I'll come into here, and what we'll do is we'll say that the detail view, if I can actually find where the heck it is, the detail view, its delegate will basically be self. So this view controller will conform to the appropriate delegates, and I'll actually just stick it right up here, maybe make my life easier. We'll do this delegates, and accordingly we want to implement the function that we have added in here. So I'll just copy it and jump back to this controller. And let's actually make this appropriately commented. So this is the view model delegate, and this is the view delegate. And once we've actually selected a character, the last thing to do is actually just create a RM character detail view controller. So the way that I intentionally set this up is we can create this now and just pass in that character. We're heavily reusing our view controllers, but it makes our entire app pretty interactive, which is pretty awesome. And I want to showcase this before we wrap up this video. So we're just going to push the view controller, meaning animate it onto the stack. And I have the character, so I think I can set the title here, and I can actually do character.name. And I want to make sure that the large title display mode is never, so it looks, kind of consistent. So let's jump to episodes. Let's say we care about, let's scroll down, let's find a different episode. So let's say we care about this one here, episode 8 in season 3, Morty's Mind Blowers. We'll go ahead and click that. And let's say we're particularly interested in Jessica here. So I can click on Jessica and we get all the information about Jessica. But what's really cool about this is we now see all the episodes that Jessica is involved in. So we can actually continue cyclically in this kind of navigation pattern. So I can see that Jessica is also in the ABCs at Bath. So let me go ahead and click into that one, or Beth, I should say. And once again, we have more characters. So in this case, let's say now I want to know about, let's pick a different character, maybe Joseph here, and so on and so forth. You can obviously click the tab at the bottom here. Well, maybe it's not obvious, but if you are in the navigation stack, you are able to click the tab at the bottom here and it'll pop you out all the way to the firstmost controller in the tab where you started. So that's basically all I had for this video. We built out the remainder of the screen and we also hooked up tapping a character to show the previously built out character detail screen, which is pretty cool if I don't say so myself. We've built out a lot of functionality. We still got locations left to go. We still got searching left to do, and then we haven't even touched settings. And I also just realized that we don't have a launch screen or even an app icon. So I do want to add those things because they are slightly important. So that's all I've got for you guys today. I realized this video was a little confusing, so rewatch it if need be. Let me know in the comments if anything I glossed over. I'm more than happy to answer questions. Drop a like before clicking away, subscribe, tweet out the series, connect on LinkedIn. I will see you in the next part. Welcome to part 30 of building the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue our series here. I can't believe we're already 30 videos deep. So before we jump into things, drop a like down below. Say you're here in the comments if you actually made it this far. A lot of videos, plenty more to come, and let's continue. Particularly in this video, what I wanted to do is start working on the settings screen since it's a little bit of a change of pace and I kind of don't want to see empty tabs anymore. So let's get into it. So cool thing, let's go into our controller here for core, and settings is one of the controllers in here, the RM settings view controller. And let's talk about what we want in here. So we're gonna have a similar setup where we abstract the view model, but what do we wanna use for the view in here? So typically what's pretty common is to use either a collection view or a table view. Now we've used a table view for a collection view for the vast majority of this series, and our locations are going to be a table view. So what I will go ahead and do here is maybe we want to use a SwiftUI view to power this particular tab, and we're going to use what's called a list, which is very similar to a table view. But because I did promise that we're going to learn both SwiftUI and UIKit, let's go ahead and do it with SwiftUI. So for those of you not familiar, I'll preface with the way we've been building out all of our UI is with a framework called UIKit, which we've been importing, but there is a newer framework which is fairly popular, but I would say not as popular with, industry, especially big tech, the Googles, the Facebooks of the world. But I digress, still good to know, so let's learn about it. Regardless of what type of view framework we want, we are still going to want a view model accordingly to configure all this jazz. So we're going to open up our view model folder here, and let's go ahead and organize some of this stuff. Well, I guess it is organized. So let me create a folder in here, and this is going to be called settings. Going to create a file in here. It'll be a Swift file, and we're going to call this RM settings view model. So the view model for the settings view, I'm just going to copy the name there since we are going to create a object with the exact same name. And if you think about it, if we just want a list of entry, let's say we want like rate app or context us, terms of service, privacy policy, maybe we'll also want to show actual settings in here. Perhaps we'll do like font size or something, but whatever it might be, we're going to want a view model for each of those cells. So in here, what we want is we're going to say let cell view models, and this is going to be a RM settings cell view model like that, and it's going to actually be a collection of those. RM settings cell view model. So let's actually drop the view here, just a settings cell view model, and we'll create this object as well. I'll do it in another file just to keep things nice and organized. And this one here is going to have a few things on it. So I'll make this one a class as well. And let's add an initializer here. I forgot to do that, I believe, in this one here, which is why it's yelling at me that we don't have that. And let's see, do we actually want this to be a class? I guess we can get away with making it a struct, which will actually auto-generate that constructor for us. So we can also do that in here. Let me make this one a struct as well. And each of the cells that we have for our settings list is more or less going to have two pieces of information. One, it's going to have an image, and then two, it's going to have an actual title. And when we tap on a particular item in our list here that we'll create, we can either handle that directly in SwiftUI, or we can use a delegate or a closure or some other mechanism to pass it back to UIKit. So we're not going to worry about that for the time being, but let's actually do this. So we're going to say we have an image here, which will be a UI image optional. Don't forget to open up, import UIKit here. And here we're going to have a title, which will be a string non-optional. Alrighty, so let's further think about how we want to go about creating these view models, right? So we could create them imperatively and pass all of these pieces of information in one by one, but there is actually a much better way to do this, and that is by leveraging a list of options that our settings actually supports. And I'm going to create a new file here. We're going to call it RM settings option. And this is going to be an enum which lists out all the cases for our settings. So let's just create a bunch in here. So maybe we'll have rate app, we'll have contact us, I'm gonna have terms, privacy, not piracy, privacy. And let's see what else we want in here. Perhaps we're gonna also want to do, let's see, what else do we usually have in settings? I guess those four are probably good to start off with. Maybe I'll have another one called API reference. And maybe I'll also do something along the lines of view series that'll go to this YouTube playlist. And finally, view code. So these will be the 7 options in the order that we are going to want to actually have them appear. We'll make them case iterable so we can actually loop over all of the cases in here. And inside of this enum, we are actually going to compute the title and image. So let's go and import UIKit. We're going to have display title is what I'll call it here. It'll be a computed property. And then we'll have a icon image here, which will be UI image optional. For now, I'll just return nil so it doesn't yell at me. And in here, we're going to switch on self, and it should give us all of the options, hopefully, for us. Here, we'll say rate app. This will be contact us. This will be terms of service. And we're basically abstracting all of this stuff inside of here. This way, we can derive a view model just from one of these cases. So this will be API reference. This will be view video series. And this here will be view app code. Alrighty, so now that we've got all this stuff in here, we want to do once again a switch again for the icon. So we'll switch on self. And we're going to use the SF symbol system icon. So I'm just going to say system icon, and I'll copy and paste this to every case here so we at least have something so it doesn't yell at me. And then we'll want to actually bring in icons. So cool, if you try to build, hopefully everything should be building. We're going to take this type of this enum that we've created here, and for a given cell view model, this is going to be initialized with the following. We're going to go ahead and say this gets created with a type, and this is going to be a settings option. We are going to hang on to this type, so I'll go ahead and say private let will be that type. Self.type will be type. And instead of these guys, the image and the title being constants, they're actually going to be computed properties, and all we're going to return is type.displayTitle. And here we will return the type.iconImage. So if you compile, we should be good to go. And let's come back into here. This will get created with a collection of these. Back in our view controller, we can actually set this up already. So let's come into the settings view controller. And what I'll go ahead and do here is we will have a private constant collection, private constant view model, I will say. And this will be the settings view model. This gets created with a collection of view models, and the way that we will create this collection is as follows. We're going to say rm settings option dot all cases. That's why we did case iterable. We'll go ahead and compact map this, which is basically going to loop over it, and every time we loop over it, we're going to create a rm settings cell view model, and this takes in the type, which will just be $0. That'll create it and return it, and we'll get all of the particular cell view models that we want directly there. So that's looking pretty darn good to me. We'll eventually want to pass this into our SwiftUI view, and maybe we'll talk about that in the next video. But before we end this one here, let me jump back to our view model and let's think about what icons we want to use here. I'll actually open up SF symbols over here. And again, I've got the beta here, so you probably have the newer version. You can use either or. So we're going to look for a star icon. I do think that exists. We're going to use star.fill. That will be for the rate app. Now we also have contact us. I believe message is one of the icon names here. And this little lock kind of just tells you that you're supposed to use this for iMessage. So let's not actually do that. Let's call this maybe compose or send. We'll use send, which is called paper plane. And let me actually use the send one for contact us over here. For terms, what I'm going to go ahead and use is, I think there's a document icon. So we can say this one here. Doc. For privacy, I believe there is a lock icon, so we can go ahead and say use the lock, which I think will look great. For the API reference, this one will be kind of interesting. Let's see if reference is one of them. I guess not. Let's go ahead and look for the word list. So we do have a clipboard looking thing here, so I guess we can use that for the reference. For the view series, we want to look for a video perhaps, and it looks like we have a bunch of these video icons, and they all have the little icon on them that we're supposed to use them for a particular thing. So let's look for TV here, and it does look like we do have TV, so I will actually use this one. And the reason I'm trying to follow these rules is my hope is to submit this to the App Store, and we'll see how much Apple yells at me, because they do want their apps to be of utility, and they might say, well, this is just an app being shown, like how to write code, so maybe we don't want to approve it. But I digress. For writing code, we're going to look for a hammer, and this is going to basically symbolize, Xcode, and this is where we'll get our code. And one other thing that I want to add here is I'm going to close SF symbols, and in our simulator, if we actually go to the home screen, if we open up the settings app, you'll see that all of these icons on the left are inside of kind of this square with nice rounded corners, and this looks super nice. So what I'll actually go ahead and do is try to mimic how this looks. So to do that, basically, we need a color for each of these particular options in here. So I'm going to open up another computed property, and we're going to say that this is the icon container color. It'll be a UI color. We'll once again switch on self, and I'm just going to return a random color in all of these. So I'll do system blue, system green. This will be system red maybe. Here we'll do system yellow, system orange. We'll return system purple. I think we didn't use that yet. We did not. And then finally, we can return system pink. And because we added this here, we'll want to expose it on the cell view model. So I can go ahead and add this here. And I'm just going to do a little bit of code organization. Let's add a comment here. These are all of our public properties. We'll add that down here. And I will do public var. This will be the icon container color of type UI color, and I'll return the type.icon container color. So I think we're in pretty good shape with all our view models. What's actually left to do for this screen in the next part is actually build this view out and shove in all our view models to have it actually show something. Before I do that, and the absolute last thing I'll do here is In SwiftUI, we're going to want our icons, our actual view models, I should say, to be identifiable. And the reason we want to do that is because we'll want to loop over a collection of these. So I'm going to go ahead and say that this is identifiable here, and you'll see it's going to yell at me. So we'll go ahead and just hit fix here. And what it wants is a object identifier here for our ID. And I'm going to see if I can go ahead and just do that. Should be able to make this a constant. And what this basically does is this will create a unique ID for each of the ViewModel instances we create. I'll also say this is hashable, and we actually get that for free, I believe, with identifiable. And identifiable, once again, all it does is it gives us a unique ID. So when SwiftUI actually loops over them, when we look at it in the next part, it'll be able to disambiguate between unique view models. So I will pause it there, drop a like before clicking to the next part. We actually did quite a bit, even though we don't see anything here. And yeah, subscribe to the channel if you still haven't done so, and since we're on part 30, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to part 31 of the Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we put together the setting view models, and in this part, we're going to build out the view in SwiftUI. Hit that like button down below. Let me know in the comments if you smashed it or not, and let's continue. So we're going to be building this view in SwiftUI like I promised in the very beginning of the series. We're going to leverage both UIKit and SwiftUI. It's going to be a view, so we're going to pop it into this view folder here. And let's see if we want to actually make a folder for this. Perhaps we will. I'll actually call it SwiftUI, so for those folks looking on the repo, they actually know what part of the app is in SwiftUI. And we'll create a new file in here, and let's actually look for SwiftUI, and we'll find SwiftUI view. We'll name this RM settings. We already finished episodes. RM settings view. So let's go ahead and create it. Shouldn't have any problems here. And let's talk about SwiftUI, because it is pretty cool actually. So you'll see this new thing on the right hand side. If you haven't ever worked with SwiftUI, this is called the canvas. You can hit this little refresh button, and what this lets you do is this lets you preview whatever view you're building out on the left hand side over here. Sometimes it's a little slow to load, it is a little flaky sometimes, but when it does work, it's pretty darn cool. So we want to build out a view that can take in a collection of our view models for all of our cells, and it should be able to actually spit out a view by looping over all of them that looks like a list of selectable cells. So let's figure out how to do that. So we're going to create a constructor here, and this constructor will take in a single view model, which I think I just called. Let's go ahead and say this is view model. And I believe this is called our view.viewModel, like so. We'll want to hang on to this here, like so. And in here, we'll say self.viewModel is viewModel. All right, looks pretty good. Next up, what we want to go and do is I'm going to create a scroll view inside of here. And this is going to be a vertical scroll view. And just so you guys can get an idea of how this is going to work, is as follows. You can see we have an error down here. This preview content is actually what's rendering this preview on the right. And it's yelling at me because it's saying, well, hey, you need to actually create a view model that we can pass in. And I'll actually do that. So we'll instantiate one of these. Once again, I'm going to take all of our RM setting options. So RM setting option, all cases, and compact map these cases into the RM setting cell view models with a type $0. So if you do Command B to build, you shouldn't have any errors, hopefully. But we are now passing in this collection. So in our scroll view here, just so you guys can get a glimpse of how this works, let's say we do a for each, and this for each is over 0 to, 10. We're going to say number in. And what we can do is we can return a text in here, and we'll say hello. And let's see why this is yelling at me. So let's see, it cannot convert value of type closed range. So let's do the following. Let's do for loop. And I'm going to do let's create an array in here. So let's create strings. We'll say maybe A, B, and C. And we can say for our strings, or for each on our strings, where the ID that's going to be identifying the unique string, we're going to have string in basically render a label with said string. And if you build this on the right hand side, if we hit this little refresh icon to see a live preview of this, we see our strings here, so ABC. One other thing that I'll call your attention to is on the bottom left here, you can actually tweak your preview here. So I like developing in dark mode. So we're going to flip this on for color scheme and it'll flip to dark mode. So it looks pretty good. So we basically want to do the same for loop thing, but instead of over the strings, we're going to do it over our cell view models. So we're going to loop over ViewModel.cell ViewModels, and I believe we can drop the ID because we already made that view model, each of these, identifiable. Now that we've done that, we can say ViewModel, and let's just put the title in here to actually see what this looks like. So I'll hit this little refresh button here. And cool, we have all of our strings popping in. So let's make this look a little nicer. Now, admittedly, I haven't actually worked with SwiftUI in like a week or two, so I don't exactly recall what I'm going to design this with. So we can actually create a list. So instead of doing a for each directly, there is a way where you can loop over data, and we're gonna loop over it directly here. And inside of here, we'll actually get our view model. Alrighty, and I'll move this text up into this list. Now list will actually give us something that looks a lot more reminiscent of a table view, and we'll see why this is yelling at me. All right, it should go away, awesome. Go ahead and refresh the preview here and let's see what it looks like. All right, bear with me here. Looks like it is taking its time. So instead of fussing around with the preview, what I'll actually go ahead and do is run it in our simulator. But to do that, we do need to create this view in our controller. So let's open up this controller again. And in settings, we want to actually show this view. So if we look at our simulator, there's no view here. So let's set this view up for us. And what we want to use here is to kind of interchangeably use UIKit and SwiftUI is what we call a hosting view or a hosting view controller. So I'll create this as the settings view. And settings view will be a UI hosting view is what I'm looking for. You can create this with a root view. And let me also import SwiftUI. And you can create this with a root view, and the root view we want is our settings view here, and this will be self.viewModel, like so. Now we can't actually reference this because it's on self, so we are going to want to create the view model directly here. So let's go ahead and do it as follows. So we can take this entire view model that we're instantiating here, and what I can do is just pop it into here. And we should be able to build. Now that we've got this being created here, we don't actually need this underscore if I'm not mistaken. What I want is a UI hosting view, and it looks like it wants just a UI host controller. Let's see, is it a UI host view? I could have sworn there is a hosting view. So let's jump into here and see what it's called, because I'm 99% sure there is a host view as well. So there's a hosting configuration, there is a hosting controller, and let's come farther down here and let's see if a hosting view exists. All right, so let's actually head on over to everyone's favorite resource called Google, and we're going to search for SwiftUI UI hosting view. And let's see if that exists. Okay, maybe I absolutely made that up. Maybe it's just a hosting view controller. So let's actually change that. We'll go ahead and say UI hosting view controller or UI hosting controller. And a UI hosting controller takes in a root view. Okay, so we can actually get rid of this coder thing. And we need the open paren here. We already have root view there. And our hosting controller gets created like so. So cool, so now that we've got this hosting controller here, we want to actually put it in our UIKit-based settings controller. So I'll do that in another function. I'm gonna say add child controller. Let's actually call it add SwiftUI controller. And essentially we're gonna call this function right here, and I'll actually call it at the bottom of view.load. And we'll do as follows. We're gonna say add child. The child we want to add is the settings SwiftUI controller. Let's go ahead and add this. We'll notify this controller. Did move to parent is what I'm looking for. Parent will be self. And now that we've done this, we want to actually add the view itself. So we're going to say view, add subview. This controller is view. And we do want to say this controller's views auto resizing mask does move into constraints or mask into constraints, so we can apply some constraints to it, and then I'll apply said constraints right down here. So we'll just activate this. We want this view to just be pinned to all four corners of our settings view. So we'll say the top anchor on this guy is going to be a constraint equal to the view dot safe area layout guide top anchor. And we're just going to copy and paste this guy a total of 4 times to do the left, the right, and the bottom like so. Just don't forget to update this on the left-hand side. And let's actually give it a build and run. Let's see if it builds, let's see if it runs, and let's see what it looks like. So we'll jump into settings, and okay. So something is going a little weird here. I don't see quite anything. And the reason for that is probably because I messed up our SwiftUI view. Let me jump into there, and we're gonna debug all of this together because I don't want to cut the video and showcase, how I'm fixing this stuff off video. So here we are creating a list, and in every single iteration of the list, we should be creating one of these labels. Let's go ahead and change this back to our for each. We'll build and run and make sure we're at least seeing that. Okay, so we are definitely seeing something in here. So it looks like we're adding the view appropriately, but I'm messing up the list. So let's see why I'm messing up the list here. So in our list, we're looping over each of these. And what I expect to put inside of here is a row content. So let's see why our row content is being messed up. We're gonna look for a SwiftUI list example. Best way to Google. Cool, we got Hacking with Swift, which is a great resource. Looks like this is inside of a VStack. All right, makes sense. We want to loop over this. We'll continue down. And here, we're actually getting the exact same thing that we're doing. So let's make this a little simpler, and let's see if we can actually get that to show up. And actually, the reason I just realized this probably isn't showing up is we don't want to list in a scroll view because that list already handles the scrolling. So we're kind of putting a scroll view in a scroll view. So by dropping actually that VStack, we get this to show up. So that's awesome. We're actually in pretty good shape. One other thing that we want to do is we did bring in an icon. So I want to put an icon on the left of this text here. So we're going to put this into a horizontal stack. And we're going to have an image here, and this image you can create with a system name, you can create with, a standard name, but there is a way to create this with a UI image, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see where that is. So we can create it with a CG image, and there is an option right here to create it with a UI image. And this is going to be ViewModel.our what did we call it? Image here. Now in our case, our image is optional. So what we want to do is in fact unwrap it. Now we know we'll always have it, but we do need to just unwrap it because we did have to make it optional. Go ahead and build and run, and I suspect our images will be kind of weirdly sized, which in fact they are. So let's actually do some stuff on here. We're gonna make these resizable. We are also going to make the foreground color on this be white. Build and run. And if we come back here, the sizing is like insanely screwed up. So let me actually go ahead and fix this. So this is going to be foreground color. Let's actually make this resizable, and there is a way to set the aspect ratio. We want this to fit. We'll set a fixed size on this as well. The width is perhaps going to be 70, and the height is, let's actually do smaller. Let's do 40, so 40 by 40. And let me open up this canvas again, and maybe that I fixed that list, it'll actually show up so we don't have to run every single time. To do that, you hit this icon and you can open up the canvas option, hit that refresh button to load in our view again. And cool, so it does look like the sizes are more appropriate. Maybe we want it to be even a bit more smaller. I'll do 30 here. We will also go and add some padding onto the image and refresh this. Okay, I think it's everything's looking pretty good. Everything looks a little big. So let's see, what else do we want to do? Maybe on the H stack as well, I'll add the padding. I'll drop it from the image. Let's see if that looks a little better. Okay, I think that looks a little better. The icons are still kind of close to our actual text, but we'll adjust that as needed. And then over here, looks like in dark mode, it's still not behaving. And I can't remember for the life of me what I'm looking for. I believe it could be fill. So let's do fill.white. See if that builds. That actually does not build. And the reason it doesn't build is that this doesn't have a fill on it. So let's go ahead and say, let me see what colors are available. So I believe it was foreground color, but it seems like it doesn't want to cooperate. So let's go ahead and do foreground. We'll also do background color, and I'll say color.blue. Drop background from that. Let's try to refresh this again. And okay, it's cool. So it looks like background color does actually take. We can, instead of using color, the blue color here, what I can actually do is use our ViewModels color for the container. So that is certainly progress. The way that we'll be able to do that is we want to create a SwiftUI color object from a UIKit color object. So this is how we do that. We'll say ViewModel.ContainerColor. And let's also add a smidge of maybe padding so the boxes look a little bigger, and you can actually see that everything did update in real time, which is beyond awesome. We'll add a little bit of a corner radius to it, maybe like 6, so it gets a little rounded and it looks a little nicer. Let's bump this padding up a little bit as well so it looks even bigger. Now I do want the actual color of the icon to be white. And I am going to also set some leading padding, aka left padding on this. And I'm gonna maybe do 10 and just see how obnoxious that is. And let's go ahead and refresh this. I think that might be a little too much. I think that's actually perfect. So let's go ahead and stick with that. So let me actually make it 100. Did it even move it? Let's try that again. Because if it's not moving it, then something is off. Okay, so it is certainly moving it. We'll go ahead and do 10. I think that looks awesome. And let's see what else we want to do. For the padding here, I just want this to be trailing padding. So we're gonna do dot trailing. And what this is going to do is just apply the padding on the right side of the icon so we don't have so much, empty space. But let's see how we can actually change the color here. I think it might be tint color. So let's go ahead and do color.white. Alrighty, looks like that doesn't exist either, so we're gonna jump to Google. So we're gonna search for SwiftUI, change color tint, and we'll jump on over to Stack Overflow, and it looks like it is in fact foreground color, so I'm not incredibly clear why it's not working. Okay, the reason it's not working is we do want to specify the rendering mode perhaps, okay, but I believe it's template by default. Let's come in here and do that. And let's do foreground color, color.blue. Let's go ahead and see why it's yelling at me. It is yelling at me because we are doing trailing padding here. Let's see why that's a problem. So it's saying cannot infer contextual type here. So I'll just get rid of this while we work on the color. And let's see why else it's yelling at me. The order of these modifiers do matter. So in this case, we put the rendering first because it goes on the image. Okay, now it looks like it is in fact changing it. So I believe what I was missing was the rendering mode. So I'm just gonna comment it out just so we actually are clear that that's what we needed. So rendering mode, for those of you not familiar, you can actually specify, do you want a template image, which lets you modify it? Do you want the original image, which gives you the original colors? And then there's also another variant of this, which I won't go into in this video, but you can also specify if you want to fill in icons. And I'm not going to go into that too much because it's not relevant here, but we'll go ahead and make this white. And I kind of like how this is looking. So let's decrease the size of our images. Maybe let's do 20. And let's increase the padding and let's maybe do like 15, which will hopefully make our containers bigger and our icons smaller. It looks like our containers are a little too big now, so let's try like 8. Alrighty, go ahead and give that a run and a refresh. And I think this is looking pretty darn good. So let's drop the padding on the 8 stack itself. I think that'll just make everything a little more compact here. And okay, I think everything is a little too close now, so let's try this again. Let's add a little bit of bottom padding. Maybe we'll do 3 here. You kind of just have to play with it to see what kind of looks the best, and I think this is looking good. So I'm gonna go and build and run. We'll jump into here, and we have a pretty nifty view. So right now when we click on one of these, absolutely nothing is happening because we haven't configured this in SwiftUI or in UIKit to handle it. But this video has gotten long enough. We've dipped our toes into SwiftUI. Essentially, we built out a table view, which would have taken, I don't know, like 100+ lines of code in a very small number of lines of code. So that's pretty awesome. I really like the preview functionality of SwiftUI. Admittedly, I'm still of the mindset that if you're very serious about getting a job or building a portfolio, the largest companies, I would say most of the Fortune 500 are still heavily using UIKit. So you absolutely do need to know that. Nothing against SwiftUI. It's actually pretty amazing, but I will call that out. So that's all I've got for this part. It looks like the last tab we have to fill out is location, but we'll first handle tapping on each of these. So drop a like before clicking away, hit subscribe, tweet out the series. I'll see you in the next part. Part 32, let's do it. Welcome back, guys. In the last part, we went and built out this SwiftUI based settings view. We're going to actually work on tapping on each of these and handling the interactions. So drop a like down below. Let me know in the comments if you've made it this far, and let's continue. So you guys recall that we used SwiftUI to build out this view. Now, traditionally, what you would want to do is use something like a navigation link, which is a SwiftUI construct, or some sort of binding or state object to figure out what is selected. But if you remember, we are actually using UIKit for the actual settings controller. So if I stop our app and open this up on the right-hand side, I'll also get rid of our canvas here, this right panel, since we don't need it anymore. We want to basically get the actual interaction, the tap on one of these particular H stacks out of SwiftUI and back to UIKit. So let's figure out how on earth we're going to do that, because it doesn't sound that straightforward, but in fact it actually is. So let's jump back into our settings here, and what I will go ahead and do is, instead of assigning this controller up here, we are going to actually make this a UI hosting controller optional. We're going to make it mutable, aka make it a var. And over here, we will create said controller. So I'll actually say let settings SwiftUI controller equals this right here. And once we've added everything onto the screen, we can just retain it in the global scope. What does that actually allow us to do? So this is yelling at me because this takes a generic, the content view type. So we do need to pass that in here. So let me see what that type is. That'll be this view here. We need to specify that this is a hosting controller for the settings view, which is the SwiftUI view, and that error will go away. But to take a step back, why did we actually do that? Well, the reason we did that is we want to create a additional parameter in our settings view, which will actually be a closure that takes in the selection, right? So maybe when we tap on one of these horizontal stacks, what we'll do is we're gonna say there's gonna be an on tap gesture. And when we tap on it, ideally what I want to be able to do is say something along the lines of ViewModel did tap option maybe, and we want to pass in whatever option was selected. And we can do that by either passing it in, but if you think about it, each of these cell view models is specific to a given settings option. So we could design it that way. So let's come back to the controller and let's see what the best way to design this is. So at the moment, we're mapping all of our options. In all cases, we're mapping all of them to a particular view model type. So the other thing that I will do here is, inside of this particular view model, we'll jump to this. We are not only going to take a type, but I will also go ahead and do the following. So we'll say this is on tap handler. Let's make sure we spell that correctly, on tap handler. This will be an escaping closure. And we'll return basically pass in nothing, returning void. And actually, instead of passing in nothing, what I'll do is I'll pass in the type since it is privatized. So we'll go and do that here. And we just want to hang on to this closure. And you guys will see how this kind of manifests momentarily. So bear with me here. This is going to be that closure. We'll say on tap handler will be this thing here. And we should see this error go away for the assignment, hopefully. Okay, looking pretty good. Now this is yelling at me that this is no longer able to conform to equatable or hashable. So let's get rid of this. We actually don't need that. And it still looks like this is yelling at me. So the reason it's yelling at me is because it's saying it can't make, let's go ahead and compile. Okay, so this actually isn't yelling at me anymore. What's yelling at me now is the fact that it can't actually instantiate this because we're not passing in that on-tap handler. So let's do that. On-tap handler, we'll hit enter. This will be the option that we've actually selected. And then here we can do something, right? So we're just going to say print out option dot the display title. Whenever we tap it, we'll print it out. So let's jump back to our SwiftUI view. And in this on-tap handler, we can now actually call it. We can say ViewModel.onTapHandler. And let's make sure this isn't actually private. We do want it to be public, so we can call it. And to call it, we need to pass in the given type. So here I will say this is ViewModel.type. And I think this is also going to need to be public. So let me jump back into this. Let's jump back into here, and we do need to make this public here so we can actually find, access it, what it is. So here, if we build, it looks like we don't have any more issues here, except for the fact that in our actual content view for our preview, we need to actually specify this. I'll say option in, and we don't need to actually do anything there. And now we are compiling. So let me build and run. And in our simulator, when I tap on one of these options, we expect to see that option printed out here. So let's go ahead and tap on maybe rate app, and we get rate app there. Let's further tap on this, and we get that. One thing you might notice is when I tap on the outside content, sometimes it doesn't print, and that's actually intentional because if you set a background color on this, you'll see. Well, let's actually do it together so you can see it. The background, let's make this red. You'll see that this horizontal stack in which all this stuff is going is actually not going to the edge of the entire horizontal available space. So to make sure that it actually fills it up, what you can do is add a spacer. And that'll basically push the size of the view all the way to the edge, such that even if you tap over here on the rightmost side, of let's say a rate app, let's go ahead and try that, tap on that over there, we should actually get the print. Now it looks like we're actually not getting the print, so let me try that one more time. All right, so we are now getting the print out. So awesome, so we're able to tap on this and get the actual printed results to the particular, back to the particular callers, the controller, the UIKit class in this case. One other thing that I'm gonna go ahead and give this a shot is we're gonna come back into here, and in our settings controller, now that we actually have this printed out, instead of printing it out, we wanna actually handle it. So let's create another function. And what we're gonna give a shot to is actually switching over each of these options and handling them. So handle tap, option will be RM setting option, and we're gonna see how fast we can actually get through this. And then in here, we can say self.handle this. Option is going to be option. Now we don't want to cause a retain cycle. So we're gonna capture weak self at a weak capacity. And let's see, what else do we want to do? So this should all be on the main thread. So the way you can actually verify that, and this is a pro tip, you can actually say guard that thread.current is main. So let's see, is main, I believe that exists on here. Yep, is main thread. And this is just to make sure that when we do any UI interaction, I'm 99% sure this function will always be called on the main thread, but just in case, we don't want to accidentally run this on a background thread. Since we are going to interact with UI, we'll go and switch over the options, and for each of these, you want to do something. So for rating the app, we want to show a app rating prompt. So I'm going to say show prompt. We'll break in here for now. For Contact Us, maybe we want to open up some websites. For Terms, we perhaps also want to open up a website. So let's actually figure out how we can write a reusable function for that. Also for the API reference, privacy, view series. For all of these, we actually want to open up a website. So what I'll do is for each of these options, we're going to add another computed property, and this will be the target URL of type URL optional. We'll switch once more on self, and we're going to return a URL that we want to show for the particular the case basically. So for rate app, we don't want to show one, so we'll say return nil. For Contact Us, for now, what I'll actually just do is link to the iOS Academy website. And I'll do this for Terms as well. And actually, I think this is my URL for Terms. And I want to say there's one for privacy as well. And it's been a while since I actually took a look at those, so maybe my URLs are incorrect. For the API reference, we're actually just going to copy and paste the URL for the Rick and Morty API. All right, awesome. For viewing series, we want to post a link here to the particular series. So let's actually open up YouTube and head on over to the channel. And what I'll actually do in here is jump to the playlists. So let's see where playlists are. We'll jump to playlist here. And we're going to jump into the build full Rick and Morty app. I will pause this ad that pops up. We'll further jump into here, and this is the URL we want to use for the viewing of a series. All right, paste that in. And finally, to view the code, I'm going to jump on over to Google, and we're going to look up the repo. We'll say Rick and Morty app, and hopefully Google has, we'll be able to index it and find it. If not, we'll actually look for it manually. So I'll jump into GitHub. Actually, I need to be logged in, so I'll jump into my account here. And here is the Rick and Morty app repo. It is a public repo. If you haven't seen it yet, take a look. That's where all the code is going. And we'll toss that in here like so. So back in our controller, what we can actually do is, instead of even switching on these, we can do as follows. Now we're passing in an option, so we're saying if let URL is option.target URL, we know we want to open website. Else, what we're going to do is if the option equals rate app, which is the only one, we need to show rating prompt. So let's actually open the website since we're doing good on time, and let's actually just get that to show up, and then we will continue accordingly. So to open up a website, it's particularly simple. We want to open it in app. In other words, we don't want to send the user to Safari or link them out. We want to just have them stay in the app. So we're going to import a framework called Safari Services. And Safari Services gives us access to a controller that looks basically like Safari, and that is going to be SF Safari View Controller, and you can create this with a URL. Now we just want to show it. Now we do want it to slide in from the right-hand side, but it is important to note you can't actually push a Safari View Controller. You do need to actually use the Present API. And we're going to say present this with an animation, and go ahead and build and run. Let's see if this whole thing actually works. So we'll go into here, and let's say I want to view the app code. It'll open this up, and boom, we've got the app code. Let's find the reference to the API. Rather, this is a series, I should say. There's a series. Here's a reference to the API. Beautiful. Let's try our privacy policy. Does this exist? It in fact does on the iOS Academy website. Terms of service, awesome. Contact us, just goes to the website. I want to say I have a contact page in here too. Maybe I don't on the mobile variant of the website, but we'll go ahead and go to rate app and nothing happens. So all of these are actually looking good instead of rating the app. So that's all I've got for this part. We've actually just about finished the screen. In the next video, we'll hook up this rating the app option here, and then we'll continue from there. So drop a like before clicking away. Thanks so much for sticking around if you really made it this far. It's been a lot of videos and it's been a lot of fun. Onwards, so I'll see you in the next part. Welcome to the next part in the Rick and Morty app series. In the last video, we hooked up these options in settings, and in this video, we're gonna hook up the last one that remained, which is the rate app option here. So drop a like before we start, say hello in the comments. It actually really helps with engagement, and let's continue. So one thing that I thought about before doing this video is maybe I should look up the actual API to do this because I don't remember. But then I figured, well, Googling is an important skill, so it might be helpful if I just did it in the video. I also want to always, I always try to do my best to not make it look easier than it actually is and nobody remembers every single API. So I want these videos to be realistic. I vaguely remember that the functionality resides in, I believe, StoreKit to prompt the app rating from the user. So we're going to go ahead and import that, and we'll jump to Google, and I'm going to search basically Apple Developer Prompt App Rating StoreKit. Hopefully those are good enough keywords to get this to show up. So cool. First link here. Looks like we got some demo code. All right, I can see if I can actually cheat and copy and paste this. So what this is doing is if the App Store, if the count doesn't return, so what they're doing is, after a certain number of counts, what it wants to do is basically prompt the user for a rating. So they're saying after 6 times on the main thread, do a task where basically let's see what you try to do. SK review controller, you want to try to request a review. So let's see how we can actually do that. I'm going to actually steal this entire task here, and we're going to toss it into our function and see what actually happens, and we'll modify this code accordingly. So we're going to toss this here. I'm going to Control I. So delay for 2 seconds from interrupting the person using the app. Do we want to do that? I don't really want to do that. So I'm going to remove this. We don't want to do this sleep thing here. The next thing we're doing is we're getting the Windows scene. Okay, that makes sense. Then it's getting the navigation controller's topmost controller, and it's casting that. It's saying if it's the process controller. We actually don't need that either. I can actually just get rid of that. And let's see what it's doing. It's saying there's a SK for StoreKit, review view controller, request review in Windows scene, and then it's updating some user default value. Basically, have we requested a user review already? And actually, we don't need to do that either. So let's see what we need to do. Let's see why we actually need to wrap this even in a task. I want to say I'm able to just get away with using this code here. Let's do that and try to build, and let's see why it yells at me. So it is in fact yelling at me. It's saying that self is not optional, which makes sense. We actually don't even need this. So we're saying from the view, the current view, get its window and get the Windows scene, and then pass it to the review controller, which we're saying request a review in the current Windows scene. So let's go ahead and give this a run. And I'm going to click on the app rating as soon as our app decides to not take forever to launch. And let's click this. And let's see, I don't see anything. Okay, now we actually got it to pop up. I'm just super impatient, I guess. So awesome. So we actually do get this to pop up. One important thing that I want to call out is if I actually say not now and tap this again, in production, what Apple states is that this won't actually show up every single time. So you sometimes want a fallback case where, let's say you've already showed this once, maybe you keep track of that in some sort of local user cache. In the other case, you can just open up the App Store. So cool, we've got the rate app prompt actually showing up, and if a user actually rates this and sends it off to the App Store, which we can't do on a simulator, and also because our app isn't published, you'll submit that rating successfully. So super simple to do. Hopefully that's a little tutorial in Googling. Certainly no one remembers every single function. Even though I made a video on this prior, I certainly don't. And yeah, I will see you guys in the next part. This one's a brief video. Drop a like before clicking away, and I'll meet you guys over there. Welcome to the next part in our series. I can't exactly remember what number this is. We're in the 30s, but in this particular video, we're gonna actually add a app icon. I'm gonna actually show you how I go about creating these, as well as a kind of launch image, otherwise known as a splash screen. So if we actually go and close all of these, you see for a second, there's like that other intermediate screen, which is just black or white, depending on light and dark mode. We'll actually put something there. So drop a like before we get into things. We're gonna actually first create said icon, and let's go to our browser. And I will preface by saying that there's a bunch of design tools out there. I am a big fan of Canva. I used to be a Photoshop junkie, but since I've moved to Canva. So I am going to jump over to canva.com, and I've already logged in here. I use this for my YouTube thumbnails. You can actually see the Rick and Morty app thumbnail here. I've got a Twitter series planned, so there is that. So what we're gonna want to do in here is create an image, and where it's going to go in our project is in resources and assets, particularly an app icon. So a little bit of history. Back in the day, there used to be a bunch of different sizes that this would show, and you would need to create an icon in every size. And there were some, generator apps in the App Store where you give it a big image and it would scale it down to all the different permutations. Luckily, with Xcode 14, we can only now have to give it a 1024 by 1024 icon, and Xcode and the system will handle all the various scaling for us. So that being said, let's create a new project in here in Canva, and what I'm going to go and do is say we're going to create with a custom size, and the custom size is going to be 1024 by 1024, which is what Apple has asked of us, and we'll get this canvas here. So let's start creating this. What I want to go and do is look for some Rick and Morty pictures. So I'm going to search Rick and Morty, and it looks like that is not what Rick and Morty is. So we'll jump into our library of prior stuff that I've brought in. And I've actually brought in this Rick and Morty icon already. So what our app is going to be is, our app icon I should say, is I'm just going to scale this up, make it a little bit larger so it fits both sides here. And I'll just kind of center this so we don't have any of the white background showing. And I think this is a pretty reasonable app icon. Now, obviously, it's a little busy, so you can use the text tool in here. You can use, any of the various colors or shapes, and there's quite a few things you can use. And I might add that most of this stuff is free. I'll caveat and say that I am a Canva Pro subscriber. They have a premium membership. They do a free trial. This video is not sponsored, but take a look at Canva. It's an awesome tool. So that being said and out of the way, let's actually download this by hitting the share button at the top right. We're going to go ahead and download this. I'll change the format to JPEG, and I'll just hit download here. All right, drag it to my desktop. And let's see where it actually put it. I swear I just dragged it to my desktop, but I don't see it. Okay, there it is. Let's rename this to just icon. And we're gonna remove this from full screen for a moment. And all we need to do is drag this icon into Xcode right there. And we'll see it pop in. Alrighty, we can go ahead and build and run. And we should see on our home screen the icon be applied. So let's go to the home screen. And sometimes the simulator does some weird stuff where it'll show up and then just randomly disappear. So let's actually delete the app by holding it, hitting delete, and then rerunning our app. And this time the icon should persist. So cool, we actually have an app icon now. The app is called Rick and Morty, but we probably want Rick and then the and symbol space Morty. So we're gonna go to our project navigator here. At the top, we'll hit general, and there is a field in here called display name. Right now it's empty, but that's only because we have not actually given it a specific name, so it just picks up the name of the project. So I'll call this Rick and Morty, and also give this an app category. We'll maybe go ahead and say that this app will go into, I guess, the education category. We'll see if Apple allows us on the App Store. So let's build and run again. Let's make sure that our display name actually did take, which in fact it did. And let's build out the launch screen. So you can build out the launch screen in primarily one way. I mean, there are other slight variation ways to do this, but I'm going to show you the most common. When we had first created our project, we had an option in here called launch screen, or a file, I should say. And this is the storyboard interface. If you've ever heard of that term thrown around, it's basically this drag and drop interface where you can create layouts. It's generally not that common with actually building out screens in your app, because doing it programmatically the way we've done it gives you far more control. But for launch screen, since it's usually just an image and kind of a, maybe some text, it's more acceptable here. So all we're going to do is hit this little plus at the top right, and I'm going to search for a label in here, and we'll drag it on in. I'm going to click on this and say Rick and Morty app. pretty awesome looking launch screen here. We are going to want to pin this into the middle of the screen. So we'll add a constraint at the bottom right here saying horizontal and vertically in container. And the other thing I'll do is I'm going to pin this to the top, left, bottom, and right. So once we do that, it'll basically be attached such that the text is always in the middle. It's actually yelling at me because we don't actually need the constraints for horizontally and vertically in the container, because it's basically what it's doing is it's conflicting with the top, left, and right constraints that I've added. So I'm going to click on the ruler at the top right here and just select the align center X, backspace, delete it, align center Y, backspace, delete it, and you'll see that we don't have any red scary lines and warnings. So cool, so now that we've done that, let's center the text by clicking it. On the right panel, we'll hit the fifth icon from the left, which will give us attributes, and we can specify some attributes. So we'll center the text. I'm gonna change the text size and font. So let's go ahead and make this perhaps like bold, and let's see what 32 looks like for the size. I think that looks pretty good. And let's see what else we want to do. It looks a little plain at the moment, but let me give this a run. Maybe we'll change the background color of this view, and perhaps instead of the system background color, let's actually make it system blue color. And I'll change the text color here. Well, I guess Rick and Morty's color is more of a green, so I'm going to nitpick and actually change the view's color one more time. Let's go back to here, and let's find the green in here. I want to say I've seen a green in here before. If you don't see the color that you want to use, you can come all the way to the bottom and hit custom, which will bring up this little color swatch palette thing. And we can manually move it to green. And let's make it a little bit darker. We can find a nicer green. So let's move that there. And I think that looks pretty nice. Let's leave it like maybe we want a little bit more of a dull green so we can actually read it. So we'll maybe do that. I feel like it looks a little ugly. Let's jump into here, and I'm nitpicking at this point, so feel free to skip to the next video. Let's look for green inside of here. I don't actually see it. Maybe everyone has something against green these days. So let's come into here and do it in here. So I think this green is kind of nice and bright. Make it a little darker perhaps. And we'll see what that looks like. So I'll click onto this, I will click away, and we'll want this Rick and Morty to now maybe be a white color. So I'll change the text color in here to actually be white. So there we have white color. Stop our app, give it a build and run. And when our app launches, we should see that launch image basically now. And we're not actually seeing it because our simulator is deciding to be annoying. So I'm gonna close the app and we're gonna launch it again. It's gonna yell at me in Xcode that we force close the app. We'll go and launch it. And there you saw for a split second, we actually saw the launch screen. And I'll fill you guys in on a pro tip. If you want to slow down animations, in the toolbar at the top of your computer where we have File, Edit, Device, I/O, and Features, we can actually go to Debug, and there's an option in here to slow animations. When you check it and you click the app, you'll see everything in the simulator is slow. So in that case, we saw the splash screen for a split second. We can click on this and make sure everything looks, super fluid and really nice. And it's really good. It's a good way and technique to debug what's going on. You can obviously uncheck it and it goes back to normal animation speed. But when you want to be super duper nitpicky, it is available to you. So that's all I've got for this video. We've got an app icon, we've got a launch image, we've got settings looking good. We haven't built out search yet or locations. So we're going to continue building that out, and then we haven't documented anything along the way or even thought about unit or UI testing or cleaning up our code. So let's actually do all of that. It's going to probably take several more videos. Drop a like before clicking away. Say hello in the comments. Let me know if you've made it this far and if you used a different app icon. Link it down below. I'm kind of curious. I want to see what everyone came up with. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next part. Welcome to part 35 of the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to pick up where we left off. In the last video, we put together an app icon as well as that launch screen. In this video, we're going to start building out the locations tab since it is indeed the last tab that we haven't gone ahead and started building for. So without further ado, drop a like down below, hit subscribe, and let's jump right in. So we have a view controller for this already. It's called the RM location view controller. And in Xcode over here, it looks like we've got a bunch of these files open. So I'm gonna just close them out. Makes Xcode a little more snappy, and we'll come to the location view controller. So particularly what we want to do in here is, because we used a SwiftUI view here, we used a collection view for episode and characters, I want to go and use a table view for location so we can illustrate how to use those. That being said, before we go and build that view out, let's take care of looking at what a location gives us. So getting locations, it looks like once again we have info, makes sense, and each of these locations has a name, a type, looks like a dimension on it as well, and then we have a residence. So it looks like we're going to want to once again go and, using a dispatch group or some sort of mechanism, figure out who lives at this location. And presumably these are just like characters, obviously, because they are the character endpoint. So cool, let's actually figure out how to do this. We are going to want a table view, and once again, instead of putting it in the controller, let's open up the views folder. And inside of views, what I will do is let's create a subfolder in here. So let's right click and do new group. We will title this location, and we're going to create a new file. Cocoa Touch class, it'll be a subclass of a UI view, and this will be an RM location view. And I'll just call it location view instead of list view, since I think that name is perfectly fine. Go ahead and create it, get rid of the commented out stuff in here, go ahead and finalize the class, bring in a override of the init with frame initializer. You'll also want to override the init with coder initializer. And inside of here, we want to have our table view. Now, before I do that, I will set a background color to make sure we can see this view when we just add it to our controller. We're going to use constraints, so we'll assign that property there to false. We will go ahead and add a constructor comments here for the initializers, and then up here we'll add a table view. So a table view is simply going to be table view of type UI table view, big surprise. Inside of here, we will create it. And I should mention, if you're not familiar with table views, I do have several videos on them, but a table view lets you basically do what collection views let you do, but they're a little less flexible, such that the actual cells need to always be vertical. I guess in theory you can make them horizontal, but that would be incredibly hacky. So let's go ahead and say register a cell just like we did for the collection view. And here we are going to set a identifier of simply cell. Let's go ahead and add this as a subview. So we'll say add sub view. We want this table view here. And we're going to want a spinner in here as well, just like we did in all of our other views while stuff is loading in. So I'm going to say private let spinner UI activity indicator view is what I'm looking for. I kind of wish they would have named this something like UI spinner. I feel like spinner is such a simpler term versus activity indicator view, but I digress. This is why I am not in charge at Apple of naming. So here we'll say spinner dot, let's do spinner dot translate auto resizing mask into constraints will be false. And here we want to also add the spinner as a subview. And when the spinner is hidden, we will say hidden on stop or something like that, hidden when stop. That's what it's called, and we want that to be true. This table, we also should have this be a alpha of 0, meaning opaque, and we also want it to be hidden by default. We'll fade it in like the collection views on the other tabs once we actually get some data. And let's start actually animating the spinner. So we'll say start animating and add some constraints. Let's create a function to add constraints here. And then we're going to actually run our app to make sure we can actually see this spinner. So here we'll say NSLayout constraints, activate. For the spinner, let's go ahead and do this first. We'll do spinner dot height anchor will be a constant. So I'll say constraints equal to a constant of 100. And 100 is kind of a number I just made up. So if you're ever wondering how I know these numbers, there's actually like no right premise. Just choose a reasonably small number that isn't, like super small. So that's how we will do the spinner's height and width. I'll also say that its center X anchor will be to the center X of its container, aka the current view we're inside of. We also want to do the center Y anchor, so this will also be vertically centered. And the table view is pretty simple as well. We'll just pin it to every single side of the container. So we've done this in several views at this point. So top, left, right, and bottom. We're going to use copy and paste because that's every programmer's best friend. And we'll do bottom anchor, beautiful. Bottom, left, and right. And before you go ahead and run it, don't forget that we need to actually create this view and add it on our location view controller. So let's jump into our location view controller here. And inside of here, we'll say that this is our primary view. We'll create it. And I will call out that you could also override the load view function and actually assign the view to be this view directly. But I prefer personally to have it be a separate subview and then just add it. There's some pros and cons to both, but it is a little subjective and out of scope from what I want to cover in this video. So cool, so we've added the view here. Let's add constraints. We'll say add constraints and define a function down here for that. Now remember, this is going to be our red view. So once again, we'll say NSLayout constraints, activate, and we can cheat a little bit. And if we come into the view, what we really just want to do is grab, we can actually grab it from any place, but we just want to pin this primary view to all four sides of our primary view, to all four sides of the view controller's view. So this should be good to go. So let's give it a run. Make sure we see that red view in the location tab with a spinner in the middle. Beautiful, we do. And this brings us to the point where we can start actually creating the view model and getting some data. So I will jump into the view and get rid of the red color. I'll go ahead and actually just make it the system background. And we can choose to have the view model directly in the view, but in this case, we'll keep it in the controller. So let's go ahead and say that this is the lifecycle functions. And here we'll say this is the view model, RM location view model. Now we obviously need to create this. We haven't defined it anywhere yet. So open up that view model folder, close up all these tabs, and create a new file for yourself. It'll be a Swift file, and just paste on in that name for the view model and define a class or struct here. Don't forget to include an initializer if you do in fact have this as a class. And let's actually create a mechanism in our view to configure it with the view model, as well as a mechanism to fetch locations. So back in our view, we're going to add a public function, and we're going to say that this is configure with a view model. We'll paste in the name of that view model. We'll want to hold this view model in the global scope of our view so we can actually access it when we need it. Inside of here, we'll assign that view model once it's passed in as a parameter. And once this is assigned, what I can actually do is we can perhaps tell our table view to reload data. So we also want to hide the spinner. So we'll say stop animating, which will also stop or hide the spinner. We will say table view is hidden is false. We want to then say table view, go ahead and reload your data. We haven't implemented that data source yet. And then we'll want to actually animate in the table view. So we'll say animate with a duration, 0.3 seconds. And the thing we'll animate is the table view's alpha property to 1. So in other words, it's not opaque at all anymore. It's 100% visible. So awesome. Now that we've done this, the last thing I'll touch in this video is inside our actual view model, what do we need? So let's think about it. We want to be able to fetch locations. So we're going to say fetch locations. We are also going to want to hang on to those locations. So here I'll say private var locations will be a collection of RM location. And this should not be view, just RM location, which is our model. Just like we had for our actual response for characters and episodes, we are going to create a response for locations, and we're going to want to hold on to location response info. And this thing will give us the next URL for pagination. Will contain next URL if present. And what else do we want? We want some view models. So we're just going to say this will be cell view models. This will be for the table view. I'm just going to make them strings for now since we don't have a type for that. We're going to say public var. Maybe we'll make it private for now. We'll say private var can fetch or should has. Let's see what I should call this. I'll call it has more results. Will be of type bool. For now, it'll just be false. But this is how we're going to check if we should actually be, if we should actually go ahead and load more results. And the last thing I'll do is, since we're doing pretty good on time, is I will actually go ahead and set up this request. So to fetch locations is particularly simple. We want to create a request, which will be an RMRequest. And the endpoint we want to create it with is simply locations. If you want to be a little more swifty, which you can actually go ahead and do here in RMRequest, if we jump to it, at the bottom it had added an extension where we can copy and paste this. This can be list locations request, and this kind of just abstracts the constructor, so we can use the actual static reference. So what we can do is say RM service shared, and we're going to say execute list locations. We expect to get something back. We haven't created it yet, so I'll stick a string in there, and this will be results. We will switch on said result here, and we'll pause the video here and simply just break in our result here. So cool, this is a good stopping point. We've created our view model for the view. We stubbed out our view and actually put our spinner and table view in here. In the next video, we're gonna actually get our table view working, and we're gonna get some results to show up. But for now, before I leave you guys here, let's go and give this a run. We should have that spinner here in both light mode and dark mode looking pretty nice. And let me be a good developer and actually commit and push my changes. So we'll go to desktop, we'll go into the folder, I will stage everything. I'll attempt to give it a good commit message this time. So what I'll go ahead and call it in here is start building out locations tab. And finally, give it a push. Just make sure you spell everything correctly, otherwise it'll yell at you. Okay, awesome. So thanks again for watching. Drop a like before clicking away. Subscribe to the channel if you are new here. If you are new to iOS in general, congrats. You've come a super long way. Give yourself a round of applause, and I'll see you in the next part. Hey folks, welcome to part 36 of building the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue building out the location tab here. At the moment, we've got this spinner that just spins forever and is not really doing much. So drop a like down below as per usual. Say hello in the comments. Subscribe if you still haven't for whatever reason, and let's continue. So where we guys had left off, or well, all of us guys have left off, guys and gals, what we want to do is we want to continue building out the view model as well as hook up our view for this location tab to actually show us cells. So before we jump into the view model and use the models we get back to derive view models, what we want to do in the location view is configure our table view a little bit. So we will do that in another dedicated function that I'll write out, call it configure table. And what those configuration things are that we want to do is we want to say delegate is self as well as data source is self. So we're going to specify that this view itself will supply the data and handle interactions for this table view subview. I'm going to come into the bottom here and we'll conform to the appropriate protocols. And I'll do my best to actually keep these separate. So we'll have the delegate up there, and then we'll have the data source down here. So for the delegate, the only thing we want to do is handle interaction on a cell. So there is a function called table view did select item at index path, or row at index path, I should say. And the first thing we'll want to do in here is just deselect it and notify controller of selection. So we'll leave that put for the time being. Here we'll have number of sections. We're always going to have one section inside of the locations tab. For number of items in section, we'll want to return, something that's based on our view models. We'll return 20 for now, something random. And for cell furrowed index path, we'll want to actually dequeue the appropriate cell. I'll say that this is a standard cell at the moment since we've only registered the base cell here. So an identifier of cell, index path, I'm going to return cell here. And for now, we'll just stick some text in here just so we can see something. So we'll say text label.text, and let's say hello, Rick and Morty. Awesome, go ahead and build for me, give it a run, and let's see if those actually do show up. They probably won't because we've never notified, we've never configured our actual view model here. So if you recall, we get rid of the spinner once we assign this view model, so let's actually do that. So back in our location controller, we want to say at the bottom of view.load, ViewModel.fetch locations. And we also want to specify a delegate on this view model so it can notify us, being the controller, that, hey, I'm actually done fetching locations. So let's create a protocol up here, otherwise known as an interface. And it's going to be the name of the class of the view model delegates. Once again, any object, and we'll have a single function, did fetch initial locations. And inside of this class, we'll hang on to a reference of it, make sure it's a weak reference so we don't cause a memory leak. And once we have successfully fetched the locations, what we'll want to do is say self.delegate notify that we fetched those locations. And we also don't want to cause a memory leak here. So we will actually capture self in a weak capacity. Now, before you go ahead and give this a run, you'll notice that we stuck a string in here, right? This is the response that we expect to get and decode to. Well, that response is totally wrong. Obviously, it's a string, and we want the appropriate response. So let's open up the models folder, go to API response types, and we can actually just copy and paste one of these. And let's create a new file. This will be a Swift file, rm.get locations, and let's see how the other ones are named. Get locations response. Paste that in here and just change this to rm get all locations. The type of the result will be rm location, which is the respective model. And then info will basically be the exact same thing. I'm kind of going off of the fact that I hope this API is consistent, but we'll see if it actually fails in a moment. Let's once again open up our view model folder, and let's go to our location here. And what we want to decode now the JSON to is that response. I'm going to line break this so we have a little more improved readability here. We will want to hang on to the model that we do get. So this will give us a piece of info back. So we're going to say that the API info, so here I'll actually say that the type will be API info, the name, and the type will be the rm get all locations response.info, and then it will be optional. So we'll say API info is model.info, like so. Self.cell view models. We don't want to assign that directly. What we want to actually assign is locations, and we'll say locations is model.results. And then we notify our delegate, aka the controller in this case, that, hey, we have gone and fetched the initial batch of locations. We also want to do that on the main queue. So here I am going to say dispatch queue.main async. And the reason to do that is our controller is going to make view changes, and that needs to be on the main thread. So awesome, let's come back to the controller here. If we try to build, it's probably going to yell at me because I'm not conforming in here to the delegate, even though we have said that we are the appropriate, we are the delegate in the location controller. So it actually gives me an error in here. So let's come down here. I'm going to add a mark and say this is location view model delegate, and it is did fetch or let's see what the heck I called it, something like did fetch initial locations. I can't actually remember, so I'm going to jump into here and see what the heck I called the function. All right, so we called it did fetch initial locations. Let's come down here and actually bring it in. And the reason it's actually not showing up is because I, in a silly brain fart, forgot to actually conform to it up here. So usually Xcode is, well, I'll say Xcode is right half the time if it ever gives you a strange error. Cool. So now that we're conforming to that in here, what we want to do is when this function is called, we're going to say our primary view, go and configure yourself with the view model, which is in the global scope of this controller. Go ahead and give it a build and run, and let's see what happens. So we'll come into here, we see the spinner, and in a pretty nice animation, it fades in our table view with a bunch of these cells. We hard-coded how many cells with Rick and Morty text showing up. Awesome. So we don't want to actually use this base cell. What I prefer to do is use a custom cell, obviously, so we can show the relevant pieces of information. When we tap on it, we also want something to happen. So let's do that one by one. So first, let's create a view in our views folder. I'm going to open this up in location. We will create a new class. This is going to be a UI table view cell rather than collection view cell. And this will be a RM location table view cell, just like that. Create and save it. And let's see, we're just going to delete all the stuff that it gives us because we're smart and we're going to build it out ourselves. So we want a identifier on here, just like a collection view. There's a lot of similarities you'll see if you're not familiar with table views. There is a difference here. We're going to use this initializer override rather than init with frame. There is a slight discrepancy with collection views in that case. We still want the init with coder. It is required, and put a fatal error in there. We will want to prepare this for reuse as well if the cell is dequeued. And of course, we will want a view model to configure this particular view. I realize we have not created this yet, but presumably the name of it will be the name of the view plus a view model like so. And for the sake of seeing something, let's at least set a background color. Let's come back into our view model folder and we can create, let me create a folder called locations. And I'll drag in the location view model, and inside of here, we'll create the view model for the cell. Alrighty, we've got this in here. Now this view model for the cell, we'll just create it for now. And if you think about it logically, we're gonna want some strings in here perhaps, because we wanna show whatever a location has, right? So coming back to our API, it has type, name, and dimension. Not a whole lot of data. But we can, tap into it, and perhaps then we want to show which characters are residents there. You can also get pretty wild and like include these in the same cell itself, but we won't do that since it gets a little crazy and it frankly doesn't look that nice in my opinion, but I digress. So now that we have this view model here, back in the actual view model for the location view itself, we will have, instead of cell view models in array of string, it'll be an array of our cell types view models. And every time that we assign to location, just like we've done for characters, we are going to loop over location. So for location in locations, and we want to create a cell view model, and I'll just create it like this for now. And not a cell, we want the view model. Make sure your type is appropriate, and we'll stick it in view models. So I'll say cell view models dot append cell view model. So that's essentially how that's going to work. We will want to dedupe, basically filter out the view models that are already in there. Let me see why this is yelling at me. All right, this is private var cell view models. Looks like this type is indeed correct. Looks like this won't let me actually go and append into it because there is no append on it. Let's see why that is. It's because I actually use the same type. This is cell view models, plural. So good deal. So now that we've got that all set up in here, let's see what else we want to do. So we're notifying via the delegate, hey, you can go and refresh your, you can go ahead and refresh the view. So let's jump back into the view. And I realize we're jumping back and forth quite a bit, so I apologize if it's a little all over the place, but project is getting a little bigger now. So the first thing we'll do is we'll change the type of cell that's registered and the appropriate cell ID. Down in the place we are dequeuing this, we not only want to dequeue the appropriate kind of cell, but we also want to cast to it. So this will be that cell identifier. We will cast to it, and we are going to unwrap it so it's non-optional, and then fatal error out in case it is. I'll drop the assignment there. And let's see, for number of cells, we're going to use our view model, and we're going to say cell ViewModels.count, otherwise it'll be 0. And this is actually optional for bringing in this function for number of sections, so I'm actually just going to get rid of it. So let's try to build, let's see what happens. It looks like cell ViewModel is inaccessible because I think I stuck a private on there, so it's yelling at me. So I'm going to go and make this public and make this private set, meaning only this class has the authority to assign to it. So let's come into here, and we should see a bunch of red cells, which in fact we do. That means we are fetching data and we are actually getting it to show up. So let's do something simple before wrapping up this video. We want to actually use the location to create the view model here. So I will stick in here init with location, and this will be a rm location. I'll hang on to the location by saying self.location is location. And essentially what we'll want in here is 3 computed properties. So these will be the name, which will basically just be return location.name. And you can actually copy and just paste these a total of 3 times and just tweak the names here. So this one at the top was name. The next one will be, I think type is one of them. All right, type, make sure they're non-optional. I believe they are. And then this one is dimension. And this here will be dimension. So cool, so it's yelling at me because we need to actually pass in location when we instantiate this. The location will be location from our for loop. But again, we want to filter, we don't want to append to the cell view models if it already contains the view model that we've created. So we'll say if cell view models contains cell view model, singular, let me fix that. If it doesn't already contain it, then we want to append it. But if you try to build this, it'll actually yell at you. And the reason it's yelling at you is basically it's saying that I don't know how to check if a single view model is unique or not, right? I don't know how to check if it is contained. And to fix this, we've done it before. We are going to add both hashable and equatable. And that allows Swift to go and say, hey, like how do I equate 2 of these objects? And we'll want to bring in the equation function here, as well as the hash into hasher function. So I'm gonna actually move these down. We'll move it at the bottom here. For hasher, hash into hasher, we'll say hasher.combine, and I'll do the name here. I will copy and paste this. We'll also do location.id. That's actually the only one you really need in theory because IDs all should be unique, but I'll just show you guys a few different examples. You can basically combine all these components to compute a unique hash. And then to equate, we're going to say, does the left item dot hash value equal the right item dot hash value? And if you want to do this in a little bit of a different way, you can actually just leverage the IDs as well. And that'll actually compile. You should be able to build and run. And where we will leave off is I want to get something to show up instead of this obnoxious red cell. So what I'll do is I will actually get rid of the color in here from red, and we'll go and make it system primary background, or secondary. Let's do primary, why not? Let's see what that looks like. And then back where we dequeue the cell, instead of not doing anything, what I will do is I'll say cell.textLabel.text, and we'll just assign this to maybe the view model that we have at that given position. So let's say guard let cell view models will be the view model for this view. That's cell view model. If we don't have it, we'll fatal error out because we should never come into here, because if we don't have a view model, we have 0 cells. And once we have it, we can actually say that this is the cell view model singular at the given position. And let me just assign the name so we can see the name pop up. So this has a name on it. Go ahead and build and run. When I come into here, we should see locations. Awesome, we actually do. We have Earth, we have a bunch of other ones. We have Citadel of Rigs, we have Whirl Enders Layer, we have Anatomy Park, and we obviously need to build a pagination for this. It's going to be different than how the collection view handles it, but I digress. We have something showing up. It's not really looking the nicest, but better than having nothing. So this is where we'll pause this video. Drop a like before clicking away. Let me know in the comments if you had any issues. Once again, let me be a good developer and CD into our actual project. We'll stage everything. I'll commit it and say continue building location tab, and I will push. So in a real world scenario, you probably want different branches, feature branches for all this stuff, and you would open pull requests, but since we're just continuously building, I'm just gonna push to the main branch. But that's all I've got. Thanks again for watching. I will see you in the next part. What's going on, fine people of YouTube? Welcome back to the next part in the Rick and Morty app series. It dawned on me that I forgot to make all my 2023 and New Year's resolution jokes since I'm pre-recording all these videos, but I'll sneak some in, so not to worry. We're going to pick up where we left off on the location screen, particularly building out a nicer cell. Drop a like down below before we jump into things. Let's open up Xcode. In my case, it's been open for a bunch of days now. And let's continue onwards. So we have our location table view cell that I did create. Now there's not really anything going on in here, but we are actually using the default text label. What we want to do instead of doing that is actually create a cell which is custom, and we have 3 properties here that we've exposed, which are all of type string. And what I want to do is in each of these cells we can go and actually assign those text properties and see the labels. So that was a mouthful. Let me go ahead and create 3 labels here. We're gonna do it once again with the anonymous closure pattern. If you are not familiar, that's what these curlies and having parents to auto invoke it are. We will create one of them, and I'm just gonna be lazy and copy and paste it. Well, I take that back. I'm gonna be efficient and copy and paste it. That's what engineers call it when we want to be quick about things. I will go and say that this has a system font, and this is going to be a font of size perhaps 20 and a weight of perhaps medium. Let me copy and paste this. We have a name label, a type label, and a dimension label. For this, we'll leave the same font size. Maybe I'll change this to be regular. And for this, I will change it to be light. This will be the dimension label. We're going to attempt to spell things correctly. Emphasis on attempts. Now that we've got these here, let's actually add these. So we have a background color at the moment of system background. Let's get rid of this. Let's make this content view dot add subviews. We want it to be plural, so we're going to say add subviews, and let's add each of these labels. So I'll type label, and we'll also bring in the dimension label. Let's say add some constraints since we want to actually lay out these subview labels. And prepare for reuse, we're basically just going to reset each of the subviews, so the name, the text, as well as the dimension. Alrighty. And when we configure the cell with the view model, we are going to do the following. All we'll do is actually, let me just copy and paste it. We'll assign each of these text properties, but instead of assigning it to nil, we are just going to read it off of the view model. So type will be type, dimension is dimension, and name is name. Cool, good deal. So let's go ahead and add some constraints, and then we can actually give it a build and run and see what actually happens. So looking at the cell, we want maybe the 3 labels to just be vertically positioned on top of one another. You can optionally also put another label on the right here, maybe the type below it. It's a little subjective, but I'm gonna keep it simple. So first things first, we'll do the name label. It's going to be constrained to the top anchor, and I'll just copy and paste it a total of 4 times and just adjust these accordingly. So we'll have left, right, And let's actually ignore the bottom for a quick second here. So for both the left and right, we're going to want some padding. So from the right, we're going to move inwards 10, hence -10. Here we're going to have 10 from the left, and maybe from the top we'll also do like 10, so we have some nice space. And let's copy and paste this a total of twice. And the next label we're going to have right below this will be the type label. The left and right will be identical, but the top label, rather the top anchor of this, will be from the bottom of the name label. So I'll say name label, bottom anchor, and this will again have a 10-point constant. This label here, you probably guessed already, is the dimension label, and its top is going to be from the bottom of the type label. And this one is going to have another constraint, which will be the bottom. And essentially, this will be pinned to the bottom of the entire content view. So I'm just going to model out in comments what we are trying to do here. Essentially, we are going to have our cell that kind of starts up here. Down here, we'll have the bottom of the cell, and then we'll have the name, the type, and then the label. Then actually the dimension label is what I'm going for. So the bottom of the dimension label, we want to pin to the bottom edge of the cell, and the top of the name label, which is this line right here on line 48, we want to pin to the top of the cell. So let me go ahead and build and run and go to that tab. We shouldn't actually see those labels come in yet, and the reason for that is back in our controller, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, back in our view, if I'm not mistaken, actually, we are assigning the cell's text label property, which we don't want to do anymore. Rather, we want to call this configure function and pass in our cell view model. Okay, so coming into locations, we now actually see each of these labels start to show up. So Earth is a planet, and here we have a cluster, we have a space station. In the case of some of these dimensions, it is unknown in some of these cases, hence we see unknown here. So I think this is looking pretty good. We have some subtle lines on up and below the actual cell content, but maybe we want this to look a little nicer. So what I'll actually do is I'm going to create this table view, and we're going to create it with a type or a style. So frame will be 0, and we're going to use the group style. And this is really used for kind of sections if you have different sections, but one byproduct of using grouped is you can actually have this change color, and it looks a little nicer, I personally would say. In addition to doing so, let's actually prefix each of these with maybe, so planet would be a type and this would be a dimension. So maybe we'll just prefix the planet because dimension already kind of says what it is. So we'll go into the view model. And for the type, what I'll return here is not just the type of the location, but prefix it with type, the capital T. And you'll notice that we're doing this in the view model and not the view directly, and that is totally intentional. We don't want to put that logic in here. So let's go ahead and drop that comment. The other thing that would be nice is if we had like a disclosure indicator, otherwise known as like an arrow, or some people call it a chevron, that indicates to the user that, hey, they can actually tap on it. So what we want to do is say accessory type is a disclosure indicator. Let's see if we can find it. So let's do that again. We'll do accessory type here is a UI table view cell accessory type. And sometimes autocomplete decides to just be a gigantic pain and not work. So if it does do that, you can type it out manually. We'll do UI table view cell accessory type. And you'll actually see the various options available to you when you hit dot now. So we have check mark, we have a detail button. What I care to use is a detail disclosure indicator, and now I can drop this prefix. And let's see why it's yelling at me. So it is yelling at me because cannot assign to immutable expression of type the accessory type. Okay, of course, that makes sense. This needs to be the actual property here. So this needs to be accessory type, all right, lowercase. Go ahead and give that a run. And we have arrows now, hopefully, on the right-hand side. And actually, this shows you the info. So I just want to see disclosure indicator. There's two very similarly typed named ones. So cool, we now have these like little arrows, which I think look a whole lot nicer. And let's actually tweak the font size just a smidge because our name and these other things are very similarly sized and they might be a little confusing. So I'll actually change this here. And I'll also change the type label's text color to be a secondary label, which will just make it lighter. And for the dimension, I'll make this a tertiary label, which will make it even lighter. Let's come back to this. Okay, cool. I think this is actually more reasonable now. We have everything showing up. This tertiary color is incredibly light, so maybe I'll be nitpicky and change this back to secondary label. Looking pretty good. Now, of course, in here, we're not doing a whole lot. We just have kind of a list of locations, but we do want to be able to select it and open up location details. So that'll be the last thing we'll do in this video, and we're going to leverage the delegate here for our particular location view. And we already implemented the function. We stubbed it out. When the user taps on one of these particular cells, we want to notify via a protocol delegate. We are going to say that this view let me fix the naming here. So this will be RM location view, and this will be location view of this type did select location RM location. We want to hang on to this delegate protocol in a weak capacity. We also want it to be public. And we'll come down here and we can now actually say delegates, go ahead and call that single function self for the view. And we want to get the character. So how do we get the character? The way we get it is rather simple. We want to get the view model at the given selection. So I'll copy and paste this from what we had previously written. The target view model, I'll just call it view model, will be in cell ViewModels. And this will be at indexpath.row. And we want to get basically the location off of this. So we actually haven't exposed the location directly. If we actually go to the view model, let me jump into the view model for this. All right, let me close up controller since we have way too many things open. But if we jump into the view model, so cell ViewModels is actually a collection view, rather a array. Getting all my terms mixed up, and it does hold the location internal to it, but we don't want to publicize it just to use it by the view because that kind of breaks the convention of what we're trying to do. We do hold the location directly on here, so a better way to approach this is we could just say public func location at index, and what we want to return is we are simply going to return a RM location optional. And we can say return from locations, self.locations, the thing at the index. And just in case this location is, or the index is greater than or equal to the location's count, we know that it'll be out of range. So we'll return nil here, right? So if the index is 10, keep in mind that arrays are enumerated or indexed from 0. We're only going to have indices 0 to 9. So if it's greater than or equal to the number of things in this array, we want to return nil. So let's come back to our view. And now when we call this function, instead of having to do all of this stuff, what I can do is simply say ViewModel. And let me actually get rid of this guard. We no longer need it. We can actually say in here, ViewModel, and we're going to say, give me the location at this particular integer, this index. And keep in mind, this returns a optional, so we want to unwrap it. And this is actually going to give us our location model back. And we'll pass this in here. Go ahead and give it a build. And everything should be good to go. Let's see why this is yelling. This error is just probably transient. Yep, went away. Builds and run. We'll tap on a location. Nothing is happening right now because we haven't hooked up that delegate, but we are in a good stopping point now. In the next video, we'll hook up the delegate of this and start talking about the location detail screen. So thanks for sticking around. Drop a like before clicking on to the next part. Leave a comment if you've had any issues, technical or otherwise. If you have any other suggestions of how this screen should be built, love to hear it. Appreciate the support, and I'll see you in the next part. What's going on, friendly people of YouTube? Welcome to part 38 of the Rick and Morty app series. In the last part, we put together the location cells as well as created the delegate that gets called when you tap it. In this part, we're going to hook up said delegate and open up the location detail screen. So let's get to it. And as per usual, hit that like button down below. It actually means so much more than what I can stress, but I won't complain for everyone's ears to bleed. So let's continue here. So we go ahead and we call the delegate here in the location view where we select a particular table view cell. What I'll do is in our controllers, we want to assign the delegate to be self. So we have the view in here already. Particularly we called it primary view. I will say the delegate will simply just be self, and we want to conform to the delegate accordingly, like so. And I'll stick it over here. So I'll say this is this delegate. And the function we have in here is named accordingly, and this will get called whenever we select a location. Now, just like what we did for our other detail screens, we want to go ahead and create another controller, and this is going to subclass the UI view controller, and I'll call this RM location detail view controller. Alrighty, we'll save it, get rid of all this template code, and inside of here, the first thing I'll do is I will give it a title. I'll also give it a background color, and we probably want to create this controller with a location that we want to show details for. So I'm going to say this takes in a RM location. We'll want to assign it accordingly, and we'll also want to retain it in here in the controller. Now, I realize that we're holding the model now directly on the controller, and maybe we'll actually create the view model from this, but let's at least get this set up and take it one step at a time. And that's actually a pretty good call out that I do want to stress. Like when you're trying to build something, try to do it iteratively. Your code does not have to be perfect in any way, shape, or form. When you start, building it out, a lot of people emphasize like build it correct the very first time you build it. I'll be the first to tell you that when I built my first apps over 10 years ago, they were absolute trash. So, if you're struggling along the way with this, trust me, I've been there and you're not alone. So that spiel out of the way, now that we've got this controller here in the location view controller, we are going to create that controller, the detail one. So I'll instantiate it here and we'll pass in the location that we get from this parameter. And we want to say vc.navigation item. We'll make the large title display node never. And we want to push this from right to left. So we'll say push animated true. So let's give it a build and run. In our locations tab, when I tap on a location, it should in fact show that new screen, and it actually appears that it's not. So I am going to see what the heck I screwed up, because we'll put a breakpoint in here. Looks like we're not going to that function, because if we were, we would actually be going to the other screen. So let's jump back to our view, our location view. I assume we're hitting this guard, right? So let's see if we are. I do think we assigned the table view delegate, which we did. And what we're saying is we're saying that if the location model exists from our view model, then we can continue here. Otherwise, we'll hit that return. So what I'm using here is a debugging technique called breakpoints. If you're not familiar, you can hit one of these line numbers and this blue thing appears. And we want to see if the code hits that when I click on this. And in fact, it actually does. And at the bottom, in this bottom panel thing that opened up, we can hit the little play button and it'll continue our app execution. So that means the bug actually exists in this function we added, which retrieves a location model. So we're going to say if the index that we are trying to get is greater than or equal to locations.count, we want to verify that, otherwise we'll return nil. So actually, I found a bug. So we want to verify if this is greater than, then we want to return nil, not continue. So we're going to say verify the index is actually less than locations.count. So if we have 10 locations, we want to find a number, an index that's 0 to 9. So I'm going to say verify the index is less than that. and that index is greater than or equal to 0. We don't want to, support negative index positions, and that will actually fix this. So luckily I made this mistake on my own, so good debugging experience. So let's go ahead and click this, and now we're actually opening up location details. So awesome, it actually works. Let's see what's on our location and how we're going to go about rendering the details. So a single location will give us the same information again, but the most interesting thing that it will give us here is residence. And if you guys recall, if we come back to episodes and click into here, this screen looks very, very similar to what we'll probably want for location, such that we have info up here and that we have characters down here. So let's see if we can get away with copy and pasting everything that we did for episode details. So what I'm going to do is we'll open up episode details here, and we want to create basically a location equivalent for each of those things. So we'll create a location details as a folder. I'm going to create a new view here, and it's going to be subclassing a view. We'll call this RM location detail view. Beautiful, we'll create it like that. Get rid of all this stuff in here. And this one also has a a episode info collection view cell. We're going to reuse this cell since there's kind of no point in creating another cell that looks identical to this. The smart thing to do would probably be to rename this as something a little better, but we're just gonna at least get it to work before we mess around with naming. So let me copy every single thing that we have inside of the episode detail view. We're gonna paste it down here and we're gonna rename everything. So in here, we're gonna rename everything that's RM episode detail. We're gonna do a find and replace, and we're gonna rename it to RM location detail. And make sure it is location and not locations. Let's get rid of this guy up here. And everything that's a RM character, we want to go ahead and rename to RM location. Alrighty. Actually, we don't want to rename that. I take that back. We don't want to actually rename that because we are going to be able to select a character. So let's actually go through this and we'll read everything. So this is saying we're using the RM location detail view model. We have not created this, so let's open up the view model folder and let's make it accordingly. We have that episode detail thing right here in the episode detail folder, the episode detail view model. Instead of calling it a thing, let me call it the appropriate thing. So I'll create a Swift file here. It will be the RM location detail view model. And what I'll do inside of here is I'll paste that, but to simplify my workflow, I am going to just copy the entire thing that we have in here for episodes and just stick it inside of the location variant that I just added. So I'll take this, toss it in here, and we are just going to rename everything. So everything that's RM episode detail will become RM location detail. And the reason I'm kind of glossing over all this is it's literally identical, so we're kind of just copy and pasting and repurposing. I do realize that we're duplicating code and we probably should have some sort of shared, abstract object, but for now, we'll just simplify this. So this function is did fetch episode details. We're gonna actually change this to be did fetch location details. Awesome. And let's continue onwards. Let's see what's going on. So here we have did fetch location details. We create some view models. Here we have section type view model, and here we have the character type. That looks good as well. We have a detail view model delegate reference, same cell view model types. Constructor looks good as well. It looks like we're taking in a endpoint URL. So for the endpoint URL, we'll want to create this and pass it in. And then we have character at index. This is to get the actual character when the user taps on a character cell. Then we have create cell view models. I believe this is good as well, except instead of having an episode here, we want this to actually be a location. So let's come up to our data tuple, and this needs to be a location, a RM location, and make sure you rename this as well. It's really important that you rename everything appropriately, otherwise things get pretty confusing. So we'll change this, change that to location. All right, so let's see, the created string is now going to be location.created. And let's see what else we're doing here. Alrighty, now we're going to change all of these view models since we have different data. It's going to be location name, the type, the dimension, and it looks like we have created as well. So I'll say this is location dot dimension. This will be location dot type, and this one is location dot name. For characters, we'll do the exact same thing. There's actually no code change needed there. And let me make sure I'm updating the documentation strings here as well. So fetch backing location model. We're going to go ahead and call this fetch location data. We'll try to get that URL and convert it to a request, so that's all good to go. The resulting response will be a location rather than be a episode. And in this case, we're going to fetch related characters for a given location. So fetch related characters, location. And here, instead of taking in an episode, we'll take in a location. We're going to say location.residence. Keep in mind that this residence is coming off of the location model that we have. Once again, exact same code. Nothing else here is going to change. We will create those requests and kick them off with a dispatch group, and we'll hang on to all of the results. The only difference is our data tuple will actually have location instead of episode. So we changed a bunch of stuff. Let me build the project and see how many errors we have. Hopefully not a lot. Looks like we have one error. So it can't find episode in scope, which is correct because it doesn't actually exist. It's going to be location. And it looks like we are in fact good to go. So let me build and run this, make sure nothing is crashing. We still need to hook up the controller, but it does look like we're in good shape. So that there is the location detail controller. Let's cheat and copy everything in the episode detail because that's essentially what we are, repurposing here. So I'm going to take everything inside of here, and it's actually not that much code. So let's go ahead and let's see if we can finish it in this video. So I'll take everything from in there, and let's see. This takes in a location, and we hang on to the location. But let me actually do this and change everything. So everything here is going to be location. So we're going to update these delegates that we conform to. The view model type will be once again RM location. Awesome. And then here we have a detail view. This is going to be for RM location once again. The initializer is going to take in what we had before was a location. Alrighty, and how I'm going to create this now is by using the URL on the actual model. So we'll say this is a URL, location.url. The model actually has a URL string on it, so that'll behave. Continuing down, we have add constraints, assigning the delegate. Let's update the title here. We are saying fetch episode data, which we renamed to fetch location data. We're adding constraints, looking good. And then over here, this needs to be different as well. This is going to be a RM location detail view, did select a character. And here we have configure with ViewModel. Now, I believe this is going to yell at me because I forgot to update the protocol function name for this guy here. So for the location delegate, location detail view delegate, the detail view should be the location view. So actually it does look like that is correct. So let me see why this is yelling at me. We're not conforming to something apparently, and it's did fetch location details. So let's see, where is did fetch in here? Should be in here previously, and this should be updated to did fetch location details. So a whole lot of copy and pasting. Let's give it a run and let's see if it actually works. So beautiful. If you look at that, we actually were able to completely repurpose this screen and all the way that its view model is set up to build out a location detail view. Now, I will take a gigantic step back and say, because we copy and pasted everything, this should be a huge red flag telling us that, hey, we can probably use the same underlying view model, but we want to just make it more configurable and repurpose the view and rename it so it's not specific to a location or episode, but it's more generic. But in this case, in our series, we're going to stick with it this way in case you do want to change how this looks. For our location, we see we have the name, the type, the dimension, and created. We're formatting the actual date there, and then here are all the residents that reside at that particular location. So let's say I want to learn more about another resident. We can say, let's do Poncho, and let's see what we get. We should be able to tap on that. And cool, we now get character details. And let's say I want to see what episode that Poncho's in. It seems like it's only one episode. Here we have more characters that are in this episode. Cool. We can continue down, and here's another episode, and so on and so forth. So that is all I've got for this video. We actually did quite a bit with copy and pasting. It looks like we are using a lot of cached API responses, which is great. I am going to get rid of this print here since it's going to get obnoxious really fast. But that's actually why we're able to pass in the URL to our view model and not worry about duplicating API calls. So we basically, in summary, just copied everything that we did for the episode detail for location detail. That is all I've got for you guys today, but as a good developer, we are going to push our changes to our Git repo on GitHub. So I'll add everything. I'm going to add a commit message of builds out location details screen, and we will do a git push to push all of our work remote side. Drop a like before clicking away. Subscribe if you're new here. We still need to actually build out the search functionality for each of these screens. We're going to build it out in a reusable way, and then we'll get into improving all of our code, documentation, and testing. So I will see you guys there. Welcome to part 39 of the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to start taking a look at the search functionality now that we've built out the location details as well as all the character and episode related tabs. I do realize that for locations, we actually have not built out pagination. So we will build this out once we are done with search so I don't forget about it. So that all being said, drop a like and let's continue onwards. So we already added the search kind of magnifying glass icon to the top right of all three of these controllers. We actually want to add the functionality for that now. So we already created this RM search view controller, and I had stubbed out in here that this controller will take a config, which basically just has a type in it. And we want to show this when we tap on the magnifying glass. It looks like I hooked it up already for the characters, but we do want to make sure we hook it up for episode and location as well. So let's open up those core tabs. Gonna jump into location here, and we'll just fill out the did tap search function, which is going to create this. We'll take in a config with a types, create that. In this case, it'll be episode. Is that what we're in? We are in the, actually we're in the location controller right now. So this one we will do as location. And we'll say navigation controller, push view controller, and we'll say true, just like that. We'll also say that the navigation item large title display mode is never, and I shall copy and paste this into the episode variant of this. It's actually already looks like the cursor was in the right spots, and just change the type of our config to be episode. So now that we have this controller, based on the type, we are going to have some permutations based on this configuration object. So on this enum of type, we are going to have a title, and essentially it is going to just be I'll actually type it out manually. So what we'll do is we'll say switch on self, and self has a couple of these different types, 3 to be exact. And here we'll say that this is search characters. And debatably, you can do this in like a ViewModel-esque object, but I'm going to do it in here just so you guys have another flavor of design at your disposal. but we can abstract all of this. So now that we have that title, what we'll do here is we'll say that the title of this controller will be type.title. Looks like it's yelling at me for some reason. Let's see why that is. Type.display title is what I called it, I think. Let me see what I called it. So it looks like we just called it title. Oh, and the reason actually it's yelling at me is because we don't even have a type. We are holding on to config.type, and this thing has a title. And just for visual separation, I will actually go and add some comments here to separate things. All right, these are the initializers, and this will be configuration for our search session. And now that we have a screen that we can actually create and also specify what type of search we're going to be doing, be it character, be it location, be it episode, we actually want to add the ability to kick off search API calls. So to do that, we're going to look at the actual API and see how it's structured. So here is searching for characters, basically filtering characters. And it actually tells you that you basically use the same character endpoint. And what you want to do is you want to go and specify query parameters for what's supported. So it looks like what's supported is name, status, species, type, and gender. Respectively, I think this is how the location and episode are going to be structured as well. You can specify the name, the type, and the dimension here. And let's continue onwards to episode. For episodes, we can actually filter by the name and the episode. So what I'm thinking we'll do, and I'm going to actually write this here so I can actually remember for my own sake. For episodes, we're only going to allow names. For locations, we'll allow name or maybe the type, so either planets or cluster, I think was some of the other ones that I saw. And the most interesting search case will be the character, either the name, and I think there were a couple other arguments or parameters we can specify. So let's take a look. We have name, maybe we'll do status, gender, and let's see, the reason I'm picking status and gender is because these have a fixed set of options, whereas species or type could be basically anything. The user would have to type it in. I want to pick, in this case, options that are more or less fixed. So in this case, we'll be able to search by name, status, and gender. Cool, so let's go ahead and do that. So not only do we want to construct these API requests this way with the permutation of data, but we also want our view here to be reflective of the things the user can actually search by. So what I'm thinking is we'll want to do is we probably want a dynamic view up here based on what we want to allow as search criteria. So in the case of characters, we'll have a field and 2 buttons for status and gender. In the case of episodes, we'll just have a field. For location, we'll have the field plus a type selector. And actually, one thing that I have just thought about is, well, we also want to show our search results. So the best way to probably show these results is once we hit a search button, we probably just want to search, show the results right below whatever, search bar we have. So that's a whole lot of stuff to do. So let's actually break this up into more digestible pieces. So we want a dynamic search option view. We want to actually perform the searching, so the API call. We want to render results. And we also want to handle render no results 0 state. So in case we have no results that come back as a byproduct of our API call, we do want to render an appropriate view here to show that there are no results that actually came back. So let's go ahead and start working on all of this. The first thing I'll do is I will abstract all of the view related stuff that we are going to do into a dedicated search view. So that is going to encapsulate the entirety of the search UI, including the search field at the top, as well as any options we add. So let's create a subclass of a view. It'll be a RM search view. Alrighty, looking pretty good. And let's figure out what we want in here. Now, taking another step back, it dawns on me that for episodes, we have collection view cells. For characters, we also have collection view cells. But for locations, we actually have table view cells. So what we'll probably want to do is create a collection view cell also for the locations, because if we choose a collection view to showcase our search results, we can't put a table view cell in it. So I just want to call that out up front. It might get a little confusing, so I'll do my best to explain all this jazz as we go. So in here, I am going to override the initializer, set a background color like we have always done in all of our other examples. I'll also assign this property to false since we'll auto lay this out. We need the required initializer, and we'll want to configure this with the ViewModel as well. So there are a number of ways we can go about doing this. What I will actually do here is, instead of overriding this initializer, let me actually pass in a frame as well as the ViewModel to the constructor here. So this will be a RM search view ViewModel, and it dawns on me that I haven't created this yet, so let me actually do that right now in the ViewModel folder. I'll create a new file, which will be this ViewModel, and we'll just stick this in right here. This will take a config, which is our rm search viewcontroller.config, and we are just going to hang on to this in here. Alrighty, so we have the config that we are trying to construct a view model for. Back in our view, let's actually also hang on to the view model here. It's obviously relevant, so I'll create this here. And I'll say self.viewModel will be ViewModel. Now, the reason it's important that we have the ViewModel as a non-optional global instance on this view is because we're going to do a whole lot of stuff with this ViewModel. This is not only going to be responsible for showing our search results. So let's do responsibilities. We're going to show search results, but we're also going to show no results view. Rather, we're going to drive the logic. We're also going to kick off API requests. And we're going to do basically all the heavy lifting inside of here, which is why it's important that we do actually pass this into the view up front. So in here, if you think about it, what are we going to need? So we're going to need some sub views, and I'm going to comment all this out for this search example, because search is one of the more complex aspects of any app. So what we're going to want is as follows. We'll want a search input view is what I'll call it. And this is going to hold like the bar, selection buttons, things of that nature. We'll also want our no results view. We'll also want our results collection view. So those are the three things that we are going to want in the view department. Now, for our collection view, you guys probably already know, we are going to want to conform to the delegate and data source and actually have some cells being shown here. So let's figure out how we will actually do that. Well, we should probably use a compositional layout. That way we can actually create more dynamic layouts here. So to do so, we are going to want to put the layout in the view model, but eventually we are going to want to conform this guy, the view itself, to the collection view delegate, as well as the collection view data source. And let's bring in the minimum function. So number of items in section, we'll do 0. Cell for row, item and index path, I'll just return a base cell. So we'll say collection view, and I'm just adding this so we can actually just compile instead of worrying about all these details quite yet, because we will want to do this iteratively. We also want to handle selection on one of the search results. So if the user finds a character and wants to learn more about that character, we should be able to, via search, just tap on that character. So cool, this is all the collection view stuff. Let me go ahead and just put a mark. And you can kind of notice that I'm preemptively adding a bunch of comments for myself because views like this get a little wild, and it's really good to be organizationally sound before you get into things. The last thing I'll do in this video before we start doing each of these tasks one by one is I will actually create two views for our no results view and our search input view. So in here, we are going to create a new view. It is going to be a RM no search results view. Go ahead and create that. It's kind of self-explanatory what this view is going to show. We are not going to take in a view model for this. Well, actually, I take that back. Maybe we'll create a view model for this as well, just to not break our own design paradigm. So in ViewModels, let me create a folder to just organize all this jazz. And I'll call it search, and we'll attempt to name it appropriately. I'll drag our other search model into there, and we'll create accordingly the name of the view plus view model. All right, name of the view plus view model. And this one actually we can get away with just calling it a struct. We're gonna hard code some constants in here, not now, but eventually. And the other thing we need, and this view is actually going to be dynamic as well, the search input view. Basically, whether we show a bar up here or some other options based on our session, right? Are we searching for characters, episodes, what have you? So let's create that other view. It's going to be a RM search input view. And you can name this, something better if you can think of a better name. I'm just kind of going off the top of my head. We'll basically put a final there, and this thing is going to have its own view model as well. So let's go ahead and create under the view model search folder a respective view model. This one I'll do final class since it'll be a little more intricate and we might mutate types. We want it to be a reference type and not a value type, though it is a little subjective. Go ahead and just build and give it a run. Make sure nothing is crashing, nothing strange when we click into search. Obviously, nothing will show up here quite yet, but we're gonna start chipping away at it in the next video. Before I end the video here, let me CD into our project. We'll stage everything. I'm going to commit this and say, start building search, and we'll do a git push. So cool, in the next video, we'll probably start working on showing or building maybe we'll start with the no results view because it's kind of the simpler of the various options. So stay tuned for that. Drop a like before clicking on to the next video, and I shall see you guys there. Welcome back, guys. This is part 40 of the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue building out search, particularly we're going to build out the no results view since search is a bit of a complex part of our app. So start by hitting that like button down below, say hello in the comments. Let me know if you've made it this far since 40 videos is pretty long already, and we're gonna do a lot more stuff here. So let's continue. So like I mentioned in the last video, search is one of those things where you want to break it down as much as possible and comment everything because it can get a little insane with the number of things going on. So we did create these individual views to encapsulate stuff that's going to go on, and we're going to actually build each thing out iteratively. So the first thing we'll build is the no search results view. What I'll actually do is just override the initializer. And like I mentioned, we won't be breaking our view model pattern. We actually do have a view model for this, which is no results search view model. In here, what I'll do is we'll have a title, and this title will be no results. And we'll also have an image here, and this image will be a UI image. And we're going to use a system name, and the reason autocomplete isn't cooperating is because we need to import UIKit. And I'm going to actually open up SF symbols here, and we're going to try to find like a search no results icon or something. So we want, let's see, results. Maybe we'll look for the word search. So maybe we'll use this here. So we have magnifying glass. I'll use the one with a circle. And we'll be leveraging this to kind of show the user that, hey, there were no results. Cool, so let's come back to our view that we need to build out, and we're gonna create this view model in the global scope here. We'll stick a initializer comment here. And more or less, all that we want to do in this is have a label and an image. So we're going to want to lay this out with constraints. And we'll want to actually create those subviews. So let me go ahead and do that. We'll do private let icon view is going to be our UI image view like so. The icon view will be UI image view. We are going to return it like so. We'll say translates auto resizing mask into constraints will be false. And we also want this to maintain its aspect ratio and fit the image. Maybe we'll also go and give it a nice tint color, and I'll actually go ahead and say system blue here. And that's probably good enough for the icon view. We shall copy and paste it, and here we'll have a single label of type UI label. Go ahead and copy all of that and just make sure you rename these to be appropriate. We want this to have a text alignment of center, and maybe we'll also change the fonts. We'll go ahead and say that this is a system font of size 20 with a weight of perhaps semi-bold, like so. Let me actually go and do medium instead of semi-bold. And let's see, I think we can add these as subviews. So we'll go and say add subviews, plural. We want the icon view as well as the label. We're gonna say add constraints, which I'll create right down here. Alrighty, and then I'll go and say configure. Well, we're going to actually assign the properties that we hold inside the view model. So label.text will be viewModel.title. And our icon view's image will be ViewModel dot, and we have image in here. Let's add these constraints. And you guys can start to see that this whole process of building out views and whatnot is incredibly repetitive. While there are minor differences, like in this case, we're gonna have a fixed, maybe like 90 by 90 size for our icon view. There is a lot of similarity between things as well. So we are going to say the top anchor is going to be equal to the top anchor of the view. And on the x-axis, we are going to say that this is centered in the x-axis position, so left to right. Constraints equal to center x anchor. Awesome. And the last thing we'll do is for the label, this one's a little simpler. We'll say left anchor is equal to left anchor. Right is right, bottom is bottom. Go ahead and adjust this. Right anchor, bottom anchor. And we are going to also say that the top anchor is equal to the bottom of the image. And we'll add some space and maybe say 10. And the absolute last thing we'll actually do here is we're gonna say that the height anchor is going to be a constraint greater than and equal to a constant. We at least want the label height to be 60. And this is probably a constraint that we haven't seen before. So just make sure you have all your commas in place. And we should be able to create and add this view now. So let's go back to our kind of master search view, which is just the top level search view. And let's create this view here. So we'll say private let no results view will be this guy. We will add this in our initializer. So we'll say add subviews. We want to add this. We are going to eventually want constraints. So I will create a function here for that. We'll say add constraints. And we're going to want to constrain a bunch of things, but for now we'll just start with this view here. So we're going to give it a fixed width anchor with a constant of, let's go ahead and maybe do like 150 and see what that looks like. We'll also do that for the height here as well. We want this to be center aligned on the x-axis, so this here will be center to the x, and we'll also have a center aligned to the y-axis. So go ahead and give this a build and run. Just make sure you fix any typos you've got here like I did there. And we should see this no results view when we tap into search. So it looks like I actually don't see it. And I think the reason we don't see it is we never actually added this base search view in the search controller. So let's jump into the RM search controller and let's create this view. So what I'll do here is I'll say private let search view will be our view. And this search view we want to add as a subview. So let's say view, add subview or subviews, either or, you're just passing in one view. And we will say add constraints, private func, add constraints, ns layout constraint, basically where we can specify all of our constraints that we want to activate as a collection. And we just want to pin this to all four sides like we have done previously. So we'll say safe area layout guide. And I never really explained what the safe area layout guide thing is. Essentially what this lets you do and tell your tell the device is respect any area where we would have text cut off. So on these phones, on the 14s and 13s, you know we have a notch at the top. So the safe area actually handles kind of putting your content in area that is safe for it such that it doesn't get cut off. That is why it's called safe area. So if you've ever wondered and just kind of blindly used this, now you know what it actually is. So let's try to give this a built-in run. Looks like it is yelling at me because to actually create it, what we specified is pass in a view model. Alrighty, so we can actually say this gets created in the initializer, and I'll say self.searchView will be our search view with a frame of 0, and this will be our view model with a configuration, and this config will basically be our configuration. And we don't actually need to hold this configuration on here anymore since we are holding it inside of our view model here. So let me actually jump into the view model, and back in our controller to set the title, we're going to now say our viewModel.config.type. So let's actually hang on to the view model in the global space of this controller. This will be view model. And let me create it here. We'll say our view model is this guy here. Alrighty, so we're creating it with our config. We'll say self.viewModel is view model. And we want to hang on to this here. So we'll say private let view model will need to be created appropriately like so. We're passing in that view model here, and down to set this title, we're now leveraging the config on the view model. So a whole lot of typing. Let's build and run, and let's see if we now see that no results view. So cool, we in fact do, and we also see the red kind of master search view. It looks like it's actually yelling at me about some constraints, so something is off and something's going a little wrong. So let's see what's actually the problem here. So I'm just going to audit my code before reading the error, but let's see what it is. So I want to say it's related to the no results view. So I'm going to comment out this stuff. And the reason I know we have problems is because the console is basically yelling at me. So cool, those errors went away. Let's add this back. So we're adding that subview. And what we're doing here is we're saying give it a fixed width and height and center it in the X and Y coordinate space. Nothing seems too fishy with that. Let's come into here. In here, it looks like for both the label and the image, we are assigning the translates auto-resizing mask and constraints property, which looks good. We have that here as well. Let's see what's going on here. So for width and height, we're specifying something. Top and center, we're also specifying something. We've got left, right, bottom here, as well as top. Let's get rid of this height and let's see what's going on, because I feel like some constraints are being conflicting. We'll click into this. Okay, cool. We don't have any warnings now. Let me double check. So it looks like this height constraint was conflicting with the fact that this entire frame for no results has a fixed height and width of 150. So hopefully that made sense, and hopefully you guys understood how I debug that. So let me jump back to the search view. We'll change the red color here to simply be system background, so it's no longer obnoxious. Let's put this into light mode. Let's see what this looks like. So cool, we do have no results showing by default. The very last thing we'll do prior to committing and pushing our work is we don't want this no results to be kind of shown up front, right? Whenever we search for something, that's when we want to actually show this if no results come back. So what that should kind of signal to you is this no results view by default should be hidden. And I also just mentioned a few times we want to know once we search and get something back, we don't even have a button to search. So when the user is done typing, sure, on the keyboard they can hit search, but what if like we want an actual search button? What I'll do is at the top right, I'm going to add a bar button item to actually search. So let's go to the controller. In our controller, we are going to add at the bottom of view to load, I'll say navigation item. That right bar button item is going to be UI bar button item, and we're going to create it with a title instead of the standard type here. The title is going to be search, the style will be done, target will be self, and action is which function is called when you tap it. So did tap, execute, search, and I'm just going to stick this function right down here. It'll be annotated with Objective-C. It'll be private to the controller, and we want to handle the search. So eventually we'll do something along the lines of ViewModel.execute search. Now we don't have this yet, so I'll comment it out so it doesn't yell at me. And finally, like I promised, I will actually stage and commit everything, but let me just run this to make sure no results isn't showing. It is not. Awesome. Let's cd into the project folder. We're going to commit this and say added no search results view, and we'll also push it as well. All right, bear with it. Boom, good to go. Thanks for watching. Drop a like before clicking to the next part. In the next part, what we'll probably do is we'll probably start building out either our view model or the search input view that I promised would go up here. So I will see you guys in the next part. What's going on, fine people of YouTube? Welcome back to the next part of our series. In the last part, let's see if I remember, we did something related to search. I think we put this together, and in this part, I wanted to start building out the search input view that'll show up here. So without further ado, let's jump into it. Don't forget to hit that like button down below. It helps out so much. Let me know in the comments if you've made it this far. Let me know what you're working on lately with Swift. Hopefully it's this Rick and Morty app, but that all said, let's jump into Xcode. So admittedly, I haven't touched this project in a few days, so let's see if I can even remember what we did. So it looks like we're in the search controller here, and if I'm not mistaken, I wanted to build out the search views one by one. And the last one, here's what we did. We put together the no results view, and we actually did hide it because we want to show that view, case by case if we don't actually have results. And I also tossed in the search button, which does absolutely nothing right now. So in this video, we're going to work on the search input view where we have a search bar and some dynamic options based on the context of what we're searching, be it character, be it episode, be it a location. So let's jump into our RM search input view, and there's a whole lot of nothing in here. So let's build it out. So first things first, we want to override the initializer. I don't know what that was, but we want to do init with frame. And we are going to lay this out with some constraints. So we of course need to set that auto resizing mask property. We'll need this required in it. Let's see what else we need. We are going to want to set some constraints. So I'll create this guy here, and we want to spell it correctly. We'll also want to configure it with a view model. So I'll say configure with a view model. And I think we already created the type for this. It should have been the name plus the view model. And actually, here's a good lesson in naming consistency. I totally don't remember if we made this, but I just kind of figured we did. And if I would have made it, I would have named it the name of the view plus view model. So, kind of a good tip 101, name things appropriately and you can kind of guess your way through your own code. So that's that. Let me set a background color on this guy. Let's make it a different color. Let's do system pink. And let's jump back to our primary RM search view, which kind of encapsulates the entirety of this view controller's view. And let's bring in this input view. So looks like I added a comment for myself. That was nice of me, earlier me. So we'll say private let input view, so lowercase that I. We'll just instantiate this. And let me get it added and add some constraints. So here we have add subviews. We added the no results view. I'll add this one as well. And in add constraints, I'm gonna move this down. This will be no results. I like sticking in comments for my own sanity's sake. And let's go and do this guy, and I'll kind of make these up as I go. So we'll say top anchor will be basically flush to the top of the view. So top anchor to top anchor, right and left will be the same. And then perhaps we'll give it a fixed height anchor. So here we'll have left, here we'll have right, this will be left, this will be right as well. And let's go ahead and do for this one height anchor, and maybe we'll give it a constant. We'll see how it looks and we'll adjust accordingly. So we do want some options, and we want to input bar, like a search bar as well. And assuming both are 50 and let's say like a reasonable amount of padding, let's try 110 and give it a build and run. And let's see what we end up with. Well, right now we ended up with a error apparently. So let's see what the heck I broke. So let's come back into here, and it looks like this is yelling at me because input view is seemingly a property on the base class. So it's saying, hey, you can't use this, you need to override it. So I'll call it search input view, and let's just change the name everywhere else so it doesn't decide to yell at me. All right, let me build. Looks like we're successfully able to build, and let's give it a run. All right, cool. So we've got this pink looking, well, I feel like it's more of a red, but we've got this pink looking view at the top here, and we can start sticking in stuff inside of this, i.e. our dynamically created buttons, which we need to do, and our search bar. So the search bar will be constant, so we can at least start by creating that. So once more, we'll jump back to the search input view, and let's add some comments to get some visual separation here. Now let's create some subviews. So you can use a UI text field, which allows you to enter text, but there's actually a more appropriate view you can use called a UI search bar, which actually looks like a search bar, and it gives you some other interesting tidbits that we'll look at momentarily, some functionality that otherwise we would have to kind of make ourselves. So we'll create search bar here. We'll say search bar translates auto resizing mask into constraints, false. And let me go ahead and just do search bar dot placeholder. What a surprise, it's gonna be search. Inside of here, we're gonna say add sub views, plural, will be search bar. And let's call add constraints, which we stuck down here. And let me just add some constraints to this guy. We'll do search bar dot top anchor will be a constraint equal to top anchor with maybe a padding of 5. I'm just gonna copy and paste this a few times. Left, same deal. Right, same deal, except we want this to be -5. If you ever wondered why it's negative, the right anchor in this case, well, let me actually fix these first before it yells at me. The right anchor in this case would be off to the right of the view. So for example, if I say like, if I have a comment of left, our view is here and the right side, we're basically saying, hey, touch the edge of the right anchor, or otherwise known as the trailing, and then subtract 5, like move 5 back. I know this used to confuse me like 7 or 8 years back when I first started dealing with this stuff, when auto layout first came out. So I'm just calling that out in case I'm not the only one. So let me also go ahead and say height anchor, and this will be a constant, and we'll do, let's try like 46. That sounds like a fun number. Let's go ahead and do that, build and run, and let's see what we get. Alrighty, so we can come to this. Cool, so it looks like we do have a search bar there that is an appropriate size. It appears to be a little thin in height, so maybe I'll do 52. Try that again. All right, I think it looks a little better. I can't even tell if it actually changed, if I'm being honest. So let's do a little more. We'll do like 55. I'll subtract from the top padding. We'll do 3. And I'm going to start to get rid of, well, I'll leave the color there for now. Cool, so we have search at the top. It says search characters. In here we can click, and we rather tap, and we'll get the keyboard to pop up. Right now when we tap search, like nothing happens. Same deal when we tap search up here, nothing happens. But before we build out functionality, let's get these dynamic buttons to show up, because I keep talking about them and I haven't really figured out how the heck I'm going to make them. So we do have a view model for this particular search input view, and the way we should appropriately do this is this view model should really kind of have the information about do we need to even show options, and if we do, what do we need to show and how many of them. So I think I added a comment, if I can remember, in our search controller of what we're going to have. So basically for our dynamic option view, what we want to do is, and maybe actually it's not in here, it's right here. For our character, we want to have two options for status and gender. In this case, we want none for episode. And for location, we just want to have the option for a type. So let's see how we are going to go about doing this. So we configure this RM search view with a view model, which makes sense. And what I can do now is, now that we have this view model in here, we want to configure this search input view with a particular view model of its own. So let's see what this guy has. This has a config on it. And a config in turn, I believe, has a type on it. Yep. It has a title and it has a type on it. So cool, let's come back here and let me jump into our search input view, and we should jump into its appropriate view model. And let's build out what we want in here. So the first thing we want to do is this needs to be initialized with the type that we are configuring for, because that's how we'll figure out, how many dynamic options are we going to have, if any. This is going to be a rm search controller.config.type is what I'm looking for. And I think I need to put this in backticks so it doesn't yell at me. And then what I want to do is I want to hang on to this inside here such that when we initialize this, we can say self.type is type. And here we'll get to the fun part. So let me just add a marker here that these are public properties and functions. And the first one we'll have is has dynamic options. And this one is kind of self-explanatory. What we are going to do is we're going to switch on the type. And we'll say in the case of characters, and let's see, this will be self.type maybe. Let me see if it'll autocomplete for me. So we'll say switch on self.type, and it wants to be annoying. So let's write it out by hand. In the case of characters as well as location, we'll return true. And in the case of episodes, where we only want to allow the user to type in an episode name to look it up, i.e. there are no things to select dynamically, which is what we had here, we will actually say false. And actually I think, yep, no, that's actually correct. So location and character are both true, and an episode is false. And let me actually copy and paste this into that file so I don't have to keep going back. I'll actually go and do that just so we have it here. So now that we actually have this here, what I'll do is we want to say, okay, how many dynamic options do we have? Rather, what are those dynamic options? So perhaps we can do this in a more type-safe way. So instead of using strings in an array, which is what I was about to do, I'm going to create an enum in here called dynamic option. The first thing in here we'll have is status, we'll have a gender, and then I'll also have a, I guess instead of calling it type, we'll call it location type. Respectively, we're going to have this be a raw value of string, and I'll just give this the uppercase variant of the case, which is what we'll actually display. Here we'll have location type. And when we come down here, we can create another computed property. And what I can actually say is options, and this will be of type dynamic option. Once more, we're going to switch on self.type. And instead of combining these cases now, in this case, what I will do is we'll say case, and what did I just screw up? Location. And in this case, we'll return 0, or an empty array is what I should say more appropriately. In the character case, we're going to return status as well as gender is what you can pick. And in location, you can pick location type. So let me get rid of these comments. And our view can essentially leverage this data to somehow know like how many views to show below the search bar. And we'll have to figure out what the best way to go about doing this is. We could do a variety of things. We can do a collection view, and let's say you end up wanting to extend this. It'll just be horizontally scrollable, or it could be like a button. But let's at least jump back into the view and figure out what we can actually go and do. And one other thing that I want to actually improve here is, instead of just showing search in the search bar, it would be more helpful to do something along the lines of like enter like location name or episode name, or something that's more specialized for the configuration we're in. So we'll go and say search placeholder text, which will be of type string. And I'm just going to return something more appropriate here. So here will be character name, location name, and in this case, it'll be episode title. And let's jump back to our RM search input view. And once we configure with the view model, I can actually say our search bars dot placeholder text will be view model dot placeholder text, or search placeholder text. And we also now have our dynamic options. So we'll want to go ahead and leverage that. So let's think how we want to go about doing this. This video is kind of getting long, so maybe we'll stub it out and then we'll build it in the next part. So I think what we could do is, instead of going down the rabbit hole of collection views, given how verbose it is to set it up, perhaps it would be smarter to just do a for loop over buttons, since we only have either one or two options. But we want to do it in a way where it looks nice, right? If we have two, we want them to be both 50% the width. And if we have only one, we want it to be 100% the width of this pink view, I might add. So let's actually think about this. So I will actually hang on to the view model here locally in the global scope of this view. And essentially what we'll do is, once we have this set, we will get the option. So I'll say first and foremost, guard let view model is view model. Alrighty. And then what I'll do here is we'll say view model has ambiguous layout. That is not what I want. What the heck did I call it? Something along the lines of has options. Let me see. Let's jump back into this. This should be view model actually. And I think I called it something along the lines of, yep, has dynamic options. If we have dynamic options, we will get those options. And those options will be viewModel.dynamic options, or options, whatever the heck I call them, okay? And then we'll want to call a function. I'll say create option selection views, and then I'll just pass in said options, and we'll create this function down here. Alrighty. And once more, this takes in options, which will be our viewModel.optionEnum that we had previously created. And here, what we're going to do is we are going to say for option in options, we want to do something. So before I go ahead and give this a run, there's two things we're going to tweak. One is, let me get rid of the constant for the padding here. I feel like it's smushing our field a little bit, and I kind of don't like it. And the other thing I want to do is actually pass in a view model. We're not actually passing one in at the moment. I'm going to drop the constant from the top as well, and I'll make this a little taller perhaps. But we're not actually calling this configure with yet. So here, I will actually just say print out option.raw value so we see something. We're creating this view in our RM search view. So now what we'll finally do is we will configure this with a view model. So in the initializer, I'll say this, configure, we'll want to create one of these, and this will be the view model on here, .config.type. So once again, this init that I've done kind of shorthand here, this is nothing more than a RM search input view model. So yeah, I think that should be good to go. Let's go ahead and give this a build and run and make sure we get our options printed out at the bottom. In the next video, we'll actually look at kind of just creating a button for our for loop. So let me click into this for characters. Alrighty, we should see a print. I am not seeing a print, which is no bueno. Let's see why the heck that is. Alrighty, it's because we're not actually hanging on to the view model. So let me actually hang on to it. We should see character name here in our search field, which we do. And I realize I'm going through this kind of fast now to wrap up the video. So let's come into here. We'll come back here. And cool, it says we should have a button for status and gender selection, which is awesome. Let's go into locations here. Let's come into here. Now it's saying we should have a location type option, which is also great. And finally, for episodes, we should have nothing. Okay, that's also great. One last thing I'll mention here is if we don't have any options here, we probably want to change the height of this view, right? We don't want it to be a hard-coded height where the results show up farther down here, because this will kind of just be wasted space once we actually get rid of this pink color. So keep that in mind. We'll adjust that as well. I'll actually leave a comment here myself to remember. So to do fix height of input view for episode with no options. That way we don't forget to do that. So that is all I've got for you guys in this video. Drop a like before clicking away. Let me know in the comments of what your approach would have been, if not a for loop and buttons. What do you think about collection views or any other kind of ways you could think about building this? So let me know. Looking forward to see you guys in the next part. I'll catch y'all there. Welcome to the next part in our Rick and Morty app series. We're going to pick up where we left off working on the search input view, i.e. this pink red looking thing up here. So hit that like button before we continue. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed to the channel for some odd reason yet, and let's continue. Specifically, this bottom 50% of this pink view, we talked about having dynamic options show up there. And that's what we're going to actually create in this video, the view in particular, since we did update the view model already. One thing I'm going to do before actually showing those views via the for loop that we've added here is we only want to have this height, allow space for options if options exist. Right now, the way that we're configuring the height of this search input view is in the search view, we're kind of just hard coding its constraint to 110 points tall. That is not exactly what we want to do. What I want to do is, based on the view model, I want to go and actually create this more appropriately. And the way I'll do that is by saying that if this type is equal to episode, i.e. we don't have any options, we'll go ahead and keep a different height, otherwise we'll do 110. So I'll just do it inline here. I'll say if this equals episode, we'll have a height of perhaps like 55, otherwise we'll go and do 110. If you're not familiar with this question mark colon, syntax is called a ternary operator. It's more or less a if-else statement. So if this thing is true, do this, otherwise do that. So let's build and run, and let's make sure that in the episode case, we're not seeing the extra pink space at the bottom. So we'll jump into episodes here. I'll click into this, and cool, we're not seeing the extra pink space because our search bar is actually taking up the entirety of the space there. The other thing that would be great to do that I will actually just throw in here at the moment is when our view is fully loaded and appears, we should probably have the keyboard pop up automatically. And it's quite simple to do that. I will expose on our primary search view here a function, and this function will basically be public func present keyboard. And we're going to call the same function on the search input view. So I'll say search input view dot present keyboard. Now we need to actually create this function. If we try to build right now, it'll yell at me. So let me jump into that search input view, and I will stick into here, present keyboard, and I'll say search bar dot become first responder, i.e. it becomes the focus thing to the system in the responder chain. I won't go too deep into those constructs, but that's kind of the gist of it. And back in our view controller for search, essentially we'll override the view did appear function. So here we'll do view did appear, super view did appear, passing and animated, and then finally I can actually say search view present keyboard, and that will bubble the call up to the search input view. So let's build and run, and let's see if everything is actually A, compiling, and B, working. So I'll come into here, and boom, there's our keyboard. So we can now actually start typing a character's name. We have that pink bottom 50. We can build out the option views. So let's do it. Let's go back to our search input view. And bear with me, Xcode is being Xcode and being slow. So let's see, search input view. And we created this for loop where essentially we're looping over the elements we want to show. So let's see how we can go about doing this. So if we have 1 or 2, we can, I guess, hard code it The other thing that we probably want to do is we probably want to have the width be more appropriate. So instead of actually doing a just buttons with constraints, maybe this is a good place to leverage a stack view. So let's actually do that. So I will create a stack view here. And a stack view lets us basically stack elements horizontally or vertically and distribute them proportionally or by some other mechanism. Admittedly, I actually haven't worked with a stack view in like 6 years, so bear with me here. So I will actually create a stack view like so. We are going to say translate auto resizing mask into constraints is false. We'll want to add this, and we'll also want to activate some constraints on this. But before I do that, let's actually go ahead and set some things up on here. So there is a few properties that I totally don't remember. So let's see if I can remember them or find them here. So we want to set up the actual direction of this. So let me click into this. And let me see what properties reside on here. And you're kind of getting the version of this that we're going to do together. So we have add arranged subview. That's how we're going to actually add a view. We have an insert. Okay, axis is what we want to set. We have axis, distribution, and alignment. Those are the 3 things that we want to set. So axis will be horizontal. The stack view's distribution, I believe there is a fill equally is what we want. And then we also want the alignment to be, I guess we can do center, or I guess we can do fill as well. Let's do center here. So good deal. So let's go ahead and actually create our buttons in here and add them to the subview of stack, or as an arranged view, I should say. So let me actually do NS layout constraints. Bear with me here, NS layout constraints. We'll activate this. Let me say top anchor is a constraint equal to the search bar bottom anchor. So flush to the bottom of the search bar, we'll have left, right, and bottom. This will be bottom. This will be, I guess, left anchor, and this will be the right anchor. Essentially, we'll just pin this onto the 4 sides. Alrighty, and let me set a background color on this to something like, let's do a different color. I'm kind of tired of seeing red. We'll do blue, and I'll get rid of the system pink in here and give this a build and run. And if I click on search, we should see this blue view here, which in fact we do. Awesome. So let's now, in our for loop here, create some buttons. So we're going to say our button is a UI button. And we're not going to add a frame to it. We'll see momentarily how we're going to actually get this to work. But I'll say button.setTitle, and the title will be option.rawValue for the normal state. And let's also say button.background color will be system yellow. I'll say button set title color, and we'll go with label for, once again, the normal state. We'll also go and say button.add target. Essentially, when we tap on the button, something should happen, and we're going to want to disambiguate which button is tapped. And we'll take a look at in a moment how we're going to do that. And this is going to be for a simple tap, otherwise known as a touch up inside. We'll need to create this Objective-C selector here, otherwise it is going to yell that that function does not exist. And most importantly, let's say add arranged subview button. So we're going to clean this code up in a second because we can, move this into like a function and make it simpler. But let me go ahead and build and run. And let's see if we actually see some buttons. So cool, we see some buttons here. In this case, they're equally spaced. Let's see what they look like on the location screen. And in this case, it takes up the entirety of the width, which is exactly what we wanted, which is awesome. So let's clean all of this stuff up because it's getting a little bit messy. So let's go and put the stack view creation into another function. So I'll say create option stack view. And here I'll go ahead and say private func create option stack view. Now we do need to return an instance of this stack view so we can add arranged views to it. So I will just return it here and mark this function as returning something. And respectively here, I can say let's stack view equals create options stack view. And for our buttons here, we want to actually disambiguate via the sender, which button did I tap? Because it's important, right? We need to know what the heck we tapped. And the way we'll do that is by, instead of looping over the option in options, I'll loop over x in 0 up until options.count. And by doing so, we can say the current option is the element in options at the X position, right? So let's say there's two things in here, this will be 0, 1, right? So we're using the index to basically get that out. And the reason we're doing that is because, you'll see in a moment here, we're gonna now say our button.tag will be X. We're gonna change this, we'll do did tab button, except now this will actually bring in the sender. So bear with me here. Here we'll say did tap button, and here I'll just put a colon. And let me underscore this. Alrighty, so this will pass in an instance of the sender. And now here I can actually get the tag out again. So I can say button.tag, and this should be sender.tag. And the way we get the appropriate option is as follows. So we know we have a view model already here, so we'll unwrap the ViewModel.dynamic options, or ViewModel. I guess we just called it options. And we want to make sure we have those options. And the way we get the option now is we say selected is options at the given tag, and I will print out did tap, and we'll say selected.raw value. So let's just recap. We moved the creation of the stack view to a dedicated function. Right now we had all of our public things down here, so I am going to mark this as public just to get some visual separation between some of the stuff that we have going on, because this view has gotten a little large. But we move the stack view to its own function. Here we're creating the button as well, which is being, a tag is being set on it now. And let's see, I don't want a background color on this actually. Actually, maybe I do. Maybe I'll go ahead and say, let's go ahead and do secondary system background. And instead of setting just a label, I'll also set on here maybe a font size, which actually brings me to setting an attributed title instead of a title. We'll say set attributed title and this attributed string, and this lets me actually go and set attributes on it. So our string will be the same thing here. The state will be normal. .normal, and this attributed title lets us set some nice fancy properties on it, like font and color and all that. So let me just line break it so we can actually do it more appropriately. So we'll do here a font, and I'll say this is UI font, system font, and we want to do this with a size maybe 18, and we'll do a weight of medium. And the other thing we'll do is we'll do a color, which I believe is called a foreground color for this attributed string, and this will be a label color, like so. We're just looking for label. And we can actually delete the set title and set title color. Whoops, let's jump back here. Looks like Xcode jumped down. So cool, we're creating this button here. Let's go and build it and run this and see if it actually works or if I just epically broke something. So we'll come into here, we have both of our options. It would be kind of nice if we had a little bit of spacing. I think our stack view has a way to add spacing. So let's see, we do have spacing here. We can actually go ahead and say, let's add like 6 points of spacing so our buttons are not like flush up against each other. All right, that looks so much better. So I can tap on this and we expect to get a printout, did tap on status, beautiful. Tap on gender, we get did tap on gender, awesome. And we have our search view basically looking pretty darn good. I kind of want to round the corners on these buttons as well, so bear with me while I decide to nitpick and make this look a little nicer. I'm going to say the corner radius is going to be perhaps 6, and I'll also go ahead and abstract this to its own function. So let me see how we can do this. We'll say that, let me cut all of this. Let button is create button with option, and then tag will be X. And let's create this function right here. This will be create button, and we'll pass in an option, which will be our RM search input view model, view model dot dynamic option. Tag will be an integer, and this will create and return our button. And I'll just paste everything back into there. And let me just line break some of these here, these parameters, so it's a little more readable, a little more friendly. Go ahead and build, and let's see if we're getting yelled at. It looks like we are, because we changed this to be tag. Still getting yelled at because we are not returning said button down here. We do want to return it. And now this function here is far simpler. We create the stack view, we iterate over this, and we basically create a button every single time. Build and run to make sure I didn't totally botch something. And it looks like we are still pretty good. One thing I'll briefly touch on before wrapping this video up is we want to actually tap on this and hand this off to either a controller or some other way, a presenter, to present a way to select either a status or a gender, right? They are supposed to be fixed options. So we do want to go and present some screen for that. So we'll leverage the delegate pattern here. We're going to create a protocol, which will be this input view delegate, and we'll have this be any object. And the function we'll have inside of here is func rm search input view did select option, and the option will basically be the rm search input ViewModel dynamic option. So we'll notify somebody that this option was indeed selected. We will have a delegate here, like so. And finally, when we come down here in our function where we now know what we have selected, we can say delegate, go and actually call this function with the selection at hand, which we have called selected. So if you build, everything should be good. Now let's actually implement this because I'm kind of on a roll now and I don't want to forget. We have this view in our search input view, and what I can do is say search input view, or we have the search input view in our search view, I should say. Naming is getting a little confusing. We'll make the delegate be self here, and we want to conform to that protocol here. So I'm going to come all the way down here. I will say extension rm search view, conform to that delegate, and we have a single function in here. And essentially what we want to do when this is called is we want to just bubble up this delegate back to our search controller via another delegate. So let's create another protocol here. And bear with me if you're a little confused, it will make sense momentarily. I'll create another function, and this is going to be an rm search view, same naming convention, did select option. Option is rm search input view model dot dynamic option. Similar to any other view, we'll have an instance of this in a weak capacity. So weak var delegate will be this guy. And finally, we can just propagate the call up, right? So what I mean here is we can say delegate, call that function, self for the view, option will be option. And finally, the super last thing we're going to do is back in our search controller, we want to say this search views delegate will be self. So in view did load, let me just line break this because it's bugging me. Here we can actually say we have a search view, so search view, let's do search view, delegate will be self, and make sure you conform your controller, which is a rm search view controller, to the delegate here and conform by implementing it. So here we'll print out should present option picker. All right, so let's go and give this a run. Let's see why I have a warning here. All right, looks like that warning actually went away. It was Xcode just being Xcode. And we'll open up the console here. Let me come into the character search. Let's see if we have anything in here. Looks like we have some dumb things going on. Begin appearance transition. It is yelling at me. All right, let's ignore that. I'll clear it. And let's say I want to select a gender for a character. So I'll go ahead and hit gender, and it's now saying should present option picker. So we obviously are not presenting anything yet, but we are able to successfully get the call bubbled up to our search view controller. In the next part, what I'll take a look at is actually creating a configurable picker, some other screen, might be a bottom sheet, I haven't quite decided yet, and actually propagating the options in there such that the user can select something and will want to actually go and probably update the UI too, right? So if we don't have anything selected, it'll just say gender. Otherwise, if we select male, this should change to male and probably change its color also. So that's all I've got in this video. Drop a like before clicking over to the next part. Subscribe if you're new here. Connect on LinkedIn and all the socials. I'm fairly active on LinkedIn these days, so if you guys want to say hi, go ahead and follow over there. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next part. Welcome to part 43, if I'm not mistaken, of the Building the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue working on search, particularly being able to actually click one of these options buttons below the search bar if they exist, and then show a bottom sheet or some way to actually select an option. So drop a like down below. Let's go ahead and jump into things. So I do have the Rick and Morty app opened up here. Let me actually go to the actual documentation. Bear with me. And hopefully I think I've got Xcode already opened up as well, so we don't have to endure that. So previously, this is kind of where we ended up with. We did set up a delegate via a protocol to get the selection out to our RM search view controller. And that's basically done down here. And at the moment, we're just saying, print out should present option picker. And we're passing in this function whichever dynamic option the user has selected. So the smart thing, I think, would be to basically show perhaps a bottom sheet. And we're going to pass into that bottom sheet a view model, or a bottom sheet controller, I should say, a view model in there that has the options that'll allow us to pick an option. So let me first start by creating a brand new controller. And I'm kind of playing this by ear, so bear with me here. We're going to design along the way. I will call this RM search option picker view controller. Going to create it. It'll be Swift. And in here, before we do anything too crazy, let's just set a background color. That is not how you do that. We're going to do view.background color will be red. And then let's jump back to the search. And when I select one of those option buttons, what I want to do is create an instance of the RM search option picker view controller. It's a mouthful. We're going to want to present this view controller animated. And there is a way to say vc.sheet presentation controller. And on this, I'm going to say detents. And this is actually something Apple introduced in, I want to say, iOS 15. So let's go ahead and use this. So detents are a way where you can specify like what heights are we allowing our bottom sheet to use, right? Will it be the entire height, 50%, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll maybe go with just medium here. This is the only one we are going to allow. Go ahead and hit Command B to build your project, and I'll hit this play button at the top left to build and run. Now what I expect to see is that red screen pop up, awesome, when we actually open this, and it looks like it does pop up. And at the moment, we can actually swipe it down too, which is pretty cool. We don't have a, what is it called? We don't have a pull handle on this. So let me actually click into this and see if this this type of object, the UI sheet presentation controller, already offers a way to show a pull handle. So there's prefers edge attached, whatever height, not relevant, not relevant. And there is a prefer grabber visible. I guess Apple calls it a grabber, which I guess is technically correct. It's kind of a funny name, but I will actually go and use that here. So here we'll say prefer grabber visible will be true. And I feel like it should be true by default. It kind of would look nicer in my opinion. So cool. So we know this thing definitely works now. And what we want to do is we want to show a way to pick things in here. So how do we go about doing that? So the easiest way to do that would be throwing in a table view inside of here. So what I'll actually do with both of these search controllers, since they're semantically similar, is I will highlight them and create a group. And I'll just call it search. And this way under our other folder for controllers, we have all of our search stuff nicely organized into here. So let's jump back into here. the search option picker. And what we'll do is we will create the following, and I'll just stick the table view directly in here since we can abstract it later on, but we want to create this with a RM search, and I believe it was one of the view models that held onto the dynamic options. So it was RM view model. Let's see which one it was. I guess search input view model, and then we have that dynamic option on there, which is basically what we want to hang on to. Based on this is how we will actually create, and this should actually be called option. Based on the option we pass in is how we will actually go about creating the list of options we want to make available to the user to actually select. So I am just adding a bit of comments here for some visual separation, make things look a smidge nicer. We'll want to call the initializer for the superclass, since we are overriding that. We're implementing our own constructor here. And let's actually I'll just hang on to the option directly, I guess. I'll be lazy about this for now. Later on, we'll abstract this to a view model. So before we call the super init, we just hang on to the option there. So awesome, let's create a table view inside of here. So right up here, we have done this elsewhere already, so I will go through this rather quickly. And instead of having a custom table view cell, we are able to just get away with using the base cell, which I will register because all we're going to really show in each of the cells is the name of kind of the option, and our base table view cell already lets us do that. So there's no point in creating a custom cell. We are going to lay it out with constraints again, so I will assign this property to false. You can see whenever I try to type quickly, the autocomplete doesn't really decide to cooperate. So if you ever see it flash, it's basically me just hitting Command Z to quickly undo. We're going to add this as a subview, set up its delegate, and I'll also set up its data source. And maybe we'll move this to its own function called setUpTable. And we just want to set up the basic stuff that I just cut from that function. So the delegate data source, add it as a subview, and then of course we do want to lay it out as well by activating a collection of constraints for it. So that will be top anchor, constraints equal to view.safe area layout guide top anchor, and I'll copy and paste this. This will be left anchor, right anchor, bottom anchor, and respectively left anchor, right anchor, and bottom anchor. Now, if you try to build your project, if you do a Command B, you'll see two errors here, which is expected because we aren't conforming to the delegate or the data source for this table. And respectively, we'll want to add that in down here. So we'll say UI table view delegate as well as UI table view data source and bring in the required function. So we want number of rows. I'm just going to hard code this to 4 just to see something. We'll want to DQ a cell, and we'll also want to handle cell selection, basically when the user picks one of the filter options. And this is going to yell at me because we do need to DQ a cell. So we've typed this a million times, which is why I'm not really explaining this part. So, just a pretty typical vanilla table view here. And just to see something on it, I'm going to set its text label text property to, I don't know, let's call this hello. Let's call it iOS Academy. It's a little more exciting than hello world with an exclamation mark. All right, so we're building here and it is still yelling at me. Let's see why it's yelling at me. So we fixed that over there. And I think it's yelling at me because we changed the initializer of this to take in an option. So this expects to now take in an option, and this option will be the option that we're getting in the parameters of this delegate function. So good deal. Let's go ahead and stop our app, give it a build and run. I will come into search, and let's say I want to pick a status. So cool, we have these options down here. And at the moment, when I click on it, nothing happens other than seeing the selection, and then it gets deselected. What we want to probably go ahead and do is we want to implement a delegate or a callback or something to get our selection out. Before we even do that, we want to go and actually write out a list of options available for each dynamic option. So that naming might be super duper confusing. So what I will do is I will try to explain it. So each of these options we have that the user can set, and there needs to be a collection of, what genders can I pick? I think it's just male, female, that this API offers. So a definitive list of things that we want to show in this table view. So on this, let me call this choices. So maybe it's a little better of a term. And choices will, I guess, be another enum in here. Well, let's see. What do we want to do? So we could do choices. Let me think of a type-safe way of going about doing this. So when the user selects one of these choices, the choice should be applied to the particular button that we click. So if I click on gender over here in the select male, instead of seeing gender, I should see male. So perhaps we'll just use strings. It doesn't have to be all too complicated. So this will be a computed property. We'll switch on self. And for each of these elements, so we got status, we want to return an array of choices. So we'll do that for status, for gender, and also location type. So let me go and jump to the API documentation, and let's actually see what options are available. Let's check filter character. We can filter by the status, and that is alive, dead, or unknown. So I will stick that in here. So alive, dead, and this will be unknown. Let me make sure I spell that correctly. Beautiful. Alrighty, and then the other thing we want to be able to filter by is gender. And it looks like female, male, genderless, and unknown. Looks like there's two more options that I forgot about. So we'll say male, female, genderless, and unknown. And it's really important that you do actually use lower cases here, because we're gonna basically like funnel this down to our API call. So if you do use capitals here, it'll make it not work. We will use a ViewModel to format the strings to make them look nice when we display them, but I did want to call that out since it is kind of relevant. And then finally we have location type, and I think we can filter out location types here, but just type. And let's see what types are actually available, since I absolutely do not remember. So get all location. Let's see what types this comes with. So let's see, I don't see a type here. So type is planet, and let's actually go to our app. Why am I not using the app that we made? So let's close this and let's go to the locations tab and let's see what types exist. So it looks like there's a space station, there's a cluster, planet, there is a microverse. So let's do microverse, planet, and cluster. Those are the three options we're gonna allow here. So what did I say? Cluster, planet, and microverse. And I really was about to type out metaverse, which is not what we want. We want a microverse. Kind of sounds like microwave. Interesting. So now that we've got this here, if my commentary has passed, let's jump back to our search option view controller, where we are kind of just hard coding how many things to show in the table view for the bottom sheet. And inside of here, if you recall, we are hanging on to the options. So instead of showing, 4 elements, we're going to show options dot, or option, I guess is what I called it, dot choices dot count. And respectively, the way that we get the nth option is saying choice equals the choices at the appropriate position. And finally, here we can say this will be choice, and we will say just uppercase this. And maybe we only want to uppercase the first letter, but let's see what this looks like with the uppercased string. I want to say this is reasonable, and here we will inform color of choice. And maybe we'll use a different pattern to inform the color, since we've seen the delegate pattern used plenty. So let's click on status. All right, we can pick alive, dead, or unknown. We'll pick dead here, and absolutely nothing happens. And I guess that's probably sufficient for this video. The one last thing that I will do is let's amend this. This, instead of taking in an option, we will actually take in a option as well as a selection block. So I'll say selection here will be an escaping closure, where we pick a string as the parameter, returning void. And right below here, I'm going to say self.selectionBlock is selection. We will want to hang on to that selection block on our controller here. So selection block will be of this closure type here. And we should see that error go away, hopefully. And once we've made our selection in here, what I can go ahead and say is, hey, dismiss this view controller with an animation, as well as call that selection block. So the way we're going to inform the caller is by saying self selection block, and we want to pass in what was selected. Well, we already know that from up here. We'll go ahead and pass that choice in there like so. Hopefully I didn't screw that up. Go ahead and do Command B to build, and it's yelling at us because back in our initializer, we want to add that selection block. If you autocomplete and just hit enter, it'll use a trailing closure syntax, i.e. just put curlies at the end, and we can say selection in, and I'll just print out did select selection, build and run. And this will be our last tidbit of this video. Let's see what gender we want to search for. So I will clear up my console and we go with genderless. It dismisses it and boom, we've printed out genderless. In the next video, we'll actually update the button here as well as construct our actual API call that we'll send out to get this information. So thanks for watching. Drop a like down below. I'll see you guys in the next part. Welcome to part 44 of building the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue where we left off, which was showing and selecting a option for our search screen here. So let's drop a like down below, smash that like button for the YouTube algorithm, and let's continue onwards in our project. So the first thing I want to accomplish here is when we make a selection, we're not hanging on to the selection, and more importantly, there's nothing indicating to ourselves or our users what I picked. So if I don't remember that I selected dead, how on earth do I know what I'm searching for? So let's actually take care of both of those, hanging on to the thing we selected as well as updating our UI. So let's see how we can do that. So here we're in the RM search controller, and we have a view model here, which is our RM search view model. And what we really probably want to do is based on our selection, we want to inform our view model, and our view model here should really, trigger or update in our view here. So let's actually build out all that functionality. So let's go back into our search view model, and I will add a new function here. I'm going to say this will be public. And you'll notice actually we don't actually have a whole lot going on in here. So let me just add these before we dump a bunch of code in here. And I'm going to say public func, and this will be set, and we're going to say set value. This value will be a string for option, and this option once again is an RM search input view model dot dynamic option. And I guess what we can do is hold on to our selections here in a dictionary. So I'm going to create a dictionary, and this dictionary will be private, and perhaps we'll call this option map. And we do want this to be a var so we can mutate it. And it will be of type this option, this dynamic option, where the value is a string starting off as empty. And here we can say option map. We're going to say this is the option, assign a value. And if you do Command B to compile and build your code, it should be working. Back in our view controller, down at the, let's see if I can find it, wherever we did the callback right here, we can simply say self.viewModel. We're going to say set selection for option. Selection is what we get back in the closure, and option is what we got in our delegate method. We don't want to leak any memory, so we are going to capture self in a weak capacity. And I'm also going to set this on the view model on the main queue. So we'll say do this on the main queue like that. Go ahead and build. This error is just Xcode being dumb. We'll see it go away in like 2 seconds. All right, bear with it. There it goes. Okay. So sometimes if you see a weird error and your project is building, it's just Xcode being Xcode. So you'll get used to that. So now we're hanging on to our selection here, but once again, we need to update our view. So let's see how we will accomplish that. So we are configuring our view here, our primary search view with the view model. And let me actually see where we're doing that. We create a hang on to a view model here, and then we pass in our view model into this RM search view. Alrighty. So we pass this into our RM search view. And what we want to then do is we want to register or somehow listen for changes on that map. And once we get a change, we want to update the search input view. So let's actually first figure out a way to listen to changes on our view model. So I'll actually go and say view model, and I want something along the lines of register option change block. And what I want to receive in here is essentially two things. I want to receive a tuple, and this tuple should be something along the lines of maybe the option, the dynamic option that we have, as well as the new value that was set to it. So obviously if we build this now, it's going to yell at us because this register thing does not exist since I just made it up. So we're going to jump into our view model here, and we are going to actually add a function to do this. So I'm going to basically copy and paste it. And if you think about it, all that we want to do here is use an escaping block. And this block here is going to return to us whatever we want to listen for. In my case, what I specified is a tuple, and our tuple will have the first element be the dynamic option, as well as a second element of string, which is our selection. So let's go and line break this since the parentheses might be getting a smidge confusing. And if you try to build now, you'll see that everything is building. So we need to actually hang on to this block. So the way that we will hang on to this block is as follows. I'll say self dot option map update block will be block. And we'll obviously create a global instance of this closure. And to create an instance of the closure, I'm going to cheat and just copy and paste this since it is a rather long signature here. Alrighty, and we do need to make this optional because by default, it is actually going to be nullable. It's going to be null in the beginning. Hence, it was yelling at me. Now the errors are gone. Now, finally, what I can do is every time we call this set here, what we'll do is we can say call this closure if it exists, and what I'll pass in is our tuple, and our tuple will be our option that we just set, and then the value that was set as well. So tuple, pass that in, and we should be able to build and get the result back. So if I come back into our view, and let's say I just put a breakpoint here, or maybe I'll just, let me actually just print it out. So I'll say print out string describing our tuple. We should get, once we select one of the options, a print of the option as well as the value that we selected for it from the choices. So let me expand our console and get rid of all that kind of junk in there. I'll pick gender, and then maybe we'll pick genderless, and we should see a tuple printed out where the first thing is the dynamic option.gender, and the second thing is our selected value, which is genderless. So cool, so that's all well and good. Once again, we still need to update that button. So on our search input view where the buttons actually reside, what I'll go and do in here is create another public function. And this public function will basically just take in that tuple. So we'll say public func did update, or maybe I'll call this update option, which will be rm search input view ViewModel dot dynamic option. Value will be a string like that. And I guess once we come inside of here, we have two choices. We can try to find the button that we are looking for and just update its text. Or we can send this selection, this new value that we've set on the option, to the view model for this input view, and then update the button. Essentially, we're doing the same thing. Hanging on to it in the view model is slightly more correct from an architectural perspective because we shouldn't be updating this view directly. However, just to get this working, let's first just update it directly. So to update it directly, it is rather simple. We want to hold on to our stack view in the global scheme. So what we can do is we can for loop over its children and find the appropriate button to update the text on. So that was all a mouthful. Let me actually go and hang on to it here. So if we create a stack view, I'll say self.stackView will be stack view. Now we don't have a self.stackView, so let me come up here and create it. So this will simply be a private var stack view, and it will be optional because remember, we don't always have a stack view. We don't always have dynamic button options. And once we come inside of here, what we want to do is update options. And if you recall, the dynamic option actually has a raw value, so we want to find the button where the text is that already. So now that we have this here, we can say guard let stackView equals stackView, and we can say give me the arranged subviews that you have. So these will all be buttons. We can do for button in buttons. Now we want to find the appropriate button. So let's say title will be button dot, and I want to say there's a title label on here. Button dot, is it a text label? I want to say does exist. We can do button, and actually these buttons also do in fact have tags. So that's the other thing we can go about doing. So let's see how we did this. So we have ViewModel.options. So up here we can say did tap button, and the way that we're handling it is we're getting the appropriate button. So we can actually copy and paste this exact code instead of for looping over all of them. So the way we get our options is exactly the same. And I'm actually going to just combine this guard statement here. And now we also have our selected here, which will be our target option. And let me actually see how we will do this. So we have a tag, and it looks like we actually can't do this because we don't have a sender. So let me actually call this function, and then I'm going to debug this. We're going to debug this together because I don't want to cut the video and kind of figure it out on my own, because this is how we learn. So once we call this closure, we're going to say self.search input view, and then we call that function updates. This will be tuple.0, the first value in the tuple. This will be tuple.1, the second value. Alrighty, and now this will essentially go ahead and call this function here. And inside of here, we just want to find the appropriate button and update it. And I don't want to loop over necessarily all of them. It would be a little more intelligent if we can do it a better way. So let's see how we can do this. So I actually think there is a way we can leverage this. So we can get all the options out, and then we can find the index that we want of the option, and that'll be the same as the button. So now that we've got all the options here that we know we're showing a button for, we want to find the index, and this index we're looking for is essentially going to be from all options. We want to get the first index and we want to pass in an option, and this will be the option that we're passing into this particular function. So this will give us the index in the array that resides our target option. Then from buttons, we can use the same index, and we can say set a title on it. And let me just go ahead and do it in a bit of a better way. So we'll say let button will be this of type UI button. And let me just go ahead and build, and let's see why this is yelling at me. So let's see, buttons here, index cannot convert value of type UI view to specified UI button. So here we'll say UI button. Alrighty, because the arranged subviews here, we already know this is going to be a collection of buttons. We only added buttons, so we can actually just cast it up there. And finally, I can say button set title. And this is essentially what we did up here. We actually did a attributed title. So I will copy this, paste it here. And what we'll set for the actual title will be our value dot uppercase. This is what we selected. Same font. The only thing I'll change is the color. We'll do the link color, which just kind of looks blue. So it will actually kind of mimic a selection. So let's build and run. Let's see if this works, and then I'll have to explain that again because it was a little janky. So let's say we want to change the gender. We'll select that. We'll hit female, so boom, it updated, hit it again, male, and let me actually go ahead and change the status here as well. It'll be dead now, and it all updates. Awesome. So just to recap, we basically bubbled that call all the way down through the search view, then to the search input view, and we are saying that we will update this view with the target option and the value. So we want to show blue text with this value text. The option is used to derive which button's text we want to update. So what we're doing to do that is we know that this button has a tag 0, this one is 1. These are the only two options available in the character search configuration. So we do a few things here. We first get all the buttons that we've added to our stack view. We obviously now hold the stack view in the global scope so we can reference it. We cast it to a collection of UI buttons. We then get all the options from the view model, and I realize the naming is super confusing. That options under view model refers to each of these, right? So you can pick the status as well as the gender here, not the choices themselves. Once we've done that, we say from all options, give me the index of our target option, which is the thing we are updating. Once we've got that index, we can make our assumption and say that this in our buttons array is the button at that index, and I can actually just do that. And finally, we'll just say on that button, set attributed title, and this is basically just updating the UI. One thing I will call out before wrapping up this video is obviously there's no way at the moment to reset your selection. So let's say you don't want to filter by gender and I've selected genderless, you kind of have to select something now. There is no premise of canceling, so I guess we could in theory add a all option in here, and that'll just kind of nil out this filter. So that's how that will work, and as a byproduct of doing all this passing down business into our search input view, we accidentally took care of the other thing that I touched on earlier, which is hanging on to the value for our search view model. And our search view model will actually be responsible for executing the search. And if you recall, in our search controller, when you tap on the search button, let's see if I can find it, it's going to actually call this function here. And if you recall, the search button is at the top right of the search screen. Right now, nothing's happening, but we'll want this execute search function on the view model. So since we're already basically kind of in there, let me just go and add this as well. I'll come here and say public func execute search, and this execute search will have a few responsibilities business logic wise. So first is create request based on filters, send API call, and notify view of results, no results, or an error. And that's essentially what we'll go and do in here, because this view model already hangs on to the particular configuration. So it already knows if we're searching characters or locations or episodes. We've now also held on to a option map here, and I will actually move this up here. We now also hang on to this option map here, which includes if we want any query arguments, and if we do, what are they, right? So maybe in this case, we'll say, hey, I want to filter gender to be male. Show me, characters with the first name Rick, a name of Rick and a gender of male. One thing that I just said there that I just remember we don't actually, or noticed, we don't actually hang on to in here is the actual name of the user that we're searching for. So if you go and type something in here, we want to actually hang on to the name. So let's come in here and say private var search text, and this will be a empty string by default. And I will actually add one more function and say set query text, and here we will actually say self.searchText is text. Essentially, once the user types in here and either hits the search button on the keyboard or the search button up here, we should be able to get the typed actual information out. So if I click on this search, If we don't have any text in here, we should be able to get it out. And respectively, if I tap on the search button down here, we should not only see the keyboard disappear, but we should be able to send that text into the view model. So that's all I've got for this video, a little bit all over the place. So let me know in the comments if this one confused you. I'm happy to help. I got a little confusing with passing stuff between so many objects. I think so at least. So drop a like before clicking away. Appreciate you guys sticking around if you've made it this far. I will see you in the next video. And actually, before I forget to do so, let's go to our folder here. Let's stage everything we have done. I'll commit it and say extend search and push up our changes. And once again, I will eventually be linking the repo in all the videos. I don't think I've done so yet. Maybe I have by the time you're watching this. So it is a public repo on my GitHub. So feel free to take a look at the code. And yeah, my hope is it'll serve as a living, breathing project for people to reference as they learn. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next part. Welcome back. Welcome to part 45 of the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to pick up where we left off, which is working on search, so totally not this screen. Before we jump into things, hit that like button down below. Say hello in the comments. It means so much and helps with the YouTube algorithm. Let's stop rambling and let's write some code. So cool, good deal. So I actually haven't worked on this in a few days, so I'm just going to build and run, make sure nothing super strange is going on. Let's throw this guy into dark mode because all cool developers work in dark mode. And I think the last thing we tackled is actually being able to select one of these options. We put together a bottom sheet, we updated our button in the selection here, but we're not actually constructing a request when we hit this search option here. So let's actually go about constructing a request. So if memory serves, well, let's close up all these files. If memory serves, we have a primary view model for our search view, and hopefully I called it something reasonable like search view model, which I in fact did, which is awesome. Now inside of here, I think I had stubbed out a execute search, which in fact I have, and luckily I actually also added some comments for myself. So thank you to former self. So the first thing we want to do is create a request here based on the filters. We already have the option map in here as well as the config, and we are also hanging on to the search text in here. So let me actually jump to the API and we're going to create this request for each of the endpoints, being character, location, and episode. So let's do it. For character, we're going to go to filter character, and it looks like this is the request. So I'm just going to copy this whole thing for the time being, and let's actually just paste it here and we can derive that request. So let me just paste it right there. So cool. So for the sake of just getting this up and working, what I will do is I will say switch on config, and I think config holds a type on it. So config.type, and we can search characters, episodes, and locations. I'll just break in these two for the time being. And now we want to put together our URL. So we already know that we have our base character endpoint URL here. So let's create it. So here I'll say our var URL string will be this. And not to worry, we're going to clean this up and make it reusable instead of hard coding once we kind of get it working. So here we have our character endpoint. The next thing we want to do is provide a name. So what I'll do is I will say that, let me do it like this. We'll say URL string plus equal question mark name equals, and our search text, i.e. whatever the user enters into the search bar for our character case will be the search text. Let me start deleting this. Now, the next thing we want is for each of the options in our option map, we want to get the dynamic option as well as the value associated with it. So our dynamic option already has a representative string for it, so status, gender, and location type. But what we do want is a query argument, right? So this location type is not really what's going to go in our URL. Rather, what we're going to do on here is we'll say query argument, which will be of type string, and we will switch on self. For the case of status, we'll just return status. For the case of gender, I want to say this is also just the word gender in lowercase. And I don't recall what location type is, but if I was a guessing man, I would say that this is type, and we'll adjust this as needed. So now that I've added that back here on our search view model, what we can do is we can loop over everything in the option map. So I can say for option and value in option map, we want to do something. And that something is as follows. We're going to say URL string plus equals a and %. And then we're going to want here option.query argument equals, and here we'll have the value. So let's see why this is yelling at me. It looks like that warning went away. It was related to the fact that we're not using the option. And I think that's going to be your whole URL. So now we can convert this to a URL. So I'll say guard-let URL will be URL with the URL string. And we also want to pass this into a RMRequest. So next up here, we have send API call. So to do that, we are going to, I'll actually just do it up here for the time being. So I'll say request will be a RMRequest. We'll create it with this URL, and this is a failable initializer. So now that we've got a request, we want to send it. So we'll say RM service, shared, execute request. And what we're expecting, so this is a pretty interesting example. I actually don't know what we're expecting. So let's do string.self. Here we'll get a result back, and we'll want to handle it momentarily. So let's see what on earth the API returns for something like this. It looks like it's the exact same model as a list characters response. So when we were just getting 1 to 20, 20 to 40, where we have our info here, as well as a list of results. So let's see if we can get away with reusing that. So it's rm gets all characters response, and let me just click into this just to verify. So it looks basically the same. We have info and results. And let's switch in here. So here we'll switch on the results. In the success case, we have our model. In the failure case, we are going to be bad citizens and just ignore this. And what I will do in this case is we'll say print a string describing model.results.count. And actually, we don't even need this. What I'll do is search results found, and I will just toss that in like so. One other thing that I will draw your attention to is we're not enforcing at the moment that the search text is something. So we perhaps want to do that. We perhaps might not want to do that. I haven't quite decided yet, but one thing is for sure, that is that we want to give this a run and just make sure it works. So for the search text, what I will actually come here and do is say make search text Rick, and this is just for testing purposes, obviously. So we actually will want to read that from our view, but let's just make sure it works. So let's expand the console here. I'm going to click on this search button, and cool, search results found. We actually got 20 results. And let's see what our actual, well, I guess that makes sense, right? So we put in Rick, and we got 20 results, and we don't have any options in here. So let me actually also print out our URL string. That way we can verify that the string is being computed correctly. It's a little fishy that we got 20 results, but we'll figure that out. So I'll hit search, and here is the URL that we got. So Rick and Morty API, character, and then name equals Rick. Let's change some of this. So here maybe we'll do status is, let's do status is dead. We'll do search. All right, so it looks like we still found 20, and the URL is in fact appropriately put together. Let me toss this into a browser. And some of you guys have asked how I've got this JSON to be rendering like formatted. There's a Chrome plugin called JSON Viewer, so it's free and you can totally go and install it in your browser. But it looks like this is correct. Here we have Rick in the name. And the next one we also have Rick in the name, so it looks like these are all permutations of Rick. So it is indeed working correctly, and that is awesome. So cool, let's now actually find a way to clean all of this jazz up because it's a little ridiculous at the moment. So let's see how we can go about doing that. So we are custom creating this URL right now kind of by hand, which is not ideal for a variety of reasons. So instead, what I'll perhaps do is as follows. So I'll leave that there for now, and let's see how we set up our request creation. I want to say this takes in an endpoint. So in this case, we can take in character, and we can probably derive this from the config type. And we also want to pass in query parameters. And this is basically just a dictionary, or a map rather, of this dictionary. So maybe what I can do is I can enumerate our options here. So I can say option map dot enumerated, which gives us an enumeration sequence. And that sequence we can map over. So let's see how I can go about doing this. So let's see if I can compact map this. And this has our, let's call this a entry. And what I'll return here is a URL query item such that the name is something and the value is something. And let's see if I can build that if it yells at me. It looks like it does in fact yell at me. So it looks like it takes in two things. So here we'll have the option, and then here we'll have the value. Alrighty, so option here will be of type our dynamic option. Well, I guess it's actually the integer. Let's see what the value is. So value is the actual dictionary itself, the dictionary element. So let's see if I can improve this. I don't care for the index of the element in our enumeration. So we'll say here the key is option, nope, what did I call it? Value.key. And this key is going to be as a RM dynamic option, and this part might get a little confusing, so bear with me here. So we're going to say this key is going to be value.key as a RM search input ViewModel.dynamic option, and the value is going to be value.value as a string, and I will make this I'll improve the readability of this momentarily, so just bear with me. So here this is yelling at me that casting from a dynamic option to dynamic option always succeeds. Okay, so that's actually pretty good. So we don't actually need to cast it. Rather, I will just type it so our compiler explicitly knows, and here we know we have a string already. So I can make this our value. I will change this to be element, so it doesn't read weird. And then here we can have this be key.query argument. So essentially the exact same thing we're doing in our for loop here, except the difference now is we are doing it in a better way, right? And then for our actual endpoint up here, we have hard-coded it to be character for now, which will adjust momentarily. But because of that, we can drop this, and we don't need the URL anymore either. We don't need to make this a failable request initializer. One thing we're missing here is the search text for the name. So what I'll perhaps do is as follows. We will also go ahead and say this should also include a URL query item where the value is, the name is the name, and the value is the search text. And perhaps this should actually be before before we do this loop over here. And this is actually yelling at me because it's saying we can't add these things together. And that actually makes sense because we're trying to add this to the map here. So let's fix this. So I will say query params is as follows. And then here we are going to say query params append contents of, and we're just going to do the map in there. So this will construct our entire query parameters collection, and we can pass it in here. Makes it a little more readable. I can drop this, and that's actually how we can simplify this a whole lot more. So let's see why this is yelling at me. I think I screwed up my parentheses somewhere. Alrighty, let me make this a let now, and I think I am missing a paren over there. So let's see if that is correct, and our error over here goes away. Okay, cool, it in fact did. And now you can see we simplified our code way more, which is really nice. Let's see if we can make this even cleaner, because I'm getting carried away with this now, because we don't want to have to copy and paste this into every case. That would be a little ridiculous. So let's actually take this whole thing and put it down here. So we first want to, I'm going to delete this comment. We want to create a request every single time. And what I'll do here is I will say that query parameters will be out of the scope of this switch statement here. So let's actually do as follows. We'll create this here. It'll be a collection of URL query item being empty to start off with. And in this case, we'll just start appending to it. So I will append to this instead of reassigning it. We'll say append this guy. Makes sense. Here we're just hard coding the search text for the sake of this whole thing even working. And this loop that we're doing over here, if you think about it, this is going to be the exact same thing for each of these cases. So we can actually move this outside of the switch, because in every single case, we're going to want to loop over the options in our options map. We built it in such a way that it is reusable and generic. So we can move this here. And let's see what else we want to do. So right now we're hard coding the request to be characters, but wouldn't it be nice if we can say config.type.endpoint? I certainly think it would be. So let's actually jump into config.type. So let me see where that's defined. So we've got config over here. Let's jump back into this guy. You can command click it and hit jump to definition. We have a type inside of here, and we don't have an endpoint. So I will make an endpoint here, which will be an RM endpoint. And all we'll do is switch on self and just return the correlating endpoint. So character will be resolved to the character endpoint. I will copy and paste this and just bring in the other ones here. And while the naming looks the same, character is character, the thing on the left is basically referring to the type, and the thing on the right is referring to the RM endpoint type. And what this lets you basically do now is when you come down here and we say config.type.endpoint, and if you build, hopefully Xcode gets its life together, it's able to basically convert or compute, because it's a computed property, our type in the config to a particular endpoint. So now that we've got this, I'm also going to just copy and paste this here. I don't recall what these look like, but let's take a look at our API. We'll make sure our request is correct, and we'll call it a video. So for our episode, it looks like this also takes a name as the search text. So what I'll do, instead of having two separate cases, we can combine these two. And then for location, let's see what location looks like. So for location, what we'll do is this takes in a ID, and we can also search for a name, the name of the, oh, that's episode actually. Where did I put location? Right here. Okay, so for location, we can filter by a location name. We have type and dimension. And actually, it looks like all three of these are names. So we actually don't even need to switch on this. I take that entirety, my entire comment there back. So we can actually delete this whole thing. And I probably should have looked at that in the beginning, would have saved us some time, but that's okay. So here we're going to have name regardless of what we are switching on. So what we'll actually be able to do is as follows, just paste that into there. This is just testing, test search text. Okay, cool. Here what we'll do is build arguments, create request, and then here we execute the request, and then finally we'll want to notify our actual view via something, right? So the way we'll actually notify it is with a handler. So here we have a config that we're creating this with, but we're not creating it with any sort of block, right? We want to register a closure. So perhaps what I'll do here is I will add another function, and this will be register search result handler, which takes a block, which will be of type escaping. And what we'll get is a new type, which I haven't created yet, but for now, we'll just leave it like this. And once we actually do have this registered, I'll say self.search result handler will be the block. And let's create this guy up here. This will be private var search result handler. And its type just needs to match this closure here, with the exception being that it'll be optional. And I want to say it's a good stopping point for the video. So once we basically get our API response back here, we need to notify the listener, whoever has registered for basically events, which should be our view. So let me just give this a build and run. Now let's make sure this whole thing even works, and then we'll call it a video. So let's go ahead and expand this, jump into search, and let's see, I want to find a character, I guess, who is a male, since Rick is a male, and also check that the character is dead, and I'll hit search over here. And it looks like we found 20 results. And one smart thing that I should probably do is let's print out request.url.url string. So there's could have swore URL is on here, yep. .url string. And I guess it doesn't actually work. Let me see what I put on request. I could have swore this has a URL on it. Maybe I am making things up. So yeah, we do have a URL, which basically should give us a URL string back, but it looks like this is optional. So I'll say URL string. And let's see why this isn't happy. Value of type URL has no member, URL string. I want absolute string. I'm making stuff up. So now that we're printing that out, we can give this a shot again, make sure everything looks good. So once again, we're gonna look for someone, let's do someone who's unknown now, whose name is Rick. So it looks like we still got 20 results, and our API looks good to me, our API call over here. Let's go to search for the location that we won't care about. And we'll just hit search, and we're looking for a location with the name of Rick, which obviously should not exist. Hence, we get no results back here, but once again, our actual endpoint looks correct. And then we'll jump into episode, and here we are looking for once more the episode with the name Rick in it, and episodes don't allow for any options, hence we don't see them here. We'll hit search, and once more we have this showing up and no results. So let me throw this in a browser. And I think one of the episodes that exists is like pilot. So I'll go ahead and search for that. And it does in fact seem that we have one episode that comes back, which is the pilot, which is the very first episode in the series. So cool. We've actually got the functionality working for search. We still got a few things to do, obviously taking the input from the field, showing said results, etc., etc. So that's all I've got for this video. Before clicking away, smash that like button down below. Say hello in the comments. Let me know if you've made it this far. If you have, congrats, because this is a lot of videos. If you're not subscribed for whatever reason, don't forget to do so. Tweet out the series or connect on LinkedIn. I love hearing from you guys. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you in the next video. What's going on, guys? Welcome to part 46 of the Rick and Morty app series. It's been a while since I've done a part, so thanks for all y'all patience. Before we jump into things, drop a comment down below, hit like. It actually really helps. It actually also lets me know if you want to continue the series. I got a lot of comments, so here I am. Definitely want to finish this out, but let's get to it. So I did a quick refresher of where we are in the project. Let me just give this a build and run so we can take a look together. We were working on search previously, particularly getting a search request built after we select some of these options and printing out the URL in our console down here. Now, the next thing that we want to do prior to actually showing the results here is we're not taking the input out of this search field. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in our search view model, what we're doing is we are actually hard coding the search text right here and execute search. And instead of doing that, we want to read this from the input field and hang on to this in the view model. So let's get to it. So cool. So we have a RM search view, if I'm not mistaken. And once again, if you don't know how to open this window, it's super handy. Command Shift O lets you search and open any file throughout your project. And it's honestly used a ton, especially on large projects. So inside of here, we have a search input view, and the search input view is actually what hangs on to the UI search bar, which is this guy up here. So we want to do one of two things. So when I am typing in here, you can see on the keyboard, we actually have a search button with the UI search bar. And then we also have to handle cases where, let's say I just like typed in something random here, and then I hit this, and then I selected that, and then I hit the search button at the top right. right? Because when I hit it at the top right, that should also execute a search, which I don't think it's doing at the moment. Let's hit that search button again. And let me see if I get a print. Okay, cool, it is. So we need to handle all the permutations of this. So let's get to it. So I'm going to totally wing this like I do all my videos. So we're going to learn about it together and see what the best way to do it is. So the UI search bar, similar to UI text field, does have a delegate. And the first thought that comes to mind is we are holding a view model on here, which is our RM search input view model. And what I'm curious to know is where I'm actually configuring this. If I'm configuring it here in our RM search view, that makes our life easier because we can leverage its delegate to kick off the actual, hanging onto of the text in the field. But let me see where it is. So this guy I'm setting a bunch of constraints on. And it looks like I am not configuring its view model anywhere here. So I actually am. I see it right here. So search input view, configure with this view model. Okay, so that makes sense. And we're also setting a delegate on it. So let's see what the best way to go about doing this is. So when I put something in our view model, in theory, we should trigger a delegate call. But before making it correct, let's just use the delegate directly. So let me jump back into our RM search input view.swift. And inside of here, let me also document this because I always forget what the heck this file is view for top part of search screen with search bar. And let's extend it. So here we already have a delegate here. So we have did select option. I'm going to copy and paste this function and we'll tweak it here. So same input view argument, and we're going to say did change search text. And here this will be of text, and it's going to be string optional because text property on a UI search bar is optional if I'm not mistaken. And what I will do is we will leverage the delegate here. So let's come down to the constructor and we will say, let's do it at the bottom here. The delegate will be self, and it's going to yell at me if I try to compile because we do need to conform here. So let's see where these curlies end. So let me copy this RM search view thing because we're going to add a extension onto it. So I'll say extension onto this guy. UI search bar delegate, and nobody can remember all the methods in a delegate, so we're going to cheat like the rest of the world and take a look at what's on here. So there is search bar should begin editing. That's cool. There's text did begin. There should be something like text did change. This guy right here. So text did change, and then it actually gives you the search text. This is exactly what we want. And then I think there's also something along the lines of did press search or something. Right here, search bar, search button clicked. So we actually want both of these, and I'll explain momentarily why. Let me just add a marking here. And so here we want text did change, should autocomplete. And this one will be search button clicked. So in this case, we want to execute a search, and in this one, we want to notify delegate of change in text, basically. And I guess that's what we want to do here too. We don't want to execute the search directly. We want to notify that search button was tapped. So let's get to it. So we just added a delegate API for this case here. So we called it RM search view, input view, did change search text. So here we'll pass this. And in this case, this is the search text. Now, I want to know before I pass this if this is inclusive of the change that triggers this function, or if this is without it. What I mean by that is if I have ABC typed in the field already and I press D, will search text be ABC or will it be ABCD? So to do that, we're going to use our handy print statement here, give this a build and run, and it's yelling at me already, which is not good. So it's saying search view does not conform to search input view delegate. That makes sense because we stuck a new function in here. So I'll just get that auto completed here and give this a run. Let's come over here. Let me expand my console. I'll hit Command K to clear it out, and I'll start typing RIC. and I should have RIC is the latest one down here, which I indeed do, which is beautiful. It's exactly what I wanted to get out of there. And in this case, we also want to notify via our delegate that the search button was tapped. So let's come down here, or up here, I should say. And I will change this, and I will change the API. We don't want a parameter in here. What rather we want is RM search input view did tap search keyboard button. And you guys guessed it already. We'll come up down here this time and just call that function passing itself. Once more, if we try to build, it'll yell because we're not conforming to that delegate that we extended a function on. And just as an FYI, we're back in our RM search view, which is the entire view that wraps this basic whole UI here, inclusive of the bottom where the search results will go and this top piece. So in here, what I will do is simply add in that function. So RM search view, input view, did tap keyboard search button. And what I want to actually do now in these implementations is pretty simple. We hold on to a reference of the ViewModel for the RM search view, and this guy actually retains the API to execute the search. So when you tap the search button, that's pretty simple already. So we can say ViewModel, let me just fix that, dot execute search. And one more thing that I want to do in this delegate function, when I tap on that search button, we want to actually get rid of the keyboard. So I can say on the search bar, resign first responder, which is relevant to the responder chain. Think of it as what window is focused on your computer, so whatever you're kind of looking at, and that's why it actually gets rid of the keyboard. A lot of people gloss over that and don't understand how it works, so I figured I'd call that out. And in this case, this is pretty cool too. So because we have this view model here already, we can actually say something along the lines of like update search text or something. I don't know if I added a function on here for that. So let's take a quick peek. So we have a search text here, which is indeed private, makes sense. And we have some register search result handler. Okay, don't really know what we're doing there. I think that's how we pass search results back. Execute search makes sense. Okay, then we have a set query. Okay, so let's see if I'm calling this somewhere. I don't remember if I am. I don't think I am at the moment, but at least I had the foresight to write this function. So this is what we will be using. So in this case, we're going to say set query, which I should have called text, but too late. So we will pass in our text here. And it dawns on me, we actually don't need this to be optional, because even back in this function, this inbound argument to the search bar delegate is not optional. So we can just drop it from our definition here as well. Now let's just try to build. And we should be good to go. Let me go back to our search view model. We don't need to hard code this here. Rather, what I'll do is, let me print out search text, and I'll just interpolate this. Make sure we are indeed getting it correct. Let's expand this here, and we should have our search bar functionality working now. So if I come over here and I pop into here, and it doesn't show the keyboard in the simulator because my MacBook's keyboard is connected, physical keyboard, so just an FYI. So here, if I type in Rick and Morty, and on this keyboard, if I press search, we should both see our text here. The keyboard should go away. We should have some results. So cool, it's saying search text is Rick and Morty. We did get a call to this, but we're getting nil now. And the reason we're getting nil is because, well, my guess here is we typed in text with spaces. And whenever we have spaces, we want to escape the string. So there is a way you can do that on the string directly. But what'll happen is because we're saying, you know, create this request with this URL and give me the absolute string back, it's not able to create it. So let's actually escape this string by saying search text. And instead of redefining it, let's see if there's a better way to do it. Let me see where I toss this. And I think there's something along the lines of escaping strings or string by escaping percent something something something. So let's pop on over to Google, and we are going to say Swift escape URL string because I don't remember what it is, and Googling is perfectly fine. So let's come down here. So Swift 3, original string, adding percent encoding with allowed character set. Yes, that's what we want. So we're going to say adding percent encoding with allowed characters. And for here, we're going to say URL. So this is going to be a URL query allowed. Let's give this a run. And let's try that again. Rick and Morty. We'll hit search here and let's see if we get our URL. We indeed do. And this is the URL we get back. We get Rick and Morty API, character, and you can see now that the percents were properly encoded. So yeah, let's take this URL and toss it into my browser and make sure it actually works. I don't know if there's a character with that name. I don't think there are. So let's actually try a different case. So let me come in here and type in just Morty. And we're gonna hit search up here this time. And this time we get some results here. So we see the search text is indeed Morty. And it says we have 20 results as well. So let's just verify here before we wrap up the video. We indeed do, which is awesome. So cool, we've got this part working where we can actually read in the text of this search bar, not only when the user taps on the search button, but also kind of in real time whenever a character changes. And you might be wondering why I set it up like that. Well, one reason is we have this bar button item and we want to handle what the search text is when that's tapped. But also, maybe in the future, you want to change this experience and get rid of the search button. And similar to kind of like Google search or search autocomplete, as the user is typing, you can update the results. Now, we're not going to do that here because that does require a lot more implementation of like debouncing and setting up timers and throttling your API calls. But I did at least want to call that out. So you're creating your UI and model in a way that it's conducive for various UXs. So that's all I've got in this part before jumping on over to part what I think will be 47. Drop a like down below. Again, throw a hello in the comments. Let me know if you're watching because, if nobody wants to see these and I don't want to continue the series, but if you do, I certainly will. So appreciate it, y'all. Thanks for sticking through it all the way to this part. I will see you in the next one. All right, welcome back to part 47. Let's continue building search in the Rick and Morty app series. Before diving in, say hello in the comments with the YouTube algorithm, hit that like button, let's continue. So I literally just left that project open when I did the other video, so we'll exactly pick up where we left off. We particularly got the text out of the search field and we were just verifying that we were reading it in properly. We are also getting results. What's left to do in terms of search, there's essentially two things. One is render the results, and the second thing is handle pagination of the results, right? So if we get batches of 20, let's say we actually had 40 results, I'm speculating that the response also will have a next URL similar to how we paginate on these core controllers on our tabs. So let's take a look at our code. We've got this function here to execute search. We come down here, we're printing out the URL, which I don't really know if we need this anymore. And then in the success case, we're just printing out the number of models that we get back. So one interesting challenge that we have to solve here is the results are going to be differing in the view that's kind of going to be presented, right? So in other words, the characters will have these types of cells. Here we're going to have locations. I think this is a table view if memory serves. This also looks like a table view. So let's go back to those controllers and let's think a little bit about the best way to structure all of this such that we can dynamically show the UI that we need. So I think in our view folder here, we have search, but let's go into location and our RM location view. And it looks like we use a table view for locations. So that's how we're going to show those results. And let's go into episodes. Episodes, I want to bet we also use a table view because it's easier. Oh, we use a collection view in here. Okay. I stand corrected, or I sit corrected, I should say. And characters is definitely a collection view. So cool. So we've got two collection views and a table view. Let's jump back to our search view model, and I'm just going to jot that down so I don't forget. So here, let's actually just say that for episodes and characters, it's a collection view, and then location, let's spell that correctly, is a table view. Let me just make sure I didn't mix those up. So location should be, in fact, a table view. Cool. So irrespective of the type of view that we want to show in our RM search view, we want to have a way to model the search results. At the moment, we just print it out. We do have this search result handler, which I don't exactly know what I'm doing with this. So we're going to take it and Command-Shift-F to see what the heck we did with this thing. So it looks like we registered here our search handler, and we did it with this register function. Let me see if this is called anywhere, and it looks like it's not called anywhere. So what we probably want to do, and when I probably designed this, what I was thinking is, in our view that's going to house our search results, so we have this RM search view. We also have this no search results view. We'll see in a moment if we're using that. We'll probably want to register for results in here. So let's see, we have our results, we have our view model, we have a no results view, and then we have our search input view. So let's set up our results. So here we're registering for option changes. We're also going to now say register, and we want to register search result handler. And in theory, we should get results in here. And what are those results going to be? So we can provide the actual models directly back in that block, but I think what would be a little more intelligent and helpful would be if we had a view model to represent it. So let's figure out how on earth we're going to do that. So within search, let's see, we have a no search results, a search input view model. Let's create a new Swift file. And we're going to call this RM search results view model. Cool, okay. And this is going to be a struct of RM search result view model. And this view model should essentially hold our results in a generic way such that we can create it with whatever we get back in our API call here. So this model that we get, if you take a look at the autocomplete, it's a RM get all characters response. And it looks like we've actually hard-coded that here for characters, but we don't necessarily want to do that. Let's take a look at if this works in the case of episodes and locations, because the way that it's set up currently, it really shouldn't. So let's give this a build and run. And we know characters is going to work. Let's go into locations and let's type in like Earth. And let's spell that correctly, Earth. And we'll hit the search button. And it looks like down here, we don't actually get any prints, which leads me to believe we're going into the error. So here we're going to say, let's print out failed to get results. And in this case, we actually should handle it properly and we should show something in the UI that's not just sitting there. So let's do Earth, let's hit enter, and we actually failed to get results. So it's not that we got 0 results, but the actual API call here failed. And my guess is it's because we're using the wrong thing to decode. And let's actually change it to verify this. So here we're gonna have RM get location or something like that. What did I call it? RM get all character response. Let's call this RM location response. So there's get all location response. So that is what I'm gonna try here. And I'm just hard coding it to verify that is the problem before we make that type dynamic. So here we'll do Earth again, we'll hit search, and in this case, we actually do get results. Okay, so cool, this thing needs to be generic. So let's figure out how we will do that. So we know what we're trying to hit. We're hitting the endpoint, which is off of our config.type.endpoint. What I can do is I can create a new computed property in here. So I command clicked into there. And I can specify what the type is that we should get back that we want to decode to. So let's see. We're going to call this search result response type. I'm going to make it T, which should be generic. And we're going to switch on this. So we're going to return the appropriate thing. So here we're going to say RM get all characters response.self. Let's just copy and paste this and make sure this actually does compile. All right, it looks like it's yelling at me because it says cannot find T in scope, which makes sense. All right, we still can't do that. So let's call this any.type. And we should be able to do that because T is not contextually found. So in this case, let's see if we're actually able to call this, or if we need to do this in a better way. I'm trying to avoid putting a switch here, since it does get a little kind of just unnecessarily verbose. So here we are going to say what we want is our search result response type. All right, this is going to yell at me because this is going to say insert as t.type. Ooh, that's going to be kind of annoying to do. So let's see how we can actually do this. So, all right, we're going to debug this live and in action together. So let's take a look at how this function looks. So this function takes in a generic, and this generic is going to be t.type, or t is codable. Okay, that makes sense. So let's say that this here is going to be codable.type. Can I do that? We'll find out in a moment. Codable.type. Okay, so this is allowed. Something that is codable returned that type. But what it is complaining about over here is that it can't infer the contextual type of this. And that makes sense because it wants it to be t. And we don't want it to just be, so it can't infer t, which makes sense. Expected type of t.type. So let's figure out the best way to do this. I'm totally gonna have to cut this video because I'm fumbling here, but that's okay. This is how we learn together. So what we could do is we can abstract this to another function, but that just kind of kicks our problem down the road. So instead of wasting time, let's just get this working, and then we'll abstract it later on. So let me take this whole thing, and let's come back here. And in this case, what I'll do is we are going to switch on the endpoint. And let's see, if we switch on this endpoint, we should be able to figure out what we want here. And this type is what we want to provide into our actual function there. So let's see what the best way to do this is. We're going to do this, we'll do this, and we'll do this. And let me just copy and paste this. And I do realize that this is insanely verbose, but we're going to clean it up after it actually works. That's generally how I like approaching these things, like get it working and then we can figure out what on earth we want to do. So in the case of characters, this is going to be get all characters response.self. In the case of episodes, once again, this is going to be rm get all episodes. Good thing we named things consistently so it's not a gigantic mess. And then this one is going to be get all locations response.self. So that should definitely be compiling. So what I think I can go ahead and do here is I can actually create a private function, which is, let's call this make search API call. And this thing can take in t, which will be codable. And instead of having to call that method redundantly, I think it'll be cleaner if we say, let's see, type, let's just call this underscore type will be t.type. And what I should be able to do is take this whole thing and I will toss this into here. And instead of passing this in one by one, I can say type here. And let's see why that is complaining. So here we're saying request, we would need to actually pass this in, it makes sense. So request here is going to be an RMRequest. All right, so let's see what's going on there. So now what it's complaining about is that model.result value of t has no member results. So this should be focusing on not the model or the result. So something here is off. Let me see what I screwed up here. Let's get rid of this whole thing. And let's compile. All right, so here we're saying request expecting type, which is t.type, and then request is our request. And our model here is going to be something that's decodable and encodable. Okay, that makes sense. But more specifically, the problem here is the reason that we don't know if we have results is because this t is generic to just codable, which is not necessarily what we're passing in. So we will probably need to do a cast on this. In other words, if I say something along the lines of, if let's just call it A is model as RM get all character response, in this case, I'll be able to print this out. And this will still make it a little verbose because we have to do this casting business here, but I don't think that's a large problem. And the reason I say that is because we would either need to create a protocol which would have an associated type, which is going to get even more complicated. So let's keep it simple and let's make this whole thing work. So here, make search API call, what I'll do is, once more, I will switch on our config.type.endpoint. And inside of here, we need to have a few cases. We'll have characters, we'll have episodes, and then we'll have locations. And what I'll be able to do is just say this guy, and this is going to take in a type, which will be rm get all characters, response self, request is request. Alrighty, looking good. Seems a little more readable as well. Let's fix up these. So this is rm get all episodes response. This is rm get all locations response. And we come down here, and let's say we get a model. What I'll do is, let me abstract this to another function, and I will call this self.process search results. And I realize that I'm kind of decomposing this a lot, and I'm doing that on purpose because with all the casting that we're going to be doing momentarily, I don't want it to get super messy, which I feel like it kind of already is. So cool, we'll pass in the model here. And this model is going to be something that is codable, and we're going to try to handle this here. So we're going to say if let character results, we're going to say model as rm character or rm get all character response. We can do something there. Otherwise, we're going to try to cast to episodes. Otherwise, we're going to try to cast to location. Otherwise, we're going to fall back with an error, which basically is going to mean no results view. Let's change this to be episodes. Let's change this to be locations, and let's change the types here. So rm get all episodes, rm get all locations. All right, cool. So this should in fact work. So let's see if I build. We shouldn't have any errors. Let's see why this is yelling at me. So here it's saying we are passing in the model. I need to use the parameter. Makes sense. We have warnings here since we're not using this. So cool. So let me just print out our responses here. So we'll say results, and we'll just say here the character results dot results. And I should have results, if I'm not mistaken, on all of them. So I'll just need to change this type here. But one thing that I was kind of alluded to before, if we click into results, you'll see that each one of these has results on it. But the problem is if I create a protocol, in addition to codable to cast to, this type actually changes, right? In the case of all episodes, it's episodes. In the case of all characters, it's characters. That's why if we didn't want to do this casting if-else business, we'd have to use associated types. And maybe we'll do that in a later on video where we clean everything up. But that's kind of my logic here. And I don't like editing these parts out where I kind of think through these problems myself because I think they're actually valuable. And, you know, I think I get annoyed when people make false pretenses. Everyone just is a genius about writing code. So this is me fumbling live and in action. So cool. So now that we have this here, let me give this a build and run and make sure our prints are coming out properly. And if they are, where we'll wrap this video up is we'll create a view model generically. So in this case for location, we're gonna do earth, and we get our results out here. We're actually printing the result array itself, which is good. In characters case, we're gonna search for Rick here, and we get a bunch of results for that as well. And the last thing here is episodes, and we're going to search here for pilot, which is kind of the first episode in usually every show. We're going to hit search, and we get a episode out for pilot. Beautiful. So now how do we represent this in a generic way for our results here? The way we can go about doing that is as follows. Let's see if I can use an associated type on this view model. So let's see. So we have this struct here where we have RM search result view model. And technically we don't really want this. I guess we can use it as a view model. So let's see. Let's try to do this in a fancy way. So we're going to create a protocol here. And we're going to call this RM search result representable. And for those of you unfamiliar with associated types, the very TLDR definition is it allows you to type alias your own type. So here we're going to say associated type, and our type here, we'll call this our result type. And in this case, what I am going to do is we are going to have a property on here, which will be get only, and I'll call this results. And this is going to be a get only, and it's going to be an array of our result type. If I build, I shouldn't have a problem. Okay, awesome. And then this RM results view model is going to conform to this such that it has results on here, which will be of type results type. And the other thing that this is complaining about is the fact that we need to specify the result type alias. So let's say I make this a string. What this will say is that result type is our string here. In other words, we still need to genericize this. So let's see if I can actually bring in t here and use t as the type. So hopefully this isn't too crazy for y'all. So in other words, when I instantiate this, it's going to say, pass in whatever collection of results you have in here, and that is what it's going to use as the backing for the generic. So let's actually do this, and so I can kind of showcase what on earth I'm trying to accomplish by this. So let me go back to the search view model, and in this case what I'll do is we'll say here results VM is going to be RM search results view model. And you'll see it wants me to pass in result, and I can actually just pass this guy in directly. And now what this will create is this result view model with a associated type of characters, because results in this case, if you look at the autocomplete, is a collection of RM characters. Now I do realize that we actually want this whole model because it does hold the information to paginate more results, but let's just make it simple and start with this. So let's create that there. Same thing here, same thing here. And let's see what this is yelling at me because I changed the types here. So let me just fix up those names. And once we've created this, what we want to do, and let me do this in a better way. So let's actually have this be a top level thing. Alrighty, so up here we'll say we have, we have a results VM, which is going to be an optional version of this. And actually we can't actually do that because it wants a generic. And let's see why. Let's actually make this a little better. We'll say the T has to be codable. Whatever type of thing we pass in is codable. And we still can't actually do that because it needs to specify what type of generic do you want here. Like, do we want this to be a thing with a string, or what do we want it to be? So if we do that, you'll see we have errors down here because in fact, this is not a string. So let's actually not do that. I take that back. Let me actually just make these constants again. And in all three of these cases, what we'll do now is we're going to notify via the handlers. We're going to say search results handler, which is an optional, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check. We're going to want to invoke this. And let's see why this is yelling at me, because it's an optional. And we want to actually pass this this results view model back. So cool, we'll pass this back. We'll pass this back. We'll do the same thing in all three cases, essentially. Now this is yelling at me because the signature of this needs to change. Instead of taking no arguments, it's going to take RM search results view model. And let's see why this is yelling at me. Because this thing needs to take something that is encodable and decodable. So we'll do T here. And it looks like it can't actually do that. Okay, so kind of shot myself in the foot here. So this video is kind of going definitely super off track. So let's see what I can actually do to clean this up and make my life simpler. So we're going to jump back into this, and instead of maybe using something with an associated type, let's actually get rid of this and let me make my life way simpler. So RM result, search result view model, instead of making this a struct, I take this whole thing back. I'm going to make this an enum. We'll get rid of this protocol and the generic here because I feel like it's a little overkill at this point. And we're going to have a few cases on here. We'll have characters, we'll have episodes, we'll have locations, and what we'll do is we probably want to map each of the models into something that is a view model for a particular cell. So I think we have one of those for each of these types. So for example, for locations, we should have an RM location view model for the cell. And this thing gets created with a single location. So that's location. That makes sense. For our characters, we should have one for that too. So we have a character collection view cell view model. This should be created with looks like a character name, a character status, and a character image, okay? And then we should have one for episodes as well. So let's see where the heck I threw episodes. Probably put it into episode details. So here we have episode collection view cell view model. And this gets created with just a title and a value. So instead of over-engineering things now, maybe we'll come back to using that associated type because I definitely think we can clean things up a lot more. So in this, we're going to have this be search results view model since it's no longer a generic. And down here, what we'll do is we'll be able to say this is our results VM, whoops, not VC, VM, and this is going to be an optional type like this, so we don't need to create a constant every single time. And we can actually delete these redundant calls here. And what I'll say down here is we will say if let results is results VM, then we can call the handler, otherwise fallback error in this case, and I'm going to move this guy into here and put results there. So we basically just got rid of the entirety of the associated type business. So let's go and just fix this. So we don't want to actually instantiate this now. What we want to do is simply create this enum. So here we're going to say this is characters. In this case, we are going to say we have episodes. Episodes, I want to say that exists, and the reason it's an issue is because we got to drop the let for the constant so it can infer the type. Same thing here, and in this case, this is location. All right, so we are not able to compile. Let's see what the problem is here. The problem here is we are setting a block with the incorrect type, so this should be RM search result view model. And we're going to have one more error where we actually subscribe to that handler. Here we're going to get the search results. So we'll say results in. And I'm just going to print out the results since we are able to compile now. Now, one thing I did mention is that for our search results view model, it would be wise of us to actually hold on to a view model for each of these. So we're going to have here a collection of RM character view model. Let's see what I want. There should be a collection view model if I'm not mistaken. So we have a collection view cell view model. In the case of episodes, we're going to have an RM episode cell view model, something along those lines. So we have an episode info. Then we have a RM character episode collection view cell. Sounds more correct. And then finally, we're going to have another one for location. So this is RM location view model. So let me see here. So this one is a table view, which is why we have a table view cell view model. Let's create these and I'll wrap up the video there since we it's kind of got long with all the associated type business. So let's come back here. And if we try to compile, it should yell at me because here we're not actually specifying the associated type, which we need to do. So in this case, we are going to create the view models by mapping over the results. So here we'll say results not results VM. We want the actual model. And from this model, we are going to get the results and compact map them to the appropriate thing. And that appropriate thing in the case of characters is going to be RM character cell view model. And this should be for the collection view cell. And what I want is the constructor here. So we're going to open this guy up. We want to pass in a character name, character status, and character image URL. So let's do that here. So this is going to be $0.name. This will be $0. Whoops, let's do that again. $0.status. And then we should have $0.image or something along the lines of that. So this is a string. We want this to be a URL. And if we compile, the error up here should go away. We just need to do the exact same thing for all the ones down here. So what I'll do is maybe I'll copy and paste if I am able to. Let's just see if I can get away with that. Take that, put that there, and we'll map over this. We'll map over that. Alrighty, it looks like we have an issue here. Let me see what it is. Well, first of all, we want to return the appropriate type, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. We should still have errors because in this case, we want to return is a episode, or it's an RM episode cell view model, something along those lines. I think it's called an RM character episode cell collection view cell view model. All right, this guy here. This just takes in a episode data URL apparently. So here we'll have $0.URL, which is what I think we need. We want it to be a URL type, so we'll just wrap that in there. And then here we're going to return the last one, which is an RM location table view cell view model. And once again, constructor location will just be $0. All right, so that was a lot of talking and a lot of fumbling around in this like half an hour video. But we did accomplish something pretty cool, which is the fact that we have this set up in a way where we can use it now. Let me just fix this curly because it's bugging me. And we just build and run to make sure that we do in fact get our results printed out, which is in our search view. Well, we get our view models printed out, I should say. So let me search for Morty. I'll hit search here and we do get our results printed out and they're actually in the view models ready to be shown in our results section. Let's do that on the other cells as well. So let me jump on over here to location and search for Earth. All right, so we get a bunch of results down there. And once again, they're in the proper format here for our locations. In this case, we actually have our location within the view model here. Let me clear that and let me go to episodes and verify this. Search, and we get our single episode view model here. The next thing that we'll want to do is, well, there's two things we want to do now, even though that's how I started this video. One thing is show either a table view or collection view for the results. But then also what we want is, if you guys recall, the pagination properties reside on this info thing. And this info thing has the actual account we have, pages, next URL, and previous URL. But if you examine how we set up our search results view model enum here, it's just an enum, right? Like we don't actually have that information on here. So what we'll probably want to do is we'll probably rename this to something like RM search results view model or data view model or something. And then we'll have like some other view model, which will wrap the pagination stuff. But before the pagination stuff, I'm just going to make sure we can get the results printing out. So that's all I've got for this video. One thing I recall I actually didn't do, which I really should, is I should actually stage and commit and push all my changes. So I'm going to say add everything. We're going to commit this and say extend search functionality. And I'm just going to push it. So bear with me here. Alrighty. All right, so push. So that's all I've got for you guys today. Appreciate if y'all followed along and me kind of screwing up associated types there. Hopefully that's a good example of how to work through design and make decisions and whatnot. So appreciate you guys watching. Drop a like before you click away. Subscribe if you're into iOS. And yeah, say hello in the comments for the YouTube algorithm. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. This is part 48, if I'm not mistaken, of the Rick and Morty app series. We'll pick up exactly where we left off, working on search. Before we dive into things, drop a like, throw a comment down below. It really helps out with the YouTube algorithm, engagement, reach, all that good stuff. Without further ado, let's continue. So I'm going to go and give our project a run in a simulator, and we'll see how long it decides to waste our time. While that's going on, looks like it just finished actually. While that's going on, let's jump back into our search view model, which is, I believe, where we left off, particularly me fumbling around with associated types. And we settled with a simplistic approach of process search results, where we are returning a search view model, or we're creating a search view model, I should say, which is a enumeration with 3 cases for the 3 types of things we're able to search: characters, episodes, and locations. So that being said, what we now need to start doing is rendering said results. So we'll pick one of these, get started with it. We'll see how far we get in like 15-ish minutes, and then we'll see where to cut the video. So we've got a collection view. I want to say this is a table view. Kind of looks like it. This also looks like a table view. So let's do the table view variant first because it's rather simpler. So I'm going to guess the episode was a table view cell, but let me go ahead and find it to confirm. So we should have a views folder, and then we should also have location. And it looks like location has a table view cell. So in fact, when we search on locations, these are table view cells. So inside of here, if I search perhaps Earth, I'm going to clear my console and just expand it a smidge here as well. And I hit this button, we should see some stuff printed out. So let's go and take a look. And in fact, we do. We get a bunch of models. Cool. Good deal. So let's actually, we have one model. It looks like, is it one model? Locations, and it looks like we have a table view cell view model. Yeah, it looks like, no, we've got a couple of models. I take it back. So let's come into here and figure out how we're going to create this. So we want the view, this kind of bottom 80%, to be able to accommodate a collection view as well as a table view. And if you recall, that view is called a RM search view. So inside of RM search view, we have 2 things. We have a search input view, we have a no results view, and we could build directly a table view and collection view into here, but maybe the smarter thing to do would be to abstract it into a RM results or search results view. So that's what we'll go and do here. So let me create a new Swift file in the search folder. It's going to be a Cocoa Touch class. We're going to subclass UI view, and we're going to call it RM search results view. And we're just doing this to keep our RM search view, kind of the container, nimble, because if we start putting a collection view and table view and God knows what else in here, we're going to get quite large. Right now, we're already at 110 lines, and kind of separating things just makes lives a lot easier down the line. So let me write a comment on this, or a doc string. I'll say shows search results UI table or collection as needed. And let's take a look at what we'll want in here. We'll want to certainly override the initializer. So we'll create it, init with frame is what I'm looking for here. We'll want the required initializer. We'll also want to set up some constraints. So we're going to say add constraints, so I can spell it correctly. And let's also think about what we'll want to do. So by default, this guy should probably be hidden. So I am going to come up here and say is hidden is true by default. And let's also set a background color on it so we can actually see it when we unhide it to make sure it is properly showing up. And we'll want to lay this out as well. So we'll want to assign everyone's favorite property for translates auto resizing mask into constraints to false here. And let's see, what else do we want? So we probably want to configure this with a search results view model. So I'll have public func configure with view model, and this will be RM search results view model. And I think this is the enum that we had created. So I'll jump into here. And we'll be able to take in one of these cases with which has an associated value, which is a collection, an array of our cell view models, be it for a table, be it for a collection view. So inside of here, we are going to hang on to this guy. So I'll say private var view model, which will be this, optional by default. We'll say self.viewModel equals viewModel. And once this is set, basically when it is set, we want to do something. So what I'll say here is if viewModel, if this equals locations, well, I guess we can just switch on it. It's probably a smarter thing to do. So maybe what we'll do is we'll say self dot process, or maybe we'll go ahead and say, I don't know, let's call it process view model. I'm trying to think of a good name for half of these functions half the time, and it's quite challenging. For any of you who have built a bunch of things, you know that naming is like the hardest part of what we do here. So here inside of this function, we will unwrap set view model, and we'll want to switch on it and do some stuff with it. So I know I'm kind of going through this a little quick, but not to worry. I'm going to pause in a second. And we're just going to hook this up to make sure the thing even shows up. Thing here being the search results red view. So this will be view models. Make sure to pluralize it. This will be location, view models. This will be episode, view models. And let's toss a break into each of these so it doesn't yell at me. Let's try to build this guy. All right, we're able to compile. It's a good sign after a lot of typing. Now, obviously, we need to hook up this results view to this kind of container wrapper view thing. So in our view, we're going to jump back to RM search view. Right where we have our no results view and our input view, we're going to say private let results view will be our results view. Surprise, surprise. We'll also want to add this as a subview. So we'll have, I guess we can add this as the first one. It doesn't really matter. It's hidden by default. Add constraints. We'll want to certainly constrain this guy. So let's jump down into here. And let's see how we want to constrain this. So we want this to be left and right kind of flush. So perhaps we'll say leading anchor is a constraint equal to leading anchor. So that is the left. We'll do the same thing for the trailing. And let me actually use left and right anchor. I find that the readability is a little better on those. So that's that. And then the bottom of this, I guess we can also just make this flush to the bottom anchor. Now the top is the important one. We don't want to overlap the search input view, aka the thing up here with the field, as well as the options button, if one does exist. So here I'm going to say top anchor is going to be constraint equal to the search input views bottom anchor. Alrighty, go ahead and give it a Command B to build, Command R to run it in our simulator, and we actually don't expect to see anything in here because we have not unhidden that red view. So if I search for Rick here, and if I hit search, all right, nothing actually happens, which makes sense. The reason nothing happens is because in our search view, we have added this thing here where we just print results. And rather what we want to do is we want to render results. So if you recall, we had registered a search result handler, and we invoked this handler after we have created the appropriate view model. And if we don't have any results that we get back, we should be actually showing this no results view, which I don't think we are at the moment. Yeah, we're definitely not showing that. So let's go and handle this. So let's see what the type of results is. This should be our search results view model. Yep, it is. Alrighty, and let me come back here and see, what do we call if we don't have any results? Because that's certainly something we want to handle. So where on earth do I process? Okay, so here we're saying if we have a results view model, then we want to process it. Otherwise, we want to do something else. And that something else is we want to let our UI now show the no results case. So perhaps a better way to go about doing this is we can pass an optional results here. Then our view has to do the logic of checking nullability and kind of what to show. So let's see what else we can do. So let me come back here. Now in this error case, we also want to handle it. So let's create a function here. and this will be private, and this function is going to be handle no results. And in this case, we're going to handle no results. And also in this case, we are going to handle no results. Now, keep in mind, one thing that I see, which is kind of not obvious here, is we're doing all of this on a background queue. So when we do get to the view aspect of this, we'll want to dispatch to the main queue so we can actually handle some UI stuff. So that makes sense. Let me see what this model here is. So this model here, I think, will be generic based on the type provided. That makes sense as well. The other thing I'll do here is if we have characters or any of this jazz, it looks like what I'm trying to do is compact map the results. But if we don't have any results, I just want to verify and see what on earth happens. So I'm going to print in here no results. And I realize I've gone on a tangent about no results at this point, but I want to make sure we don't forget to do this. Hence, I'm just going to fill it in now. So I'm going to search for my name, and I certainly am not in Rick and Morty. So we should get a printout here. So if I hit search, what do we get? We get no results. Awesome. So now that we have no results, we want to tell our view, hey, we don't have any results. And to do that, we're going to leverage the exact same pattern. We have a search result handler. We're going to have a no result handler. No results, should be plural probably, no result handler. We're not going to pass anything back. This will be optional. And similar to how we register for this, this closure, we're going to also register for this. So we're going to say register for no results handler, which will be of the same type. And then here I will say no results handler is our block. And then down here in this function, we're just printing, we will go ahead and say no results handler. It's optional, just invoke it. And then back in our search view, we should just be able to show that no results thing. So this is getting kind of long. So I will take this and say set up handlers, and we'll break that out into its own function. So we'll say set up handlers, okay? And then the other thing we'll want to set up in here is our register no results handler. And once we have no results, or I guess once we get this call that we have no results from our view model more correctly, what we can do is we want to say a couple things. We want to say self.no results, and then on here we can just say is hidden is false. And the other thing we'll want to do is we'll want to say self.results view is hidden is true. We'll also want to capture weak self. This should be main.async. I'm using a shorthand that I've written in other projects, hence I always do just .main. We should see that error go away. These should be optional. Looks like we have an error. Let's see what's happening. So we're saying capture weak self, cannot find weak in scope. What is going on? All right, we have view model. We need to handle the view model. So let me actually pass this in here. We're retaining it on self, but self view model is indeed optional. So I will just pass in that view model there. And we still have an error. Let's see what the heck is going on. So let's see, weak self. I forgot the in keyword. Sometimes Xcode's errors are just so not helpful. But I guess that's Xcode keeping you on your toes. Before I give this a run, let's just verify that in this no results view, we didn't add a nicer function to show or something. So we have configure here, which is private. There's no function here to show or hide. So we'll just do the hidden, is hidden and not hidden respectively. So let's give this a run, and we expect to see if I search something that clearly doesn't have results, we should see our no results. Awesome. Beautiful. Looking good. The no results part works. Now, conversely, if we do have results, we want to show that search results view. So what I could do is basically just copy and paste this, for lack of a better way to handle it, and we just want to flip this. So here we'll say true, here we'll say false. And prior to actually doing that, we probably want to let our results thing be configured with our results. So we'll say configure with results. And we'll see why this is yelling at me. Cannot use optional chaining as something that is not optional because we should capture weak self. And for those of you, I'm glossing over this, that don't know why, it's because we don't want to cause a retain cycle from our scope of the closure back to our view. So here, let's go and just clear the console to make sure nothing strange gets printed. And we're in characters, I'll print Rick here, and we got that red view. Awesome. So we're not exactly showing any cells or anything for this, but like I said, we'll work on locations first since it's a table view. Now, that's basically all we want to do in the search view. Now, all the logic of whether to show a table, whether to show a collection view, all that jazz can be abstracted to the results view. You can even optionally abstract it into a search results view model, which we have, but I'm just going to do it in here. Once it's working, we can always go back and clean stuff up. So let's see where I want to pause this video. I'll call add constraints, which is the function we defined here in the results view. For collection views, we want, or rather for characters and episodes, we want a collection view. So here I'll say set up, we'll say set up collection view. And I'll also do this down here. We will pass in, so the problem is ViewModels again is going to be, it's going to have a array of something. So this is view model. So in this case, this is an array of RM character or RM collection view cell view models. So this is a generic type. So I'll have to figure out a way how to properly pass this or handle it such that we're not super copy and pasting code. But for now, let's actually just say set up table view. All right, this will be set up table view. All right, looking good. We have the view model already. And up here, we'll just want to create those. So let me at least create the table view. And in the next video, perhaps we'll get the location results to show up. So here I'll say private, let table view is our table view. And let's take a look. And actually, now that I think about it, don't we already have this table view created somewhere? So I think in location, we have a location view. And this location view already has a table view in it. It has a spinner. So in theory, we could reuse this. I kind of feel like it's a little bit like we're cheating since we'll need to create this location view model. So let me not be lazy and just write it out by hand here. I think there's an interesting lesson there to be learned about when to reuse stuff and when to just implement it again. I think there's a common bias of don't repeat yourself, but in some cases, when you over reuse, it actually really complicates things. Now we should have a location table view cell, which is what I want to use, and it should have a identifier. Alrighty, and this table view will be hidden, so will the collection view. We're going to selectively show whichever one we need. So here we'll say table view dot translates auto resizing mask into constraints is false. I feel like that property could have been named a little shorter on Apple's part, but this is why I am not Apple. So we're going to get rid of this background color here. I am going to say add sub views. I'll add that table view. We will also, I guess, in the constraints, set up its constraints, and then I will probably cut the video there. So let's do NS layout constraint. We're going to activate some of these guys, and this is pretty simple. We're just going to pin this to all corners of the super view. So we'll say constraint, and we're going to equal this to top anchor, and we'll be smart and copy and paste this left, right, bottom, bottom, left, right. And just for the sake of me knowing this is showing up, let's make this yellow. And in the setup table view to see it, we'll say is hidden, is false, and we'll see why we have an error at the tail end of this video. View in scope. Why can't it find view? We are in a view. There is no view property because we are a subclass of a UI view. Give that a build and run. And in this case, we shouldn't see anything, right? Because table views should not be used for these cases. The only tab that uses a table view is locations. So I'm going to search for, well, let me search for me, I guess, because I'm not a location in theory. So I don't exist, so clearly no result. And then if I search for Earth, we should get that yellow view, which is our table view inside of our results view. Awesome. So totally working. We actually made a lot of progress, and I severely underestimated how much complexity there is in the search results. So this will be several parts for just the results. Before we wrap up, since I always forget to do this, I am going to push my code here. So I think I have Rick and Morty somewhere in here. I have an iOS Academy folder, and Rick and Morty's inside of there. So we're going to stage everything. We're going to say this is start building search results, and we will just push it up like so to our remote repository, and we are actually done. Thanks for watching. Hit that like button before clicking away if you haven't done so already. These videos take an insane amount of time, and I super appreciate it. Share the channel on our way to 90,000 subs. I'm super pumped to get to 100, honestly really excited. And leave a comment down below if you have any questions, or if I glossed over anything, or if you have any weird errors. Always happy to help as best as I can. So thanks again for watching. I will see you on the next one. Part 49. Let's go. So for everyone who's made it this far, kudos to you. This is an insanely long series. I think this is the longest series I've done ever on this channel. So now we're getting to the part of my personality where you're going to hear me not be as clad as my other videos. So if you hear any of my corny jokes, throw a comment in the YouTube algorithm as for how bad it is, because that always makes me smile. So that all being said, let's continue onward and upward. We're working on search. We're going to continue here. Excuse all of my poor jokes. Let me go and give this a build and run in the simulator. And as soon as it decides to launch and get its life together, we're going to continue building search. So in the last video, what we did is we made sure that the no results view actually shows up, which is cool. We also set up the table view to show up, which is for locations. That's the type of view we're using in this search results view, because these are in fact table view cells. So if I search for Earth, and if I hit search, we'll see this yellow thing shows up. Now in this video, what we'll do is, well, we'll see how far we get, but we're definitely going to have the location results show up. So let's get to it. Cool, so let me jump back to our views folder, and in our RM search results view, we have created that table view already, and we are essentially setting it to not be hidden here when we call setup table view. I guess the other thing that we want to do is say it has a delegate of self and a data source of self as well. And I think we registered the cell for the location table view cell right up here, which is awesome. So what we'll want to actually do is we want to hang on to this view model in some way, shape, or form. So this view, or view models, I should say. In this case, view models, if we just look at autocomplete, is a collection of location table view cell view models. So let me actually pass this into the setup table view function, and we can hang on to them in there. So here I can say self.location cell view models will be view models, which will be our input here, RM location table view cell view model. Now we obviously should create this. That would be awesome. So this can compile. Alrighty, so this is going to be a RM location table view cell view model. And instead of making this optional, which will kind of get annoying after a while because we'll have to unwrap it a bunch, we'll just make it an empty collection by default. So let me give this a build and run. And of course it's going to yell at me because I've said the delegate in data source is self, or in reality, we haven't conformed to any of those protocols here. So I'm going to come down here and add a mark, and we're going to attempt to spell things correctly. And we will extend this view to conform to first the data source. And maybe we'll just do the delegate here as well instead of having a million extensions. And what we'll want here is number of rows for a section we want to return our location table view, or location cell view models, I should say. And the reason I'm able to just hard code it to this is because I know that characters and episodes use a collection view. So our collection view will need to kind of have a generic way to figure out, we can't just hard code it, right? Like we'll need to know which type of view model. But for table view, we know that table view will only house our location stuff. Therefore, I can do this. So we also want cell for row, and we can say guard let cell is our table view. We're going to DQ a reusable cell, and the identifier will be our location table view cell dot cell identifier for index path. We also want to cast this to the appropriate cell type. And if we don't actually get the cell, we're going to say failed to DQ this type of cell. And then finally down here, I can say return cell. And here we'll say cell configure with, and we want to actually configure with the view model. So we'll say this will be our location cell view models at the given index path dot row, if autocomplete decides to get its life together. So we're going to say index path.row. So good deal. So this looks like it's correct. We'll also want to handle tapping on a cell. So we're going to say did select row and index path, and we'll want to deselect it, which is just unhighlight. Let's go ahead and give it a run, and let's see if we get our location cells. All right, let's search for Earth in here. We'll hit search, and I don't see any cells. What the heck happened? So this yellow thing is definitely our table view, and let's just validate it is our table view. I don't see the background color. Let me see where on Earth I put it. Okay, here it is. The background color of our table view is yellow. All right. We have laid it out appropriately, it looks like. And we should be calling this setup table view as well. So let me toss a breakpoint in there, and we're going to debug this together. I think I just need to reload data. All right, we certainly hit this. Alrighty, I got rid of the yellow, but down here, let's move this assignment down here such that the data source is assigned first. And I think what it will do, whoops, we want to actually go to location. I believe the way that the lifecycle works is that it will implicitly try to do a reload data when I assign that data source and show our cell, but it looks like it didn't. So let's see what the heck happened. So I'm going to print out ViewModels.count here. And I'll also do a reload data for the sake of having it be explicit. Let's come back here to location search, and I'm going to clear out the console, and we'll type in Earth, hit search. Oh, and look at that. That time it actually worked because, of course, I did the reload data, and in our console we got 20 results. All right, cool. Definitely works. Let's get rid of the print. So we're certainly not handling pagination, but what we could handle in a simple way is selecting one of these and showing the results. Right now, we don't have a background color, which I don't think is particularly a big deal for the cell. We can customize the UI later, but at least our search is working. So let's see if we find like Galaxy. I'm like kind of making these up. Home, is that a thing? Nope, that's not a thing either. Let's try Rick. Okay, cool. So we got Citadel of Ricks. So if I tap on this, I want it to open the results. Maybe that's what we'll do in this video as well, and then we'll wrap it up. So we have this delegate for the table view here already, which is all good and well. What we'll want to do is notify our controller, right? So what I'll do here is I'm going to have the protocol for this. I'll make this the delegate, any object, so we can hang on to it as a weak reference. And the only function I'll have here is rm search results view, and we'll say did tap location with or did tap, and maybe here I'll just say location, which is RM location. I don't actually remember if I can get this out of the view model, but we'll find out momentarily. And I'll make this here a weak var delegate. And when I tap on this guy here, I should be able to say self, and I want to get the view model at the nth position that I tapped, which is basically what I've done here already. So I can say let view model is this, and this view model has a location on it, maybe not. Okay, so let's see how we are creating this location controller. So we have, I believe, a location detail controller, something along those lines. Let me see what on earth I called it. All right, we've got a location detail view controller, and this gets created with a RM location. Alrighty, so we probably need to hang on to the location that we got in our search results view model. So this is not actually going to be that simple. Let's come back here. Let's go to our view models, and let me go to our location table view cell view model, and see if I can find it. There it is. So this guy actually does hold the location internal to it. So what I could do is I could just publicize it here. However, that kind of defeats the purpose of making it private. So instead of cheating, what I will do is as follows. So I'll say did tap, and I am going to say, let's do it this way. So let's say did tap location at, and I'm going to pass back the index path dot row. So instead of even getting the view model here, we're going to let our delegate know that we tapped a location with the given position. So did tap location at index, which will be an integer. Okay, cool. So that is building. Now we want to actually conform to this, and we hold on to this view in the RM search view where the results are held onto. So I'm going to come into here and extend this. I'll say extension RM search view, this guy, and we have a single function in here, and I'll just do location tapped. And in the constructor of the RM search view, I will also go and say results view dot delegate is self, which is great. Now in here, I want to get the location at the given index of our tap. And what we should do, the appropriate thing to do would basically be in our search views view model, we want to not just trash the model that powers our results. We want to more or less hold on to it. So here we are converting our model here. Are we hanging on to this anywhere? I don't believe we in fact are. So what I will do is we should probably hang on to this model here. So let me see where we are getting this. We're basically just processing this. So what I'll say here is if we do have a result VM, we'll say search result model is going to be our model, and that's the thing that we're passing into this function. So hopefully that is clear, and this is going to be something that's codable, and this property will be nullable. So let me do this up here. It's going to be private, and this is going to be codable, like so. Okay, cool. So now that we've got this on here, what we really want to do back in our search view is we have this position. So I'm going to say what we want is guard let location model. And this model should be from our view model, location search result at index. So that's essentially kind of what kind of function we want. Obviously it doesn't exist, so we're going to write it right now. So let me jump back into here, and at the very bottom here, I'll create this function. It's going to be public. It's basically going to return to us a location model, optional, RM location optional, from our result. So up here, we now hold this globally, but we do need to still downcast it to the response. So I'll say guard let search model is this thing as a RM location or get all location response. Once we have casted it, what we want to do is we want to return off of this search model. I think this has a collection on it called results, and we want the nth element. So hopefully not too confusing. Let's see why this is yelling at me. So here this is yelling at me because I never completed this statement. All right, so we've got this here, and before we continue, let's actually print this thing out to make sure that we actually are getting the appropriate model out. Build and run. I'm gonna open our console here with the Command-Shift-Y. We'll jump into location, search. I'm gonna clear any nonsense in here, and I'll search for Earth because I know that has results. Boom, okay, nothing there. I'll select this, and it successfully got that location model. Cool, good deal. The last thing we'll do, and I feel like I've said that already, is we need to just pass this up one more level via the search views delegate. So I'll copy and paste this method, and this is going to be did select location, and it'll take a location of type RM location, and we'll simply call this here to implement that function in the search view controller to open the location detail. So here, this will be did select location self location model. Whoops, that's not what we want. Location model. I'll get rid of that print. We'll have an error if we try to build because we need to conform to that new function we added on the delegate for our search view. Luckily, autocomplete does a lot of this heavy lifting for us, which is really nice. Cool, so then what we'll need to do is the last piece, which is create the RM location detail view controller. A lot of reusability going on here, which is awesome. I always love to see it. Pass in our location. And I think that's all we need to do. We can just push this now. Notification controller. We want to push this guy. All right, let me just do a Command-Shift-F of this instantiation and see how we did it elsewhere in the location view. Looks like we did set the large title display mode to never. So I will also do that here. And let's give it a run, and we'll see how many things I broke along the way. So we'll go to location. Alrighty, we'll go to Earth, hit enter. The first one is Earth, C137. Open that up, and boom, we get that location. So here's a location, here's the name, it's a planet, here are all the characters that reside there. And this is actually all coming together pretty nicely now. So I can go into a character, and it's kind of, everything is hooked up, and because of our degree of like reusability, it's pretty fluid to navigate through all this stuff now, which is really awesome. So let's do planet. Let me do cluster. Does Earth exist as a cluster? Probably not. Apparently it does. So let's see. Is it not updating? Okay, it definitely is updating, which is awesome. Okay, so cool. That is location search in a nutshell. Again, there was some complexity to handle of getting the model out in a kind of correct way and not just exposing it from the cells view model. We certainly are not paginating or paginating, however you say it. But we got this working. Next up, we're going to start getting this collection view for the results going so we can render results for both episodes and search. And then we're going to work on pagination and results. And we are also going to work on pagination for location because I don't think we did this yet. Yeah, I remember I forgot to do this. So that's all I got for you guys this time. Drop a like before clicking away. Throw a comment down below. Say hello. Tell me how much you love iOS, if you use SwiftUI, UIKit. Always great to hear from y'all, and also helps for video reach and engagement and all that metric stuff that I'm supposed to care about. So thanks for watching. I'll see you in part 50. I think 50 is the next one if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty nuts. So see you guys there. All right, welcome to the next part in the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue working on search, particularly rendering the collection view results for characters and episodes. Without further ado, drop a like down below, say hello in the comments before we get started, and let's continue. So in the last video, we got location search working such that we are actually rendering results And let me just take a look at it real fast to make sure I'm not making stuff up. So we're gonna go to locations. I'll type in Earth here, hit search, and boom, we get some locations out. Beautiful. So now what I suggested, or mentioned, I should say in the last video, is in this case, we can use a table view and we could hard code it as well as a ViewModel property, because we know that only a table view will be used for location. For characters and episodes, it's not quite as simple. And the reason for that is that we're gonna have one collection view. Otherwise, it'd be kind of silly to have multiple, and we need it to be somewhat robust so we can handle the results for either case, both characters as well as episodes. So let's get to it. I'm gonna close these up and we're gonna open our file navigator, and let me jump into the results view here. And essentially what I will want is a collection view. Now to make our life simple, I'm gonna copy and paste that collection view from our character views. So here we have character list view, and then we have a collection view cell. So I'll jump into here and I'm gonna steal this collection view, and what you'll notice immediately is that we are using a collection view flow layout. So we'll want to handle varying layouts, and I'll describe what I mean by that momentarily. So let me copy that, jump back to the results view, and I'll paste it here. The other thing we'll do with this collection view is, let's get rid of this alpha. It will be hidden. We're registering a character collection view cell. We're also registering this footer loading thing for pagination, so I'll leave that. But in addition to the character cell, we also want to register the episode collection view cell, because we're going to use that cell for the case when we have search results for episodes. So it's character episode collection view cell. And let me make sure this has a identifier. Cell identifier. Looks like I spelled that wrong actually, which is why the autocomplete was yelling at me. And let me make sure everything else is correct on here. We need to set up its constraints. So let's add this as a subview. We'll add that as a subview like so. Continue onward. And in setup collection view, we'll want to say delegate and data source. But before I actually do that, I'll just do reload data here. And let me just add some constraints. Maybe I can get away with actually copy and pasting this and simply changing this here. Pro tip, if you hit Option and drag, you can have multiple cursors like so. And I can just paste all 4 of these lines like that without having to type it over and over. So let me hit Command B to build, make sure our app is indeed building. And what I'll do is we need to give this a run. So when I give it a run, when I say setup collection view, we want to say self.tableview is hidden is true, self.collectionView is hidden is false. Down here, we also want to now handle the collection view that we now have. We're going to say is hidden is true. And just for simplicity's sake, let's set a background color on this just so we can see it. So I'll make it red. So cool, so let me go and give it a run. I'm gonna search for some characters in here, and I expect to see a red thing pop up, which indeed we do. Awesome. So we copied our collection view from the character view. One thing I wanna confirm is, so in this case, right, in the character copy paste, what we've done is we have copied the flow layout here as well. But what you'll notice is that there's no item size specified. If I recall correctly, what we did is, there is a function for item size, and we've actually provided the implementation for that somewhere either in here or somewhere in the controller to enable our collection view to figure out how it should be rendered. So here we have our collection view. Let me see what's going on. So here we have our ViewModel delegate set up. We have set up collection view. Let's see what's going on in here. All right, so this is setting the data source and delegate to our ViewModel. And we're gonna jump into that ViewModel and see what we've done in here, because I don't actually remember at all. So we'll come into here and there should be some implementation like so. And there is our delegate flow layout. And that function, what we've done is presumably provided a CG size for our cell, which is this function I am looking at right here, which is reference size. So this is reference size for footer. This should also be one for our item. So here we have layout, collection view layout, and this one is size for item at index path. Okay. So this is how we are calculating the size for our character collection view cell, which is this cell. Now the reason I went down this rabbit hole is because the way that we're calculating the size for our episode collection view cell is different because it looks totally different, right? So let's jump into here and we'll go into episode list view. And if you take a look inside here, we should have that same function, which is something like size for item, if I can find where on earth I put it. So here we have said that once again, the view model is our data source and delegate. We'll jump into here and there should be a size for item, which is right here. Okay, awesome. So what I am gonna do now is we're gonna jump back to our search results view. And we know that the red collection view is showing up. It should show up in this case as well. If I search episode, let's say search pilot, cool, it does. What I'll do is in the setup collection view, I need to set up the delegate as well as the data source. Now this is gonna yell at me because I need to conform to all that stuff down here. So I'm just gonna do it in the view directly. We'll just add a mark here to keep our code separate. And we'll do an extension on this. We're gonna want a UI collection view delegate for tapping cells and handling, that selection. We're gonna want UI collection view data source. And we'll also want UI collection view delegate flow layout. So let's get started with this. So first things first, we're gonna have number of sections will always be 1, which I guess we can just ignore this. We'll say number of items. Let me return 0 for now. We're also going to want cell for item, in which we want to dequeue the proper cell, either a location cell or not a location cell, either an episode cell or a character cell. I'm getting confused myself now, so I'll say character or episode. I just tossed a fatal error in here for a moment so it doesn't yell at me. And we'll also want did select for when you tap on a particular element, a particular cell. We'll deselect at the given index path and say true here. And we'll say handle cell tap. And the most important thing is going to be size for item. Size for item. I swear it exists somewhere in here. So we have reference size, size for item. Okay. So in this case, we want to return a size, and that size should be variable based on if we have got results for characters or episodes. So let's figure out how to do that. So inside of here, we are already switching on this, and we have ViewModels, which is a collection of, in this case, episode ViewModels, and in this case is a collection of character ViewModels. So what I'll do is, I'm gonna say self.collection cell, or I'll call this collection view cell, ViewModels will equal ViewModels. And we're gonna do this in both of these cases. And we're gonna have to create this property on here in a bit of a generic way such that it can hold both elements. So I'm gonna say this is an array of something that's codable. Okay, we'll build, let's see if we have any errors. Looks like we do, so let's see what's going on. Cannot assign value of type RM collection view cell view model to that, and it's saying basically I can't do that. So that implies that these things are not codable. So let's see, we're gonna jump into here, and this thing is not codable, which actually does indeed make sense, but it does look like it's hashable. And let me check if this other one is hashable here. So let's see if I can copy this. It's not gonna let me copy it, so let's just type it out. Episode collection view cell view model dot swift. And let's see, RM collection view cell for an episode. Okay, both of these are hashable and equatable. So let's say this is an array of something that is hashable. And let's see why this is gonna yell at me. Hashable as a type must be written as any hashable, that's fine. All right, so this takes in something that is any hashable, which I guess we could also do some hashable, but it looks like it's gonna yell at me for that. We just want basically an array to hang on to this, and I am trying to just avoid doing any because that doesn't constrain it at all. So let's do any hashable. So the reason we want to do that is now that we've constrained that property and now that we hang on to it, what we can do now is down here, it's pretty simple to implement our collection view. In this case, we'll say return collection view cell ViewModels.count. Okay, makes sense. In this case, we can actually figure out what type of cell to return. So what I can say is if let's first equals from our collection view cell ViewModels that first as, or I guess what I can do one even better. So what I can say is let first object, and instead of doing an unwrap, I can just do it explicitly, because if I am getting a call to this function, that means the number of cells is greater than 0. And here I can say if this is a RM character collection view cell view model, make sure I spelt all that jazz correctly, we know we need to dequeue a character cell. Otherwise, we need to dequeue a episode cell. So let me get this implemented and then we can always come back and clean this up later. So in this case, we'll say guard let cell is going to be our collection view, and we're gonna dequeue a reusable cell. This identifier will be our RM character collection view cell, and we want this to be the cell, not the view model. That's cell identifier. I'm gonna line break all of this because it's getting incredibly messy to read. This will be index path, and we wanna cast this as the appropriate cell. If we're not able to, we'll just error out. And once we are able to, we'll go ahead and return that there. Now you'll see this is yelling at me because what we need to do is this exact same thing for our episode cell down here, with the difference being is we want this to be RM character episode cell. So we're gonna say RM character episode collection view cell dot cell identifier cast to the proper cell, and we can return it like so, and we're able to build. Now keep in mind, we also need to say cell configure with a view model. And the way that we get the view model is by getting the element at the nth position, but more specifically is getting it at the nth position and casting it. So instead of 0 here, we could just say get it at index path.row. So there is that already. And then here we can say this is going to be character VM, which should be this thing, as the proper view model. So this thing as this view model like so, and then I can copy and paste this line here. And I apologize if this is confusing, but it's kind of hard to explain all this casting going on without just doing it. So what we're doing is, in essence, is we are saying cast this element, the object that we get, which I'm gonna rename in a second, and we're unwrapping it and casting it to the appropriate type. So we're gonna say this is our, let's call this current view model. And here is what we are checking. So I guess what we can do is, and the smarter thing to do is, this is kind of redundant if you take a look at it. Here we can say if let the character VM equals this view model as the appropriate view model. If we have that view model, we know we can use this cell. Therefore, we don't need this additional cast down here. Cool, so it's compiling, it's working, awesome. Otherwise, in this case down here, we still want to configure this with a view model, but the difference being is this is now going to simply be a episode view model. And we do need to do this cast unwrap down here. So this is going to be our current view model as this cell view model. And once we have that casted, we can configure it like so. All right, so looking pretty good. Everything is compiling, kind of confusing right now. Let me change the size here to just be something random so we can get it working. And then we'll come back and just fill out that function and probably cut the video there since it's gotten kind of long. So let me search for Rick here. We see a bunch of tiny cells. This is also still red, but at least we're seeing results, which is pretty good. Let's jump to episodes and we'll search in here for pilot and we see a episode cell. It's obviously truncated and we will fix that in the sizing in a moment. Let's get rid of the red background color. Certainly don't want that. Alrighty. So what we want here is the implementation of this function to vary by basically the type of data we have, the thing that is being searched. So I'm going to do the same thing again. So here we're going to get the view model and we're going to say if this is a RM character collection view cell view model, we want to return the character size, otherwise return the episode size, which makes sense, right? So let's copy and paste that. So here we have the character list view model. I'm going to take the size in here, the calculation of this, and we can just simply drop it in here, looking good. And then we'll go to the implementation for episodes. And similarly, I will copy this and we can simply drop it down here. Now you'll notice that in this case, we are getting bounds in both cases. So it's probably redundant. There's slightly different implementations, but we're gonna not copy and paste it. So in that case, we have width. In this case, we have width as well. All right, so I think we're good to go. Let's give this a build and run and we should see appropriate results. So let me search for Morty in this case. And cool, it looks pretty good. We actually got cards back for our characters. Tapping on them, nothing happens right now because we have not hooked that up. But let's make sure episodes is working as well. So let's see, I see there's a lawn mower dog episode. So let me search for lawn. We'll hit search and cool, we get lawn mower, the lawnmower episode. It looks like it's slightly cut off for some reason. So I might have to adjust this for episodes, but it's kind of strange that it's cut off. Let me double check if it's cut off up here as well. So yeah, it looks like this is cut off up here as well, which is slightly strange, but maybe we'll come back and fix that. I'm kind of nitpicking, but there we have it. Search is working for all three tabs. Search is certainly working. Let me search for a status where the character is dead. Let's search again and here the dead variant of Morty, I should say. So totally working. We are not able to select these and open character details, but maybe we'll do that in the next video. This video got super long, so drop a comment if anything was confusing. The biggest kind of point of note of this video is we want to have a single collection view and we want the layout as well as the cell DQ to be dynamic based on whatever type of data we have. So in the cell case, we're casting the view model to actually use it. We also need the type to be correct to configure. And in the size case, we don't actually need the view model. We just want to check if something is of a certain type, as we are doing here on line 191. As such, we can return the appropriate size. So that's all I've got for you guys today. Drop a like before clicking away. Let me just open up Terminal and stage and push my project to GitHub. If I can remember where I threw the project. So here we have the project folder. I will commit this and say, maybe I'll give a commit message of hook up character and episode searching with an exclamation mark. And then I will clear and do a git push. So we commit it right there. It looks like something went wrong. It looks like the exclamation mark it wasn't too happy with, so I might have to do that again. So let me say git commit. And I'm gonna be lazy with this. We're gonna say wrap up search results. All right, that was our commit, and we'll do git push. All right, fingers crossed. Looks like it's pushing. Boom, done, good to go. Part 50 in the books. I'll see you guys in the next part. Welcome to part 51 of the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to pick up where we left off. We had wrapped up getting our search results here. Before we jump into things, drop a like down below. Hey, say hello in the comments if you've made it this far. This is a super long series, so props to you for dedication, and let's continue onwards. So we have actually completed search such that we're getting results in both our collection view format as well as our table view format. We still need to paginate those results, but on the theme of pagination, aka scrolling down and loading in more results, if you recall, we had not implemented that for the location screen here because it's a table view, and I actually forgot to do so. So we're going to go work on this in this video. So I already got the project opened up here. Let's close this random file that's open, and let's figure out what we need to do. So I am going to actually open up our location controller because I actually don't remember at all what it looks like. So we'll go to core here, and we have our RM location view controller. Now inside of here, we should have implementation of our view at bare minimum. We should have our view if it's not implemented. So it looks like we do have our view, our primary view. We're going to jump into this, and somewhere in here we should have a table view. So we indeed have our table view here. So if memory serves, we implemented the collection view such that we use a scroll view delegate to get the user's scroll position and start loading in more content. We're going to do the exact same thing here, but some things are going to be slightly different, particularly how we reload the table, as well as how we show that spinner at the bottom there. So let's first bring in our scroll view delegate. I don't think I have it here yet. Let me double check. So here is some table view jazz. We don't have it here, so we want to bring it in. So we're going to say this conforms to our scroll view delegates. And what we want is scroll view did scroll, the implementation of this function. And what I can probably get away with doing is copy and pasting this from our other views here. So I'll literally copy and paste it, and we'll see how we can implement this. So here we're saying should show load more indicator. Looks like we don't have this here. So we have is loading more characters. So we don't have this here either. And then we're also trying to reach cell view models. So there's a couple interesting weird things going on over here. So let's take care of what all this jazz does. So I'm going to come back and actually just look at, so actually before I do that, we probably have view models on here. Hopefully we do. So we have our delegate, and we do have a single view model, it looks like. And we have our spinner here, and we're saying table view alpha. All right, we should have cell view models somewhere. So here we're saying viewModel.cellViewModels.count. Okay. So here we need to verify that our cell view models isn't empty. And before we do this, probably intelligent to make sure our view model isn't nil, since it is optional. It appears here. So we'll say let view model is going to be our view model. Thereafter, we are going to verify that the cell view models off of that isn't empty, because there's no need to paginate if we haven't even gotten the original results. And I'm going to kind of start organizing this a little bit. So here we have is loading more characters. We're in locations, so we're going to say is loading more locations. And presumably we have this flag to just capture if we're already in a load operation. This should really go on the view model, but for now I'm just going to toss it here. By default, this is going to be false because we are not loading more locations, which makes sense. Let's continue. So here we have should show load more indicator. This, I would guess, is a computed property to check if we even have results. And it looks like, let's go into episodes, see where the heck this is defined. So here we are basically saying if we have API info .next. So on our model, if that next object isn't nil, which I guess makes sense, and realistically this should be in the view model too, since we're kind of leaking view model business logic-y stuff now. So let me just copy and paste that here, and we will have a whole video where we clean up all this jazz. So we don't actually have API info here. We are holding on to this view model. So what we probably want to do, let's go into here. Inside of here, we're creating locations, and we're holding on to API info inside of here. Let me make sure we are assigning this somewhere from our response. We indeed are, and it looks like we're not actually even handling this error. So we're going to say handle error. We are going to handle all of this stuff later on. And since our API info is inside of there, what I'll actually do is take that computed property, and I'm going to toss it right here. So we're going to say should show load more indicator, and we have our API info here, so we can actually leverage it from there. So back in our view, where we're implementing that scroll view delegate, we are going to read this off of our view model, like so. Next thing, we want to get the actual load more indicator, or rather the URL, I should say. Here, what we're doing is getting that URL and constructing it. We're using a timer to basically debounce, the person scrolling down infinitely, so we don't accidentally go and kick off multiple pagination requests. And then here we are calling a function which is fetch additional episodes, which kind of seems wrong to me that we're doing this in a view, but anyways, let's go and see what the heck this function does. So we're verifying all of this jazz. Let me just copy and paste this, and we'll make sure that our implementation gets updated for the case of locations. So I am going to say paginate for additional locations as needed. We're going to also update this to be locations. Is loading more locations. Is loading more locations gets updated to true since we are loading them now. We try to create a RMRequest with the parameter URL, which makes sense. And then we try to continue, and we should expect to get RM get all locations response. That's what we're going to try to decode to. Once we have the response, we're going to handle results here, and all of this jazz is going to be different. So I'm going to comment this out temporarily, and let's just make sure this is building. Okay, we're not even building yet, which is no bueno, but let's get this taken care of. So let's see what on earth is the problem here. It looks like this is a problem, clearly, because we renamed that property. Let's try to build again once more. We still have an error, and the error is because we renamed this function here for locations. And we're also going to need to get this the URL off of API info. So let's see if we can do this correct the first time around. So instead of getting the location URL here, maybe what we'll do is we'll pass all this nonsense to our view model. So let me copy this function, and let me actually, before I even do that, I'm going to move this to our view model as well. Our is loading more locations, because when I try to hodgepodge it here, it's going to get incredibly messy. So this is one of those cases where you're better off just doing it the right way from the get-go to save yourself a great deal of pain. So since we moved that there, here we want to read this off of the view model. Alrighty. And then we're going to move this whole shebang over there as well. So let me copy this whole function. And this way, we don't need to expose this API info thing to our view. This API info thing here, we can just keep it internal to our view model. And let me just add some marks here because this object is getting a little large. So cool. So we have fetch additional locations. Everything should be commented out in here still. And in this case, we don't need to create that URL here. We will just copy this. And we can still do the scroll view calculation business here, but instead of saying this off of self, we are going to say this off of our view model, fetch additional locations. And we actually don't even need to pass in the URL. I'm going to amend the signature because we can create that URL directly inside of this object since we have our API info available. So I'll paste that in here. Our next URL string will be our next, and we need to put it as part of a guard let statement. So here we will be saying, let me actually do this before we assign this to true. Here what we're saying is get the next object off of API info and then try to create a URL with whatever that next URL string ends up being. And just to verify this thing is indeed a string. So let's try building. And I definitely need parentheses there for a proper function signature. And we're able to build. So let's see what's going on. So I'm going to actually print what we get back here. So we are going to say print more locations, and I'm going to do more results dot count. And essentially we should be able to scroll down and get more locations now. So let's open up our console over here. I'm just gonna make sure it's empty. We'll scroll down to the bottom of locations and boom, we have more locations. Awesome, we have 20 more locations. Everything should have been updated. We are missing 2 critical steps. Obviously, we don't see the results for what we just loaded in, and there's no loading indicator either. And that's kind of bad because how do I know as a user that something's even happening? So we want to fix both of those. So let's see how we're doing on time. We can probably squeeze them in, so let's do it. So you can see I did a lot of copy and pasting and I abstracted stuff out of the view, and I should have done that for the other views, but like I said, we'll clean up later on. Let's take care of the loading indicator. So let's jump back to our view. And what I'll do here is we want to show that loading indicator once we basically kick off the fetch operation. So we want to make sure we're on the main thread. So this is going to be on a timer. We should still be on the main queue, but just in case, I'm going to say dispatch queue main async, and inside of here I will go and say self dot, and we're going to say show loading indicator. And this is going to be slightly different from, actually completely different, I should say, from how we handle collection views. Because for collection views, if you recall, we need to set a section footer here. We are going to use a footer here, but we don't need it to be a section footer, right? Table views give us the ability to just define like a table master header and master footer is what I'll call it. So what I can get away with here and just say is our table footer view, hopefully it wasn't deprecated, there it is, table footer view should be a RM table loading footer view. And we haven't created this yet, hence it's yelling at me. So this is just going to be a view that we create. It should self-size itself and just kind of show a activity indicator. So let's create this guy. It's going to go inside of our views folder here. And I guess we can put it in locations since we're not really using it elsewhere, but it is designed to be a generic type of object. So we're going to subclass UI view. So let's paste in our name here. All right, all the defaults looking good. I'll finalize this class and we are going to say init with a frame. Actually, we want to override the init with frame is what I want to do here. We'll do frame, we'll bring in that required initializer. Whoops, that's not what I want. So we want required initializer. Come on, autocomplete, bear with me, there we are, okay. Let's see, what do we want to do in here? So we want to have a activity indicator. So we'll say our spinner here will be a UI activity indicator view. We're gonna create it with our anonymous closure here. So here we will say our spinner is this guy. We will return said spinner. Also going to say spinner translates auto resizing mask into constraints is going to be true. And let me actually see if I can just copy and paste our other spinner because we kind of want it to look the same and I don't really want to have to deal with having to go back and forth to figure out why there is visual discrepancy. So I'll literally just copy and paste it here. And this should have been false for translates auto resizing mask into constraints. Next up, we are going to add this. So we'll say translates auto resizing mask into constraints for this guy is false as well. And we are going to say add subview. This guy will say spinner.start animating. And we also want to set up some constraints. So I will say add constraints. All right, we will implement this, and this is going to be fairly straightforward. We've done this in basically all of our views already. We'll say ns layout constraints. We want to activate a collection of constraints here, and they will be spinner dot with anchor will be equal to a constant of perhaps 55. We'll have a height anchor also equal to 55. And we just want this to be centered. So we'll say center x anchor is going to be equal to center x anchor, big surprise, and same thing for our y anchor here. Alrighty. And we also want to set up constraints on self, right? So we want to have a height and width. I'm gonna see if I can get away with doing that here. So we are going to say the I can actually probably copy and paste this for spinner. And instead of spinner, we're going to say self here. And what we want to do here, more or less, is just have it be the entire width of our screen. So we're going to say UI screen dot main dot bounds dot width. This works here for our width, and our height, maybe we'll go and do like a fixed of 100. Go ahead and build, and let's see if this guy actually works. So we will build and run. We'll go to locations. We'll scroll it down here, and shoot, I am not seeing our actual spinner down there. So let's see what on earth is being screwed up. So my best bet is that the self-sizing of this is being screwed up. So what I'll do here is I am going to say that the frame is going to be assigned. Let me just assign it back where we're actually assigning our footer view here. So let's see where we have created this guy. And over here, let's just clean this up. So we'll say footer, and I'll also say here our footer has a background color of red, so we explicitly can see it. Let me get rid of my redundant parentheses there. And let's also give this a frame. This is going to be CG rect with a X, Y width and height. So we'll say 0, 0. Here we will say frame.size.width, which is the current location view frame we're in, and height will be 100. Give this a build and run. Go to locations. And dang, we're still not seeing it. All right, so what the heck is going on? Something is going on here. So we're going to continue to debug this together. So it looks like we should have called this function because we're certainly loading more stuff here. And we're saying table view, table footer view. Am I nailing this out anywhere? Nope, I am not. So let's see what the heck is going on. So here I can probably specify the frame directly. So let me actually do that here. There's no need to assign it afterwards. And let's jump back into this view. Let's see what's going on. Let me get rid of this translates auto resizing mask into constraints. Perhaps that is conflicting here. And okay, there's our red view. So we certainly see it now. We didn't need that property. I don't like that there's a little gap, but I guess I'll deal with it for now. So let me go back and change the red color. We don't want that there. Build and run this again. And we go down and boom, we have, whoops, this is the wrong one. If we go down, we should have our location spinner show up. Awesome. So cool. So that is our location spinner, and that is actually the process of getting more results. What we want to do now is get the results back. So let's see if we can stub this out really quickly. Otherwise, I'll break this up into another video. So if I jump into here, let's see what we're doing. So right now we're printing. We are hanging on to the API info, and now that we're in the view model, we can actually do that, which is awesome. Here we are getting the original count, and we're doing a bunch of calculations, and I think the reason we were doing this is because, let me see why we're doing it, is because we needed to append the contents into episodes, and then we were saying did load more episodes with this. I don't remember why we're actually doing it like this. I think the reason we were doing this is because we needed to calculate what cell positions to insert in the collection view update operation. So I think we don't need to do such a complicated thing here. So we're getting the current count, or the original count, the new count, we're getting total. We're doing some index calculations, and then we are appending all of those. I think what we can do is far simpler. So we have cell view models here. I think we can just create a bunch of cell view models and stick them in there. So let's see if I can get rid of all of this junk. And let's see if I can, so we don't have any of these delegate things anymore. We do need to specify this equals false once we are done updating our view models. Let's see, let's get rid of this as well. See if we're able to build. And what I'll do here is a strong self.cellViewModels, and we're going to say append contents of, and this is going to be more results. We are going to compact map this, into the appropriate cell view models. So up here, our cell view model type is this. I'll simply grab it. We're going to cheat and return this guy, and it simply takes in a location. All right, so hopefully that should be good. We're basically taking our additional results, we're looping over them and creating appropriate cell view models. And then we want our table view to basically reload. So what I'll do here as like a kind of stopgap to make sure this whole thing even works is on a delay, I will just have this force reload, even though that's like not the proper way to do it. But in the next video, we'll take a look at writing a callback for this. So we'll say now, plus maybe like 3 seconds. And then what we're going to execute is a closure. And here we will say self.tableview reload data. I believe a table view reload data does not screw up the scroll offset, so it's not going to kick you back to the top, but we will see. And I will also print out refreshing table rows, just so we know when it gets kicked off. So moment of truth, otherwise known as the moment everything breaks. Let's open up locations. We're going to scroll down, and there is our spinner. Oh, awesome. Look at that. We got more results. Let's make sure they are cool. So I think we're at Earth, replacement dimension. Let's go to the top here. So the top also starts with Earth, but they're different here. And some of these are not YouTube ad appropriate that I can't say. So we have Cygnus 5 expands, Rick's battery microverse. So they do appear to be different. But it looks like we called this multiple times, which I guess makes sense because we're inside of a timer that we never actually invalidate. So we should probably do that. So this timer here invalidates here, but we also, well, I guess we're going to get rid of this. So I'll just leave that as is. Let's continue down. And let's see if we should be able to load even more now. All right, it actually does load more. Now we totally have different results. Make sure it is indeed working. All right, so it looks like we don't have more results now to load, and for whatever reason, we're seeing spinner, and the reason actually is we just never nil it out. So let me pause the video there. We actually got pagination more or less working. We need to clean up the code and also get rid of that spinner when there's nothing else to load. And to do that, we'll see you guys, and by we, I mean literally just me, see you guys in part 52. So appreciate y'all watching. Hit that like button, say hello in the comments. It means a lot for the YouTube algorithm. Subscribe if you're new here and haven't done so already. Kind of wild if you haven't. Past part 50. I'll see you in the next part. All right, fine people of YouTube. Let's continue building the Rick and Morty app series. Particularly in this video, we're going to clean up that location pagination callback. And I'm also going to show you something pretty cool that I've kept as a bit of a secret while we've been building this out. So hit that like button below, subscribe if you're into iOS and haven't done so already, and let's continue. So if you guys recall, for location pagination, when we scroll down, we are able to successfully show our little indicator as well as load in more data. But one thing where we're kind of cheating is we're just using this async await here, rather not async await, async after on a dispatch queue to kind of force refresh our table view. And instead of having to do that, we want an appropriate callback where we only refresh if our callback is called or a delegate is called or something a little more appropriate. And we also don't want this to happen inside of a timer since it gets called multiple times. So let's do it. So if you guys recall, we have a location view delegate here, and this is did select for a particular location. What I am going to do is instead of using the delegate here like I originally planned, what I'll probably do is on the view model, we are going to register a callback and we'll just invoke that once we are ready. So inside of this guy, once we have got more data and we say is loading locations is false, what I'll be able to do is just call that callback. In other words, something along the lines of strong self did finish pagination, and this thing will be optional, so we do need that question mark there. And up here, prior to our initializer, I'm just going to stick this up here, which is going to be a closure taking in no arguments and returning void. Now we also want an API to register for this closure. So we'll say register did, that's not how you spell it, did finish pagination block, and this thing will basically just take a escaping closure so we can hang on to it like so. And finally, we'll say self.did finish pagination is our block here. So let me hit Command B to build, and let's see if we already have errors. I think we do. Oh, we actually don't, which is awesome. Now, that's all we need to do in our view model here. We're basically just going to invoke this. So we'll say notify via callback. And I guess in theory, we should check if we have more results here, but I guess we wouldn't even be calling this if we don't have an API info. So I guess that's fine, actually. So cool, let me come back to our view, and in the initializer, we are going to add that callback registration. So I'll say ViewModel dot register for a did finish pagination block, and inside of this block, all we want to do is say self.tableView reload data. We want to make sure we capture weak self so we don't cause a retain cycle between the scopes of the closure. And keep in mind, this is a UI operation, so we want to also dispatch it onto the main queue since our callback will be received on a background queue. So cool, we got that good to go here. One other thing that we probably want to be doing is also just get rid of our footer. If you remember down here, we added this function that's show loading indicator, and that just sets our footer here, TableView's table footer property, I should say. We're just gonna get rid of that since presumably this is called, once we're done with the pagination callback. So we're just going to nil that out by saying this is equal to nil. So I'll just leave a comment here. So loading indicator go bye-bye. And yep, that's a totally professional comment. And then here we will reload data. One caveat I will mention is with table views, you are actually able to call this while maintaining the offset, but this is going to prompt the table view to reload all data. Now, the table view is efficient enough where it'll only compute its visible cells and reload those, but you could also do batch updates. So there is a way where you can say like, hey, insert rows at particular index paths. This is more similar to what we did for our collection view, but I'm just doing reload here since it's a little simpler, and we've already seen that like calculation of insertion of different index paths. So let's give this a build and run, and let's make sure we're able to still load in additional results. So here we are, locations. We'll come down, boom, we got our spinner, and there we are, new locations. Cool, let me continue further downwards. And it looks like we should have more results in here. Alrighty, we have our spinner. It's taking kind of long, and it looks like we don't have results. So what the heck gives? So here we have refreshing table rows. Did I get rid of that dispatch? Oh, I did not get rid of this. So let me actually get rid of this. Alrighty. Give this a build and run again. Something tells me there's a bug somewhere in here. So we're going to scroll down and we're loading more, and we should hit that callback. Did we hit that callback? We're not hitting the callback. What the heck gives? Okay, let's see. We're not hitting our callback, but we are registering for this thing here on our view. Oh, we're actually not. Okay, I see our bug here. So our view model is not actually even set at this point, and this is a good gotcha here, even for myself, where you should really be mindful of nullable view models. So we're actually configuring this view model here. Instead of putting it in the same method, just to be safe for any future refactor I do, whoops, that's the delegate. What we'll do is we're gonna hook up our registration handler to the did set for this view model. This way, whenever this thing is assigned, we know for a fact that it exists. And well, I guess I guess we should probably unwrap it too, since it might be set when it's not nilled out. But anyways, let's make sure this works, and then I'll go down my rabbit hole. So cool, that time it was super fast, continue super fast. Actually, the loading indicator like barely shows because it's just so wildly fast, but that's cool. It's not a bad problem to have that our pagination is rather fast. In this case, it looks like we showed this loading indicator, but we don't actually have more results. So let's see what the heck gives. So we're calling this show loading. Let's see where this is being called. We're calling this, we're basically calling this if we have additional results to be shown. So we're saying cell ViewModels isn't empty and should show load more indicator. What is going on in here? So API info, which is optional, next doesn't equal nil. All right, so we'll come down here, we'll continue down. And when we do paginate, what we'll do is we'll print, we're actually hanging on to the info here. We are holding on to it, so something strange is going on. Let's print out info.next. And I'm just going to open my console, give this a build and run. Let me open that console again that Xcode decided to close. Let's scroll down. We should see a URL, which is our next. Okay, continue. Should see another one, looking good. Third one we should see here, fourth one, all right. All right, there's our fifth one, sixth one. Okay, this time the spinner did not show up and we're getting a nil being printed out, which means that API info was indeed nilled out. Therefore, when we hit that computed property of should show our loading indicator, we should get false resolved. And the reason is obviously because our API info is now nil. Particularly even the next property off of this thing, since we're optional chaining here. So cool, that is basically pagination for location in a nutshell. This screen is indeed done, but as I promised, I want to show you guys one really cool thing that I purposely haven't mentioned because it's going to make this whole series a whole lot cooler. So far we've been building an iPhone app, right? It's running here. It's actually supporting landscape and portrait. We didn't hard code any of our layout, although we could probably improve this because these cards are obnoxiously big. But what you probably didn't know is that this is a universal app and we can actually run it on both iPad and Mac. So yes, we've been building an iPhone app, but you have actually also been building a Mac app and an iPad app. So here we have our iPad. We can go ahead and give this a build and run on this iPad here. And I actually haven't done this yet, so we'll see what this looks like. Something tells me the layout's gonna be a bit janky. But let's see what this looks like. And then we're also gonna run this on Mac. So bear with me here while this iPad gets its life together. And boom, look at that. We also have an iPad app. So this is one of the things that I was super excited about for this project is not only are we building an iOS app, but it'll work on iPadOS here as well, both portrait and landscape. And it's pretty cool. Like there's not that many things we need to fix. Like we have 2 columns here, but we can probably get away with, maybe like 3 or 4 columns on a larger display. Everything self-sizes pretty well. We could probably make the width of these episode cells a smidge smaller. But let's take a look at the Mac variant of this, which is using Catalyst. And just as an FYI, you can actually take a look that in the configuration here, we're targeting all of these orientations, and then we're also targeting all of these destinations. The SDK it's using is iOS. In other words, for here you see Mac designed for iPad. The iPad app will actually run on the Mac via Catalyst. So let's go ahead and give this a build and run. And we'll see what we get. So I'm pretty hyped that we have this working for all 3 platforms. It'd be cool if watchOS was working too, but I think this is the only series that I've ever done or any other ones that I've seen building a universal app. So here we have our Mac app. Let me just expand this here. We have our tabs down here. It's essentially just the iPad app running on Mac. It's a little big, I will admit, and we can probably clean that up. Let's see if we can clean up at least this like CollectionView layout here because it's a little large to say the least. And I think it's pretty simple to clean it up. So that would be for the characters here. So if I open up the app on iPad, you'll see that here we have in our collection view for characters, we want the layout to be a smidge different. So let's open up our views. We're gonna jump into characters, and we have a collection view cell and a list view. And I believe the view model for our character is actually serving as the delegate data source as well as the flow layout delegate. So I'm going to open up our list view model for characters. And here we're actually taking the bounds of the entire screen. And that's probably not what we want to do. We want to probably actually get the bounds of our collection view. And by doing that, we then want to subtract 30 from the width and divide that by 2. Let me give this a run. Let me actually run it on iPad. And I don't want to get too deep into this because we're going to have a separate video to optimize all of this jazz for the different devices before we wrap up this entire project. So let's see. Okay, so in this case, we are seeing the exact same thing, but we can start to do some things that are kind of cool. So we subtract 30 because we have 10-point margin on the left, middle, and right of our cells here. So those each of those are 10. But what we could do, and there's probably better ways to do this, but I'm just going to do this as a simple way. So we're going to say is iPad. You can say UI device, and this has current. And I think there's an is iPad on here, or UI device is iPad. UI device, there is an is iPad thing somewhere on here. So let's look for is iPad. All right, well, that's not helpful. So we are going to cheat by opening up Safari, and we are going to go to google.com here, and we're going to search is iPad UI device Swift, and there is an API to detect the target device, and it's off of the UI user interface idiom. Right. Okay. So this should have a current.user interface idiom, and this should have a phone, pad, and then also a Mac on it. So we're going to say phone, and we're going to say is phone, or I should say iPhone, I guess, otherwise it's going to bug me. So we're going to say is iPhone. And in this case, what we can do is we want to change our calculation here. So our width is going to be a CG float, and we're going to say if this is a phone, what we'll do is we're going to assign our width to be this guy. Otherwise, we're on Mac or iPad. And in this case, what we're going to define this as is basically the same thing with some minor differences. So we are going to now have maybe we'll have 4 columns, and if you think about it, we'll have a left, right, and kind of like 2 spaced. Like if we have columns, we have the leftmost padding, the right, and then we have 3 in the middle, right? So we have to do 10 times each of these. So the way we could probably do that is by just hard coding it to be 50. If I'm not mistaken, there's 5 things here. But later on, we could probably do this a little better. So let's give this a build and run. Let me see why this is yelling at me. And we should now see 4 columns here. All right, look at that, beautiful, 4 columns. And I'll probably stop the video here. Let me just make sure I didn't break it on iPhone, but we're gonna have a couple of these calculations. You can also leverage the trait collection, but what I wanted to showcase here is while we've been building this iPhone app, we've also been building a beautiful iPad and Mac app. So let me run this on an iPhone before staging, committing, and pushing my code to GitHub. Make sure I didn't break our precious iPhone app here. We have not. And later on, we are going to actually abstract this to a extension so we don't have to do these like janky conditionals everywhere because it's a little messy. So let me open up terminal. We're going to cd to our project, which I think I put in documents. Let's see if I can find it. Yep. All right. So we're going to say, let me give it a message of wrap up location pagination plus device families. We're going to do a git push after we've committed, And once this is pushed, we are good to go. So that's part 52. I'll see you guys in the next part. We are going to start to tackle paginating or paginating, however you're supposed to properly say it, for our search results, which we have not done yet. So right now I'll just get results, but nothing happens once I'm at the bottom. So I will see you guys in the next part. Hit that like button before clicking away. Let me know if your mind is blown in the comments for iPad and Mac support. Pretty pumped. See you guys there. All right, party people, let's keep it going. So in this part, we're going to continue building the Rick and Morty app series, particularly focusing on pagination for our search results, as well as fixing a kind of weird bug that I discovered. So that being said, hit that like button down below, say hello in the comments before we get into things, tweet the channel, all the socials. It helps out a lot, especially if you've gotten this far, presumably you've been enjoying it. So let's continue. So the first thing that I want to do is fix this like strange bug, which is if I go to search and there's nothing selected, or there's nothing inputted, I should say, in our search fields, and I hit search, it kind of doesn't make sense, right? Like it's kind of like an empty query. The API does give us results because we're not filtering a status or a gender, and there's no term to query by. And this actually occurs on all of our tabs. So in this case, for episodes, we don't have any options, yet we still see that we can get results. So let's jump into our, I think I called it the RM search ViewModel.swift, where our actual searches get executed. And let me see where exactly that is. So there's execute search here. And here we do search text, which makes sense. Now, I guess what we want to do first and foremost here is we'll just guard that search text is something. So I'll say guard search text. We're going to trim characters and white space character sets, so like any spaces or tabs or whatnot. We're going to validate that it is not empty. So we're going to say is empty, and we're going to add a exclamation mark there to get the inverse of that. And, you know, if it's not empty, we're not going to do anything. We're not going to execute a search. So let's go back and give it a quick build and run. And let's make sure that that is indeed valid. So if I hit this, nothing happens. If I type in Rick and I hit it, we should now get some results. So beautiful, that part is working. Alrighty, so back in our search results for locations, if I'm not mistaken, we set up pagination for this. Looks like we actually didn't. I think we only set it up for the actual tab. Yep, that makes sense. So let's actually set up pagination for location search results, since it is a tad bit simpler. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a lot of copy and pasting in this video, since we already built this out, and I'm just going to steal it for another part of our app. So we want to go into our controllers, and under our location view controller, you'll see that this guy has our RM location view. So we'll jump into here, and this view should have our table view, which makes sense. And if we continue further down, what you'll notice is, let's see, where is it? We got to find basically where we are setting up its delegate. So we should be saying tableview.delegate and data source is self. All right. Beautiful. Found it right here, table view stuff. And essentially what I was looking for is this. So if we scroll to the bottom, we call this scroll view did scroll function. We actually call it every time we scroll. And once we're at the bottom, we'll dispatch a request to go and get more results as needed. So I'm going to lift this entire thing, and we're going to open up our view where the table view exists for search results. So stay with me here because our app has gotten a little large and I don't want this to be too all over the place. So we have our search results view, and this is a view for which we have a table view inside. And here we have ViewModels, which is going to be process ViewModels. And this ViewModel is an enum, if you recall. So what I will do is I'm going to come down here and paste that, and we're going to add this extension onto the RM search results view. So bear with me here. All right, so we should get rid of this first error because we're now extending the search results view. We're verifying that we have a view model, which in fact we do. We are checking that ViewModel.SellViewModels isn't empty. Now, none of this stuff exists, and we're also saying should show load more indicator. None of this stuff exists basically on this view model. So what we'll want to do in essence is handle all of this. So let me comment all this out, and we're going to handle this one by one. And what we're actually going to need to end up doing is a little bit of refactoring on our search results view model. So let's get to it. So I'm going to build and run. And you can tell I'm doing this on the fly because we're going to figure this out together. This is not pre-planned by any means. So when I hit search, let's say I type in Earth here, what we're returning in our view model at the moment is basically just an enum, which is not great. And the reason it's not great is because we aren't actually holding on to any of the relevant data we need. Like, hey, like, do we have more results? Like, should we show the loading indicator? All of that good stuff. So the place we set this, let me see where we're setting this, is we're saying process view model. We have a configure with view model here for our search results view. So let's see where this view is created. We should hopefully be creating it in one place. All right, and then on the results view, we're going to be calling configure somewhere. And we call it whenever this result handler is invoked. So let's see where it's invoked. Should be inside our search view model. Alrighty. Okay, cool, good deal. So basically what we want to do is we want to refactor our search result view model. So let's see where we are getting our results. So here is our results VM. We called it a RM search results view model. Let me change the name of this type to be our RM search result type. So because if you think about it, like what we have in here is we have an enum with associated values, and these are more or less the type for our particular case. So here I am going to say this is type, and what I'll do is, let's see if I can get away with a project-wide search and replace. So I'm going to rename this to be type. So we'll hit this little find drop down to get to replace. And let's rename this to search result type, like so. And let's do a command B. We should still be building and able to run. And now what I'll do is I am going to create a view model, which will be the same thing that enum was called before. Like so. This is going to be of type struct, and it's going to have a property in here, which is going to be called results of type RM search result type. So go ahead and build. Everything should be good to go. And we're going to now wrap this result into this struct. So if we do a Command Shift F to do a project-wide search, what you'll realize is that in a few different places, we want to actually update the usage of this enum. So instead of having our result handler return the type here in our view model, we're going to return the view model. Similarly, down here, what we are going to do is update the signature here to return the view model. Down here, we are going to amend this momentarily. So we have that results type here. So what I can do is say let VM is this view model passing in results like so. And that VM will go there. We see we now have some errors, which is expected. And the reason we have those errors is because we've once again changed the types. So here we're saying results view, configure with results. And instead of configuring with results, we actually get a single view model here. So we're going to say results view, configure with, and again, change this here as well to be our view model. And once more, hopefully this is the last actual type to change. We'll change this here as well. And when we say process view model, what we want to do is not only do we want to switch on the view model, but we want to switch on is actually ViewModel.results. And these errors here should go away. And let's try to compile. And we should be good to go, hopefully. So here we're creating the CollectionView cell view models. And in this case, we're creating, let's see what we're doing for setup table view for view models. In this case, we are using the location cell view models. So we have two collections here for our view models, one for the collection view and then one for the actual table view. So let me write this here because this is getting a little complicated. So we'll say table view, view models. Here we're going to say collection view, view models. And let's just give it a build and run, make sure that all this jazz is still working. So if I come into here and it shouldn't matter really what thing I'm searching for. I just want to make sure everything is still good to go, which in fact it is. So cool, we've abstracted our search results view model to be a struct which contains a property, which is one of the cases for our enums here. Now, the benefit of doing this is that we can now, on the struct, have more appropriate properties and methods to allow us to figure out if we need to load more results. And let's see how we can actually do that. So here we're creating our results VM. And if you look at this function, we actually get a model in here. And what we have off of this model, and this is the same for all of these, is something that's really important, which is info. And info here has our count, our pages, our next, and our previous. So what we'll actually want to do is the following. So let me jump back into our search results view model. Let me command click into here. And inside of here, we can actually have all of these properties as well. So let's say we want next, previous, pages, and count. And the only thing, if you think about it, that we need is the next URL. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me grab next here. And what I will do is we'll come back over here and we're going to create this next URL right up here. So we'll say next URL will be string optional, like so. And here we're going to say next is our model dot next or info. Let's see, model dot info. Oh, it's because we casted it, so we want to use a proper name. So here dot info dot next. Alrighty. Similarly, we can come down here and do this as well, but we want to just update the name. And we'll do this here as well, updating this name. So beautiful. Now that we have that, we can pass in next as our next URL. Okay, so let's see what the problem is here. It's yelling at me. So we're saying next, we're assigning here. I think I actually called it next URL. So let me update all of these guys. And we should be able to compile, hopefully. All right, awesome. So now what we want to do is let's go back to our RM search results view.swift, and let's make sure we open up the right one. And at the very bottom where I pasted in that table view business, we can start to do some more stuff. So what we can do is we can validate that we have our view models. So when scroll view did scroll is called, we want to go down one of two paths. So in the case of table view, we'll deal with that one first. We want to validate that we have location cell view models, and we're going to say that it's not empty. In other words, we have our initial set of results. Okay, so that basically takes care of this guy that's commented out. The next thing we want to know is, should we load more results? So what I can do is I can say view model should show loading indicator, right? So like basically, do we have more results to load? And should we show that indicator? So let's jump back to our view model and let's see what the best way to do that is, because that property does not exist yet. And what I will do inside of here is add a public computed property, and essentially all that we are going to do is we're going to return whether the next URL doesn't equal nil. And if it doesn't equal nil, we know that we have another page to grab results for. So that's where this check comes in. So we can delete this next commented outline. And finally, we want to make sure that we're not already in the process of loading more results. In other words, we don't want to duplicate the actual pagination call. So Similarly here, what I will do is, in this case, we can probably make it a public and private set property, which is loading more locations, and I'll actually call it is loading more results to be more generic. By default, this is going to be set to false. So here we are validating that this thing is indeed false. And it looks like it is yelling at me because I renamed it to results. Okay, so let's delete these comments here and let's see what we've got going on in this timer down here. So when this timer gets called, we're basically debouncing the scroll. In other words, we have a slight delay that we've done in all of our pagination setup across the app. Then what we do is we grab the offset and we do our calculation to make sure that we can in fact go and start loading, right? In other words, like we're at the bottom. Now, once we're at the bottom, we're saying show the loading indicator, and off the view model, we're saying fetch additional locations. Now, we don't have this yet, so let me go and just give it a run and make sure that we at least see that spinner at the bottom. So I'm gonna come in here and search for Earth. We're gonna scroll down, and I expect to see the spinner, which in fact I do now. One thing you might notice, just to take a gigantic step back, is that we're duplicating this pagination logic a lot across our project, and that just screamed to you that we're repeating ourselves and we can consolidate our code. So that's perhaps something we'll address later on once all this jazz works. I just want to call it out that it's not lost on me. So if you're thinking it, I'm aware of it as well. So cool. So we don't have this fetch more additional locations thing yet. And if you think about it, we're going to want the same logic for our actual collection view as well, for characters and for episodes. For now, we'll just create a function with this name to keep our code simple. So let's say this guy over here, presumably this implementation already exists. So I am actually going to see where it exists and I'm going to steal the implementation. Alrighty. So in this case, we're doing some checks. So I'm going to copy and paste this whole guy here, and we are going to paste it in. So we're saying is loading more results. We're going to verify we're not. And then we're going to verify that we have a next URL. So we grab it, which is our next. We create that next URL. We set the loading more results to be true. Thereafter, we try to create a request with that URL, and if we're not able to, we basically set this flag back to false, and then we try to go and create a request with that created URL, more or less. So is loading more results, we set that equal to true, so cannot assign property. Self is immutable, makes sense. Let me make my life simple and make this a class instead of adding mutating properties. And I'm also going to add the explicit constructor here, since it is now a class and it's not going to be inferred by Swift. So here we'll say self.results is results, self.next is next. Let's just build to make sure that things are not going all over the place. Alrighty. Okay, so we have issues down here, which makes sense. We're assigning the new API info that we get back. That's not relevant because we don't have API info. We're going to assign next to info.next. So this will capture new URL if one exists. Okay. Thereafter, we're saying strong self, cell ViewModels append contents of. Well, that's not quite right because we don't actually have this property here. So if you try to build, you'll see some issues. So let's comment this out for a quick second. Here we want to say is loading more results becomes false. And then here we are going to comment this out as well since we don't have that function. So let's see what is going on. Alrighty, so here we have info.next and it's saying cannot assign to property next is a let, which makes sense. We want this to actually be a private var. All right, let's see what's going on. Down here, we are saying loading more locations is false. Make this to be results. So if you try to compile, we should be able to compile now. I'm going to toss a breakpoint here in our success block and just give it a run to make sure it does indeed come into here. And if it does, we are going to make sure that we are able to capture the results the additional results, I should say, and return them to our UI. All right, so here is our initial set of location search results. I'm going to open the console here. We're going to scroll all the way down here. We see that spinner, and I should hit that breakpoint like so. Awesome. So we're not actually getting rid of the spinner, but let's do that really quick. So we are capturing the next URL. The other thing that I do want to capture here is the additional results, of course. So the way that we're doing that is by saying compact map here. So let me get rid of this comment. There is actually going to be an append, and I will discuss in a second how, but let's say additional locations will be this guy. We're compact mapping more results, and we're just creating location view models. Let's get rid of this. Now, in essence, what we want to do is be able to append to the associated value in this enum. So what I'll do here is make this once more a private var. We're going to actually make this a public private set var. And the reason we'll do that is because we'll want to override this. Overwrite, I should say. We want to overwrite it. So what I will do is I'm going to say switch on strong self.results. In the case of location, we're going to have existing results. In the case of our characters as well as our episodes, we're going to do nothing for now. But in this case, we have our new results. So we're going to say new results will be these results plus our additional locations. So now that we have this, we can actually say strong self.results will be location with the aggregate here, right? Which will be the aggregate of our results. Make sure that you're appending your new results at the ladder, at the end of this equation. Otherwise, the order of the view models will be incorrect and will not be in line with the table view. So once we have done that, we have now updated our model, which makes sense. And we want to just notify our actual UI that you can refresh yourself. So the way we're going to do that is by adding a completion handler directly into this function. So what we can do is here, we'll be able to say completion like so. So we'll notify via callback. We can get rid of this. And we'll have one error because we need to actually implement this on the calling side with the completion. So inside of here, we can say refresh table. So let's make sure we capture strong self because we don't want a memory leak. So we're going to say weak self, or weak self, I should say. The first thing we'll do is we're going to say self.tableview.tableFooterView is now going to be nil, and self.tableview.reloadData. All right, let's give it a build and run. And let's see this whole thing in action. So we're going to open up locations. We'll go to search. Going to type in Earth. Alrighty. And let's actually, maybe I'll put a breakpoint here to make sure we're actually going into there. So we will scroll all the way down. We see that spinner there, and actually it's pretty fast. So it already hit my breakpoints. And we now actually should have more results appended at the bottom, which it looks like we don't have. So let's see what happened there. So I'm going to get rid of that. All right, let's try that one more time. Alrighty, we'll search for location. I'll search for Earth here. And we're going to scroll all the way down. And we see that spinner there, but we don't actually see more results. So what on earth is going on? So it looks like we are setting this equal to nil, and we are reloading our data. So let's see what's going on. All right, so I just actually paused the video to do a quick debug session very briefly to make sure we weren't going on a total wrong direction. And in fact, we actually are on the right direction, and what we've done is actually correct. So let me jump into our search result view model. And what I will do here is actually print out the next URL. And this way we will know as a fact, what the next URL is, we can toss it into a browser and actually see that in action. And the other thing that I will do is I'm going to add a breakpoint in our success block where we get more results. We actually paginate for more location results. So let me search for Earth over here. We'll hit search and we see in our results view model, we actually did print a next URL with page 2, which is indeed correct. So if I toss this into our browser here, you'll see that we do have some more results. And we actually have, I believe, like 6 or 7 more results. So that looks correct. And we don't have actually another next URL. So that is also correct. So let's see why we're not able to see our additional results. So our first additional result here should be the name of Earth with phone dimension. So let's scroll down and we see that we jump into here. And what I will do in the console is I'm going to PO info here, which is defined on line 50. And essentially, I just want to make sure that the info that we get back is indeed correct. So we now have next as a nil, and all of this is good to go. So let's see what's going on. Once we come down here, we're getting the additional view models that we have created. We're switching on the results, and in the case of locations, we're creating the new results here. Let's make sure that we do in fact come into here, which we hopefully do. Let's see, let's hit that play button. It looks like we're actually calling this function multiple times. We'll see why that is momentarily. Here we are assigning this to true and we're validating it's false. But anyways, we do come into this success block. And finally, we should come into here and get our callback. So here we get Earth pizza dimension as the last result. So something weird is indeed going on here. Let me see where pizza result is in this. As a byproduct of it being the last in the result, it should be in our set here, but it looks like it's not. So this leads me to believe something is fishy. So let's see what is fishy. So let's print out, we're gonna print out new results.count. And actually, you know what it is? I know what is fishy. So it just dawned on me, when we call this function and we call the completion handler, we have gone ahead and actually, let's see where it is. When we've actually called this function in our RM search results view, let me type that again, RM search results view.swift, we just say table view reload data. But if you recall, we have our other collection here, and this location cell view model is being read. This is being assigned off of our view model here, basically off of the view model results. The naming is very wonky and I should really fix this. So we want to actually reassign this. So let's go ahead and do that. So before we do our refresh here, what I'll do is we want to reassign this. And the way that we do that is we can switch on the viewModel.results, or we can say new results here, and we can actually just pass this back from our closure. So let's jump back into here. And in our closure, what we will pass back is a collection of those location view models, and I'm gonna steal it from right down here. So let's jump into here, we'll change the signature, and finally down here, what I'll also do is change the signature to take in new results. So let's see why this is yelling at me. Presumably because our types are not correct, so cannot find new results in scope. That makes sense because it's inside of here. So let me go ahead and say that new results is going to be out here. And we are going to make this an empty collection to start, and I will just type it here. So here we'll say this is a collection of these view models. Alrighty, then we are actually assigning that here in our switch. So that should be good to go. And then we have one more error somewhere. And then over here, we are saying that this equals new results. So let's see what the problem is. Cannot find new results because we need to actually say new results in for our closure. And let's see what the problem is. Value of optional type results view must be unwrapped before it can be referenced. Yep, this should be self-optional. All right, give it a run. This video has been all over the place, but my promise to you guys, I'm gonna mess up along the way so we all learn together. So we're gonna scroll down and boom, we actually have our new locations showing up. And actually this isn't even search, I take it back. I spoke too soon. Let's scroll down again. And now we have our new locations showing up. So Earth phone dimension was the one that I expected to see here. And the last one here, we shouldn't see any more of the spinner because there's no more results. And the last one is the tusk dimension. So if we come down here, the last one is indeed tusk dimension. So, okay, so we finally did it. Let me just commit and push my changes and let's see if I can like clean up this code a smidge because I feel it's gotten a little messy. So let me actually add a scroll view delegate mark here. And the next thing that I'm going to do is let's actually move this to its own function. So I'm going to say private func handle location pagination. We'll paste that in there. And if you recall, we actually need to pass in the scroll view because it's referenced in here. So I'll say scroll view is a UI scroll view. And in this case, I will say handle, and we're gonna say scroll view is scroll view. If you build should be working. And what I'll do essentially here is I can say if location cell view models isn't empty, we can handle that. Otherwise, what I want to do is we know we are going to handle a collection view in here, and we can probably stub out another function on this guy. And what we can do here is we can say handle character or episode pagination, passing in the scroll view, and we're gonna have very similar logic to what we have in our location, but I'm just keeping it separate for readability's sake for now. Later on, we'll try to aggregate all this jazz. So let me go ahead and I guess wrap the video up here. Lots of things to clean up because this view has also gotten extremely large, but appreciate if you guys stuck around through this video, me fumbling through. Drop a like down below. Let me know if I confuse any of y'all throughout the video in the comments. Do my best to help y'all out. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you in the next part. Welcome to part 54 of the Building the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue where we left off talking about search result pagination. Before we jump into things, throw a rocket emoji down in the comments to let me know that you're here and that we're still going to the moon with this series. So without further ado, hit that like button as well and let's jump right in. So we did a bunch of fumbling around in the last video, particularly around changing our search result view model to accommodate more than just an enum for our search result. And what we worked on is actually search result pagination for location. When we come down, we very briefly saw that spinner and we got more results. It looks like we're still getting that spinner, so that indeed is a bug. Let's try that one more time. I'll hit search here. We'll scroll down. I got more results. And we still do, in fact, see the spinner. So that's a bug. We'll come back to that. But what we're going to do in this video is work on pagination for our other two tabs, which are for which the results are shown as collection views. So in this case, if I search Rick and I search, boom, we get our results, and we are not paginating. So let's jump in. So what we'll want to do is start by going to the RM search results view, which indeed we are in. And if you remember down here in the scroll view delegate, we're basically checking, do we need to paginate for locations or do we need to paginate for collection view cells, aka episodes or characters. And we get into this function once we're at the bottom of the collection view. So this is slightly different than the table view where we actually need to dequeue the footer view for the section to show this spinner. Now, I have no clue what on earth I called that footer view. So we're gonna do what all great developers do is copy and paste. So let me open up our character group under the views folder. And we're gonna go into the character collection list view, and we are basically constraining this collection view. And let's see where we're setting up the data source. So we're saying the data source is the view model here. Let's come and look at this collection view. So what we're doing is we are actually registering a RM footer view for the loading indicator. We need to register the same one for the collection view in our results view. So let's find that collection view. All right, here we have it. We're actually registering this already. It's right here. So this is going to be footer for loading. Okay, super cool. Let's see if we're dequeuing that already, because part of me thinks that I was smart earlier and I copy and pasted that as well. So here we have all the table view jazz. Here is the collection view stuff. So here we are doing cell for item. Cool. Here we are doing our episode cell. Okay, this is handle a cell tap. It looks like we're not even handling a cell tap at the moment. We're gonna want to do that. And let's see, here we are doing the layout. And it does in fact look like we're not dequeuing a footer view. So let's take care of that. So once again, we're gonna come back here, and the data source for our character collection view is handled in the view model. So I'm gonna come in here and do Command F for footer, and we should be able to find this function here, which is our collection view for supplementary element of kind. So I'm gonna grab that function. And let's see, here we have our layout reference size for footer. We also want this here. And I guess those are the only two functions we'll want to copy on over. So let me grab those two, go back to our results view. And here we have all the collection view jazz. So I'm just gonna paste it in the bottom here. And we're gonna try to compile and see how many errors we have to fix. All right, so we definitely have some errors here. The first one is should show load more indicator. This doesn't exist, but if memory serves, we do have this off of the view model. So we're gonna say view model should show load more indicator. We had added this for location, and we're gonna guard against that. But in this case, our view model is indeed optional. So we'll want to unwrap this before we do that check. And what we're saying is, if we should show the load more indicator, we're gonna dequeue the proper size for this footer. Otherwise, what we're gonna dequeue is a size of 0, aka it'll still be there, it just won't show. Respectively, we have this function here where the dequeuing happens. So we're verifying the guard in the guard that the kind is a footer. Then we dequeue it and we cast it to the appropriate type. And then we say footer start animating, and we say return footer. So I guess one other thing that we could do here is we can say start animating only if we have more results to be shown. Otherwise, we're still going to show the footer, but we don't really need a thing that's hidden, aka the activity indicator, to be spinning, which is going to be using a slight bit of compute, right? It's a minor optimization, but nevertheless good to make. So we'll say our view model is view model, and we're going to say if view model should show, nope, that's not how you spell view model dot should show load more indicator. If this is indeed true, then we'll call the start animating. So let me give this a build and run. And let's make sure that we can at least see that load more indicator footer. So let me search for Rick, and presumably we have more results. I'm kind of guessing, but let's see. Okay, cool. So we see that spinner now at the bottom of our UI. So that's awesome. Let's continue. Now that we've got that actually showing, we need to make the call to get more results. And what we'll do is something incredibly similar to the handle location pagination here. I'm gonna copy and paste. Once it's working, not to worry, we're gonna consolidate and clean all this jazz up. But here we are just going to copy and paste it. So we're gonna say, make sure that we do indeed have a view model. We're also going to make sure that our collection view cell view models, or collection view cell view models, isn't empty. We're also going to verify should show load more indicator, aka that there are more results to load. And we are going to verify that we're not already in the process of loading more results. In other words, we don't want to make duplicate calls to load the next set of results, right? Because that would result in some really weird, wonky stuff. So then we have a timer, and we do our same calculation here for the offset to make sure that we're at the bottom. And on the main queue, we now say we say show loading indicator. Now, this is a terribly named function because it implies that it's generic. So what I'm going to do is change this to be show table loading indicator, and we'll change this here because we don't actually want this for our collection view setup because it's only for the table view, right? And the naming prior to what I just changed it to imply that it's generic, which we don't want. Then we say ViewModel fetch additional locations. So let me actually say fetch additional results, and eventually I'll consolidate that locations variant of this function to this as well. In this case, what we're going to do is reassign our collection view cell view models, and we'll want to do a calculation to reload, add in new cells, because in the table view case, we're able to just do a blind reload and we don't have any issues with the entire table view resetting to the top, but we will want to do that for collection views since it's not supported. So let me get rid of that comment. And we're going to print out should add more results cells for search results. Cool, awesome. So we don't actually have this function yet, which is why we have these errors here. So let's jump into our view model, which is, I believe, RM search results view model. And wherever we have this function for fetch additional locations, let's see if I can get away with just copy and pasting it. So I'm going to call this here. Let me actually copy this entire thing right here, and I will paste it down below. And I'm cringing as I'm doing this because I know this is not great practice, but baby steps. We want to make it work before I over optimize the heck out of everything. So we'll change the function name here. What we expect to get back is an array of something, right? So we'll see what we'll want here. If I come back here into the view, our collection view cell view model array is an array of any hashable. So we're going to go back to our search results view model and say once more, this is a result of any hashable, or an array of any hashable, I should say. Then what we're going to do is we do the same check for loading more. We verified that we have a next set of results URL. We create it. We set the flag that we're loading more. We try to create a request, and then boom, we dispatch the request, and we specify what we intend on getting back. So this is particularly interesting because we don't know at the moment what type of results we are trying to fetch more of. So the way we can do that is by simply doing a switch on results here. And it might be a little dirty, but let's hypothetically say this is correct and just read the rest of our implementation. Once we have success here, we get more results, we get info, we assign the next URL, we do the cast for additional locations. We do new results, which is basically an empty array, and then we do a switch, and then we add in the current set of results with the new one, and then we call our callback. So all of this looks good to me, with the big exception being that we need to do a switch to figure out what to cast. So we're going to say switch results here. And the only ones we care about are characters and episodes. And in this case, we'll just do a break. And we actually shouldn't even get called to this code path because we only dispatched this request, this function, from the case when the collection view has got to the bottom, and this is our table view case. So if we get here, something has really gone wrong. So good deal. So let me copy and paste this in both, and once it works, we'll clean it up. So I'm going to take this whole thing and toss it in here, and this one in here. And we'll need to make slight adjustments. So for characters, we're going to say this is get all characters response, looking good. And here we are going to say original, we'll say current results, and you'll see momentarily why I'm doing that. Here will be current results as well, and in this case, this is going to be get all episodes response, okay? So that differs between the implementations. Now, in this case, we get more results. This is actually identical. Info is the same. The next URL assignment is the same. The thing that actually varies is the cast that we'll need to do here. So we don't actually need to do the switch inside here because we're already in a switch. So let me get rid of that. Okay, it looks good. We're gonna do the same thing down here. Let me get rid of this inner switch statement. Alrighty, looking good. And we basically just want to do our compact map here to the proper type. So what we're going to say is this is additional results. We have our new results. New results is going to be our existing results. So let me actually call this up here existing results since that's the name we used prior. So we'll say existing results, existing results. All right. And once more, we'll say let additional location results down here to the generic name so it doesn't yell at me. Beautiful. And finally, what we'll want to do is for results here, we're going to change it to be episodes. And in the character case, we're going to change it to be characters. And we're still missing two critical things. And that is the proper type here for our view model. So if we scroll down, you recall as associated values, we have the character cell view model and then our episode cell view model. So let's change those types up there and hopefully everything should be working. So I will change this here. I'll change this here as well. Make sure it's character, make sure they map up. Our error should go away. Something is not working properly. And that is the constructor here is different. So we'll say create this. And let's see what it takes. Okay, it looks like in this case, it takes actual inline properties. So here we'll have $0.name, I'm guessing, $0.status, and this is going to be an image URL, which is $0.image, which presumably we'll want to pass into the URL constructor. And our errors for the character case should have gone away. And it looks like they have, awesome. And let's do the location one and verify that all of this, rather episode one, and verify that all this copy and pasting business is working. So once more, let me change this. In this case, we are going to create the appropriate view model. And this basically just takes in the episode data URL. So this should have a URL on it. And we'll pass it into the constructor for the URL type. Here we're saying existing results plus we want to add additional results, not additional locations. And hopefully we should be good to go with no errors. So it looks like this is yelling at me somewhere here. So this is saying fetch additional results. I can't find it. Okay, Xcode is just being Xcode. Let's compile. All right, we're compiling. Beautiful. So let's do something now. So we are going to print out the number of results that we get back. So let's do that here, and let's make sure that we're able to get results. And in the next video, what we'll probably do is the logic to add those cells, insert them into our collection. So I'm gonna open up the console, Command-Shift-Y, I'll pull this up a little bit. We'll jump on over to our search for characters. We'll search for Rick here. And we do, in fact, have a next URL. If you remember, we're printing it here. And the way that you know this is correct is because page is 2. We start by loading page 1 of results. I will clear that with a Command K. And we're going to scroll all the way down, see that spinner. It's not going to go away, but we should have 20 results now, or 40, I should say, because every set of results is a page of 20 at least. Rather at most, I should say. So if there's, let's say, 30 results, page 1 will be 20, page 2 will be 10. So cool, it looks like it is working for characters, and it should also be working for episode. So we're gonna jump into here. We're gonna search for, let's search for Morty. I assume there's a bunch of episodes with Morty in it. Okay, in this case, we have nil. And this nil means that we don't have more episodes to load from Morty, which is working correctly. We don't see that spinner at the bottom, and that's awesome. Let me search for maybe Rick, and hopefully we have a next URL. Okay, we do have a next URL. Makes sense. Show is called Rick and Morty. So let me scroll down. Boom, we have our spinner, and we have 28 results in total now. So page 1 was 20 results, page 2 had 8 more, and that is our total. So cool, we have basically baked in pagination for search results. In the next video, we'll just wrap this up, and maybe we'll also clean up the bug that I noticed in locations, where, that's not how you spell Earth, where we are continuously showing that table view footer. So yeah, we'll do that. Let me go ahead and just stage and commit this. We're gonna CD into our project folder. Alrighty, we're gonna do a git add to stage everything, and that is not how you spell git. We're gonna do a git commit, and let me call this let's see, search results CollectionView pagination. We'll do a git push and attempt to spell git correctly, otherwise it won't work. Boom, and awesome, we're good to go. Give a huge round of applause to yourself. We're almost at part 55, I think is next, which is pretty wild. So I will see you guys there. Make sure you hit that like button before jumping on over there. Tweet the series, connect on LinkedIn. Obviously, it takes a lot of time to make these videos, so if y'all watch and just even like the video, leave a comment, it means more than I can even blabber on about. So appreciate it. See you in the next part. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the next part here. I believe we're on part 55 of building the Rick and Morty app. Before we continue on, hit that like button down below. Throw a comment of your latest emoji if you appreciate all the effort, and let's continue. So we were working on search result pagination. Particularly in this video, we're going to work on the insertion of cells for collection view result pagination. So that's a mouthful. So let's get into it. So here is what we are going to be extending. We're in the RM search results view, particularly in handle, character, or episode pagination. And what I've done is here I just print out should add more result cells for search results, and we're printing out the new result count. So let me give this a run just to refresh everyone's memory in terms of where we are. So if I search here for Rick, we get some results, looking good. Let me expand our console here. And when I scroll down, we should see that spinner, and we should also see more results being printed out. So it should add more result cells, 40 and 60. We got 2 calls that went out because we stayed at the bottom here, which makes sense. So let's get these cells inserted. So it turns out we have actually already done this. So we're gonna cheat and copy and paste. So where we have done this is in the standard view. When we open up the app and we have our character list view here, we've actually done this here. So I am going to do Command-Shift-O, and we're going to search for RM character list ViewModel. I believe it's in there, and jump into here. So let's look for where we did the load more in here. We did the operation, I think, somewhere in here. Okay, so it looks like it's right here in this function. So it's fetch additional characters. Just as a refresher, we go out and make the request. Here is the execution of the request on our service. And in the success case, what we do here is we do some calculations with the more results, and we figure out what is the net additional index paths, which is right here on line 89. And we basically send that to our view via a completion handler right here, which are the index paths that get added. So it's a little bit cumbersome to actually understand how the heck this is working. So let me copy and paste this, and we'll go through it piece by piece. So cool. So presumably at this point, let me paste this in the RM search results view. Presumably at this point, we have actually already saved the models in our search view model, the new models that we get back. So I'm going to actually command click into this, and let's make sure that is indeed the case. So in the character case, we hit results, we get more results here, we grab the info, we assign the next, and then we also get additional results. We get new results, and then we say new results is the existing results plus additional, and then we hang on to those in the result property. So we are updating the backing model already. Let me get rid of this print here. So now that we're hanging on to it, we can safely update our view, and it won't say that there is an inconsistency or discrepancy between our backing data and our view. So that's really important to understand. So alrighty, so in this case, we are assigning the new results. So let's see what we need to do. So we say response model is result here. So that's how we know what the new models here is. So we also get info here and we assign the API info. So this is not pertinent anymore, so I would delete that. Alrighty, looking good. So let's see what else we need to do. We make sure I'm in the right function. Yep, character and episode. So here we actually get the new results back. So presumably the number of results in our collection cell view models is our original count. So let's go ahead and do a couple things here. So first and foremost, I am actually going to unwrap self to be strong self, so we don't have to do so much optional unwrapping in a second. Now that we've got this, I can update all of these guys. So let's actually do some math. Okay, so we're gonna say original results is going to be strong self dot that. Okay, so those are our original results. And it's actually this logic right here. So let me copy and paste this up, and we will go and just amend this. Bear with me, I wanna make sure copy and pasting actually makes sense. So we're saying original count is strong self.characters.count. What we actually want is strong self.collectionView cell ViewModels.count. It's a bit of a mouthful. Then we have new count, which is more results.count, which in our case, more results is new results, which is our inbound property. So we're gonna say new results, all right? Then we say total is the original plus new count, which makes sense. We say starting index is total minus new count, which makes sense as well. And we have index paths to add, which essentially what we do is we create a range from our starting index to our starting index plus new count. And if you look right above it, you'll see that we have starting index right here, and we create the index paths accordingly like so. And actually what we need to do is we can actually do the insertion right below it. So let me get rid of this and let me move this print on up. We want to make sure we do this insertion right there. So let's jump back here and let me see where our insertion is happening. I'm just going to copy and paste that code as well. So we're going to look for CollectionView.insert. And if you look here, we have it in our character list view and episode list view. And we're basically saying insert items at new index paths, which is what we want to do as well. So we will say strong self.collectionView insert items at, and we're going to pass those index paths to add. Now, one other thing that I will caution you on is we want to make sure we dispatch this to the main queue. And I'll also dispatch assignment of these new view models on the main queue. So let me do all of that momentarily. So here we get our callback, and here I will wrap all of this onto the main queue just as a sanity check. We also want to be amending UI properties on the main queue. So we'll say dispatch main, or dispatch queue I should say, .main async, and we'll toss all this in. Do a command B to build, hopefully no build errors, and let's give this a run to make sure it indeed is working. Okay, let me jump back here. I'll open up our console and I'll just make sure everything is empty in here. We'll jump into search. Let me just clear all this jazz out, and we will say search for Rick. All right, we got some results. We'll scroll down here and we should see our new cells. Oh no, we crashed. What the heck happened? So let's figure it out together. So it's saying attempt to insert item 40 into section 0, but there are only 40 items in section 0 after the update. So what that's basically saying is, let me just highlight what I'm reading. What that's basically saying is that you're trying to insert item at index 40, which is the 41st item because items are enumerated from 0. That's where the index starts. And section 0, but after the update, there's only 40 items in total. So 41 is greater than 40 in other words. So let me go back here and let's see what I screwed up with our calculation. So we're saying original count is our collection ViewModels count. All right. Then we're saying our new results, which is our new count, is new results count. Total is the original plus the new count. This looks fishy to me. So this is actually not the case. The reason this is not the case is because I believe new results.count is already adding in the original count. So new count is going to be our new results count minus the original count. And then the total is actually going to be, the total is a new count already. So let's see, do we need total here? It looks like total we're saying is total minus new count. So it looks like the math is actually screwed up here. So let's see, original count makes sense. Total is actually just our new results.count. So let's see if I can get away with condensing this a little bit. So this is actually wrong, so we don't want that anymore. Here we're saying our new count is total minus new count, which looks wrong. So let's see what is going on here. So let me undo that. So original count, new count is going to be our new results dot count minus the original count. That makes sense. So let's say we have 20 or 40 in total now. Originally we had 20. This is going to be 20. Total will be our 20 plus 20, which is 40. Okay, makes sense. Starting index will be 40 in our example minus 20, which is a starting index of 20. And then our index path is simply going to go from the starting index, which is going to be 20, to starting index plus new count, which will be 40. And it's going to compact map those. So let's give this a run with that minor adjustment. And let's see if that works. I should probably clean up my math, which is getting a little wild all over the place, but we'll do that once we know it's working. So I'm gonna scroll down here and boom, we get more results. Beautiful. So let me just print out all of my calculations. Looks like I'm already printing it out. We have 40 cells now, so let me continue down. Let's make sure that we get our 60 cells, and I see the spinner. All right, there's a spinner, and boom, we get 20 more cells. Beautiful. All right, and we get 60 printed out, which is basically every page is 20. So if I continue onwards, let's see. So we're now at 80. All right, let me continue. We are now at 100. I wonder how many results there are for Rick here. Seems like a lot of results. We're at 107 now, which tells me the last page of results has 7 results. So now when I get to the bottom, we should not see that spinner because we should not have a next URL from our API response, which tells us, hey, we don't have anything else to load. Don't show that footer. So awesome, look at that. Our search results are now paginatable, if that's a word, and we're in pretty good shape. So let me see if I can clean this up in any shape or form. So I guess we can leave this as is. I don't like how verbose this is. And let's see, we have handle location pagination here, which was our table view. And this is character and episode. So let's give episode a shot as well to make sure that it is indeed working in both of these configurations. Let me search for Rick. I don't know if there's a bunch of episodes with the name Rick, but logic would say there are. So let's open up that console and we will scroll down and let's see what happens. All right, there's our spinner and we now have 28 results, which means there were a total of 8 on page 2 and we should not see the spinner anymore. Awesome, looking pretty darn good. So that is pagination in our search results. So that actually concludes search results. I think there's a few things we still have left to do in our actual app. I don't know if we actually finished all the pagination. If we did, that's great. If we did not, I will continue that in the next video, but we're pretty close to being done. We actually support different orientations. We support all the core functionality. We still need to clean up a lot of our code. We're gonna write some tests as well. And I've actually been debating if we should submit this app to the App Store. I think it'll be a nice primer in terms of working with App Store Connect and how to submit an app to the App Store. So that is all I've got in this video. If you haven't done so already, hit that like button. It means the world. Drop a comment if you have stuck around this long. Some of you have been, watching every single video, which is awesome. It's a lot of work to put this out. So I really appreciate y'all following and enjoying it. Connect on all the socials, follow LinkedIn. I've gotten more active there recently. Always love interacting with you guys. It's say hello. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you in part 56. Welcome to part 56 of building the Rick and Morty app series. We're going to continue polishing our app here. In the last part, we wrapped up search pagination. Before we jump into things, hit that like button down below. Absolutely destroy it for the YouTube algorithm. Throw a comment, say hello, toss an emoji. Put anything down there. It helps out a ton. Let's continue. So I do believe all of our core functionality is complete after taking a look here. If I've missed anything, please do call it out. In this video, what I wanted to start doing is polishing our UI to be more cross-platform friendly. In other words, I had showed a few videos back that we actually have built a universal app. So we are able to give this a run on iPad, right? So if I search iPad here, we can run it on our Mac via Catalyst, and then we can also run it on our iPad. So let me give it a run on the iPad Pro simulator here. I can close up the iPhone, and you're gonna notice a couple of weird layout things which we can make better. We can actually check whether we're running on an iPad or a phone, and we'll probably want to do things a little differently, particularly for our CollectionView cell layout. So we actually had done this a few videos back. So in this case, we have a 4-column grid here. In the case of our table view, we can't really make this a whole lot better because, it's not a grid. For episodes, this is a little wonky too, so what we probably want to do is adjust how these layouts look for iPad. So let me come back here. We have this is our RM character list view. Let's jump into the RM character list view model.swift, and let me search in here for iPad. And what you'll find is here for Mac and iPad, we actually do this different calculation. And the way we check for is iPhone is simply by UI device current user interface idiom is phone. So if it's the phone, we go down this code path. Otherwise, we go down a different code path. So instead of doing this kind of check everywhere, what I will do is create an extension. And I can't remember if we already have an extensions file. It looks like we actually do, which is awesome. So what I'll do in here is I will add an extension on UI device, and we're gonna add a static constant property. We're gonna say is iPhone will basically just be this. If you compile, hopefully should be good. And then back here, we can actually simply just say UI device is iPhone, and we can actually take this out. And I actually added a to-do for myself here because I knew that I would forget. So awesome. So now that we know that we are doing a different calculation like this, let's actually apply it to our episode screen as well. So we're gonna go into RM episode list view, and let's see if we're doing our collection view calculations in here. It does not look like we are. It actually looks like we're using a flow layout here for our collection view. So I guess what we can do is probably leave this as is. It's not ideal, but it's certainly not the worst thing in the world. Let's see what else we can make better. So if I click into this, this actually looks fairly good as well. The only thing that I think would need improvement here is our grid of characters down here. So this is our, I believe, our RM episode detail view.swift. And this is why naming your views in a nice, consistent way is helpful. You can actually find stuff way more easily. So cool. So in here, we probably have a collection view that we're creating. Okay. And let's see what we're doing. We have a layout for section in here. And if we jumped to this function, what we're doing is We're creating a section for our info and then for characters as well. So I'll jump into that function. And here we're defining our layout via a compositional construction. So we have these two columns. So let's see what we can adjust in here. So for item, we're saying this is 0.5 and 1.0. Okay, so 50% the width dimension. And in terms of the group itself, we are saying we have two items. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say UI device is iPhone. In this case, we have two items. Otherwise, perhaps we want 4 items. So I can literally just copy and paste that, make sure it's a comma. Now, in this case, we also want to adjust this. So UI device is iPhone. We can say we want the item to be 50% the width, and in the iPad case, or any other case I should say, which is inclusive of Mac, so Catalyst, we're going to say 0.25, aka 1/4. So let's jump back here into our episode and tap into this, and we should have a grid here of 4 columns, which is really nice. Okay, cool, good deal. Now, the other thing that is kind of strange looking is the height seems a little low in terms of iPad configuration. Let's see what happens if I make this portrait. Kind of better, but still kind of squashed, if I don't say so myself. And what we can do for that is we can adjust this here. So I can say if UI device is iPhone, we're going to use 260. Otherwise, let's try 320, and let's see if that looks a little better. Now, of course, we're hard coding these. There's inevitably better ways you could do this, but I think this is good enough for our use case. So this screen looks a whole lot better now. Let's go back to our character list. Let's click into one of these and let's see if anything is can be improved here. So it does look like we could probably condense our sections in the middle here where we have, the character status and gender and all that jazz. So let me jump into the RM character detail view.swift. And I would fair to bet we're creating also layouts here. So here we're saying ViewModel, create photo section, info section, and episode section. So the episode section is a little big. We probably don't need it to be that big. Let me click on a different character that has more episodes. Doesn't need to be as wide perhaps. And the info section can also probably be squished into 3 columns. So let's do the info section first. So once again, here we're saying 0.5 for the item width. We'll say if it's an iPhone, we will say 0.5, otherwise we'll say 0.33. And similarly here, we're gonna say UI device is iPhone, we'll have 2 items. Otherwise, we are going to have 3 items. And I didn't actually call this out. This question mark colon thing is called a ternary operator. It's basically a shorthand if statement. So if you have never seen it, that's basically what I'm doing here. So before I give this a run, let me also adjust the episode section here. So for the episode section, what we want to adjust is the width. So I have created a fractional width of 50%, or 80% I should say, and this is kind of big for a large screen device, right? So we're gonna say in the iPhone case, let's see, is iPhone, there it is. We're gonna say 0.8, otherwise maybe we'll say like let's try 4 and see what that looks like. Cool, let's give it a build and run. And let me click on Rick here. And cool, we have 3 columns now for the info section. It doesn't look as nice because there's an empty spot here now, which is gonna bother me, but that's okay. So, because if we squish it to 4, it might be a little small, but our episodes look a whole lot better, much more reasonable. Let me try actually making it 4 columns there for our info section. So in this case, we'll make it 0.25. And in this case, we'll make it another item. So let's see what 4 columns look like. Okay, let me click Rick. Okay, I think that's actually reasonable. Things are just line wrapping a little bit, but they actually look pretty good. Maybe we can split this into multiple sections too, but I'll leave it here. I digress, because you can basically play with this UI like at an unlimited standard, right? Like there's no way to know it's actually done. So this is looking good. We can click into these, looking good. Let me click into an episode, and this obviously looks a whole lot better now. So let me come back to our location tab, and let's see what these are looking like. All right, okay, so we want to adjust this as well. We have our characters here, and similar deal, we want it to be 4 columns instead of 2. And we're doing the same check in a lot of places. That this should probably scream to you that we have some room here to do some cleanup and consolidation, which we will do later on. So let me see where I'm creating that layout here. It should be a composition layout. It looks like I'm doing it right here for characters. And once more, we're going to say UI device is iPhone. We'll do 0.5. Otherwise, we'll do 0.25, so 1/4. And similarly, down here, we'll say if this is a iPhone is, that's not how you spell it, is iPhone, we'll do item. Otherwise, we will do 4 items. Make sure that's a comma, not a period. And I'll also adjust the height here like I did in one of the other screens. So in the iPhone case, I'll do 260. Otherwise, we'll do 320. Build and run. Let's jump back to location here. And boom, a whole bit nicer, particularly on large screen, both in landscape and in portrait. So this app is actually looking really darn good now. I anticipated we would actually need far more cleanup. But if you lay things out rather, well, it actually ends up working pretty nicely. I do see a typo here for API reference, so let me actually fix that as well. We'll do Command-Shift-F, and we'll just search for API ref, and I see a little typo here that I made, so we're gonna fix that up. So API reference. And did I actually handle all of these? I don't remember if I did. So here, let me actually click on API reference. And I don't think we actually did. We actually did. So this is all hooked up, which is awesome. View app code, I actually hooked this up as well to the repo. So cool, we're in pretty good shape. Now, before I wrap up the video, let me also run this on my Mac since it is capable of doing that as well. So run on my Mac, designed for iPad, and give this a build and run. I'm going to close the iPad simulator here, and we do expect to see the Mac app launching any second. It's basically just the iPad app running on Mac. You'll see it bouncing in my dock here at the bottom. And boom, there we have it. And we can actually, it's basically just the whole iPad app, but it looks really nice. I'm actually pretty impressed with what we have been able to make here. So it's running in dark mode because my system theme is dark. And let's click into these. And it takes all of the same paradigms as we defined for the iPad. So 4 columns, different grid sizes. Let me click into a character here, episode. And let's try search. Let's see what search looks like, because I think I actually forgot to adjust search here. So let me search for Rick, and I think we're gonna have 2 columns. Okay, this is obnoxiously big, clearly, so let's go fix this. So let me jump into RM search results view.swift. And let's see, we should have a let section somewhere in here. I guess we don't. Let's see where that collection view is. So it looks like the collection view, we have hard-coded it as a flow layout. Let's see where we are defining the item size. So there should be methods for our collection view. So here we have a cell DQ, which is fine. We should handle a cell tap. It actually looks like we forgot to do that here. So let me toss a to-do in here. So we come back to this. And what we're looking for is size for item. So here is size for item actually. And what we're saying here is in the character size case, do this, otherwise for episode, do that. So let's see how we can make this better. So we're saying width is bounds width minus 30 divided by 2. So what I'll do instead here is say UI device is iPhone. We'll do that. Otherwise, we'll say bounds width. We want to divide it by 4 first of all, which means it'll look something like this. And each of these lines indicates a bit of margin. So let's say we have 10 points in between each of these. That'll give us a total of 50. So we want to subtract 50. And let's give this a build and run. And And let me search for Rick here, and this should also take to iPad as well. We'll search for Rick, and this looks a whole lot nicer. We could probably even make it more small, but I digress. I'll leave it as that. For locations here, I think we'll have a table view, which is fine. We can leave it as such. And for episodes, we'll probably want to adjust this as well. If I search for Rick, we get the same looking thing here. So let's see if I can actually adjust this. So we're going to say this is, our width is going to be UI device is iPhone. We'll do this. Otherwise, we are going to say, divide this by 2, and we want to subtract 30. And that's because with 2 columns, we'll have something like this, and each of these lines indicates basically some padding that we want to have between the columns. So let me give that a run, and let's see what we end up with. So we'll jump into our episodes here, and I will search for Rick. And cool, we now actually have 2 columns, which actually looks a lot nicer than the other screen. And we can probably even get away with 4 columns. Let me see what that looks like. I kind of think it'll look a whole lot better. So let's jump back here, search. Let's actually search for Morty this time. And it looks like poor Morty has far fewer episodes, but we do actually get 4 columns here, which is super duper nice. And we actually don't handle these tabs as well. Let's see if I forgot to handle them for the table as well. Something tells me I did. All right, let me click on one of these. Okay, in this case, we did not forget to handle this, but we need to handle it for our collection. So let me come back here. Let's open up this menu. This looks fine. It's a small menu. We can click it away. And I guess that's a good place to stop for this video. So our app looks a whole lot nicer on both Mac and iPad now. Let me give it a run back on the iPhone and make sure we didn't accidentally just break some of the layout on the good old iPhone here. In the next video, we'll go and wrap up that search results selection. Let me make sure this all looks good. Beautiful, beautiful, looking great. Click into this, awesome. Everything is looking really nice. I'm quite happy with where things are ending up. Looks like everything is nicely being pushed. We should be able to still search, see stuff. Can't click on these because I forgot to do that. Let's see if we're able to paginate. We indeed are. Awesome, awesome. All right, looking good. Probably a great place to stop. Hit that like button before clicking away. Appreciate y'all watching. Subscribe if you're new. If you know any other iOS devs who would benefit from this content, tweet the series, tweet the channel. Growing together, almost at 90,000 subscribers. I will see you guys in part, I believe, 57, which is pretty wild. So see you guys there. All right, let's continue building the Rick and Morty app. Particularly in this video, we're gonna focus on tapping on search results that we get back for both characters and episodes. It's something we already did for locations, but we didn't do it for characters and episodes, so we'll take care of that in this video. Before we jump into things, hit that like button down below, comment your most recent emoji so you'll let me know you're still with me in the comments down below, and let's continue. So I've got Xcode open here, and essentially what we want to do is when we get some collection view results here, we presumably are showing the search results view, and we want to handle the did select item function for the collection view. So what I'm going to do in Xcode is search for rm search results view.swift, and we should have a function along the lines of collection view did select right here, and it looks like I actually added a to-do for myself way back whenever we wrote this because I knew I would inevitably forget. So let's actually handle this. Let's figure out how we want to handle this. Well, we can do one of two things. We can switch on the type of result here and then use the delegate to levy the selection back to our whatever object we'll push the controller. Or we can have a generic delegate function and pass back the type. Let's see what I did for locations up here because we already do have this function for the search results view delegate. And it looks like what we did is we used the index of the selection. So let's see why we did that. The reason we probably did that, well, let's see, let's copy and paste this and let's see where I actually implement that function because it's a lot easier to keep track of this stuff when you actually look at it. So let's see where this is implemented. So here what we're doing is we're saying ViewModel location search result at index. We're basically asking the ViewModel, hey, give me the result at this position. So what I can probably do is copy and paste this function and say did tap location. We'll change both of these to did tap character and did tap episode. All right, cool. So we have two functions there now. And what we can do is we can essentially call one of these functions based on whether we have a location, or rather a character result set or a episode result set. And we do have a view model here. So in fact, what we can do is we can switch on this to get the appropriate type. So let me look for that to-do statement that I put in here. And I'm just gonna copy and paste that code. Now, we should only come in here for episodes and locations if we have, or episodes and characters. If we have locations, we'll simply break. And in this case, what we can do is get rid of this associated value, and we just want to call the delegate. So I want to say delegate did RM search results view did select, in this case, character with location. So we'll say self for the view, and this will be index path dot row. And similarly, we'll copy and paste that right down below. The only key difference being we're just going to say did tap episode. Now we do want to implement these two functions that we have added as well. So let's jump back to our RM search view. Keep in mind that that view is our kind of master view that wraps these like search results and also these like button selection thingies, whatever we decided to call them. But let's actually bring these in. I'm also going to add a comment here for marking this just to visually separate the code. And hopefully this autocomplete decides to cooperate. Awesome, there we go. And one thing that just dawned on me is we actually already have the thing that we're selecting. What we have is the view model. So in this case, we got rid of the associated value here, but we actually do have the character view models here. So let me see what we would want to do. So once we select on one of these, what we actually want to push is a character detail screen. So let's open up the RM character detail view controller, and let's see what the initializer takes in. So the initializer looks like it takes in a detail view model. And the way that we create a detail view model is by passing in a character. Okay, so this is going to be interesting because what we have there is a view model. So let's swipe back and let's get rid of this associated value again. And let's handle the character. So let's come into here, and similar to the location case, we are going to want to ask our search view model, hey, give me a character. We're gonna say, give me a character model for this position. So this is location search results. I'm gonna call this character search results at index path. Here we're saying RM search view did select location. We're gonna wanna make this character as well. Now this function does not exist, so we'll need to create it up above. Bear with me in all my copy and pasting. We'll swipe up here, and here we have that location variant of the function. We will create it for a character, and the model type will be a character. So, okay, so that part looks good. Let's come into our location search result at function, and we're gonna see how it's implemented so we can do the exact same thing for characters. So here we will copy and paste it and simply say in this permutation of the function, we want character search result at an index path. Here we're saying search model is search result model as, and let me see what search result model is. I guess we're hanging on to whatever we get back is codable. Okay, that makes sense. In this case, we want to try to cast it as a character response. Let me make sure that's a valid thing. RM get all character response. Okay, that makes sense. And here what we can return is our search results result at index path. So let's see what this is yelling at me. Yep, this is supposed to be a RM character, not a location, so that error should go away. And over here, if I try to build, we should have one error. And the reason we have that error is because we have added this new function for this delegate, did select character, but we have not implemented it. So let's implement it. And it dawns on me that I'm jumping around a little bit, but bear with me. Hopefully this will make sense. So we'll bring in that autocomplete, and we just want to basically push the character detail view controller. So here we can actually say create a character detail view controller. It's going to ask me to pass in a view model, and this view model gets created with a character just like that, because we've basically fished this out of our nested views via a bunch of delegate and view model operations. So let me give this a run, and let's make sure we can actually tap on a search result character and see the details for it. So I'm going to search for Morty here, and we get a bunch of results, and let's tap on Alien Morty. And it should open up the Alien Morty detail controller. But it looks like it is not doing that. So let's see what gives. We're going to debug this live and in action together. So what I'll do here is I suspect it's going into this return where it's trying to get the character model. I'll tap the line number to get a breakpoint, and then I will click on this. And we should hit that breakpoint, but it looks like we are not. So let's see what else gives. Let's go further back. And let's put a breakpoint in here to make sure we're actually calling our CollectionView function. I'll put a few in here to make sure we're actually going all the way down. I'll tap on it, and we do come to here, which is cool. I'll hit this little play button in the console, make sure it continues down, and then it continues down further. Okay, so it definitely continues down. And we definitely call that character function as well. So we're saying RM search results view did tap character at. So what I'll do is let's try that again. Let's validate that this delegate property is not nil at this point, because that wouldn't be good. So I am going to say PO delegate. So let's make sure it actually has a memory address. Sometimes it's a little slow. It looks like it does. It's actually already set to the RM search view. So that is indeed correct. So that means that something is not propagating up. So let's go to our RM search view. Let's see if I can find it. There we are. And let me toss this inside of here. And I see what the mistake is. We actually put this implementation for characters inside of our episodes. Okay, so there's a good lesson in being careful with your copy and pasting and similar naming. So let's try this again. Build and run. We're going to go into search. We're going to search for, not character. We're going to search for Morty. And we want to tap on Alien Morty, and boom, we've got Alien Morty details opening up. Awesome. Let's get this wired up for episode, and then we'll test that out and wrap up this part in our series. So this is going to be extremely similar. What we can do is basically, actually, before I do that, let me see what the episode controller wants to be created. So we'll say RM episode detail view controller. This gets created, it looks like, with a URL for the episode. Okay, so that's interesting. So let's come back to our results here, and let me see what the models, the view models on this looks like. So we'll say view models 0, and does this have a URL property? It looks like view model 0 is, let's see what the type of view models here is. So the type of view models in this case is RM character episode collection view cell view model. It's a mouthful. So let's open that up. RM character episode collection view cell view model. Does this have a URL on it? Episode URL. It looks like it does, but it's private. So instead of making this public here, is we'll just copy the same consistent pattern that we've been doing for the other types of results, and we'll just continue with that semantic to make sure everything is nice and consistent. So that means going back to, let me close up all of these. That means going back to our RM search view, and we're going to copy and paste this. And what we'll do here is we will say episode URL equals ViewModel.episode search results URL at index path. Let me make that capitalized. And what we will do is we will jump into, and actually let me just return the entire episode here. It's probably simpler. We'll jump into our view model here and implement that function. So what we're gonna do is copy and paste this guy, and we'll say episode, and this will be search model, and we're gonna try to cast it as a get all episodes response, and finally we can just return the result at that index. Make sure you update the types. This is a RM episode. And once we have got a episode out, what we can do is we can pass it up. We can pass it up to our other delegate. So let's change the names here, episode model, like that. In this case, we are going to select a episode. Let's spell it correctly, otherwise it won't be happy. Alrighty, is it yelling at me because it doesn't exist? Yes, it does not. So let's create it. So we're gonna say search result view, selected a episode. Gotta make sure we spell these correctly. It's a little tedious as I talk through this, even for myself, but bear with me. This stuff all takes a little bit of time for craftsmanship, but it is all worth it in the end. So let's see if this looks good. So episode model, no errors here, awesome. Let's jump to the implementation of these functions. We need to add one more for our actual episode that we added. So we'll say RM search view. Beautiful. There is our implementation, or stubbing, I should say, of the episode variant. And finally, we want to create the episode detail controller. So I'll say episode RM episode detail view controller. We'll create it, and just like that, it takes in a URL, and this URL will be off the episode. We should have a URL, and I believe it takes it in as a optional URL rather than a string. So what we want to do is we want to actually instantiate a URL and pass in that string, and we shouldn't have any errors. Let's give it a final build and run and make sure we can tap into episodes as well. So here we've got episodes. Let's find a new episode. So here we have the word Ricked in this episode name. So let's do Ricked and see how many we get. We just get one, big surprise. It looks like the cell is kind of cut off at the top, and it's kind of bothering me, so maybe we'll fix it. So cool, we can click into it and we get the detail for that episode. Let's see why it looks like that, because it's kind of ugly. So it's going to be in RM search results view.swift, and what we are looking for is our layout here. We're using a compositional layout, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see, if current view model is character, we're actually using a flow layout. So what we actually want to do is specify some insets. So I think I already did that somewhere here. So we specified section insets, and we said the top inset is actually set to 0. Let's make it 20. So this is the section inset for our result. And let me make sure this still looks good for all of our cases. Cool, we've got some space at the top there. Kind of looks a little big, but I guess it's better than being cut off. Let me make sure it looks good here. Okay, cool, so it looks much better. Maybe we'll actually even make it 10 to curb my OCD. And yeah, that's all I've got for this video. So in the next part, what I want to do is, and I believe that'll be the next actual development part, is we have a bug for the location spinner that doesn't go away. Let's make sure it actually still doesn't go away. All right, so in the case of normal locations, yeah, see, we still see the spinner at the bottom here. We got to figure out what gives. Why is this still showing up? Because that is no bueno, and it should stop showing up after we don't have any more results. So we will do that in the next video. It might be brief, but make sure you hit that like button before clicking away to the next video. And thanks for watching. I will see you guys there. What's going on, fine people of YouTube? Welcome back to the next part in the Rick and Morty app series. In the last one, we fixed and hooked up tapping on search results, And in this one, we are going to handle this spinner bug when we are paginating, aka scrolling down for locations. The problem here is that it shouldn't show up when we don't have any more results, but it in fact is. Before we fix it, make sure you absolutely destroy that like button down below. It helps out so much. Throw a rocket emoji in the comments if you're still with me, and let's continue. So what I actually think I did here, and let me actually rerun the app so y'all can see what I'm talking about, is I think my logic is backwards in the code, where if I scroll down, you'll notice when we actually had more results to show, it's a little slow, or rather it's a little fast, so it's kind of hard to see. We're actually not even showing the spinner. So it looks like my logic is backwards such that if I have results to load, it's not showing it, and when I don't have results to load, it's showing it. So this should go in the location view. I believe that's where this code is located. So I'm gonna do Command-Shift-O and search for rmlocationView.swift. And we're using a table view here. So we should have some function along the lines of show loading indicator, and I'm lucky because it showed up right in front of my face. So there it indeed is. So here we're saying to show this, and let's see what is going on. So once we scroll down, we got this scroll view did scroll function, and we have should show load more indicator. Well, this must be being called because otherwise we wouldn't even continue down and actually make the call to load more results. So that cannot be the issue. What we're actually doing is we're saying do this on the main queue async. So we're saying if the offset is greater than, so the scroll offset vertically is greater than the total content height minus total scroll view fixed height minus 120. So something fishy must be going on with that. And then what we do is we say, hey, ViewModel, fetch more results. So I'm gonna comment out that fetch more results business. We're also using this timer to basically debounce our results. Basically, with a delay, we essentially fetch our new results 0.2. And the reason we do this is so we don't accidentally pass or make multiple concurrent calls to get the same additional search results. So let me give this a big build and run one more time. And let's see if we can see the spinner when we get to the bottom. Okay, so I see the problem. So essentially the problem is, and I guess it's kind of hard to know what it is if you haven't done this a bunch of times, but if you look very carefully at the bottom of the screen, when I get to the bottom, there's no spinner. But if I pull up a little bit, it shows up. So my guess is, or my hunch is, what the problem is that this 120 that we're using as, hey, you gotta be 120 from the bottom, is a little too conservative. What we want this to do be is a little bigger so we can start showing that spinner a little more opportunistically. So as I scroll down, you should see that the spinner is in fact there, but we still actually don't see it. And the reason for that is that we show it at the bottom and the scroll kind of stops like right there. So instead of actually doing that, the other thing that I can go ahead and do is I can say on the table view, hey, scroll to the bottom. So when we say show this load more indicator, perhaps we can say scroll, we can set the scroll position. I think that's a function on here. I'm like 90% sure because this is indeed just a scroll view under the hood. So we can say content offset, that must be a thing that exists, yep. So we're gonna set content offset, and this is going to be our table views content size dot height, and we're gonna animate it down. So let's see why this guy is yelling at me. We're saying set the content offset. We actually need to specify the X and Y. This should be a CG point, if I'm not mistaken, and the X will just leave at 0. We don't want to move the horizontal pan at all of the scroll view. What we care about is the Y, aka vertical. So let me come back here and we're going to scroll to the bottom, and if you look at that, it kind of showed up and it also scrolls nicely down there. So actually we probably don't even need the 200. Let's see if I can get away with this, making this 120. So let's come back here. We'll scroll down and boom, it showed up and it started loading more, and it also scrolled like physically this table view down. The reason we don't see more results is, let's not forget to uncomment our actual ViewModel fetch additional results function here, and we will go down and double check this. We get to the bottom. That's a little weird. Okay, so it loads more results and it's a little too fast, so we don't actually even see the spinner anymore. Okay, so that's a problem. Let's see how we can remedy that. So we're particularly saying here, do this on the main thread. We're dispatching async. So do we actually even need to do this on main? Because this timer is already being scheduled on scroll view did scroll. So that's already on the main queue. So my hunch here is that perhaps because we're dispatching that as another async piece of work, that the way that the queue is managing the tasks, it's being managed a little wonky. Okay, so in this case, we see the spinner, but no more results. So maybe I can actually delay this ViewModel fetch more results by a smidge. So here we'll say dispatch queue main, and we'll say async after now plus like 0.1 seconds. Maybe that'll be enough time to visually see the spinner. And this is one of those cases where you kind of have to make a trade-off between, do you want to see the spinner, or do you want the results to just load in super duper quick? So I think what I'm going to opt for is to get rid of this automatic scroll down thing that we did, because it's a little janky, if I don't say so myself. And let's see what this looks like. And we might just leave it like this because we have validated it's not an issue. It's more of like a trade-off, right? Okay, so I scroll down and we have our spinner showing. It's just loading in incredibly fast. Hence, we don't see it. And I don't think that's a problem. So I guess we'll leave it at that. I might actually even get rid of this dispatch async with a wait, because it's just artificially making the loading times longer, which I'm not really a gigantic fan of. Before we wrap up the video, let's see if I can just clean up some of the code in here. I like to add these marks just to visually separate out our code with our extension conformances. For protocols, definitely not required, but my OCD gets a nice cushion if I do that. So here we have our protocol, which is fine. Ideally, you should add doc strings. You can actually hold Command Option and hit the backslash, and what you'll get is the kind of autocomplete for doc string. So here, this is interface to relay location view events. I'm not going to sit here and bore everyone through actually watching me document all this. So that is all I've got for this video. I'm going to do a skim of the whole project to see if there's anything critical in the development that we've missed. Not to worry, we're going to have another series for unit testing this whole project. So stay tuned for that. Drop a like before you click away. Hit subscribe. Share the channel and series if you haven't done so already. Appreciate y'all watching, and I will see you in the next one.